Lying on the sickbed, Lu Yiming reflects on his life, filled with countless regrets. Did he truly wish to embrace darkness? He never desired to be utterly alone. Alas, fate is capricious. In this second chance at life, standing at the crossroads of existence, Lu Yiming resolves to live for himself. Please refrain from calling me a wastrel. If one must be a wastrel, let it be the strongest. Su Rongrong. This time you shall not escape my grasp. Chapter 1. Have you ever regretted? In the most prestigious private hospital in Huaxia, the opulent ward feels strikingly desolate. Within the expansive room, apart from Lu Yiming on the sickbed, there is no one else. A formidable figure who has dominated the world for decades now finds himself in solitude during the twilight of his life. Do you regret? The question echoes in his mind, prompting Lu Yiming to struggle to open his eyes. His illustrious earlier years abruptly transformed. Lu Yiming teeters on the precipice of despair, striving to reclaim his former glory. To achieve his aims, he employs any means necessary. Everyone is but a pawn, and betrayal lurks in the shadows. At last, Lu Yiming ascends to the pinnacle of power, becoming one of the most influential individuals. But what does it matter? Spouses turn against one another, ultimately leaving him in loneliness. What worth is wealth if he can carry none of it with him? Have you ever regretted? Lu Yiming. And if I do, what of it? Then let us begin anew. System binding in progress. 10.15.30.55.99. A flash of white light, and time rewinds. Hiss. Lu Yiming feels a blinding light envelop him. He senses a transformation within his body. His once clouded mind now becomes remarkably clear, experiencing a long-lost sensation. As the brilliance dissipates, Lu Yiming is astounded by the scene before him. System. Host binding successful. Sin value. 1111799 rapidly increasing. Sin value? What manner of thing is this? Yet for Lu Yiming, such details are not the crux of the matter. What truly matters at this moment is he finds himself atop the grand bed of a hotel suite. Beneath him lies an unconscious woman. Is it she? Lu Yiming's pupils dilate in shock. This moment is one he shall never forget. Su Rongrong, the undisputed belle of Magic City University, the dream goddess of countless talented young men. And at this very moment, the goddess lies bare, and they meet in such unguarded honesty. Just one step, merely one step, and she would be entirely his. If only Lu Yiming could just lean forward. Return? He truly has returned, but why at this critical juncture? In his previous life, Lu Yiming had been an admirer of Su Rongrong. Alas, she had held little affection for this rich wastrel. Lu Yiming had tried numerous approaches, yet none could sway her heart. On the eve of graduation, under the influence of his dubious friends, he acted recklessly, leading to calamity. Thus began the downfall of the Lu family. Who could have anticipated that Su Rongrong's family was, in fact, a hidden aristocracy in Su province for centuries? Such an invisible lineage is beyond the comparison of the Lu family's newly acquired wealth. His heinous act against Su Rongrong provoked the wrath of her family head, who vowed to annihilate the Lu clan. Though his father had connections to powerful allies, it merely set the countdown to the Lu family's demise in motion. This would lay the groundwork for all that would transpire thereafter. If memory serves, it will not be long before Su Rongrong awakens. With her soft warmth in his embrace, at this moment, Lu Yiming harbors no sordid thoughts. Should he escape now? Pretend as if nothing had transpired? Perhaps that could be a solution. Just as Lu Yiming contemplates rising from the bed, Su Rongrong opens her dazed eyes. This scene is all too familiar. In his past life, when Su Rongrong awoke, he had been in a frenzy. No matter how she pleaded or scolded, his intoxicated mind had disregarded her. The despair in her eyes is a memory he can never erase. And now, as their gazes lock, Su Rongrong's expression shifts from confusion to clarity, from fear to disdain. If I told you that someone is trying to frame me, would you believe me? Su Rongrong, silent. How shameless. The man before her is utterly without scruples. Frame? To use herself to entrap Lu Yiming? Su Rongrong is acutely aware of his character. Throughout their 4 years at university, Lu Yiming had been nothing but a notorious wastrel, reveling in debauchery. Surrounded by a band of dubious friends, he had now dared to extend his claws towards her. As the legitimate daughter of the Su family, Su Rongrong remains composed. She knows that if she provokes Lu Yiming at this moment, it could lead to dire consequences for herself. Get off. All right. Lu Yiming is well aware of Su Rongrong's formidable nature. Seemingly harmless, she is filled with cunning that has caused him great distress. What may have been a fleeting thrill has instead brought ruin upon the Lu family. Lu Yiming attempts to rise from the bed, but the issue is that he too is entirely unclothed. Instinctively, he pulls the blanket over himself. Ah, bastard. In his flustered state, Lu Yiming forgets that aside from himself, Su Rongrong on the bed is equally bare. As the springtime light spills forth, Lu Yiming cannot help but swallow hard. Her figure is sculpted to perfection. Indeed, one's surroundings nurture one's form. Wait, what am I thinking? Lu Yiming swears that this was merely a reflex. Ayu, shut your eyes. What should I do? Lu Yiming, are you still a man? Do you think I am? Enough. Get out. In a state of panic, Lu Yiming gathers his scattered clothes from the floor and awkwardly flees the bedroom. After a prolonged silence, Su Rongrong finally opens her beautiful eyes. Once certain of Lu Yiming's departure, she hurriedly collects her scattered garments. However, her lace remains elusive. In this five-star hotel suite, such a ludicrous scene unfolds. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming sits on the sofa in the reception area, utterly incredulous that he has truly returned. Though the timing is absurd, the mirror reflects his youthful visage. Although somewhat disheveled, his youthful appearance is undeniably handsome, indeed possessing ample allure. Instinctively, Lu Yiming reaches into his trouser pocket for a cigarette. Instead of a cigarette, he pulls out a piece of black lace. Ah, right in his past life, he had intended to keep it as a memento. Thus, he had stashed it in his pocket from the outset. His previous self certainly had a peculiar disposition. Just as Lu Yiming ponders whether he should return the item to its rightful owner. Dressed impeccably, Su Rongrong appears. Pervert! Su Rongrong feels as though she might explode with rage. She never imagined that the lace she had searched for so desperately would be in Lu Yiming's possession. Moreover, he scrutinizes it with such intensity. This utterly shameless man has no sense of decency left. How about you let me explain? Even Lu Yiming, with his thick skin, feels an overwhelming embarrassment. He stands guilty as charged, unable to absolve himself. I was truly framed, rest assured. I will provide you with an explanation. I shall place this here. In this situation, words are futile. He must allow Su Rongrong to calm down while he sorts out his own thoughts. Everything has unfolded far too abruptly. Lu Yiming knows that Su Rongrong embodies the archetype of external gentleness paired with internal fortitude. If today's events are mishandled, the Lu family will face severe retribution. Everything that transpired in his previous life must not repeat in this one. Under the icy gaze of Su Rongrong, Lu Yiming exits the suite. System. Sin value. 1111799. Lu Yiming hardly notices that this so-called sin value has ceased to rise, remaining stagnant at 1111799. Chapter 2: The Four Protectors in the Hotel Lobby. CAF. For young men engaged in raucous laughter and conversation, completely oblivious to their surroundings. The substance of their discourse was rather unseemly. These individuals were none other than the dubious companions of Lu Yiming during his absurd years. TSK, isn't Lu Xiao thrilled this time? That S Su Rongrong he is involved with? Nonsense. What is so special about Su Rongrong? No matter how beautiful, she is still just a woman, and our Lu Xiao has his ways. What do you think? If Lu Xiao tires of Su Rongrong, will he share her with us? What are you thinking? Better put that thought to rest. If Lu Xiao gets unhappy, we'll have a hard time. Their words flowed freely, yet it was evident that they harbored a deep-seated fear of Lu Yiming. After all, these men depended on the Lu family for their livelihoods, and they were usually quite sycophantic towards him. This time, one of them had concocted a scheme to intoxicate Su Rongrong, intending to impose himself upon her. Although it was their first time pursuing such an endeavor, they believed that in the Magic City, there was nothing the Lu family could not handle. What was wrong with indulging in a woman? If Lu Xiao had taken a fancy to Su Rongrong, it was indeed her fortune. They lamented, however, that Su Rongrong had been too low-key at school. Once her true identity was revealed, the Magic City would surely tremble under the wrath of the Su family. Why is Lu Xiao here? No way, it hasn't he been long, has it? Are you seeing things? Exactly, Lu Xiao wouldn't he give up on Su Rongrong so soon, would he? It had only been half an hour since the events unfolded. which seemed inconsistent with Lu Xiao's usual prowess. Sure, don't speak carelessly. Lu Xiao's expression isn't pleasant. As Lu Yiming approached, his demeanor was as cold as ice. Indeed, it was them, Zhang Zun, Wang Kuan, Li Rue, and Fan Cheng. They prided themselves on being his four protectors, often inciting him in his previous life. When the Lu family fell from grace, these four immediately shifted allegiances. Zhang Zun had even gone so far as to kick him when he was down. Lu Yiming vividly recalled how, during the Lu family's decline, he had sought financial assistance from all four, only to be met with ridicule and humiliation, particularly from Zhang Zun. Reflecting on this, Lu Yiming's eyes grew colder still. In his past life, he had found it odd that Zhang Zun had assured him of the dosage, yet Su Rongrong had awakened after only half an hour. He had foolishly attributed it to his own recklessness. But now it seemed that someone among them had harbored resentment against him and laid a trap. But why target Su Rongrong? These mysteries required unraveling. Liu Xiao, why are you down here? Indeed, Liu Xiao. We thought you'd at least wait until nightfall. They were all too aware of Lu Yiming's infatuation with Su Rongrong. Initially, they presumed that after successfully seducing her, Lu Yiming would indulge himself fully. Yet, unexpectedly, he had appeared. How much fun is there in sleeping with someone unconscious? Lu Yiming remained impassive as he reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. When it came to acting, he was more than capable. Having experienced everything in his previous life, he understood that Lu Xiao had a penchant for rebellion. TSK, it does indeed lack a certain charm. The others paused momentarily before quickly following Lu Yiming's lead. Should we just go ahead and tie her up? We have plenty of time. Suddenly, Zhang Zun spoke up, his lecherous gaze causing Lu Yiming to furrow his brow. Zhang Zun, if I recall correctly, you were the one who drugged Su Rongrong? Lu Xiao, I never expected you to disapprove of this approach. Zhang Zun hastily defended himself, his eyes flickering as if concealing something. He was oblivious to the changes in Lu Yiming's gaze, believing he had successfully deceived him, so it was indeed him. This scoundrel is the one orchestrating this behind the scenes. Could it be that Zhang Zun had discovered Su Rongrong's background, thus devising this scheme against him? No, even he had not sensed anything amiss with Su Rongrong. But what was the motive? Zhang Zun's father was a veteran in the company, a department head with considerable influence. Lu Yiming's father was quite benevolent, treating his comrades from the past well. Logically, Zhang Zun should have no reason to harbor resentment. Let it go. Consider this incident as if it never happened. This style Liu Xiao, we've already gone this far. Why not just? Women are most concerned about their reputation, right? Once they lose their virtue, perhaps they relent. You could end up with the beauty. Had Lu Yiming been the person he was in his previous life, such temptations might have swayed him. However, for the current Lu Yiming, such superficial tactics were far beneath him. Enough. You may leave. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them as one would shoo away flies. Nevertheless, he resolved to keep a close watch on Zhang Zun from that moment on. The four, sensing Lu Yiming's disinterest, nodded and exited the hotel lobby. As was customary, all expenses would be charged to Lu Yiming's account. In his past life, he had deemed this reasonable, as they were all friends. However, now it seemed he had become the scapegoat for their extravagant spending. The thought left him feeling quite resentful. Waiter, Lu Yiming beckoned, summoning a staff member. What can I do for you, Liu Xiao? Order a suit of clothing to be delivered to my room, in this size. This suite was one that Lu Yiming had long-term reservations for, and the hotel staff naturally recognized him as their esteemed patron. They respectfully accepted the note. Meanwhile, in the suite reserved by Lu Sun, Su Rongrong had locked the door and conducted a thorough inspection of her surroundings. Aside from still lacking strength, she found no other unusual signs, which brought her a measure of relief. Thankfully, she had awakened early, and the worst-case scenario had been averted. Bastard. Alone, Su Rongrong let down her fade of strength. Still not fully integrated into society, facing such a tumultuous turn of events was understandably frightening. She had never anticipated that Lu Yiming would resort to such despicable tactics. Yet, she could not fathom why he had suddenly chosen to spare her after coming so close to crossing the line. Was it a moment of conscience? No, how could a scoundrel like him experience such a thing? Had she been set up? Was that even possible? Su Rongrong felt her thoughts swirling in confusion. Should she seek revenge? Should she inform her family? After all, as a young woman, she had suffered a significant loss. Though the worst had not occurred, Lu Yiming had seen her in her most vulnerable state, causing her to shudder at the thought. What a family the Lus were. They had only recently risen to prominence, emerging as nouveau riche in the Magic City, where their enterprises flourished, buoyed by the winds of reform and opening up. Yet, compared to the Su family, they still lacked considerable depth. If conflict arose, there would undoubtedly be a heavy toll to pay. In the realm of Huaxia, there were numerous prominent families, and in a climate of mutual suspicion, any actions taken by the Su family could trigger a cascade of repercussions. As Su Rongrong weighed her options, a sudden knock at the door startled her. Who is it? Could that scoundrel dare to return? Hello? Missed I bring the clothing that Mr.Lu requested. Leave it at the door. Ensuring no one was outside, Su Rongrong cracked the door open just enough to retrieve the package. Chapter 3 Urgent Matters. Lu Yiming. System? Are you there? System. Finally remembered me? The host's reaction is quite slow. What do you mean slow? The key point is that the timing of my return was too overwhelming. I almost lost control. In his previous life, Lu Yiming had seduced countless women, but if there was one who remained unforgettable, it was undoubtedly Su Rongrong. Forget it. That's all in the past. What I need to understand now is why I came back. System. The full name of this system is Reforming Oneself, Starting Anew. A Wayward Son Returns. Can we get to the point? System. The crux is that in the final moments of the host's life, there was a realization of regret. The system will assist the host in beginning a new life, and today marks the first step of a good start. What about the sin value? System. The host currently has a sin value of 111, 799, all accumulated from the previous life. Ultimately, all sin values must be cleared. This is the price of rebirth. I don't understand. System. In simpler terms, once the sin value reaches 0, everything the host desires, family, love, friendship, will return to them. Am I lacking in any of these? What a joke. When have I ever been short on women? System. You are lacking. Otherwise, you wouldn't have regretted on your deathbed. What nonsense. What's the consequence of not clearing it? System. Complete ruin. Everyone associated with the Lu family will suffer the repercussions. That's ruthless. Thankfully, I pulled back just in time. Wait, doesn't that mean I've offset some of the sin value? System. Sin value is being cleared. Current sin value is 1,111,699. 100 points? Isn't that excessive? I just wanted to ask how many heinous acts I committed in my past life. Lu Yiming was certain that he had returned to repay his debts, in his previous life, in his quest to rise again. He had employed every means at his disposal. How many people had suffered due to his actions? How many happy families had been disrupted? How many individuals had been directly or indirectly harmed by him? Though he ultimately evaded the law's severe punishment, the sin value encapsulated everything. For Lu Yiming, who was now given a second chance at life, what path should he choose? He found himself lost in thought. For half an hour, he sat in a daze until the ringtone of his phone jolted him back to reality. The classic Nokia ringtone. This sound made Lu Yiming momentarily lose his focus. It had been ages since he had heard such a ringtone. On this day in 1995, in the Chinese market, Nokia and Motorola were fiercely competing. Who would have thought that 20 years later, these two giants of the mobile industry would fade from prominence? The Nokia 1011, the world's first GSM phone and the first capable of sending text messages, was seen by the public as a symbol of status. Yet, to Lu Yiming, it seemed somewhat clumsy. Hello. You rascal. Where are you? I told you today's matters are crucial. Can you pay attention? The voice on the other end belonged to his father, Lu Ijuan. Ijuan was exceptionally capable and adept at navigating opportunities. After retiring from the military, he had dabbled in various businesses, including trade with the Russians, which had earned him his first fortune. He then partnered with the Foreign Trade Bureau to venture into international trade. Lu Ijuan had enjoyed remarkable financial success, amassing considerable wealth in just 20 years. Since the inception of the stock market, he had become deeply involved, rapidly advancing from a retail trader to a major player. The Lu family group thrived under his multifaceted approach. The only source of discontent for Ijuan was his only son, Lu Yiming. The name Lu Yiming had been chosen with the hope that his son would one day achieve greatness. Yet, this rascal seemed to have learned only the art of frivolity, wasting his days in idle pursuits. As graduation approached, he had shown no earnestness or commitment to the family business, preferring a life of indulgence. For Lu Ijuan, this period was crucial. Recently, the heads of two major firms had approached him, seeking to collaborate with the Lu family group to cause a stir in the bond market. Given the importance of this matter, Aijuan needed to tread carefully. However, due to pressing personal matters, he had to rely on Lu Yiming to oversee operations in the Magic City from afar. To his dismay, this rascal had gone missing. Finally managing to reach Lu Yiming, Aijuan unleashed his pent-up frustration. If anything goes wrong with this, your days of ease will be over. You must understand that Aijuan had staked all the group's liquid assets on this battle. A loss would severely injure the Lu family group. Who knows what consequences await? Dad, no excuses. Get to the trading department immediately. Remember, no matter how many orders come in, we must accept them. An urgent meeting was about to commence, and this foreign trade summit would determine the profit distribution for the next decade, making it imperative for Lu Aijuan to give it his utmost attention. The phone call abruptly ended with a busy tone. At that moment, Lu Yiming felt fully awakened. The 327 incident. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? In his previous life, after his encounter with Su Rongrong, the Su family had naturally not taken it lying down. To be honest, the Su family had numerous considerations before acting against the Lu family. After all, Lu Aijuan had powerful allies among the established families. If it came to a confrontation, the Su family would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. However, it was at this critical juncture that Lu Aijuan made a grave miscalculation by recklessly involving himself in the 327 incident. Ultimately, it ended in disaster, depleting the Lu family group's liquid assets entirely. The Su family seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to launch a comprehensive assault on the Lu family. In the end, Lu Aijuan, in a desperate bid to protect his only son, surrendered the Lu family group. Losing all leverage, abandoned by his former allies, Lu Aijuan saw the Lu family fall from grace. Overcome with grief and anger, he passed away not long after. And it was Lu Yiming, the architect of this downfall, who became embittered. To reclaim his former glory, he resorted to any means necessary. Wait a moment, today is the day. February 23, 1995. Checking the time on his phone, he realized he had only 2 hours left. Lu Yiming's pupils dilated with shock. He knew all too well that if he did not act swiftly to alter this trajectory, the Lu family group would be dragged into a vortex from which there would be no return. Even without the Su family's interference, the Lu family would be left to languish due to a lack of liquid assets. It could take a decade or more to recover. Most critically, due to his blind overconfidence in his previous life, countless retail investors had gone bankrupt, with many taking their own lives that very night. If such a calamity were to unfold again, it would spell disaster. Chapter 4. The first Ferrari in the Magic City. Lu Xiao, are your friends coming? As Lu Yiming prepared to leave, the lobby manager rushed over. For a patron like Lu Xiao, exceptional service was imperative. Stay as long as you wish, and I'll cover all expenses. Lu Yiming was well aware of who the manager was referring to. The situation with Su Rongrong was still unresolved, but at present, his utmost priority was the national debt. This was not merely a matter of the Lu family group's liquid assets. It had far-reaching implications. How many families would be shattered? How many individuals, in a moment of despair, would leap from rooftops? That night, blood would flow like a river. If he did not intervene, his conscience would be troubled. Understood, Lu Xiao. Leave this matter to me, and I will ensure the other party feels the warmth of hospitality. The manager immediately assured him. Having never seen Lu Xiao take such a matter seriously, he understood exactly what needed to be done. Outside the hotel, a Ferrari 348 stood parked, its fiery red body capturing the attention of countless passers-by. This car, equipped with a 3.4-liter quad-cam 32-valve engine, a dry sump, and a mid-mounted V8, boasted 296 horsepower and could accelerate from 0 to 60 in just 5.3 seconds. On the streets of the Magic City, it was the most eye-catching sight. Although it was not the first Ferrari in China, it was undoubtedly the only one in the Magic City at that time. Priced at $140,000, it could have purchased 10 apartments in the city center during that era. Lu Aijuan had pleaded with his father for quite some time to acquire this vehicle, finally achieving his wish. The roar of the supercar's engine drew the gazes of many in a previous life. This Ferrari bestowed a profound sense of superiority upon Lu Yiming. However, as the Lu group crumbled, this exquisite vehicle changed hands, severing its ties with Lu Yiming. 2 decades later, Lu Yiming rose anew, investing considerable resources to reacquire this 348, which had languished in a warehouse gathering dust. For him, it perhaps served as a poignant reminder of his father. Of course, that is a matter for another time. At this moment, Lu Yiming was driving this Ferrari towards the stock exchange. With little time left to spare, 10 minutes after the Ferrari had departed, Rongrong, now clad in a dress, appeared in the lobby. Although she was reluctant to see Lu Yiming again, this situation demanded an explanation. Deep down, Rongrong did not wish to don the attire gifted by Lu Yiming, but her original dress had been torn. Gazing at the gaping rip in her skirt, she seethed with indignation. This was an undeniable piece of evidence. Yet, at that moment, as she looked up, Lu Yiming's figure was nowhere to be found. "Miss, are you looking for young Master Lu?" The lobby manager approached Rongrong, bustling with eagerness. "Where did he go?" "Ah, young Master Lu had urgent business to attend to. If you require anything, please let me know, and I will certainly." Miss, what are you doing?" The lobby manager watched in astonishment as Rongrong turned and left. He wanted to inquire about what had transpired, for the expression on her face was far from pleasant. Alas, he dared not interfere with young Master Lu's affairs and could only watch helplessly as Rongrong exited the hotel. Lu Yiming. The words escaped Rongrong's lips, laced with bitterness. This hotel had left her feeling utterly humiliated. This matter could not simply be brushed aside, and her heart, Rongrong believed that Lu Yiming, the reckless heir, had no genuine urgency but was instead fleeing to avoid her retribution. Just a coward. Really, truth be told, despite her overwhelming anger, Rongrong found herself at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. Lu Yiming had retreated at a critical moment. Even if she leveraged her family's connections, the most she could achieve would be a charge of indecency, which posed no substantial threat to Lu Yiming. She was unwilling to let Lu Yiming off the hook so easily. The humiliation she had endured could not simply be resolved. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming had parked the Ferrari at the entrance of the second exchange. "Young Master Lu, you have finally arrived." The employees of the Lu Group brightened upon seeing the Ferrari. In the metropolis, there was but a single Ferrari 348, a symbol of young Master Lu's status. It was a fact that many within the company looked down upon Lu Yiming as a mere wastrel, yet as employees of the Lu family business, they could only show utmost respect in his presence. "Where is Sister Lily?" "Assistant Lee is waiting for you inside." Sister Lily, as Lu Yiming referred to her, was his father's special assistant, capable and strikingly beautiful. Initially regarded as a mere decorative presence when she joined the Lu Group, within half a month, her competence had earned her the respect of the entire organization. She had become the person Lu Yiming trusted most in the company. The group had reserved a VIP room at the second exchange. Unlike the so-called large trader rooms, VIP rooms were not typically open to the public. In an era where stock trading and other transactions were conducted in person, the exchange was the optimal venue for timely information. In a time when internet access was limited, the exchange was the hub of activity and transactions were most convenient. Average retail investors were confined to the first floor, merely watching the communal screens. While the large trader rooms catered to clients with funds exceeding 200,000, the VIP room, however, was a realm shrouded in legend, accessible only to those conducting transactions of over 5 million. An astronomical figure for the common populace of that era. "Young Master Lu, young boss." As Lu Sun entered, the employees of the Lu Group immediately rose to greet him. They viewed the soon-to-be university graduate, Lu Yiming, as a likely successor to the company. It was imperative to curry favor now. Otherwise, they risked being sidelined. "Has everyone arrived?" The only one who remained seated was Li. It was not merely a display of her status as a special assistant, but rather her genuine disdain for Lu Yiming. Indeed, she openly exhibited her contempt, unlike others who concealed their feelings. The relationship between Lu Yiming and Li was far from amicable, a fact well known within the company. Li's capabilities were the foundation of her confidence. In his previous life, Lu Yiming had regarded Li as arrogant, believing she flaunted her talents to intimidate him. He had perceived her meticulous grooming as an attempt to seduce his father, thinking he was oblivious. Reflecting now, Lu Yiming found his past self to be somewhat naive. Why had he harbored such immature thoughts? It was only years later that he understood earning Li's respect required matching her competence, rather than merely basking in the glow of being young Master Lu while embodying the essence of a frivolous scion. Li? Li thought to herself, what ploy is he attempting now? When had Lu Yiming ever shown her such deference? Calling her sister? In the Lu Group, who else received such treatment? The first time they met, Lu Yiming had made a pass at her, an incident that occurred years ago. How old had he been then? His initial impression left Li with no doubt that he was a lecher. She had taught him a lesson back then, making him acutely aware of societal realities. Their rivalry had been cemented from that moment on. Surprised to see Sister Li? Regardless of his tactics, Li reminded herself that today was of utmost significance for both his father and the Lu group. She was determined not to allow Lu Yiming to jeopardize the occasion. Lu Yiming, in contrast, remained composed. Indeed, the impressions we form are not easily altered. This is understandable, given my previous behavior. However, I sincerely hope Sister Li will cooperate with me today. Nodding, Lu Yiming pulled out a chair beside Li in his previous life. When the Lu group faced tumultuous changes and morale crumbled, only Li had diligently worked to maintain its basic operations. Regrettably, Lu Yiming's misdeeds had been too significant to overcome. Despite her remarkable abilities, even Li could not avert the downfall of the Lu group, which ultimately fell into the hands of state-owned entities. At that time, some leaders had recognized Li's exceptional skills and sought to retain her with a generous salary and a suitable position. Ordinarily, one would expect her to be elated. Yet, Li had declined without a moment's hesitation. After the Lu family's collapse, she had seemingly vanished from existence until Lu Yiming resolved to rise from the ashes. When he sought a fresh start, Li reappeared in his life, standing steadfastly by his side despite the skepticism surrounding his ability to revive the family name. Lu Yiming's rapid progress was undoubtedly aided by her unwavering support. However, their ideologies diverged. Lu Yiming's impatience led him to lose sight of the reverence a businessman should possess, and despite Li's numerous attempts to guide him, he became ensnared in the allure of power and wealth. Ultimately, after Lu Yiming had stabilized his footing, Li chose to depart once more. Reflecting on all these past events, Lu Yiming could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Young Master Lu? Young Master Lu. What? Young Master Lu, everyone is awaiting your arrival. The president has entrusted this matter to you, demonstrating his high expectations. If young Master Lu could handle this adeptly, it would undoubtedly pave the way for his smooth integration into the company. Even assistant Li had been dispatched to assist him. How much have we invested? Indeed, it is time to address the pressing matters at hand. Young Master Lu, we have yet to take action. The president instructed us to approach with a surprise tactic, aiming to decisively defeat the bulls. Defeating the bulls? Lu Yiming found this notion to be quite ludicrous. It seemed his father had been thoroughly misled by Wangwa Securities and Liao Guofa. What was most fearsome now? The disparity of information. Even if they wagered all of the Lu group's liquid assets, it would be futile. However, since they had not yet acted, there remained an opportunity. What is our current capital? 120 million, not enough. What not enough? This is 120 million. What does that even mean in 1995? Although this sum did not entirely belong to the Lu family, over 100 million was an unfathomable figure for the common citizen in that era. This was precisely why Liao Guofa and Wangwa Securities were intent on dragging the Lu group down. The ongoing battle between bulls and bears had reached a stalemate. Currently, the bulls held the advantage, pushing both Liao Guofa and Wangwa Securities to the brink of desperation. Lu Yiming understood that, in the eyes of the public, both Wangwa Securities and Liao Guofa were colossal entities. Founded in July 1988, Wangwa Securities was the first shareholding financial institution primarily focused on the securities industry. Approved by the central bank in the metropolis, it was the sole such institution in the region. Unlike the later proliferation of financial firms in this era, Wangwa Securities represented unquestionable authority. Truthfully, if Wangwa Securities desired a particular stock to soar, a mere whisper would summon a throng of retail investors to inflate its price. This was the status of Wangwa Securities, unassailable. Has Manager Guan contacted us? He reached out half an hour ago, inquiring why we have yet to take action. Only Li could respond to Lu Yiming's question regarding this matter. Others lack the qualification. Indeed, Manager Guan is a true heavyweight, akin to Lu Ijuan. Both belong to the echelon of legendary figures. It appears he is genuinely anxious. Lu Yiming smiled faintly. While others might be oblivious, he understood that Wangwa Securities was nearing its limits. Manager Guan had exhausted all means yet still could not contend with the bulls. If not, why would he resort to enticing the Lu group with immense profits to enter the fray? As Lu Yiming would put it, they were merely capital vampires, consuming without leaving a trace. Should we make a show of strength? Delaying further risks miscommunication with Manager Guan. Lu Yiming glanced at his watch. It was 14:35, leaving an hour and 25 minutes until the market closed. He understood that in this final hour, the situation would reach its zenith, and Wangwa Securities would descend into chaos. The real drama was only just beginning. What do you mean? Today, Lu Yiming's demeanor was unusually peculiar. Li felt an unsettling sense of ambiguity regarding his intentions. How could this be? Was this still the frivolous heir who wore his emotions on his sleeve? What had transpired? Could it be that Lu Ijuan had deliberately instructed Lu Yiming? No, even if that were the case, Lu Yiming lacked the aptitude to perform in this scenario. Lu Ijuan had specifically sent her not merely to assist Lu Yiming, but to act as his decision-maker at this critical juncture. However, Lu Yiming was right. There was still time. Li was eager to see what surprises Lu Yiming would bring forth. Time seemed to crawl, each minute a torment for everyone present. Even Li Li's serene expression began to shift. Only Lu Yiming maintained his composure. Truly an insouciant individual, Li. Contact the banks with which we have favorable relations. I require funds. More than enough. This? Given the vast scale of the Lu Group's operations, numerous banks were eager to collaborate. However, suddenly seeking a loan could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Moreover, Li believed that the existing sum of over 100 million was sufficient for the upcoming acquisition. Prior to this, she had conducted thorough background checks. Both sides had seemingly exhausted their options. Remember, there is no upper limit. I must report this to the president, Li. Please understand that I am in charge of this matter. Apologies, but under these extraordinary circumstances, I possess the authority to revoke your command. This is the president's directive, as expected. Originally, Li anticipated that Lu Yiming would explode with rage upon hearing this news. She had even prepared her explanations. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Yiming appeared unfazed. The president is acting in your best interest, I understand. But if you were in my position, facing a life-or-death battle, would you not retain your trump card? What do you mean? Li, I know that with your capabilities, you must have conducted thorough background checks, and your intelligence must be quite detailed. That is my responsibility. Foolish. No one had expected Lu Yiming to suddenly lash out at Li. Foolish. Her pupils widened in shock. She had fulfilled her obligations. Even the president had not foreseen this. However, Lu Yiming, a mere scion, had the audacity to chastise her, and the proud Li found it intolerable. Please mind your language. As for the others, they were utterly dumbfounded. How could Lu Yiming dare to reprimand assistantly? Hadn't he suffered enough at her hands? Li, please consider the magnitude of the parties involved in this conflict. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yiming finally spoke. Behemoth. Li quickly regained her composure, inhaling deeply. The tailored suit hugged her form, accentuating her demeanor. Yet, her professional poise remained intact as she responded to Lu Yiming's inquiry. Indeed, they are behemoths. Both Zongjingkai and Wanghua Securities are titans in their own right, while Liao Guofa, although smaller, is a seasoned player in the brokerage field. Regardless of the outcome, one party will undoubtedly collapse. Yes, based on my understanding, Wanghua Securities has wagered everything. Should they lose, it would spell doom for them. Although Li had yet to uncover the intricacies of Zongjingkai, it was reasonable to assume their situation was far from favorable. In a battle of life and death, do you think they would leave no contingency plans? Indeed, in the realm of business, it is a battlefield, especially when stakes are so high that in such circumstances, one cannot reveal their trump cards. Even you, Li, cannot discern the true nature of their strategies. Are you truly Lu Yiming? Apologies, that was not my intention. Li was genuinely taken aback, leading her to inadvertently speak her thoughts aloud. This is certainly not something a spoiled rich kid could comprehend. Could it be that Lu Yiming had been concealing his talents all along? But why would he do such a thing? The astute Li found herself utterly perplexed. As I have mentioned before, I require ample funds to navigate the uncertainties that may arise. How much do you need? There is no upper limit. Understood. I shall reach out immediately. Li nodded, picked up her phone, and stepped aside. Hiss. The other employees of the Lu Corporation looked on in disbelief at the scene before them. Young Master Lu has actually gained the upper hand? This has never happened before. How astonishing! They had just witnessed a miracle. It is worth noting that even the senior executives of the Lu Corporation tread carefully in the presence of Assistant Li. Why are you all standing there in a daze? What is the current price? 148.21 yuan. He really is composed. Lu Yiming smiled slightly. This manager had been so eager to call Li to apply pressure, treating the Lu Corporation as mere pawns. The over 100 million yuan from the Lu Corporation is no small sum, and once it enters the market, it will undoubtedly create significant waves. However, Lu Yiming understood more clearly. The Lu Corporation was merely a sacrificial pawn in the game of Wanghua Securities. Once Zhongjing makes its move, the Lu Corporation will surely become a discarded piece, hunted by the bulls. be why the time Wangwa Securities has discerned the hidden cards. They will strike a fatal blow, and the Lu Corporation will have been reduced to mere scraps. What a clever scheme. Keep a close watch on Wangwa, and what about any new developments from Liaguofa? The leader of Liaguofa, the Gao brothers, is among the early capital market speculators in Huaxia. Stocks, futures, bonds, and fund lending, they are involved in all aspects. Their collaboration with Wangwa Securities this time is driven by the ambition to make a name for themselves in the financial market. Unfortunately, this time, the Gao brothers have chosen the wrong target. Young Master Lu, there have been no noticeable movements from them. Since the last transaction yesterday afternoon, Liaguofa has not shown any signs of activity. Young Master Lu, could it be that their fund pool has encountered issues? The others were unclear why young Master Lu was interested in Liaguofa. Despite its imposing name, in comparison to the other two giants, Liaguofa hardly holds any weight, an enterprise lacking the qualifications for financial operations, with only 40 million yuan in revenue and a mere 4.26 million yuan in profit. Why would young Master Lu pay attention to such a company? Merely a disruptor, Lu Yiming chuckled. Indeed, Liaguofa had transformed from a main force into a disruptor. Of course, this is also Liaguofa's unfortunate circumstance. After all, its scale is too small to compete with the two giants. Yet Lu Yiming knew that Liaguofa had become the harbinger of doom for Wangwa Securities. Once allies, they betrayed the manager at the most critical moment to save their own skins. Tisk. Truly a failure to recognize character. For banks, 200 million in funds, to be deposited within 10 minutes. Li is indeed impressive. With just a few phone calls, she secured 200 million yuan. In this era, such a feat is almost unimaginable. The cost? 7% for 6 months. Quite reasonable. Lu Yiming nodded. For the banks, raising such a sum in such a short time indicates their serious regard for the Lu Corporation. Young Master Lu, please share your plan with me. At this moment, Li was exceptionally earnest. Young Master Lu? This was the first time Li had addressed him as such. It seemed she had acknowledged Lu Yiming's recent performance. Focus on matters rather than individuals, truly the hallmark of assistantly. Does it matter? Of course, I must be responsible for the Lu Corporation. Li's expression was profoundly serious. It had been the same in the previous life. Unfortunately, the two had not been able to reach the end together. Everyone, please leave. Chapter 7. The reckless manager. Young Master Lu. These are the elites of the Lu Corporation. Elites naturally deserve elite treatment, and being dismissed like this may leave a lingering resentment in their hearts. This is not necessarily a good thing for young Master Li felt compelled to remind him. Moreover, being alone with Lu Yiming made her quite uncomfortable. After all, Lu Yiming's reputation was somewhat better left unspoken. Young Master Lu? Seeing Lu Yiming's insistence, Li reluctantly waved her hand. At this point, the spacious VIP room contained only Lu Yiming and Li. Our task this time is to go long. Go long. At that moment, Li could no longer remain seated. Young Master Lu, you should understand Mr. Lu's intentions. We have reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Wangwa Securities. Are we accompanying them to the grave? Lu Yiming replied coldly with a smile. Cooperation? What is cooperation if one knowingly jumps into a pit of fire? Young Master Lu, Wangwa Securities still has a considerable chance of winning. Based on what? Those fair weather friends? I wager that within 10 minutes, the Gao brothers of Liaguofa will turn against us. In contrast to Li's shock, Lu Yiming remained unfazed. This is impossible. Liaguofa had invested all their funds in the initial phase. Severing ties is a courageous act. One must admit that the Gao brothers possess quite the resolve. Although this means that in the future, no one will dare to partner with the Gao brothers. It is still better than having nothing at all. Young Master Lu, you should be aware of the Lu Corporation's philosophy. Our success today is built on integrity. Integrity? The so-called integrity you speak of will not only destroy the Lu Corporation but also plunge countless individuals into despair and shatter numerous families. Is this the kind of integrity you wish to uphold? This Li was rendered speechless. Yes, while she did not believe that such a high price would have to be paid, if what Lu Yiming said were true, then all of this. Li, I know you are capable, so you must understand this critical point. Now, you have 8 minutes to consider. Either cooperate fully with me or leave this place. Do not tell me you are here to assist me under your father's orders. The Lu family is named Lu. Silence fell in the VIP room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only Li's breath was audible. The decision? Li never expected to be forced into making a choice by Lu Yiming. 3 minutes remained. For a full 5 minutes, neither spoke. Time passed second by second, and Li had little time left to contemplate. I understand. I hope young Master Lu is indeed considering the interests of the corporation. Of course, without the Lu Corporation, I can no longer continue living as a spoiled rich kid. Yiming shrugged, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He knew very well that this action of his must convince Li. If they truly disagreed, the so-called elites would ultimately side with Li. Despite their earlier familiarity, in their hearts, Lu Yiming's status paled in comparison to Li's importance. Heir? Apologies, let us talk about that once the inheritance is secured. Li currently holds a solid position within the company. Everyone, come in. Having secured Li's agreement, Lu Yiming called everyone at the entrance inside. From this moment on, young Master Lu is fully responsible for all actions. You all, including myself, must unconditionally obey young Master Lu's commands. Li announced this shocking decision to all present. Although she was uncertain whether this decision was right or wrong, at least in this moment, she saw the shadow of Mr. in Lu Yiming. No. The aura of young Master Lu far surpassed that of Mr. Lu. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Wangwa Securities, manager, the price has reached 148.5 yuan. If this continues, we, the senior executives of Wangwa, gathered together. For Wangwa, there are only two possible outcomes today. Either after today, Wangwa ceases to exist, or it rises from the ashes to dominate the market. This battle has seen Wangwa wager everything, and leading them is the creator of the Wangwa myth, the manager. Even in this dire moment, everyone still believed that as long as the manager was present, Wangwa would not lose. This is the faith instilled by the manager. Have the Gao brothers been contacted? They've been unreachable. We have already sent someone to find them. Find them? Ha! Today, they want to be found, those short-sighted fools. The manager chuckled coldly. Guofa, indeed a fair-weather friend. They were eager to curry favor when profits were to be made. Now that the critical moment has arrived, they have gone silent. They must have made up their minds. Manager, if the Gao brothers turn against us, it will be a significant blow. Once confirmed, the bullish forces will undoubtedly exert their strength. At that point, the chips in our hands may no longer be enough to turn the tide. What is the current deficit? 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion. That figure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. If this price holds, alongside previous losses, Wangwa may never have a chance to recover. Has Lu Ijuan been contacted? He has been reached. Mr. Lu has given assurances, but he has entrusted this matter to young Master Lu Yiming, that old fox. The manager understood. This was a case of not revealing the rabbit until the eagle is released. Manager, although the Lu Corporation is strong, even a makeshift assembly can only muster about 100 million yuan, which cannot control the situation. Are we perhaps overestimating the Lu Corporation? What do you know? The Lu Corporation is a private giant. Once they enter the fray, retail investors will have to think twice. A shortage of funds is inconsequential. I intend to leverage the Lu Corporation's influence. To drag the Lu Corporation into the mire. The manager had given numerous guarantees. Did they not say that young Master Lu is merely a spoiled rich kid? Yet how can he remain so composed now? Could it be that Lu Ijuan has been remotely directing him all along? Call him R.Lu again and ensure action commences. In 50 minutes, everything will be settled. Even the overly mythologized manager began to sweat. However, even so, he must maintain an air of calm. But just after issuing all the commands, the secretary suddenly burst into the office in a panic. Manager, there's trouble. Speak. Manager, and no need for formalities. The secretary's implication was clear to the manager, yet at this critical juncture, he could no longer care for others. What is meant to happen will happen, and the manager was prepared for the worst. It's Guofa. They have pulled their funds? They have gone long. Crashed. A delicate ashtray shattered into countless pieces. Well, the Gao brothers have stabbed us in the back at this moment. Indeed, when faced with interests, there is no integrity to be found. Wanting to make up for previous losses? One must first see if they are given that opportunity. Use the contingency funds? Manager? The contingency funds belong to the shareholders. Misusing them is a crime. If something goes wrong, I will take the blame. At this moment, the manager was a gambler blinded by greed, having fallen into madness. Chapter 8. The disruptor young Master Lu. Guofa has begun to act. Within 10 minutes, Guofa indeed commenced their actions, mirroring their movements from the previous life. How did you predict this? A flawless calculation? Li found it hard to believe. Lu Yiming had presented her with immense surprises today. Every step taken by the opponent was within Lu Yiming's calculations. Still need to guess? As I said, the time left for the Gao brothers is running out. Guofa is buying aggressively, yet the price begins to decline steadily. Decline? Yes, it is indeed declining. Guofa made a move with 20,000 contracts, yet unexpectedly, not only did it fail to stir any waves, but the price also plummeted. This is illogical. Li had also leaned closer to the computer monitor. 20,000 contracts. This amounts to nearly 30 million yuan in buying power, and it not only failed to stabilize the situation but instead resulted in a price drop. Check if there are large short orders being thrown out. No need to check. Young Master Lu. If I were Wangwa Securities, I would certainly deploy accounts under my name to strike in unison. Large capital can only suppress prices, but it will also provide the market with time to react. Revealing Wangwa Securities' lack of options. The manager is no fool. He wouldn't do such a thing. Assistantly, young Master Lu is correct. Indeed, numerous sell orders have emerged, though they are quite scattered, giving the impression of retail market behavior. Are they attempting to incite retail investors to join in selling? Li immediately realized. Such tactics must have been meticulously prepared for a long time. In a wonder, Lu Yiming had confidently claimed that Wangwa Securities still had a backup plan. It seemed her background check had indeed fallen short. Going all in, even if they evade this disaster, the manager will not have a future. Young Master Lu, what do you mean by this? You conducted a background check. Does Wangwa still have such funds on their books? No, Li was acutely aware that Wangwa had become an empty shell. The funds on hand could not support such a massive short-selling operation. Unless, have you realized? He has lost his mind. The consequences of such actions are ones Wangwa cannot bear. To place oneself in a position of desperation, it seems there will be no victors in this battle. Young Master Lu, we should report the situation to Lu and let him decide. The unfolding of events had surpassed initial expectations. Entering the fray now, the outcome was uncertain, and the manager's madness today would surely be etched in history. To watch as retail investors lose everything? The struggle between Wangwa and Zhongjing will also affect the retail investors. For them, this could represent a lifetime of savings. Is it their own greed that makes them deserving of such a fate? Li was unable to believe that Lu Yiming would utter such words. Since when did Lu Yiming care about such matters? Yet, Li knew she had been swayed by Lu Yiming. Indeed, countless families. Have they erred in choosing to invest? Why should the conflict between Wangwa and Zhongjing drag these innocent individuals into the fray? Young Master Lu, issue your orders. What shall we do? Buy in. Acquire as much as possible. Understood. Assistantly, didn't you hear young Master Lu's command? Buy. But our orders were to cooperate with Wangwa in shorting. This was established by Lu from the very beginning. Now to go long, wouldn't that mean using the corporation's cash to support the market? What benefits could this bring to the corporation? Follow young Master Lu's lead. If it were merely Lu Yiming, perhaps he could not manage to control the elites of the Lu Corporation, but with Li backing him, everything changed. Dozens of individuals sprang into action. With substantial cash injections, the suppressed prices surged instantly. 149.9 yuan, 150 yuan. At that moment, at Zhongjing, someone had made a move, not retail investors. The senior executives at Zhongjing gathered as well. This small-scale trust company had always boasted a robust governmental background. It began by managing the Ministry of Finance's agricultural turnover funds and subsequently took charge of all fiscal turnover and agricultural comprehensive office funds. They are also the leaders of the bullish faction, known for their aggressive and fierce style in the industry. However, unlike Wangwa's financial might, Zhongjing could only stabilize the market by continually releasing favorable news. Retail investors were the backbone of Zhongjing. For today's critical battle, Zhongjing had specifically applied for a substantial fund for emergencies. Yet, unexpectedly, before they could act, someone had already stepped in to support the market. Investigate who it is. Even as allies, with such a substantial influx of funds, Zongjingkai must ascertain the true nature of the opposing party. Upon investigation, it was revealed that they hail from the Second Exchange. The Second Exchange? Indeed, all positions originate from the Second Exchange, and they were established in a remarkably short time frame. Who stands behind this? The Lu Group. Is it him? At this moment, the senior management of Zongjingkai was equally taken aback. How could this be? Previously, it was reported that Wangwa had reached a comprehensive cooperation with the Lu Group. The substantial funds they had applied for were intended as a precaution against the Lu Group's incursion. Yet now, the situation unfolded in a diametrically opposed manner. Should we take action? Seize the opportunity to strike at their weakest point. Early this morning, a significant piece of good news was released. Government bonds will be redeemed at 148.50 yuan. This announcement triggered a surge in prices. Just moments ago, Wangwa pushed the price to around 148 yuan, only to be met with the Lu Group's intervention, causing prices to soar once more. At this point, with a mindset to strike down the fallen, Zhang Jinkai's substantial funds also entered the fray. Young Master Lu, the price has reached 150.5.151 yuan. This a full 2 yuan increase, and it continues to rise. Should the market close at this price, the Lu Group would undoubtedly reap considerable profits. At this moment, Li couldn't help but regard Lu Yiming with newfound respect. Unfazed by the immense success, he maintained his composure. Young Master Lu, I find myself increasingly perplexed by you. Bam. Manager Guan smashed his favorite blue and white porcelain teacup. Damn the Lu family, they are so fickle. Originally, with the Lu family's intervention and their all-in gamble, even if Zhang Jinkai had contingencies, they could not prevent the chaos in the market. Once retail investors panic, they will immediately liquidate their holdings, leading to a natural drop in prices. But now, with both Liaogua and the Lu Group's subsequent betrayals, Manager Guan and Wangwa were stabbed in the back twice. There is but one inevitable outcome: defeat, utter defeat. Get out, Manager Guan. Everyone, out. The executives departed the office in succession. Manager Guan sat in his chair, dumbfounded. The empire is crumbling. No, I cannot concede defeat. There must still be a chance. There has to be. Chapter 9. The climax of the last 8 minutes. Young Master Lu, we have made a substantial profit, an increase of 2 yuan. Unlike stocks, a 2 yuan rise in government bonds translates to a doubling of profits. For the Lu Group, this is an unfathomable gain. And all of this is orchestrated by young Master Lu from miles away. At this moment, Li Li's gaze towards Lu Yiming was laden with unspoken complexities. How did he achieve this? Every step was impeccably timed, manipulating everyone like mere pawns. How much margin do we have left? Just over 100 million. Not enough. No, young Master Lu, Wangwa has exhausted all means to retaliate. This battle is ours to win. Indeed, young Master Lu, Wangwa has deployed all their reserves. Preliminary estimates suggest their losses will exceed 4 billion, a sum they cannot possibly bear. The others could hardly comprehend Lu Yiming's words. Wangwa's securities now resembled a lamb to the slaughter. Where was the possibility of a miracle? Young Master Lu. Even Li doubted that Wangwa could still muster any resistance under the current circumstances. This is just the beginning. Only Lu Yiming understood that the true climax was yet to come. How long until the market closes? 10 minutes. Its approaching. In the previous life, the final 8 minutes became Wangwa's requiem, casting countless retail investors from paradise to hell. Within the hour leading to the close, how many stood atop rooftops? And Lu Yiming was determined to prevent such tragedies from occurring in a desperate bid to avoid the catastrophic losses from misjudging the market. Wangwa exploited loopholes in the rules to unleash a massive sell-off. This was Wangwa's last frenzy, leading to a collective margin call among the bulls. Wangwa overturned the entire government bond futures market. Regardless of the reasons, regardless of the magnitude of the short positions, we will absorb them all. This. Young Master Lu, we can still take on 300,000 contracts at most. The Lu Group indeed holds vast amounts of capital, but this money has already been converted into government bonds. There is simply not enough time to liquidate it. The remaining margin cannot support further short positions. Someone is about to flip the table. Lu Yiming's gaze remained fixed on the display screen. The moment that would truly impact the course of history was about to unfold before him. Lu Yiming even felt a sense of anticipation. Lu Yiming, Manager Guan, this time, I will not let you have your way. Even if it is a hollow victory, I shall leave you with nothing. The rules governing government bond futures trading contain two main mechanisms: margin control and position limits. According to the rules, margins are only monitored on a daily basis, making it impossible to ensure that each transaction's margin is sufficient in real time. To circumvent the exchange's restrictions, the market has engaged in extensive borrowing of positions for both long and short trades. These actions had long since been set in motion. Manager Guan of Wangwa was gambling, betting that the exchange would not dare to annul those transactions. Young Master Lu, something has happened. Just 8 minutes before the trading deadline, an unprecedented short position of 900,000 contracts suddenly emerged, shocking everyone. 900,000 contracts? What does this signify? Impossible. Wangwa does not possess such funds. How did they manage this? In an instant, everyone congregated around. Today was supposed to be a celebration for the bulls. Yet at the brink of market closure, a stunning reversal unfolded. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Whether retail investors or Zhang Jinkai, All gazed in disbelief at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the screen. The price was instantly suppressed by 50 cents. This was not merely a depreciation of wealth. It was a frightening harbinger. Accept all orders. This, young Master Lu, our margin is insufficient. The exchange cannot monitor each transaction's margin in real time, regardless of the amount. We will absorb it all. Young Master Lu, this is a violation. Not just a violation. It may even be illegal. Although they exploited a loophole in the rules, who would dare to take such a risk? The consequences would be dire. Wangwa lacks the margin. They are merely intent on crashing the market. Young Master Lu, if that is the case, we can completely disregard them. Li quickly grasped Lu Yiming's intent and surmised the underlying scheme. If there were indeed violations, the exchange would ultimately provide a clear resolution. Otherwise, the market would collapse entirely. I understand this principle, and so do you. But do the retail investors comprehend it? Young Master Lu, how many do you think possessed the courage to face sudden bankruptcy? Li was unable to respond to Lu Yiming's inquiry. The market is inherently perilous. Caution is advised when entering. This principle has been instilled in every investor from the outset. Yet, when confronted with unexpected liquidations, how many investors can truly withstand the pressure? It seems, as young Master Lu suggested, that once the price is breached, countless investors will. The consequences are too dire for Li to fathom. If we are to exploit loopholes, we must at least offer retail investors some fairness. Although the consequences remain unknown, at this moment, Lu Yiming resolved to become the shield for retail investors. I understand. Today as trading will be my sole responsibility. Lu Yiming is the heir of the Lu Group. The future captain Lu Yiming cannot falter. In this moment, Li had made up her mind. Regardless of the outcome, Lu Yiming must not bear the burden. Now is not the time for such discussions. No matter how many sell orders, we will absorb them all. Understood. Acknowledged. At this moment, solemn expressions adorned the faces of all present. The Lu Group's positions unleashed their full firepower, swiftly absorbing the 900,000 contract short position. Young Master Lu, there are now 2 more short positions of 900,000 contracts. Continue to absorb, stabilize the current price. No matter how many, we will take them all. A fierce battle, a true battle of the century. Everyone was left dumbfounded, witnessing a struggle far beyond their comprehension. They have gone mad. They are all insane. The senior management of Zongjingkai was drenched in cold sweat. No one could have anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Within the exchange, news was reported in real time. However, at this juncture, the exchange could only observe the bizarre contest unfolding, powerless to intervene. Beware of gentlemen, but not of knaves. Wangwa, cornered, was desperate. The Lu Group's positions provided unwavering support. Nonetheless, both parties were in violation. Call me. We must put an end to this reckless behavior. Yet, Wangwa's phone lines were completely down. Having gambled everything, Wangwa had cast aside all caution. This was war. A life-and-death struggle. On the side of the bulls, the Lu Group assumed Zongjingkai's position, becoming the last bastion defending the bulls. This day would later be remembered as the darkest in securities history. Yet, a dramatic scene was about to unfold. Chapter 10. The dust settles at 16:30. Everything came to rest. No one could have predicted that within the final 8 minutes, a staggering 20.7 million short positions emerged. This represented a gamble worth over 400 billion. The value of the short positions exceeded the value of the government bonds by several multiples. Such an absurd scenario had indeed come to pass. More crucially, even with 20.7 million short positions, prices had not been driven down. The Lu Group's positions absorbed every bit of that within the final 8 minutes. To be honest, no one anticipated Wangwa's madness. Only the Lu Group seemed to have foreseen the unfolding drama, having made ample preparations. Heart-stirring. Regardless of the battle's outcome, this confrontation would be etched in everyone's memory. Bam. Within Wangwa Securities, Manager Guan smashed his computer to smithereens. The Lu family, again, the Lu family. The very group he had invited to rally support had transformed into his ultimate adversary. It's over. Completely over. Wangwa is finished. With improper trading practices and nearly 5 billion in losses, Wangwa was beyond redemption. Manager Guan's lips turned pale, trembling incessantly. The empire of securities crumbled in a day. Witnessing the rise of a grand structure, attending lavish banquets, and then watching it collapse. Manager Guan's phone rang incessantly, yet he paid it no mind. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming stood and stretched lazily. Li, assist me. Yes, I need you to go directly to the exchange. Lu Yiming understood well that even if he did not go, the exchange would inevitably contact him. The current silence simply indicated that they had not yet responded. The root cause was Wonghua, with the Lu group being a secondary concern. The outcome was unavoidable. Nonetheless, at least the result was favorable. The price stabilized at 150.6 yuan. The bulls continued to profit, and the vast majority of retail investors retained their gains. At the very least, the tragedy of the previous life would not repeat itself. Achieving this was sufficient. Young Master Lu, you can rest assured. Today's trading is entirely my responsibility. Li lowered her head, willing to shoulder all consequences. Although the improper trading was a response to coercion, a violation remained a violation, with no justification to be made. Li had been prepared to take on the burden from the outset, at least. She understood that Lu Yiming was not acting for himself, but for the multitude of innocent retail investors. Moreover, receiving a substantial salary from the Lu group was precisely to ensure assistance during critical moments. With that thought, Lily took a few deep breaths. At the very least, her sacrifice would not be in vain. Responsibility? Yes, young Master Lu can rest easy. All decisions made today were under my directive, with no relation to young Master Lu. You are overthinking it. Young Master Lu? Lily, who had initially prepared herself for sacrifice, looked up in astonishment. What does young Master Lu mean by this? The Lu group is not at a point where you, a woman, must bear the brunt of the storm. Liu Yiming recognized Lily's loyalty to the Lu group, both in this life and the previous. This fact would never change. However, this matter was too grave. Lily, a mere leaf adrift, could not withstand the burden. You should head to the exchange. Regardless of the eventual penalties, we will shoulder it all. Do not haggle. We are not the victims. Remember this. The Lu group is willing to accept all responsibility. Young Master Lu, what if? There is no what if. Rest assured. In this exigent circumstance, the exchange will make the right choice. Liu Yiming patted Lily's shoulder. This is the burden of AMA and, to a certain extent, the exchange ought to be grateful to the Lu group. In a moment where no one had reacted, it was the Lu group that stepped forward, although such sentiments could not be publicly acknowledged. I understand. Young Master Liu as Lily locked eyes with Liu Yiming. She experienced a momentary sensation of being lost within them. How long ago was it that she perceived him as a spoiled youth, yet now he had matured to such an extent? Sin value, 111,0000. The sin value plummeted rapidly. In this moment, Liu Yiming salvaged countless families on the brink of ruin. Ding. Initial brilliance, completed. Autonomous task completed. Scoring, score, 89 points, perfect. System rewards dispersing, Liu Yiming. Winky face. I truly did not expect there to be a system reward. However, I should not have received a task. Why is there a system task and reward? What is the nature of this system I possess? As an open system, there are no rigid task specifications. All tasks await the host's autonomous discovery. This that I have heard of open-world games, but this is the first time I have encountered the concept of an open system. What a revelation! Wait, it seems I have forgotten something. What exactly was it? Su Rongrong, damn. How could I have forgotten her? Initially, Liu Yiming intended to calm Su Rongrong before providing explanations. He was certain that the situation concerning Su Rongrong was a setup against him. Furthermore, Liu Yiming had already identified a breakthrough. However, the reality was that they had indeed been honest with each other, and he had nearly Liu Yiming was not a mind reader. He could not fathom Su Rongrong's thoughts. Nevertheless, as the only daughter of the Su family, the cultivation she received from a young age was not something Liu Yiming could easily decipher. This matter must be resolved. Young Master Lu, what are you up to? I have an urgent matter. Please resolve your follow-up issues and report progress at any time. Understood. Liu Yiming drove his Ferrari at breakneck speed back to the hotel. What? She has already left. Yes, young Master Lu. We were unable to stop her. How did she look when she departed? To be honest, not very pleasant. Young Master Lu, if there is anything our hotel can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. She left without a word, with none of the dramatics. Of course, she is Su Rongrong, the cherished daughter of the Su family. Though concealed her identity during her university years, who is Su Rongrong? The calmer the surface, the more it heralds an impending storm. Should one seek out Su Rongrong for clarification? The crux lies in the fact that, as the party involved, one cannot even trust one's own fabrications. How then could Su Rongrong be persuaded to believe them? Is it possible that all of this is ultimately unavoidable? Chapter 11. The Accident Reward. A Wine God Experience Card. As Liu Yiming ignited the engine, The sudden notification of a system reward left him momentarily dumbfounded. What exactly is this Wine God experience card? A drinking token? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. He pondered its utility for himself and the bustling metropolis. Who could possibly compel the esteemed young Master Lu to drink? Lu Yiming was left speechless, thinking, never mind, I lack for nothing. I might as well keep it as a memento, at least it attests to my once fiery spirit. Yet, Lu Yiming's mood was rather dismal. Despite having just navigated a crisis, thoughts of potential retaliation from Su Rongrong and the Su family weighed heavily on him. In his previous life, the Su family's vengeance had been particularly fierce. Lu Ijuan had to forsake the Lu group to ensure Lu Yiming's safety. However, for Su Rongrong, such an outcome was far from her desire. After all, what she had lost was her purity, the most vital treasure for a young woman in her past life. Su Rongrong remained unmarried, becoming Lu Yiming's greatest adversary in his resurgence. Contemplating these matters only deepened Lu Yiming's distress. He had no intention of experiencing Su Rongrong's methods again. At that moment, a blaring horn pierced through his thoughts. Instinctively, Lu Yiming slammed on the brakes. The van in the opposite lane swerved sharply to avoid him, veering towards the sidewalk. Distracted, Lu Yiming failed to notice the van's excessive speed, and as it took the turn, it became evident that a collision was imminent. The van's driver, realizing the impending crash with the valuable sports car, understood he could not afford the damage. In such a scenario, the only option was to swerve violently, the van's front end skewing toward the sidewalk. At this point, braking was out of the question. The absence of ABS in the van posed a constant risk of overturning. All of this transpired in an instant. The crash resounded. By the time Lu Yiming regained his wits, the van had collided headlong into a roadside tree. At that moment, he noticed a body lying in front of the van, an unfortunate pedestrian caught in the chaos. This scene triggered memories from his past life. At the same time and place, he too had caused an accident, although back then he had been overly exhilarated after toying with Su Rongrong. Exhausted, he had let his guard down, resulting in the calamity. Yet, he had brushed it off, thinking he was not at fault since he was proceeding straight. With his spirits already low and feeling like a scapegoat, he had driven off in his Ferrari. Only later, when the police sought him out for verification, did he learn that the pedestrian had succumbed due to being deprived of timely medical attention. At that time, he had been too preoccupied with his own troubles to worry about others and thus escaped punishment. Now reborn, how would he choose this time? Lu Yiming contemplated for a mere second before pressing the brake, unbuckling his seatbelt, and flinging open the car door. The van's driver had also exited, appearing to be only mildly injured, though his expression was one of shock, clearly stunned by the sudden calamity. What are you doing just standing there? Call the police. Call the police, right? Where's the phone booth? The van driver looked around frantically for a phone booth to report the incident. At this moment, Lu Yiming had already crouched beside the fallen pedestrian, an elderly man in his 60s with graying hair. His eyes were tightly shut, and his lips twitched slightly. Lu Yiming had no formal training in first aid. If he were unaware of the outcome, he might have waited for the authorities to handle it. However, now knowing that this elderly man would inevitably lose his life due to delayed medical assistance, Lu Yiming could not simply sit back and wait. What are you doing? Help me open the car door. Are we just going to let him die? Die? A death? Upon hearing the possibility of a life at risk, the van driver panicked. He could only comply with Lu Yiming's orders and open the Ferrari's door. When the police arrive, just tell the truth. Without waiting for a response, Lu Yiming had already started the Ferrari, speeding towards the nearest hospital. Was it worth it? To Lu Yiming, the accident bore little responsibility on his part. He had merely failed to notice the road conditions in time. Moreover, according to traffic regulations, the van was supposed to yield to him. Even if the elderly man were to die, Lu Yiming would only face a pang of guilt. Yet the situation was now different if the old man died in his vehicle. He could not bear to watch someone perish due to his inaction. The Ferrari raced through the streets, its engine's roar sufficient to draw attention without needing to honk. At Huashan Hospital in the metropolis, Lu Yiming parked the Ferrari directly in front of the emergency center. Doctor, save him. No wonder it was one of the best hospitals in the city. After a brief flurry of chaos, professional medical care ensued. The elderly man was swiftly taken into the emergency room, with all expenses initially covered by Lu Yiming. Half an hour later, the traffic police arrived. Sir, we have a clear account of the incident. The driver of the van has already provided his statement. The van driver had not distorted the facts. What mattered now was the condition of the injured at that moment. At the trading center in the metropolis, a loud bang echoed as General Han slammed his hand on his desk. What do you think you're doing? How dare you act this way? Do you even care about the rules anymore? General Han seethed, wishing he could slap Manager Guan across the face. The escalating tension signaled a complete breakdown in relations. And you? What is the Lu group doing? Why are you taking orders, General Han? It was Wangwa that violated the rules. We merely sought to uphold them. If Wangwa succeeds, it would spell disaster for the retail investors. Li faced General Han's wrath with unwavering resolve. Yes, the Lu group indeed violated regulations, but it was under duress and in defense of the broader interests of retail investors. You? General Han was left speechless. Manager Guan's defiance had severed his own retreat. Any punishment would be justified. However, the Lu group was different. As Li had just stated, they were forced into battle. Should I be thanking you then? No need. We at the Lu group will not evade the consequences that are due. Leave. General Han appeared weary. He had already made his stance clear, and the issue had surpassed his jurisdiction. This time, it seemed that not only Wangwa's securities would be affected, but he himself might also face repercussions. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on the savagery of an immature market that had led to this chaos. Today, General Han had learned a harsh lesson. As he watched Li exit his office, he waved dismissively. You two, leave. Everything will be determined by the investigation results. One thing was certain. Wangwa was finished, utterly finished. Chapter 12. Misunderstanding young Master Lu. That is the situation. As Li exited, she immediately called Lu Yiming. Understood. Is there anything else you wish to command, young Master Lu? Report this incident directly. I estimate that within a few hours, the final resolution will be announced. Are you sure about this? Before the final result is revealed? It's likely that Lu Ijuan will be furious. It doesn't matter. Besides, it is your duty. Remember, any fallout is to be placed on my shoulders. Upon hearing this, Li on the other end of the line fell momentarily silent. Was he protecting himself again? Why take this stance? Logically, they should be rivals. Although Lu Yiming was the future head of the Lu group, he was still inexperienced, and given their past confrontations, it seemed most prudent for him to exploit this opportunity to oust her. At this moment, Li found Lu Yiming utterly incomprehensible. Young Master Lu, today my willingness to cooperate with you is solely for the sake of the company's interests. I know. You understand? Despite knowing your stance, you still wish to protect yourself? What is Lu Yiming truly aiming for? I have matters to attend to. Let's leave it at that. Lu Yiming hung up the phone, and at that moment, the lights in the emergency room remained brightly lit. The traffic police had contacted the family, who were en route. As for the specifics of the accident, it had been determined that the van driver bore full responsibility, effectively rendering Lu Yiming a good Samaritan. However, when Lu Yiming saw the family rushing into the hospital, he was utterly taken aback. Wasn't this a case of enemies converging? He wanted to inquire why the anxious Su Rongrong was present. Indeed, the family hurrying to the hospital was none other than Su Rongrong. At that moment, Su Rongrong had lost all her previous composure. Her anxious demeanor betrayed her inner turmoil. You, smack. Just as Lu Yiming opened his mouth, he received a sharp slap from Su Rongrong. How dare you hit me? The nearby traffic police were equally bewildered. Lu Yiming, if you have any guts, come at me. Su Rongrong had completely lost her mind. The nightmare of that afternoon still haunted her. Already in a daze, she had received a call from the traffic police informing her that her grandfather had been hit by a car. Su Rongrong shared a particularly close bond with her grandfather. In a family of high society, familial affection was often scarce, yet her grandfather had always treated her with utmost kindness. This was the very reason she had come to the metropolis for her studies. Now that her grandfather had encountered a mishap, how could Su Rongrong remain calm? Yet, she never expected that it would be Lu Yiming behind this misfortune. It's him. This bastard has dared to lay hands on my most cherished person. Upon seeing Lu Yiming, Su Rongrong was engulfed in misunderstanding. She assumed this spoiled rich kid was using such tactics to threaten her. Lu Yiming, if anything happens to my grandfather, I will not let you off the hook. Her gaze towards Lu Yiming was filled with nothing but hatred. Suit yourself. In front of a crowd, young Master Lu had taken a significant slap. Had this been in the past, Lu Yiming would have erupted in anger. However, burdened by guilt, he found himself compelled to endure. At that moment, the light above the emergency room dimmed. Doctor, is my grandfather all right? Su Rongrong abandoned Lu Yiming and rushed to the doctor. Who was the family member? I am. I am the patient's granddaughter. The patient has suffered a broken rib, but the more concerning issue was a sudden heart attack. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time, and he has been saved. Upon hearing that her grandfather was unharmed, Su Rongrong finally exhaled in relief. If her grandfather were to have any serious consequences, she would definitely. Miss, we need your cooperation for the official report. The scene was somewhat chaotic, but the traffic police needed to clarify the details. Meanwhile, at the Lu Group, the lights were ablaze in the chairman's office. Lu Aijuan sat in his executive chair with a sullen expression. Standing before him was Li Li. Chairman, this is the situation. Upon returning to the company, Li Li promptly briefed Lu Aijuan on the entire incident. This is outrageous, simply outrageous. Lu Aijuan seethed, furious at the unilateral changes to his intentions. No wonder he had received dozens of missed calls from Manager Guan. Chairman, I also bear some responsibility for this matter. However, young Master Lu did nothing wrong this time. Lu Aijuan never expectedly Li would plead for Lu Yiming. Chairman, if we had executed the predetermined plan, we would not only deplete all our liquid assets but also drag Wanghua into the depths. Lu Aijuan was taken aback by the severity of the situation. Chairman, this was my oversight. The investigation was not thorough enough, and I overlooked the most critical information. This was an unequal battle of information, and we are bound to lose. The government has already set the tone for national debt. In this battle, the shorts will inevitably be wiped out. It can be said that without Lu Yiming's intervention, we might have, that little brat truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Lu Aijuan was well aware of his son's character. It was already a favor that he had not caused trouble for a day. This time, it was likely just a lucky coincidence. Yes, perhaps he simply wanted to go against Li Li. Hence, Chairman, you truly misjudged young Master Lu this time. His performance today was astonishing. Hearing Li Li praise Lu Yiming so highly, Lu Aijuan's expression softened considerably. After all, no matter how disappointing his son was, he was still his own blood. They say a tiger does not breed a dog. Lu Aijuan naturally hoped for his son to achieve greatness. Unfortunately, over the years, Lu Yiming had brought him nothing but disappointment, a reality he had come to accept. He had resigned himself to the notion that he was unworthy of redemption. Yet this time, Lu Yiming had truly surprised him. This little brat always caused trouble. Why would he want to pick a fight with Wanghua? Wanghua was already in violation. Even if he had not intervened, Wanghua would not fare much better. Now, it was all for the sake of pride, and he had dragged himself into the fray. Chairman, everything was within young Master Lu's expectations. He mentioned that in comparing the two, one must choose the lesser evil. The government would not disregard the plight of retail investors. Humph. Though he snorted derisively, Lu Aijuan showed no signs of disputing this statement. Moreover, young Master Lu had asserted that he was acting to protect more people. Who does he think he is? Though he was dissatisfied, a hint of pride crept onto Lu Aijuan's face. Where is that little brat now? To speak frankly, he seems to have encountered a traffic accident at the hospital. Damn it, Lu Aijuan muttered. I take back what I said about him growing up. That little brat feels restless without causing trouble for a day. Chapter 13. Is he really my son? What? Haven't you had enough? Seeing Su Rongrong standing before him, Lu Yiming instinctively leaned back. That slap had been quite forceful. What a farce. This so-called delicate lady showed no hesitation in delivering that blow. It felt as though it had been forged through countless trials. Given another chance, he might not be able to evade it. Nevertheless, Lu Yiming had not anticipated such an ironic twist of fate. The person he had saved was none other than Su Rongrong's grandfather. Did this mean that in a single day, Su Rongrong had suffered two enormous blows, both linked to him? Why don't you dodge? Su Rongrong retorted. Lu Yiming was at a loss for words. Fine, I owe you that. Ultimately, Lu Yiming felt guilty. After all, the events of the afternoon were still fresh in his mind, particularly Su Rongrong's fiery demeanor, which was utterly captivating. What was he thinking? At this moment, Su Rongrong's emotions were equally complex. She had just learned the entire story from the traffic police, realizing that it was all a coincidence, and she had misunderstood Lu Yiming. Had it not been for him, she might have never seen her grandfather again. However, everything that had transpired that afternoon was an immense humiliation for Su Rongrong. How was she to face Lu Yiming? There's no need for gratitude. I had no idea he was your grandfather. Consider it a debt I owe you, but let us keep things clear. Rongrong, what if I truly am a product of design? I am uncertain. At this moment, Rongrong's heart is in turmoil. Indeed, within a brief span of time, A series of events have unfolded one after another, leaving even Rongrong at a loss as to how to confront the situation. The man before her nearly assaulted her, yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into her grandfather as savior. What is she to do? Should we not first clarify our thoughts? Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer to this matter. Lu Yiming is equally eager to understand why Zhang Zun sought to frame him. Shall we address this matter first? What? It's nothing. Rongrong's gaze flickers evasively. Very well, my previous action was indeed devoid of mercy. The imprint of a slap is distinctly visible on Lu Yiming's face, a testament to the severity of her strike. You tend to grandfather first. We shall discuss other matters later. Worry not, I shall keep my word. When the time comes, whether to kill or to spare, I shall heed your command. Lu Yiming stretched lazily, a gesture that would have appeared quite handsome, were it not for the mark on his face stealing the spotlight. Unexpectedly, his unintentional act of kindness has afforded him a considerable amount of time. At the very least, during this period, Rongrong should refrain from troubling him. For Lu Yiming, time is ample. Ding. Sin value decreasing, current sin value. 110-9193, ding. Reward distribution in progress. Reward obtained. Unregrettable moves, mastery in chess. Lu Yiming. Huh? His system is centered around the utterly useless, unregrettable moves, mastery in chess. He can't help but wonder, what use is this to him? Is it meant for self-cultivation? At that moment, Lu Yiming's phone began to ring. Looking at the number, he momentarily found himself at a loss. It was a call from his father. To be honest, the image of his father in his mind had long since become blurred. In his previous life, due to his reckless actions, the Lu family fell into decline, leaving his father despondent, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. It was only then that Lu Yiming truly matured overnight. Regrettably, it was all too late. You little rascal, have you gotten into trouble again? Upon answering the call, his father's roar resonated through the phone. Their relationship had always been characterized by such exchanges. In the past, Lu Yiming felt nothing but aversion toward his father, but now he reflects, which father does not wish for their child to succeed? Perhaps his actions had utterly disappointed his father, in his previous life. To protect him, his father sacrificed everything. He never had the chance to express his gratitude. Lu Yiming took a deep breath. Did I cause trouble? It's already resolved. Resolved? And yet you're still in the hospital? Are you all right? Do you need me to send a driver to handle it? Were it not for the current circumstances, Lu Yiming would have found his father's nagging tiresome. Yet now, he perceives the underlying paternal love within those words. No need. Then hurry back and stop causing trouble all the time. All right, what did you say? I said I'm coming back right now. After hanging up, Lu Yiming waved at Rongrong. Rongrong thought to herself, why does this silhouette evoke such an unusual feeling within her? It's almost uncanny. Lu Yiming started his Ferrari. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, has this rascal taken the wrong medicine? Lu Ijuan gazed at the phone in disbelief. When did this troublesome kid become so obedient? Not only did he refrain from arguing, but he also agreed to return without hesitation. Something seems amiss. There must be some ulterior motive at play. It appears that changing his father's perception of him is indeed a formidable challenge. Li, please recount the events of this afternoon in detail, leaving out no small detail, Mr. Lu. Half an hour later, after listening to Li's report, Lu Ijuan felt increasingly perplexed. Is this truly his son? Mr. Lu, it seems you too find this hard to believe, but as I was on my way here, I reviewed the entire process, and I must admit, every step taken by young Master Lu was executed flawlessly. Whether in assessing the situation or predicting the next moves of various parties, Lu Yiming made the best choices. Particularly the timing of his intervention was nothing short of perfect. Aside from a moment of recklessness at the end, every step taken today could be described as a classic textbook example. In Li's view, did that brat really do this? Indeed, do you think he has someone backing him? Are you worried someone is manipulating young Master Lu? It's hard to say, but what could their motive be, Mr. Lu? If young Master Lu truly had someone directing him, it wouldn't he be this thorough. Throughout this tumultuous battle, he has not received a single phone call. Are you suggesting that all of this was young Master Lu's own decision? That seems to be the case. The sudden change is hard for Lu Ijuan to accept, Mr. Lu. Everything appears to be progressing positively. I understand. It's just that I find it difficult to accept all at once. If it truly is the case, I shall go burn incense and pray tomorrow, Mr. Lu. Your only flaw is your excessive superstition. However, Upon reflection, Lily realized she too shared this sentiment, equally astonished by young Master Lu's transformation. Chapter 14. The old ginger is still spicy. Lu Yiming had already driven his Ferrari into the villa located at No. 99 Xiangzhang Road. This area was once part of the French concession and has now become a hidden gem of luxury in the city center. The villa's previous owners were all significant figures who left a profound mark in the history of Huaxia. Lu Aijuan spent a considerable sum to acquire this property. Oh, Yiming is back. Just after parking, a melodious voice reached his ears. Aunt Zhang. Zhang Qian, legally recognized as Lu Yiming's stepmother, entered his life after his biological mother and Lu Aijuan divorced shortly after his birth. Truth be told, Lu Yiming's impression of his biological mother is rather faint. In his previous life, when he was pushed to the brink, his mother never appeared. It would be impossible to claim he held no resentment toward her. As for Zhang Qian, she shares a strong bond with Lu Aijuan. They have a daughter, Lu Yao, who is 2 years younger than Lu Yiming and studying business management at a prestigious university abroad. Although her academic performance is rather lackluster, Lu Aijuan's financial clout ensures she is well taken care of. Lu Aijuan adheres to the principle of pampering his daughter while adopting a stricter approach with his son. Lu Yao enjoys a life of luxury in the Lu household. Yiming, what brings you back today? Just in time. I've made some soup for you to try. Zhang Qian beamed with a warm smile, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. No need. I'll be leaving shortly. To be honest, Aunt Zhang has treated Lu Yiming quite well since marrying into the Lu family, never having neglected him. However, he cannot bring himself to call her mother. Lu Yiming prefers not to stay at home. Despite its grandeur, it lacks a sense of freedom. Just then, Lu Aijuan's vehicle, a robust Hu Bin, pulled into the villa. You're back, just in time for soup. Zhang Qian hurried to greet him, a moment that Lu Aijuan relished. At the very least, there were no troublesome issues at home to trouble him. You've worked hard. What is the point of saying that? By the way, Yiming just returned. You both should have a good chat. Aren't you always looking forward to your son's return? What are you talking about? I'd be grateful if he didn't cause trouble for a day. In front of Lu Yiming, Lu Aijuan always maintained a strict fatherly demeanor. However, if not for Lu Aijuan's restraint, who knows how much trouble Lu Yiming could have caused. As for the notion of missing his son, Lu Aijuan deemed it utterly implausible. Enough. There are no outsiders here. Stop pretending. If your son leaves, you'll regret it. Lu Aijuan sighed. Can't you leave me some dignity? Yet, Lu Yiming understood all too well the underlying truth. Having grown accustomed to a life of freedom, he was eager to spread his wings now that he had finally entered university. In his previous life, he had indulged too far, bringing calamity upon the Lu family. Regrettably, he realized this too late. Come with me. Lu Aijuan cast a glance at Lu Yiming and casually remarked before heading toward the study. Go on. Don't be fooled by your dad's stern demeanor. He really doesn't want to scold you. Zhang Qian's presence in the home served as a lubricant in their family dynamic, largely due to her uncompetitive nature. Zhang Qian is a woman easily satisfied. With no grand ambitions, simply wishing to enjoy her life. Lu Yiming nodded and followed closely behind Lu Aijuan. Smoking? Lu Yiming. What is this divine intervention? This was the first time someone offered him a cigarette. No, you're not like this outside. It's just a performance. It's better that way. Seeing this, Lu Aijuan put away the cigarette. Now, tell me, why did you take matters into your own hands today? Did Lily not report to you? I wish to hear your explanation. It's mostly the same. Have you grown wings? Of course not. It's just that the business wars today are different from before. Explain. This marks the first time the father and son could engage in a calm conversation. Lu Aijuan has observed Lu Yiming's transformation, and he is quite pleased with his son's current demeanor. In the past, Lu Yiming would habitually become timid upon seeing his father, incapable of achieving greatness, yet today, he could confidently converse with him. They say a man matures in an instant, and it appears this adage holds true. In an era dominated by information, the old ways are gradually being phased out. It seems you have some insights. Information? Are you implying that the methods from which you built your foundation are no longer viable? Indeed, Lu Aijuan acknowledges that this time, external trade allocations have posed unprecedented challenges to the Lu Group's interests. The industry has evolved rapidly, a fact Lu Aijuan had not anticipated. And how do you explain the last 8 minutes? Originally, the Lu Group had indeed reaped substantial profits. However, Lu Yiming's reckless acceptance of a massive short sale from Wanghua in the last 8 minutes led to the Lu Group breaching regulations. The final penalty decision was officially announced half an hour ago. As for Wanghua Securities, there's no need to elaborate. The penalties have lost all significance for them. With nearly 5 billion in debts, Wangwa cannot possibly repay, and bankruptcy reorganization is their only avenue. For the Lu Group, although the exchange imposed a lighter penalty, they still forfeited 140 million in margin from those last 8 minutes. And all transactions during that period were deemed invalid. The national bond price closed at 152.67 yuan. For the Lu Group, this represents a colossal loss. Li has already reported the final gains and losses. Although they did not incur a loss, the disparity between the initial profit of 300 million and the current modest target is staggering. They could have preserved that 300 million profit without lifting a finger. In the business world, your conscience will be consumed until nothing remains. This sum is something I can earn back. Such blind confidence. You have quite the audacity. How about this? After graduation, come work for the company. This was Lu Ijuan's ultimate goal. Is that a promise? You agreed so easily? I'm your father, and everything you see is yours. General, all right, the old ginger is indeed spicier. Chapter 15, True Love, in 1995. The vibrant city of magic capital glimmers with lights at night. The earliest nightclubs emerged here, and bars have only recently gained popularity. The establishment named True Love, located on Hengshan Road, has become a gathering place for fashionable men and women of the era. So much so that it could be described as hard to come by. You've arrived. Same old rules. Lu Yiming relished the relaxed ambience. The owner belongs to a circle of acquaintances and is a genuine returnee. The value of returnees in this era far surpasses that of later generations. However, this particular owner is quite the character. Upon returning, she chose not to work in her family business, but instead to start her own venture. Bringing overseas bar culture back to the domestic scene. One must admit, her vision is commendable. Once the bar opened, it swiftly became a sensation without needing additional promotion. By 10 o'clock at night, the majority of young people hailing a taxi to Hengshan Road are likely heading to True Love. Hey, little brother, today the sister is treating you. Well, the owner is indeed a woman, and a rather famous one at that in the circle. It's not that the owner leads a chaotic personal life. On the contrary, despite her flamboyant attire, she is quite conservative. Having been exposed to a myriad of people in the bar, she has naturally developed a level of immunity. What are you thinking of me marrying in? If you're willing, I would certainly welcome it, but I fear your father might come knocking, and I can't withstand that. Only in front of Lu Yiming can Sister Qian speak so freely. They have known each other since childhood. Back then, Lu Yiming was a little follower trailing after Sister Qian, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has grown into a handsome young man. Enough, who in our circle would dare disrespect Sister Qian? Although Sister Qian's family business may not rival the Lu family, she has a well-connected uncle who is one of the city's leaders, overseeing a powerful department. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for a young girl to open such a large bar in the chaotic magic capital. Oh, are you trying to sweet-talk me today? Sister Qian giggled softly. Personally mixing Lu Yiming a Manhattan. Sister Qian, are you really trying to take advantage of me tonight? It seems you've long coveted me. The Manhattan before him is renowned among cocktails. Since its inception, it has captivated many. It is a staple on every bar menu. Whiskey, vermouth, and sweet vermouth, garnished with a cherry. Its flavor is bold and direct, with a significant kick. Newcomers can easily succumb to its charm. Stop with the banter. Others want a drink but can't get it. Sister Qian rolled her eyes, preparing herself a Bloody Mary, another bold cocktail made with vodka, tomato juice, lemon, and celery root. For domestic patrons newly introduced to cocktails, its flavor is already explosive. However, Sister Qian innovated upon this foundation, adding salt, black pepper, and chili sauce, enhancing the vibrant red hue and giving the drink a salty sweet profile that Lu Yiming finds unappetizing. To friendship.to tonight.is a reason needed to drink, indeed. But for Lu Yiming and Sister Qian, any trivial reason will suffice. To celebrate having raised a cat. To celebrate G&T on rising an hour late. To celebrate having developed a pimple today. All can serve as excuses for a drink. On the way here, Lu Yiming noticed 2 shops undergoing renovations. The prospect of earning money naturally attracts those eager to partake in the bounty. With the memories of a past life, Lu Yiming is acutely aware that the bars along Hengshan Road have thrived for over a decade. In a city like Magic Capital, known for its fickle tastes, this is indeed a remarkable feat. As True Love gains popularity, it is only natural that opportunistic proprietors emerge. Given the overwhelming influx of patrons, managing them becomes a daunting task. Sister Qian, however, remains unfazed. maintaining a commendable mindset. And no matter how powerful one may be, exclusive operation is an impossibility as it contravenes market principles. Their rapport allows for open conversations, stemming from shared temperaments. "Brother, why not consider your sister?" she jested. Yet, Lu Yiming discerned the sincerity behind her words. "Don't frighten me." If she were to beckon, those vying for her attention could easily be dispatched to the bund. All right, that statement is no exaggeration. The mature and alluring Sister Qian is desired by countless men. Furthermore, at 25, a woman radiates her most captivating allure. "Have you been urged to marry?" Lu Yiming quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Sister Qian's expression darkened as she downed her Bloody Mary in one gulp. It seemed she had been struck by her own words. "I'm only 25. Why the rush?" she grumbled. Yet, the circle is limited, and those outside her scope do not appeal to her. The eligible candidates appear to be. Sister Qian stole a glance at Lu Yiming, sighing inwardly. She is a career-driven woman. If I had a man to rely on, would I need to expose myself to accompany you rascally men for drinks? The sudden closeness and teasing were blatant. Lu Yiming belatedly realized he had been flirted with. The proximity was almost intimate, with Sister Qian's subtle fragrance lingering in the air. In that moment, he found his heart racing uncontrollably, a true enchantress. Even someone seasoned like him struggled to resist, especially now. As he slightly lowered his gaze, he beheld the alluring expanse of Sister Qian's décolletage, an undeniable display of assets. Lu Yiming instinctively swallowed hard. The subtle shifts in his expression did not escape Sister Qian's notice. "You little lechered," satisfied smile graced her lips, revealing that her charm remained intact. Despite their familiarity, she expected him to treat her as a woman. Her previous actions had been dangerously provocative, akin to playing with fire. Surely, he lacked the audacity to pursue her. She even deliberately accentuated her curves. Lu Yiming conceded defeat. As for the men around them, they could only watch enviously, wishing to take his place, though they had no such fortune. "Who is Sister Qian?" This bar is protected by the municipal authorities. When it first opened, some foolish individuals attempted to cause trouble, but there were no further consequences. To stir up trouble here would require tremendous audacity. Chapter 16. The Burdens of a Past Life. What's the matter? What's the matter? You want to join us, after all, you would gain from it. Lu Yiming. Can't go on? You wouldn't lose out? Sister has both looks and strength, and just look at those long legs. How many men would drool over them? Goodness, Lu Yiming thought this was the first time he had encountered someone promoting themselves so vigorously. What are you staring at? While Sister Qian was enthusiastically selling herself, she noticed that Lu Yiming's gaze was not fixed on her, but rather on the surrounding men, all of whom were eyeing her hungrily. "Hey, am I someone you can covet?" With a fierce expression, she quickly intimidated the onlookers. "Consider this, Sister has her own business. Supporting you should be no problem." Although Lu Yiming is the sole heir of the Lu group, he can only watch helplessly. Sister Qian, on the other hand, has earned every penny herself and can spend it as she pleases. To claim that one is not tempted would be disingenuous. Age is but a number. Moreover, Sister Qian possesses a plethora of admirable qualities. She navigates both the social elite and the culinary arts with equal finesse, and her cocktails are widely acclaimed. In bed. She is. Wait, what am I even saying? Sister Qian, huh? Lu Yiming was about to conjure an excuse to deflect when he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. "Why her? What's the matter?" Sister Qian noticed Lu Yiming's dazed expression, wondering if he had encountered an acquaintance. This was quite normal. Her establishment was unique in Magic Capital. Friends from her circle often came to support her, so running into familiar faces was commonplace. However, as Lu Yiming's gaze followed the figure, Sister Qian's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't a peer from her circle, but rather a new waitress she had hired. At that moment, Lu Yiming was engulfed in memories from his past life. Chang Xiao. The two prominent beauties of Magic Capital University, equally matched in appearance, Rongrong, aloof and proud, dismissed the attention of boys, admired from afar yet never to be trifled with. The other was Cheng Xiao, whose beauty rivaled Rongrong's but presented herself with greater humility. While she was undeniably beautiful, Cheng Xiao was often regarded as the commoner beauty by the boys at Magic Capital University, pure and unembellished. She always appeared fresh-faced and never concerned with her attire, let alone makeup. It was rumored that Cheng Xiao came from a modest background. Although a local, she exuded an air of simplicity. Magic Capital University, Comparisons between the two beauties were commonplace, with Su Rongrong consistently overshadowing Cheng Xiao. A popular joke circulated about the two. Su Rongrong disdainfully avoided romance, while Cheng Xiao had no time for it. After entering university, it was said that Cheng Xiao devoted herself entirely to work, hardly ever finding time to date. During her first 2 years, she took on temporary jobs, and by her third year, she began working part-time at enterprises, even sacrificing her evenings. Dio, you know her? A fellow student. So she's one of the elite. Sister Qian had a vivid memory of this girl. She had even interviewed her. For Lu Yiming, however, his past life held far more stories with Cheng Xia in that life. He had deeply offended Su Rongrong, who harbored a profound resentment against him. Under the pressure of the Su family, the Lu group collapsed entirely. As Lu Yiming sought to regain his footing, he encountered Cheng Xiao, who was then a working-class individual. For reasons unknown, Cheng Xiao later transferred to Lu Yiming's company. Naturally, he recognized her as the beauty who had once been Su Rongrong's rival. Perhaps twisted by his inner turmoil, Lu Yiming pursued Cheng Xiao fervently after spending time together. Cheng Xiao, unaccustomed to such attention, quickly fell into his web of affections. Yet, unbeknownst to her, no matter how inseparable they became, she would always remain a mere substitute for Su Rongrong in Lu Yiming's heart. The more passionately he loved her, the deeper the ensuing wounds. Ultimately, when the truth unraveled, how could Cheng Xiao bear it? On the night of their separation, she wept inconsolably. Lu Yiming had been her first love, yet the idealized romance she had longed for left her utterly devastated. Cheng Xiao chose to leave, abandoning the city that had caused her so much heartache. Many years later, Lu Yiming learned that Cheng Xiao had left while pregnant, a scoundrel in his past life. He had been the epitome of a sin, and no wonder the weight of his sins demanded a lifetime of atonement. Lu Yiming acknowledged that Cheng Xiao was exceptional, truly exceptional, but regrettably, his heart belonged solely to another. In his previous existence, he had wronged Cheng Xiao, yet he never anticipated encountering her so soon after his rebirth. Now, watching her busy figure, the smile on her face was so genuine. After being together in his previous life, Cheng Xiao rarely displayed such authenticity. She had always been compelled to adapt to a so-called upper-class lifestyle. Learning to refine her demeanor and posture, she had been unhappy. The life he provided was not what Cheng Xiao desired. He had confined her freedom. Yiming? Lu Yiming. What? Men are indeed fickle, aren't they? What? She's younger than me. And you're taken by her? A woman's intuition is remarkably sharp. Sister Qian sensed that Lu Yiming harbored feelings for this new waitress. Sister Qian. All right, I didn't expect her to be your classmate. The information was omitted during the application. A temporary worker? Not quite. The girl is quite good, hardworking. You know how delicate the girls in Magic Capital are. She is beautiful and can endure hardships. I plan to cultivate her properly. It was evident that Sister Qian genuinely liked Cheng Xiao. However, she hadn't anticipated such a fateful connection. But now, I fear I won't be able to keep her, a top student from Magic Capital University. In this era, university graduates are unlikely to struggle to find good jobs. Sister Qian worried that her modest bar might not retain someone of her caliber. Her family is quite poor. It was apparent that had her circumstances not been dire, she wouldn't be enduring hardships here. It wasn't that the job was particularly strenuous. The issue lay with the hours, open until 2 a.m., followed by early classes the next day. Even ironclad resolve would struggle to endure that. As Lu Yiming regarded Sister Qian, he opened his mouth, only to be interrupted by her. All right, I know what you're going to say. I'll switch her to an easier position, with no reduction in pay. Is that acceptable, my young Master Lu? I owe you a favor. Since I'm so generous, why not consider me? Lu Yiming. Chapter 17. A glitch plot. In his past life, he had indeed wronged Cheng Xiao. To Lu Yiming, Cheng Xiao had always been a mere substitute for Su Rongrong, which was profoundly unfair to her. In this life, he hoped to avoid any entanglements, silently safeguarding her, perhaps the best form of atonement. Lu Yiming admitted he had the potential to be a scoundrel. Yet, it was better than hurting Cheng Xiao again. However, life often defies expectations. Let go. Amid the raucous music of the bar, Cheng Xiao's voice rang out in anger. She had merely gone to deliver drinks, but unexpectedly, a patron took advantage of his intoxication to assault her. Stop pretending to be innocent. This job must be exhausting. Why not join me for a more glamorous life? The man's lewd gaze was filled with lust as he appraised Cheng Xiao. Encountering such a situation was unprecedented for her. In her panic, the tray in her hands wobbled, spilling drinks all over a patron, particularly saturating his trousers. Damn it! The man's expression darkened immediately. I'm a successful businessman. I wouldn't be here wasting money otherwise. I was just bored and trying to tease you. But now I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Cheng Xiao had never faced such a situation before and was at a loss for how to respond. After all, he was a customer, and a complaint could jeopardize her job. Having finally secured a high-paying temporary position, she desperately wanted to keep it. Wipe it off. The man spread his legs, revealing that the drinks had soaked his groin area. Wipe it off? I doubt I can pay for your pants. Pay? His smile grew increasingly arrogant. He saw her naivety as an opportunity. I'm not short on money, but you must clean it up first. Saying this, he seized Cheng Xiao's hand, pulling her toward his groin. Let go. Cheng Xiao's face paled in fear. Unfortunately, his strength was overwhelming, and she could not break free. How dare you act so brazenly on my turf? Yiming, don't worry. I won't let your classmates suffer at this moment. Even Sister Qian could no longer watch idly. She stood up to intervene but noticed that Lu Yiming, who had been sitting calmly before her, had disappeared, so eager. Just moments ago, he mentioned being classmates, but now that trouble had arisen, he was quick to act. Haha, men. With Lu Yiming stepping in, Sister Qian decided to return to her seat at the bar, leisurely sipping her Bloody Mary while observing the unfolding drama. Would she worry about Lu Yiming's safety? It was absurd. This boy had always been a troublemaker, and if he were to falter against such a man, it would be laughable. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao felt utterly despondent. Despite the presence of many customers, not a single one was willing to stand up for her, all merely watching the spectacle with eager anticipation. Just then, a tall figure appeared before her, swiftly removing the man's hand from her. Who dares to ruin my fun? The man looked up, displeased, only to be met with a bottle of beer poured over his head. Wow! Gasps of admiration filled the air as the scene grew increasingly entertaining. Are you crazy? The man jumped up, realizing he was at a distinct disadvantage compared to Lu Yiming's height. Here's a wake-up call. Don't mention it. Do you even know who I am? The man attempted to intimidate him, but Lu Yiming simply picked up another beer bottle and drenched him again. Clearly, you're still not sober. Behaving like this in public? Everyone is watching. You? What gives you the right to speak to me? Well, my words carry weight. The man, realizing he was outmatched, attempted to reason with Lu Yiming. Wait, is there no law here? Where's the owner? The man's bravado dwindled in the face of Lu Yiming's confidence. Now, he wanted to reason. Apologies, but when had a spoiled rich kid ever operated on reason? In the next moment, Lu Yiming picked up yet another beer bottle, ensuring the man was drenched from head to toe. I'll call the police. Everyone saw that he did it on purpose. Call the police? Here, use my phone, Lu Yiming said, extending his phone toward the man. Such calmness could only stem from an underlying confidence. The man stood frozen, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Aren't you calling the police? Hurry up. My time is valuable. You? Looks like you're sober now. So, get lost. Lu Yiming waved his hand dismissively, as though swatting away a fly. This was the first time he encountered someone so arrogant. I'm a customer. What gives you the right to treat me like this? Oh, well, what I say is the same as what Lu Xiao says. The man tried to resist, but his words were cut off by Sister Qian, who had been watching the scene unfold. With a charming stride, she approached Lu Yiming, her waist swaying enticingly. And you are? Unfortunately, I'm the owner of this bar. From now on, you are not welcome here. Sister Qian made it clear that she was there to support Lu Yiming as the bar owner. She was undoubtedly not someone to be trifled with. Even without knowing Sister Qian's background, anyone could see that managing such a large establishment in the city center implied significant backing. The middle-aged man may have been successful in his own right, but in Sister Qian's presence, he was merely a clown. Still not leaving? Do you intend to settle the score with me? Bullying my employees takes quite the audacity. Sister Qian's piercing gaze was both fierce and commanding. The man had initially intended to utter some harsh words, yet found himself unable to utter a single syllable, his mouth agape in silence, eye in front of the gathered crowd. He scurried away from the bar in disgrace. TSK, young Master Lu certainly knows how to command respect. How boring. What is this? Not satisfied yet? It feels like an act of bullying, Lu Yiming scoffed, regarding such minor characters as mere overkill. 3 bottles of beer. Let us chalk that up to your tab. Lu Yiming, Chapter 18. The golden scales are not mere fish, boss. Thank you. It was my failure to manage the situation. Just a farce, and the bar quickly returned to normalcy. At this moment, Cheng Xiao approached Sister Qian with an anxious expression. If not for her, the bar would not have faced such turmoil at all. How should this be handled? Sister Qian's question left Cheng Xiao utterly perplexed. Indeed, if a similar situation arose again, what would she do? Would she merely endure another bout of bullying? Foolish girl, take action. I detest men who resort to force. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, I will bear the brunt of it for you. What could she do? Cheng Xiao was blessed with a stunning beauty that could captivate nations, and even young Master Lu felt compelled to defend her. However, one must ponder whether Cheng Xiao ought to be more grateful to Lu Yiming. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the young lady might have found herself in a dire predicament. So, aren't you going to express your gratitude to your classmate? Classmate? Cheng Xiao's eyes glazed over momentarily. Whose classmate? Her demeanor seemed genuine, not feigned. You don't recognize him? Sister Qian pointed at Lu Yiming, her expression one of disbelief. After all, this was young Master Lu, a legendary figure in the elite circles of the metropolis. As a classmate, how could you not recognize him? It's unbelievable that after all this, you remain oblivious to the identity of your savior. Sister Qian's eyes darted between Lu Yiming and Cheng Xiao, clearly reveling in the unfolding drama. What is this? A domineering CEO falls for a delicate flower. A tale of a wealthy heir and the campus belle. It seems your little brother is enjoying himself. Boss, Cheng Xiao genuinely did not know Lu Yiming. Though his reputation at Modi University was formidable, she had either been working or on her way to work. Maintaining her studies without faltering was already quite an accomplishment. Matters of campus beauty and heartthrobs were of little concern to her. A hymn, it's nothing. The king has intentions, but the goddess remains indifferent. Quite satisfactory, Lu Yiming. This forced clarification earns full marks, and no such matter. Let us not frighten her. Are you reluctant to part? Lu Yiming, wait a moment. Just now you were considering proposing marriage. How did you suddenly become a matchmaker? Sister Qian's antics left Lu Yiming utterly perplexed. Moreover, he genuinely wished to remain uninvolved with Cheng Xiao. Was he destined to inflict harm upon her once again? The despairing gaze Cheng Xiao had cast in his past life was a memory he preferred to avoid. Fine, I'm merely curious. Cheng Xiao, why didn't you tell me you're a top student at Modu University? A proud university student serving drinks in my bar is quite the waste of talent. Boss, I truly did not mean to conceal it. You need not worry. I can balance work and studies without causing you any trouble. Cheng Xiao was genuinely anxious. The pay for this job was substantial, and she had worked hard to secure it. She could not afford it. I have no intention of dismissing you. By the way, what is your major? Business administration. Oh, quite discerning. Students choosing business administration are rare in this era. This major does not suffer from the oversaturation seen in later years. In fact, today's business administration cultivates scarce managerial talents. Boss, Enough. Let us change your position. Perfect timing. We need someone with management skills here. You shall oversee the bar's operations. I cannot. Cheng Xiao was utterly taken aback. How did she suddenly become a manager? Furthermore, her knowledge was purely theoretical, never applied in practice. She feared she would falter. If I am not worried, why should you be? Sister Qian waved her hand dismissively. It's merely a bar. What's the big deal? She trusted Lu Yiming's judgment. If losses were incurred, she would seek compensation from him. Lu Yiming. What does this have to do with me? However, a managerial role would indeed better protect Cheng Xiao. At the very least, those with ulterior motives would not dare to act too brazenly. Lu Yiming refrained from voicing any objections. Thus it was settled. You have the day off today. Go prepare yourself to by the way, your salary will be raised from 1,200 to 2,000, a salary increase. For Cheng Xiao, this was a tremendous boon. After all, her family. So, what will it be? Continue drinking here, or shall I escort your classmate back to school? Boss, I can return on my OWNIT. That moment, Cheng Xiao resembled a startled rabbit, flustered yet undeniably adorable, not daring to meet Lu Yiming's gaze. This behavior was rather I will not go. Lu Yiming promptly rejected the notion. For reasons unknown, as he uttered those words, Cheng Xiao felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. Why did she feel this way? They were hardly acquainted. Yes, it must be due to his earlier act of saving her. That must be it. Women are forever attempting to deceive themselves. After Cheng Xiao departed, Lu Yiming finally downed his cocktail. Is this how it ends? Having tasted the drink and participated in the revelry, Is he truly meant to remain and drown his sorrows? You're not leaving a single opportunity for me, are you? I was hoping to pick up the pieces, Sister Qian said half-jokingly, her eyes betraying an unmistakable interest in Lu Yiming. No, the current relationship is quite satisfactory, I fear not. What do you dread? Fear that you may act against your better judgment. I am a captivating poison. Teske, isn't it time for some decorum? Sister Qian spat, her bravado having grown bolder since their last encounter. Yet truth be told, she found herself increasingly baffled by this little brother of hers. The aftermath of the national debt crisis had spread far and wide. For those in their circle, it was hardly a secret. It wouldn't be difficult to trace it back to Lu Yiming. Yet no one anticipated this. Despite bearing the label of a debauched youth, he had quietly accomplished something significant. How did Lu Yiming manage it? Intriguing, little brother, my interest in you grows ever more profound. Watching Lu Yiming's retreating figure, Sister Qian couldn't help but murmur to herself. The golden scales are not mere fish. When the wind and clouds arise, they transform into dragons. What further surprises might Lu Yiming bring? Reflecting on her uncle's sentiments, Sister Qian felt a surge of excitement. That young man from the Lu family is remarkable. I've seen many who profit, but to stand up and act with integrity is a first for me. China lacks such conscientious businessmen. These were her uncle's exact words. Now it seemed, this young rascal indeed possessed a remarkable talent. However, within the bar, a scrutinizing gaze remained fixed upon Lu Yiming. One he was completely unaware of. Chapter 19. The Student Council President's Heartfelt Confession. Modu University. Once more wandering the campus, Lu Yiming felt a wave of nostalgia. After leaving university in his previous life, he had never returned. Perhaps for Lu Yiming, Modu University represented a chapter he wished to forget. He had long been evading it. With a little over a month until graduation, those who had fulfilled their credits had already begun sending out resumes. Finding a job in this era was relatively straightforward for university students. Public service, foreign enterprises, state-owned enterprises were all excellent choices. Everyone was busy chasing their futures. Another senior is confessing? No way, is it really that romantic? ISNT graduation season supposed to be a breakup season? Why is there a confession now? Seizing the final opportunity, right? So as not to leave any regrets in their university lives. That makes sense. Several female students' discussions reached Lu Yiming's ears. Seizing the final chance? Quite amusing. The target is Su Rongrong. I wonder if he'll succeed. Give it up. Senior Su is quite proud. Maintaining a record devoid of rumors is no small feat. Not necessarily. The one confessing is Hu Wei, the dreamboat of many girls, Su Rongrong. Lu Yiming was momentarily taken aback, his pace slowing. He certainly knew of Hu Wei. The figure these girls spoke of, Hu Wei, was indeed handsome and rivaled Lu Yiming in appearance. System. The host's lack of shame is simply unparalleled. However, Hu Wei was undeniably a prominent figure at Modu University. He joined the student council in his freshman year, rose to a ministerial position in his sophomore year, and by his junior year, he was the president. During this time, he organized numerous cross-college events that enjoyed great success. He was polite and refined with everyone, earning him the title of campus heartthrob. Yet, in his previous life, Lu Yiming had never heard of this particular confession. After all, during this time in his past, he had been embroiled in chaos. The Lu family had exhausted all its liquid assets, and he was busy accompanying his father as they appealed to business partners for assistance. Then, faced with the relentless assaults from the Su family, he had no time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Of course, in his previous life, Su Rongrong likely had no inclination to deal with Hu Wei's ardent confession, especially considering, at this moment, Lu Yiming found himself unconsciously striding toward the girls' dormitory area. The senior dormitory was particularly vacant, with only those preparing for exams remaining. The rest were busy seeking their futures. Yet today was different. Early in the morning, the area beneath the girls' dormitory buzzed with excitement. Hu Wei had made ample preparations for this confession, complete with banners and balloons. He had even invited the best band from the recent school singing competition, Su Rongrong. It's Su Rongrong. She's coming down. There's hope. Numerous onlookers gathered. How could one miss the scene of a heartthrob confessing to a campus beauty? Typically, Su Rongrong would avoid such public displays, but today she made an exception. Could it be that the student council president is truly her destined partner? Su Rongrong. Upon seeing Su Rongrong, Hu Wei's eyes sparkled with adoration. The music began to play to him. Why love is like the tide. Love like the tide pushes me toward you, closely following. Love like the tide envelopes you and me. This era's classic love song was unexpectedly well executed by Hu Wei. What a pity, Lu Yiming smirked. Such a display would likely reduce an inexperienced girl to tears. However, for Su Rongrong, one could say she had seen it all. A daughter of the Su family would not be easily swayed by such trivial theatrics. It would be a tremendous joke if word got out, Su Rongrong. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I was deeply captivated. Countless nights, I found myself thinking of you, longing to muster the courage to express my affection. I wish to present you with the very best of everything. For our future, I have been working diligently. I've secured a position at a local company and can promise a future for you as Su Rongrong. Please grant me a chance to hold your hand and share a lifetime together. Lu Yiming swore he could not contain himself. After all, such a heartfelt confession deeply moved the surrounding girls who yearned for romance. As for Su Rongrong, Lu Yiming distinctly noticed her brow twitch slightly upward. Given Lu Yiming's understanding of Su Rongrong, she was likely already losing her patience. Is this it? It's over. What kind of opening is this? Hu Wei had envisioned various outcomes. If Su Rongrong hesitated, he would take a step closer, expressing his determination under everyone's watchful gaze. If she rejected him, he would not give up. Hu Wei was confident he could eventually win her over. However, her mere utterance of "it's over" left Hu Wei utterly bewildered. What does that even mean? Is it that the spectacle is insufficient? Oh, excuse me. At this moment, Su Rongrong appeared utterly unfazed, as if the confession was not directed at her. Her heart bore no semblance of turbulence. Su Rongrong, I am serious. I would do anything for you. Agree to him. Agree to him. A voice from the crowd urged, seemingly moved by Hu Wei's sincerity. Lu Yiming, I am well acquainted with this tactic. Moments ago, I noticed Hu Wei's subtle gestures. Arranged accomplices. These tricks are relics of what my peers used to employ. What's this? Do you wish to engage in moral coercion? Forcing Su Rongrong to acquiesce? Hu Wei had meticulously orchestrated everything, yet he completely misread Su Rongrong. Step aside. To this point, Su Rongrong had entirely lost her patience. She had to go to the hospital today. Her grandfather was scheduled for a heart examination, and she needed to accompany him. If time ran out, she wouldn't have bothered coming down at all, and no matter how loud Hu Wei shouted, he would receive no response from Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong, I'm serious. I swear. Clap, clap, clap. How touching. Just as Hu Wei remained persistent, Lu Yiming squeezed his way beside Su Rongrong, applauding Lu Yiming. If Hu Wei represented the positive energy of university life, Lu Yiming was undoubtedly the archetype of a debauched youth. Of course, Lu Yiming maintained he had not bullied or intimidated anyone at school, so why should he be labeled as the antagonist? Nonetheless, one thing was certain. Hu Wei was quite wary of Lu Yiming. What can the student council president achieve? He can flaunt his authority at school, but once they step into society, they are nothing. At most, it only proves their capabilities. Hu Wei was merely an ordinary child from a common family, relying solely on his own efforts, unlike Lu Yiming, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Chapter 20. The Tale of the Campus Belle and the Debauched Youth. Who is that? So annoying. Indeed. Ruining the heartthrob's heartfelt confession. How could he be so obnoxious? Sure, keep your voice down. That's Lu Yiming from the economics department. He is Lu Yiming? Didn't they say he wouldn't come to school? Isn't he the one who hospitalized a senior in his freshman year without a scratch? Indeed, tales about Lu Yiming abound in school. Yet few portray him positively. During the first semester of freshman year, a senior from the life department aimed to assert dominance over the newcomers, a traditional rite of passage to ensure respect. Inspections of dorm rooms served as the perfect pretext. However, fate had a twist. These seniors had picked the wrong target and ended up bullying young Master Lu. Naturally, someone like Lu Yiming, a debauched youth, would not tolerate such affronts. A confrontation ensued. That would have sufficed, with both parties sustaining minor injuries, each wishing to avoid escalation. Yet the following day, several seniors received a beating. It was obvious to everyone who was responsible. Yet Lu Yiming faced no repercussions. As for the seniors who had been beaten, they remained tight-lipped. Thus, Lu Yiming became an individual no one dared to provoke. Legends of Lu Yiming have circulated through Modu University for years. However, Hu Wei never anticipated that his final confession as a university student would be interrupted by Lu Yiming. What can be tolerated, and what cannot? My dear friend, your approach is rather cliché and somewhat melodramatic. Do you truly believe that by gathering a few individuals to create a scene, you You can compel Su to acquiesce. That was not my intention. Hui appeared noticeably flustered. His genuine desire was to incite public opinion, forcing Su Rongrong to relent. Yet, now that Lu Yiming has ruthlessly exposed his intentions, it seems all his efforts have been in vain. My friend, that is not how one courts a lady. Perhaps it is futile to even attempt to teach you. Let us disperse, Lu Yiming. What business is it of yours if I declare my feelings? Hui was genuinely anxious, for with graduation approaching, missing this opportunity might mean that he and Su Rongrong would forever be strangers. Even if Lu Yiming stands in his way, he cannot hinder his pursuit of love. She is my girlfriend. Do you think it does not concern you? Impossible. The direction in which Lu Yiming pointed was precisely where Su Rongrong stood. How can that be impossible? How could Su Rongrong possibly take a liking to you? The illustrious Su, the belle of the school, would never fall for a scion of debauchery. Absolutely not. How tiresome. Su Rongrong glanced at her watch. The appointed time was fast approaching. Such antics would only serve to dampen her spirits. Did you hear that? I said you are tiresome. Yet, Lu Yiming remained unabashed, grinning at Hui as he trailed behind Su Rongrong, leaving a crowd of bewildered onlookers in his wake. Was what Lu Yiming said true? Could it be that the school beauty is indeed entangled with a duel? If this were the case, it would be a tremendous blow to many. How could they bear the thought of losing to a dandy? Truly, society is unforgiving. What does it matter how exceptional one is? Once thrust into the world, it is lineage and connections that prevail, not diligence and effort. Lu Yiming had unwittingly imparted a vivid lesson on societal realities to everyone present. Why the rush? Lu Yiming, are you not tiresome? The last person Su Rongrong wished to encounter was undoubtedly Lu Yiming. How could this man be so shameless? Su Rongrong found herself admiring his audacity. I just helped you out of a predicament. Not at all. Do not follow me, Lu Yiming. Our matters remain unresolved. Miss Su preparing for battle? All over an unfounded accusation? Upon hearing this, Su Rongrong halted abruptly, her intent to glare at him thwarted when Lu Yiming, unable to stop in time, collided with her. From an outsider's perspective, it was undeniably a romantic scene. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, the lead pair embraced tenderly, expressing their reluctance at parting. This was indeed a quintessential moment of graduation season. Moreover, the protagonists in this scenario were none other than the illustrious Su Rongrong and the notoriously disreputable Lu Yiming. Despite Lu Yiming's questionable reputation, none could deny his handsomeness. The allure of their combined beauty was certainly screen-worthy. Yet, such a romantic tableau nearly drove Su Rongrong to the brink of fury. Lu Yiming. This is utterly brazen. We collided as if I were throwing myself at you. You suddenly stopped short, Su Rongrong. So, it is still my fault? Shameless man. Lu Yiming, all that you have done to me. I shall. Gritting her teeth, the cultivated demeanor she had nurtured since childhood crumbled before Lu Yiming. It truly was a misunderstanding. I promised I would provide an explanation. Until then, kindly maintain your distance. Were it not for Lu Yiming's unexpected rescue of her grandfather, Su Rongrong might have already sought revenge. I shall take you to the hospital, in no need. At this hour, hailing a cab is futile. Originally, Su Rongrong had ample time. Alas, Hui's sudden confession had thrown her schedule into disarray. The appointment was set for 10 in the morning. Glancing at the time, she feared she would indeed be late. I will take you, rest assured. I would not dare impose upon you. Lu Yiming wore a face of earnest sincerity. What an innocently charming visage. Su Rongrong wished to deliver a resounding slap to that innocent face. You would not dare impose? Yet, you have already gotten me into bed. How dare you feign innocence before me? Moreover, the image of Lu Yiming with her lace lingered unexpectedly in Su Rongrong's mind. Sleazy, shameless, lecherous, perverse. She unleashed every possible derogatory term upon him without restraint. Miss Su, please do mind the time. Where is the vehicle? At the school gate. Turning on her heel, the proud Su Rongrong fell silent, yet tacitly permitted Lu Yiming's offer to escort her. One must admit, at that moment, the proud Su Rongrong appeared rather endearing. How had she not noticed this in her previous life? It seemed even a furious goddess could be so captivating. It remained to be seen how Su Rongrong would react upon discovering Lu Yiming's true intentions. He seemed to be her kryptonite, able to incite her ire at will. Lu Yiming started his Ferrari parked at the school gate, whisking Su Rongrong away from the confines of Modu University. This scene did not go unnoticed by numerous classmates. Soon, The gossip surrounding Su Rongrong and Lu Yiming spread like wildfire throughout the campus. The school beauty ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth. Preferring to weep in a Ferrari rather than smile from the back of a bicycle, Hu Wei discarded the meticulously prepared roses, his silhouette forlorn. Chapter 21. Would you mind if I called you grandfather? What is this? Nutritional supplements. I am aware they are supplements. What do you mean by that? You could have simply taken me to the hospital. Yet, Su Rongrong did not anticipate that Lu Yiming would brazenly exit the vehicle alongside her. That aside, she merely wished to inquire what he meant by retrieving so many supplements from his trunk. Sun God Oral Solution, which has a beneficial regulatory effect on the human nervous, immune, digestive, and circulatory systems. And the Red Peach K Oral Solution, rich in porphyrin iron for treating iron deficiency anemia. By the way, this American ginseng is also quite good. Su Rongrong. Am I asking you about the efficacy of these health products? Lu Yiming, I am here to accompany my grandfather for a checkup that I know. I am here to see a patient as well. After all, I brought him to the hospital, so it is only natural that I express my concern. Let us stop. Fine. I nearly had Su Rongrong utter a stream of expletives. One must admit, Lu Yiming's knack for irritation is truly exceptional. I will attend to my patient. You take care of your grandfather, and let us not interfere with one another. That sounds reasonable, but you do realize we are discussing the same individual, correct? Lu Yiming, what exactly do you intend to do? Present gifts. Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong's grandfather, before retirement, was a leading official. Though he only held a departmental position upon retirement, he was known for his integrity and rectitude in Su Rongrong's eyes. How could he possibly accept gifts from Lu Yiming, especially given the latter's ulterior motives? Moreover, their relationship had yet to reach a conclusion. This shameless man's audacity was once again pushing the boundaries of Su Rongrong's understanding. A person without shame becomes invincible. By the way, I contacted a cardiovascular specialist through a friend yesterday. He is available. What do you think about scheduling for the afternoon? Lu Yiming, I will handle my grandfather's matters. Are you jesting? Hire an expert? Does the Su family lack such resources? After all, the Su family is a prestigious clan. Surely they have some connections. This is Modu. It's not as if the Su family's influence extends here. You? Once more, Lu Yiming struck a nerve. The Su family's foundation lies outside Modu, necessitating outside help. However, it merely requires a bit of time. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. Su Rongrong had not anticipated that Lu Yiming would think ahead for her. All right, time is running short. We cannot leave your grandfather waiting. Lu Yiming, carrying the gifts, walked ahead of Su Rongrong. Faced with such brazen behavior, Su Rongrong found herself at a loss for how to respond. All she could do was stomp her foot in frustration. Scoundrel, despicable, shameless, rogue. She mumbled incessantly, her demeanor a stark contrast to that of the school beauty. Lu Yiming, I warn you, do not speak out of turn once we enter. At the entrance of the ward, Su Rongrong stood before Lu Yiming with a serious expression. This was her sternest warning. Had it been in her previous life, Lu Yiming likely would have been intimidated by her. After all, he had wronged her, and at that time, the Lu group was powerless against the Su family's wrath. However, the current circumstances were entirely different. By a twist of fate, he was now her grandfather's savior, and for that reason alone, Su Rongrong could not summon the will to harm him. Rest assured, I understand. What do you understand? Su Rongrong herself had not clearly expressed her intentions, yet Lu Yiming claimed to understand. Seizing the moment of Su Rongrong's distraction, he pushed open the door. Grandfather. I have come to see you, Su Rongrong. That casual utterance of grandfather was so natural, once again reshaping Su Rongrong's perception of Lu Yiming's shamelessness. In a high-ranking hospital ward, with the Su family's financial resources, securing such accommodations was hardly a challenge. Moreover, Su Rongrong's grandfather was a retired official of considerable rank. Yet, at this moment, her grandfather wore a look of confusion. Grandfather? How is it that I am unaware of a grandson whom I have not seen in over 20 years? Lu Yiming. Would it be too much to claim it was a slip of the tongue? Would Su Rongrong believe him? Who are you? Su Rongrong's grandfather looked at Lu Yiming with evident bewilderment. The young man appeared clean-cut, but seemed somewhat foolish for mistaking family relations. Step aside, Su Rongrong felt herself nearing the brink of exasperation. Rongrong? Grandfather. Who is this? A classmate of mine. We are not very close. That introduction was quite heartfelt. A classmate, not very close, yet he arrives bearing gifts. Does he truly think my grandfather is senile? Furthermore, her grandfather was quite familiar with his granddaughter. Proud and haughty, few could catch her eye. This young man, however, was an exception to Rongrong. Where are your thoughts drifting? She would not only not take a liking to Lu Yiming but would rather give him a good thrashing. The issue was that the usual tactics employed against ordinary individuals were utterly ineffective against Lu Yiming. His recent behavior resembled that of a persistent leech, impossible to shake off. She had never before encountered someone so audacious. Observing Lu Yiming now, he wore an expression of utmost respect, a stark contrast to his usual debauched demeanor. He was truly adept at putting on an AC. Rongrong silently scoffed within my apologies. It just slipped out, as long as I am not embarrassed. The one who should feel awkward is others. Lu Yiming fully embodied this principle. After placing the gifts down, he immediately inquired about her grandfather's health. His concern was so attentive that it left Su Rongrong momentarily dumbfounded. Her own granddaughter had never been so meticulous. Young man, do not rush. Please sit down first. Her grandfather, being a seasoned individual, could easily discern Lu Yiming's intentions to woo his precious granddaughter. Aha, I must see what this young man is truly capable of. According to Su Rongrong, her grandfather had been diagnosed with heart issues, and fortuitously, a family elder was acquainted with an expert in that field. Grandfather. Displaying connections before me? Is that not a tad too eager? Youthful exuberance often lacks the steadiness of maturity. Though her grandfather maintained an impassive exterior, he was already calculating in his mind. Regardless of this young man's character, he was the first of Su Rongrong's peers brought before him. He must scrutinize him closely. Well, I wonder if Su Rongrong would find her grandfather's peculiar thoughts amusing or maddening. You brought him here? Clearly, he is someone she cannot easily dismiss in a rush. How old are you? The same age as Su Rongrong, graduating this year. Are you local? Yes. Have you secured a job? I forgot to mention. Su Rongrong's grandfather had retired from the prosecutor's office. The back and forth felt reminiscent of a courtroom trial. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong was utterly taken aback. What was the purpose of these inquiries? Shouldn't he be trying to send Lu Yiming away? Chapter 22. I am merely superfluous. Just as Su Rongrong's grandfather interrogated Lu Yiming, the attending physician entered to conduct rounds. Coincidentally, it was an old acquaintance. This was the very doctor who had performed the rescue when Lu Yiming brought him in. Ah, it's you, Director Liang. Do you know each other? The doctor looked equally puzzled, wondering how they had begun conversing. What? Her grandfather was also left in a state of confusion. Old sir, this young man is the one who brought you to the hospital. Thankfully, if it had been a moment later, it might have been too late. It was him. Director Liang was taken aback. The benefactor he had long sought was standing right before him. Why did you not tell me? Grandfather, I merely acted as any decent person would not know. I meant to say it was my duty. Rongrong. Why did you not inform me? Su Rongrong. Was there an opportunity for her to speak? The two of them were engaged in a back and forth, leaving her no room to interject. Young man, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. By the way, you are also Rongrong's classmate. What a coincidence. Yes, I had not anticipated it. Lu Yiming did not dare take credit. Let us not linger on this. We must proceed with the examination shortly. The doctor stepped forward to perform a physical examination on the elder, confirming that his condition was currently stable. However, the old man's heart remained a concern. Should another episode occur, they might not be so fortunate. A cardiac imaging study was necessary to assess the area that had just been blocked. Heart attacks are notoriously perilous. Indicators had already manifested in the bloodwork, necessitating serious attention. Su Rongrong had inquired about her grandfather's condition previously, receiving an answer that was far from optimistic. One moment. I have invited a specialist to assist with the treatment. A specialist? The doctor's expression suddenly darkened, as if it were an affront to the hospital's capabilities. Yet, due to the elder's retired status, he could not voice his objections. In truth, treatments for heart attacks are relatively standardized. Professor AI is a specialist in cardiology and should be able to provide substantial assistance. Professor AI, which one? The Professor AI from Xinhua Hospital. Gasp. You mean the esteemed academician AI? This revelation startled the doctor. Who was this person? Academician AI was a preeminent authority in cardiology, with most chief cardiologists in major hospitals across Modu being his students. His status in cardiology was akin to that of a towering mountain. However, it was rumored that academician AI had retired to a life of seclusion. Who would have thought that this individual could coax him out? If it is indeed academician AI, then there is no problem. May I ask when he will arrive? He will be here shortly. The appointment had originally been scheduled for the morning, and considering the time, He would likely arrive soon. Excellent. Please hold on. I will summon our director. He is also a student of academician AI. The doctor, visibly excited, hurried out of the ward. This, young Lu, I am quite embarrassed to trouble you. The young man who had just been interrogated turned out to be her savior, and he had even managed to invite the nation's preeminent cardiologist. That favor was not insignificant. It was nothing. I happen to have a connection. Young Lu, please, take a seat. Director Liang's smile grew broader, and he appeared increasingly pleased with Lu Yiming. The transformation was quite remarkable. Su Rongrong was left in a state of confusion, feeling as though she were superfluous. Grandfather, let us not prolong this. The examination is imminent, and besides, Lu Yiming has matters to attend to, perhaps. Young Lu, do you have other commitments? What a pity. Perhaps another time. Youthful exuberance, unlike oneself, can afford the luxury of retirement and time aplenty. In truth, it is hardly a matter of great significance. Shall we continue our conversation for a while longer? Certainly. I too wish to hear of Grandpa's illustrious past. Ha ha, what illustrious deeds! Merely trivial anecdotes from days gone by. Are we conversing again? Su Rongrong was utterly taken aback. Grandpa, where has your aloof demeanor gone? Aren't you usually so reserved? What has changed? It must be said that Lu Yiming possesses a remarkable talent for charming the elderly. Each word he utters resonates deeply with old Master Liang's heart. When reminiscing about glorious times, the elderly often find it impossible to forget their past grandeur. At this moment, when old Master Liang spoke with excitement, his face radiated enthusiasm, and Su Rongrong truly felt reluctant to interrupt. Perhaps it was best to simply indulge the old man in his musings. Su Rongrong chose to remain silent and, in the meantime, began peeling an apple for her grandfather. Thank you. But just as she finished peeling the apple, it was swiftly snatched away by Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming, that's excessive. What? Su Rongrong glared at Lu Yiming, her irritation palpable. Was this apple intended for you? If you want to eat, you should do it yourself. Rongrong, why speak so harshly? It's just an apple. To Su Rongrong's astonishment, her grandfather was actually defending Lu Yiming. Was this truly just about an apple? This scoundrel had nearly humiliated her earlier. Yet, the words never escaped her lips. What if it provoked her grandfather into a fit? Xiao Lu, where did we leave off earlier? The economic case that is under central supervision. Yes, that particular case. Reflecting on it now, it feels rather troublesome, as the other party was clearly well prepared. Indeed, it was flawless, yet still had its vulnerabilities. Oh? Did you notice something? Details often determine success or failure. Haha, well said. You certainly have a knack for this. The two continued their lively discussion. Su Rongrong thought to herself, should I just leave? The truth was, she couldn't find any opportunity to interject. She had little interest in public security and legal affairs. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that Lu Yiming, this dandy, knew quite a bit. Hee, how fortuitous. In my previous life, I exerted every effort to evade legal consequences, and who would have thought it would come in handy now? Half an hour later, academician AI arrived at the hospital, and the old man's examination officially commenced. No need to worry. Your grandfather appears quite spirited. There shouldn't be any significant issues. He is my grandfather. Lu Yiming, could you exhibit a modicum of decorum? You didn't introduce me, so I had to call you that. All right, Lu Yiming, now you're being unreasonable. This guy was undeniably a thorn in her side. In her past life, Su Rongrong had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lu Yiming, thus her actions had been ruthless. However, things were different now, and their entanglement had grown deeper. In this context, Su Rongrong found it increasingly difficult to be harsh with Lu Yiming. Consequently, during their exchanges, the shameless Lu Yiming seemed to gain the upper hand. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, and one must adapt. Had Su Rongrong been more accepting of this dynamic in her previous life, perhaps things would have been different. Chapter 23. Make way. I'm going to act. Lu Yiming's words flowed like a stream, and old Master Liang's heart was in better condition than anticipated. Although he had indeed suffered a heart attack, it had not yet reached the point of requiring surgery. This incident was entirely unexpected, fundamentally a result of sheer fright. Moreover, if a stent could be avoided, it would be best to wait. It wasn't merely the exorbitant cost of imported stents. The main concern was that opportunities are limited. Furthermore, medical technology is constantly advancing, and the materials and longevity may well improve in the future. The extent of the vascular blockage was only 55%, which is not considered significant among common patients. When academician AI emerged, he bore a relaxed expression. Initially expecting a monumental challenge, he soon realized it was merely an ordinary case. There was no need for his direct intervention, and he felt he had wasted a favor. However, upon witnessing the way Lu Yiming looked at Su Rongrong, academician AI seemed to understand everything. Academician AI, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of your long journey. It's all right. It's also my niece's fault for not clarifying things. Academician AI waved his hand, acknowledging that his niece rarely sought his help, and he naturally wanted to assist wholeheartedly. It was unfortunate, however, that this young man seemed to lack a true connection with his niece. Xiao Qian, my niece, is the one who runs the Bard. Lu Yiming's previous visit wasn't merely for drinking. He had ulterior motives. What a pity. What a pity. Fear can be deadly, especially just after a checkup. I am not referring to the patient. It was a near misunderstanding, but academician AI clarified. Ultimately, it was determined that as long as old Master Liang adhered to his medication regimen, all would be well. Upon returning to the ward, old Master Liang displayed an air of nonchalance. On my day, I encountered the most heinous of criminals. What is this minor ailment in comparison? Upon learning that he was unscathed, old Master Liang fully regained his composure and began recounting his glorious tales. Grandpa, you weren't quite so spirited just before the examination. If my memory serves me right, you appeared pale and your lips twitched slightly before being wheeled into the examination room. You hardly exude the heroism you present now. Nonsense. Xiao Lu, prove to me that I was not so fierce. Lu Yiming thought this was a rather easy question but opted to remain silent. One thing was certain. Old Master Liang held a rather favorable impression of Lu Yiming. Very well, rest well Nim, my mother will return tomorrow. Upon learning of her father's illness, Su Mama, conducting research abroad, was understandably anxious. She immediately booked the fastest flight back to the city. Su Rongrong also promptly informed her mother of the examination results to alleviate her worries. Are you all leaving? It isn't even dark yet. The older one gets, the more one fears solitude. Although this VIP ward is quiet, prolonged lying down can exacerbate feelings of loneliness. Grandpa, I have things to attend to. Su Rongrong was genuinely reluctant to leave Lu Yiming behind. Heaven knows what embarrassing tales her grandfather might share once he got started. Before this, had she not intervened, her grandfather would have likely begun recounting his childhood stories. It was clear that her grandfather did not regard Lu Yiming as a stranger. To Su Rongrong, it seemed her grandfather was deliberately steering the conversation. A retired official from the prosecution office, and yet he was so easily Su Rongrong harbored doubts about whether her grandfather's glorious history was mere embellishment. Yet, she could not entirely blame him for his lack of caution. Lu Yiming was simply too cunning. All right, Grandpa, I will visit you again another time, no need. Before Lu Yiming could finish, Su Rongrong interrupted him. Come again? What exactly do you, Lu Yiming, intend to accomplish? With her grandfather unable to see the situation, Su Rongrong shot Lu Yiming a fierce glare. That's excessive, Lu Yiming protested. I am merely here to keep your grandfather company. This is my grandfather, and you have no stake in this, Lu Yiming. Their exchanged glances spoke volumes. What are you two doing? Are you exchanging glances? Could it be that my beloved granddaughter truly has feelings for Xiao Lu? It wasn't an entirely implausible notion. After all, this Xiao Lu was quite impressive, and no need to worry, Grandpa. Just rest well, off you go, by the way. Did you bring the chess manual I asked for? Another of old Master Liang's passions was playing chess. Whether it was Chinese chess or Go, it was near and dear to his heart, of course. His skills in Chinese chess were debatable. To put it bluntly, he was quite poor at it, yet he loved to boast. However, his Go skills were commendable, and he often bragged about being unbeatable in old age. This was his sole hobby. Grandpa, you still enjoy playing chess? Of course. I'm not bragging. There are simply no opponents in my vicinity. The moment chess was mentioned, old Master Liang seemed to come alive. He had been cooped up in the hospital for far too long, itching to play. How about we have a game? Su Rongrong, winky face. What is happening? Wasn't it decided that they would leave? How did the conversation shift back to chess? Xiao Lu, don't worry. I won't bully you. I will guide you in our match. No, Grandpa, there is still time. Go fetch my chessboard. Once old Master Liang set his mind to something, Su Rongrong found it impossible to persuade him otherwise. She shot Lu Yiming an exasperated look. Did he intend to drag this out endlessly? Yet, upon reflection, what did Lu Yiming, a dandy, know about chess? She was quite familiar with her grandfather's skill level, having bested many opponents in Su Rongrong's view. Lu Yiming was merely playing to her grandfather's interests. This could serve to allow her grandfather to see Lu Yiming's true nature. Once her grandfather discovered that Lu Yiming was all show and no substance, his impression of him would likely diminish. This would resolve many of her own troubles. All right, let us play a game. One game will suffice. I will gauge Lu Yiming's capabilities. Rongrong scoffed internally. This was truly a recipe for disaster. Chapter 24. Is the world of the dandy this intense? The system produces nothing but quality. Lu Yiming, who initially knew nothing of Go, found himself able to challenge professional players after mastering the ART.AS for Old Master Liang. He fell victim to the common affliction of underestimating his opponent. Never underestimate your adversary was a lesson Lu Yiming had learned in his past life. After making a small point with Black 1 and Black 3, Old Master Liang played a small flying move to defend the corner. He truly treated this as a professional match, beginning with an imposing opening. He sought to intimidate Lu Yiming. If Lu Yiming were a mere amateur, he might have been genuinely frightened. With Black 9 and Black 11, "Grandpa, are you really treating this as a teaching game?" Less chatter. Breaking the formation is true skill. When playing chess, Old Master Liang transformed, becoming decisive and formidable. His true skill was no exaggeration. As for Rongrong, she watched intently, having no expertise in Go. However, she was confident that her grandfather's prowess would effortlessly crush Lu Yiming. Should that occur, it would be difficult to change the resulting impression. Good. Let you show off. Throughout the day, Rongrong had been consistently suppressed by Lu Yiming, nearly reaching her limit. Now, she hoped her grandfather would decisively defeat Lu Yiming, allowing him to taste humble pie. Initially, Old Master Liang wore a relaxed expression. The young man wasn't all that formidable. He was merely being led by the nose. He even attempted to test Lu Yiming, feigning a weakness, but to his surprise, Lu Yiming failed to fall for it. Almost certain that Lu Yiming's skills matched those of the old men at the park, he figured that a few lessons would lead him to believe he was a master. Such an opponent was easy to handle. However, after 20 minutes, Old Master Liang's expression grew serious. Why did it feel as though every one of his moves was anticipated by the opponent? No way, this kid is quite skilled. The seemingly erratic moves of the white pieces had unexpectedly influenced the game. Though utilizing a common move, it had managed to complicate matters for him. Are you doing this on purpose? What? No worries, continue. Old Master Liang couldn't believe he was being outmatched by a young man. Hadn't he been playing for over 30 years? Another 10 minutes passed, and with the black pieces in hand, Old Master Liang was utterly flabbergasted. Where should he place them? Every move seemed fraught with traps. Stuck in deep thought, Old Master Liang struggled to make a decision. Meanwhile, Rongrong was utterly astonished. She had often accompanied her grandfather to play chess. He usually dominated, even against professional players, with the outcome often evenly matched. Yet now, only a short while in, he was being forced into deep contemplation by Lu Yiming. Was this not a bit exaggerated? Was this truly how the next generation of dandy youths operated? What was going on? In contrast to Old Master Liang's deep contemplation, Lu Yiming was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle of Rongrong's astonishment. It was indeed quite a unique experience. You can really play chess. Is that not evident? Well, Lu Yiming was correct. He had indeed forced her grandfather into this predicament. Clearly, he was no novice but rather a prodigy. It was embarrassing that she had asked such a foolish question. Ahem. That last move doesn't count. What happened to playing without regrets? Watching her grandfather backtrack, Rongrong was rendered speechless. Regret moves? What regret? I wasn't paying attention. Very well. Lu Yiming was quite magnanimous. He had gauged Old Master Liang's skill level and confirmed it was indeed respectable. However, in comparison to the system's capabilities, the gap was significant. Half an hour later, this game doesn't count. You tricked me. I was too careless at the start. The old man, having lost the game, felt disgruntled, repeatedly reassuring himself that he had underestimated his opponent. Had he been serious from the beginning, there was no way he would have suffered such a crushing defeat. Let's go again. The old man was determined to exact revenge, and no matter what, he had to win against this young man. Otherwise, where would he put his pride? Once he resolved to take the match seriously, Old Master Liang approached the game with utmost caution from the very first move. He was treating Lu Yiming as a true rival. However, half an hour later, the outcome was devastating. Even Rongrong, who had little knowledge of Go, could see the extent of the black piece's plight. Despite his newfound seriousness, he lost even faster than before. If only you had played like you did in the previous game. Each move from Old Master Liang now required extensive consideration, while Lu Yiming played his moves in quick succession. This indicated that every step of the game was anticipated by Lu Yiming. The disparity was staggering. "You little brat." Old Master Liang finally conceded defeat, recognizing that his opponent's skill far surpassed his own. Could you not afford to show a little leniency? If his grandfather were to be provoked into a fit, he would never forgive this young man. "If I do not give my all, my grandfather may indeed fault me." In the face of Su Rongrong's concern, Lu Yiming remained steadfast in his principles. "Indeed, chess is chess. Why should I hold back? I am not one to shy away from defeat. Xiao Lu, you are impressive. With your skills, you could easily compete in professional tournaments." Such praise was the highest form of compliment. As for Su Rongrong, she merely rolled her eyes, resigning herself to silence. The problem was, her grandfather's admiration for Lu Yiming was unmistakable. The outcome was far from what she had anticipated. "It is nearly time to call it a day. The sky has darkened. Grandfather, please take a good rest, and I shall return to see you tomorrow." "No, this cannot continue. If it does, I fear the wave of anxiety washes over Su Rongrong, that rascal Lu Yiming. One cannot fathom what sorcery he possesses, for he has so swiftly won over my grandfather. It is late. Very well, let us conclude our visit here. Young Lu, might I request your phone number? I hope we can engage in more friendly matches in the future." For an ardent chess enthusiast, encountering such a formidable opponent is indeed a stroke of fortune. And no need for that. My dear, what has come over you today? You seem rather peculiar. Time and again, I find myself thwarting my own intentions. Could it be that I truly harbor feelings for Lu Yiming? Su Rongrong. Feelings indeed. This Lu Yiming is quite intentional, leading me on step by step as if it were all meticulously planned. Grandfather, I did not mean it that way. He is merely my classmate. If you wish to meet him, I can arrange it. Whether I can reach him is another matter entirely. No, I must not give Lu Yiming any opportunity. His ability to ascend the social ladder is nothing short of astonishing. Su Rongrong resolves to remain vigilant. As for Lu Yiming, well, excessive restraint is counterproductive. He has already made a favorable impression today, so I am not concerned about my grandfather being easily swayed. At this moment, Lu Yiming politely stood up to take his leave. Chapter 25. The Joke of Fate. Shall I take my leave now? Off you go. No need to see me out with no lingering sentiment. I can hardly wait for Lu Yiming to vanish. Thankfully, his demeanor is no longer as hostile as it was at the outset. Today has been a fruitful encounter for him. It is a pity, though, that any hope of joining him for a late-night meal is futile. Lu Yiming pouts, having spent a considerable time with my grandfather. Yet he is denied even a morsel to eat. Playing chess is the ultimate way to pass the time. He pats his belly, a look of helplessness on his face. How about letting Rongrong accompany you for a bite? Even grandfather cannot bear to see this child looking so wronged. Su Rongrong. Who would have thought that Lu Yiming possessed such prowess? In such a short time, he has managed to charm my grandfather to this extent? This cannot continue. He must disappear. He is not hungry. I am. You are not hungry. Su Rongrong's eyes brim with a sense of threat. In truth, she is indeed not hungry. Well, it seems Su Rongrong is on the verge of a tantrum. In such circumstances, it is best not to provoke her. Shall I see Yiming off? He has legs of his own. I shall adopt an air of impatience. Noticing Su Rongrong's lack of intention to accompany him, Lu Yiming resignedly departed the hospital room. After all, he is your classmate. One must foster camaraderie. He is thick-skinned. Grandfather chuckles at Su Rongrong's explanation. As someone who has been around the block, how could he not perceive Lu Yiming's intentions? Yet, to be fair, the young man is quite impressive. Both his eloquence and insight are exceptional, indicating he hails from a respectable background. A good fellow. I hope he visits often to play chess with me. Su Rongrong. Frequently playing chess. Perhaps I should spare myself. If grandfather were to discover the less than decent antics Lu Yiming has engaged in regarding me, he might administer a severe reprimand even while on N4 drip. However, Su Rongrong never anticipated that this wayward son of privilege could be so refined. No, it must be a fade he learned to amuse young ladies. Shaking her head, Su Rongrong resolutely banishes all thoughts of Lu Yiming from her mind. Grandfather, you ought to rest well. The doctor just mentioned that a balance of work and rest is beneficial for heart recovery. Very well, I shall heed your advice. As one grows older, one tends to be obstinate. Yet only Su Rongrong's words can penetrate his stubbornness. Aren't you leaving? I wish to stay a bit longer with grandfather. If I leave now, what if Lu Yiming has not gone far? Su Rongrong wishes to avoid another coincidence. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming has already reached the first floor via the elevator. The high-ranking patient ward boasts its own exclusive elevator. Even in a bustling top-tier hospital, this elevator remains unoccupied. Sometimes, it feels like a waste of resources. Yet such is the nature of society. Regardless of location, the shadows of hierarchy persist. The slogan of equality has been echoed for far too long, merely shifting overt matters into the shadows. Other elevators brim with patients and their families. Yet in the specialized elevator for high-ranking patients, Lu Yiming is the sole occupant. The world is rife with injustices, and while one may see through them, voicing such truths could render one a target. In his previous life, he was no different. Sir, we have arrived at the first floor. Thank you. Lu Yiming inhaled deeply as he stepped out of the elevator. Overall, today has been a promising development. Perhaps it marks a favorable beginning. After all, in his previous life, his next encounter with Su Rongrong did not occur until over a decade later. Even after the Lu family faced their repercussions, the resentment in Su Rongrong's gaze remained undiminished. It is only natural, for he had ruined her life. He tarnished her reputation, making her the subject of whispered gossip. The once exalted princess of the Su family was reduced to this, that loathing gaze. He fears may never be altered. Compared to his previous life, the current circumstances are already significantly better. Doctor, I implore you, I will find a way. Please do not cease treatment. I beg you, I will gather the funds as soon as possible. Just as Lu Yiming passed through the hospital's outpatient hall, he heard a voice all too familiar to at her again. Cheng Xiao. This voice is exceedingly familiar to Lu Yiming. Why is Cheng Xiao in the hospital? Gathering funds? For what? In his previous life, at this time, Lu Yiming was still not well acquainted with Cheng Xiao. Although he was aware that there was a civilian beauty at Magic City University who was as renowned as Su Rongrong, in his former life, he had no interest in Cheng Xiao. Setting aside the fact that his thoughts were solely on Su Rongrong, even if Cheng Xiao were exceptionally beautiful, a connection between them was inconceivable. The Lu family, despite being labeled a nouveau riche by aristocratic families, was genuinely wealthy. The family values compatibility, and a girl like Cheng Xiao from an ordinary background would never enter the Lu household. A brief dalliance might be conceivable, but emotional entanglements were out of the question. Even the subsequent events that unfolded felt more like a debt owed to Cheng Xiao than anything else in this life. Even if he encounters Cheng Xiao, Lu Yiming intends to avoid entanglement, lest he repeat past mistakes. Yet who could have anticipated that fate would play such a jest? The more he wishes to maintain distance, the more Cheng Xiao appears in his life. Just like now, with Cheng Xiao's face contorted in desperation as she clutches the sleeve of the doctor in a white coat. The doctor's expression is already tinged with impatience. It seems the time for explanations has stretched too long. Director Zhang, could you grant a few more days? I will receive my salary imminently. Cheng Xiao has considered various means, yet every avenue has its own rules. The bar has already done its utmost to support her. Furthermore, having made mistakes and offended customers, Cheng Xiao finds it difficult to voice her needs. As for her daytime job, it is calculated hourly. However, that income scarcely covers the exorbitant treatment fees, even if she were to exhaust her savings. Alas, you know as well as I that hospitals have their regulations. We have already granted you a half-month extension, and the higher-ups have mandated that medical expenses must be settled. Please, do not place me in a difficult position. Director Zhang remains unmoved by Cheng Xiao's pleas. Doctors encounter numerous patients in distress each year. While they might initially empathize, prolonged exposure numbs their compassion. In hospitals, one witnesses the cycle of life and death too often, leading to emotional callousness. If all else fails, you might seek favor from the administration. You should be familiar with the local hierarchy. Director Zhang sighed helplessly, shaking off Cheng Xiao's grasp and departing without a backward glance. At this moment, Cheng Xiao wore a sorrowful expression. No, if she cannot secure treatment, her mother may not survive the week. All her efforts, no, she cannot allow such a fate to unfold. Director Zhang just mentioned the finance office. Perhaps there is a chance for a breakthrough, but Cheng Xiao's expression shifted repeatedly as she finally mustered the courage to head toward the finance office. Chapter 26. Being too beautiful is not always a blessing. Observing Cheng Xiao's retreating figure, one cannot help but admit that she is undoubtedly the most resilient woman Lu Yiming has ever encountered. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had caused her immense pain. Shaking his head, Lu Yiming prepared to leave. Yet it seemed he had overlooked something significant. What could it be? Lu Yiming momentarily struggled to recall. Starting his Ferrari, just as he was about to shift gears, a sudden realization struck him. There was no time to turn off the engine. Lu Yiming flung open the car door and sprinted toward the hospital building. Meanwhile, in the finance office, Cheng Xiao knocked on the door. Inside, only the finance section chief was present. Cheng Xiao had crossed paths with Chief Jean numerous times over the past few years, as her mother had required prolonged hospitalization each year. "Oh, it's you, Cheng Xiao." Chief Jin's stern expression instantly transformed into a smile upon seeing her. Yet, this smile bore an unsettling undertone. "Chief Jin, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." "Why, what are you saying? Come in." Chief Jin beckoned Cheng Xiao inside with a wave. "Chief Jin." Cheng Xiao sensed something amiss. Upon entering the office, she remained rooted at the door, unwilling to advance further. Conversely, Chief Jin rose from his seat. Approaching her, "I know a bit about your situation. Director Zhang has informed me that your mother has fallen behind on her treatment payments for half a month. Although I wish to assist you, the hospital has recently implemented new regulations." As he spoke, Chief Jin inched closer to Cheng Xiao. "Chief Jin, I understand I've caused trouble for the hospital, but I implore you to grant a few more days. My salary is due very soon, and I promise I can repay it." Cheng Xiao spoke hurriedly, her heart racing at the thought of her mother being forced to cease treatment. In her desperation, Cheng Xiao entirely overlooked Chief Jin's advancing presence. "Cheng Xiao, I am aware of your family's circumstances. To be honest, I have tried to advocate for you. Special situations warrant special considerations. Thank you so much. Chief Jin, rest assured, once I receive my salary, I will repay the outstanding fees immediately." Cheng Xiao thought she had found a glimmer of hope, but could never have anticipated that Chief Jin would seize this opportunity to shut the office door with a decisive thud. "Chief Jin, what are you doing?" Cheng Xiao immediately sensed the shift in tone, instinctively distancing herself from him. Alas, her realization came a moment too late. "Cheng Xiao, the hospital's decisions are not solely mine to make. Besides, having rendered you such a significant favor, do you not think you ought to show some appreciation?" Chief Jin's eyes gleamed with predatory intent. The first time he laid eyes on Cheng Xiao was 4 years ago. At that time, he had already harbored unsavory thoughts, yet lacked the opportunity to approach her. Back then, he was merely the deputy of the finance department, still under the thumb of the section chief. His base desires had to be suppressed. Occasionally, he contemplated taking advantage of her, but Cheng Xiao had always skillfully deflected his advances. Last month, the section chief finally reached retirement age, and Chief Jin had finally realized his aspirations. Taking the helm of the finance department, with his ambitions fulfilled, he soon set his sights on Cheng Xiao. In truth, the hospital had no mandate to collect treatment fees. This was entirely a fabrication of Chief Jin's design. The motives behind this are evident. Now that Cheng Xiao has conveniently presented herself, Chief Jin would never let this opportunity slip away. "Chief Jin, you can rest assured, I will definitely repay the fees. If necessary, I can prepare a token of appreciation for you. Cheng Xiao, I am well aware of your family's financial situation. How could I possibly accept your gift?" At this moment, Cheng Xiao found herself with no avenue of retreat. Her back nearly against the wall as Chief Jin continued to close in. Fear coursed through Cheng Xiao. Throughout her life, she had been acutely aware of her beauty. Yet, for a child from an ordinary family, being exceptionally beautiful is not always a blessing. In her youth, it was tolerable, as boys would flock around her. However, as she grew older, the glances from men were often filled with possessiveness. Cheng Xiao had faced many temptations. Her family's struggles and her mother's sudden illness weighed heavily upon her. The unexpected circumstances left her gasping for breath, and those who appeared to offer help often had ulterior motives. Ultimately, they sought to exploit her beauty. Of course, had Cheng Xiao chosen to succumb, she could have secured a life free from worry, with ample funds to treat her mother. But Cheng Xiao refused to take that path, instead choosing to earn every penny through her own hard work, all above board. Yet no matter how diligently she strove, she could not escape the clutches of those with ulterior motives. After all this time, must she truly see her efforts come to naught? Cheng Xiao, how much longer can you endure? A woman's prime should not be marred by excessive toil. If you were to align with me, rest assured regarding your mother's health, I would ensure the finest doctors are assigned, and should a donor become available, you would be the first to know. Chief Jin continued to entice her. With him pressing so closely, he could scarcely believe that Cheng Xiao would resist. Soon, he would fulfill his desires, and with that thought, Chief Jin's excitement grew. Look at that fair skin, that youthful figure. All of it would belong to him. No, please. Just one more step, and he would have Cheng Xiao in his embrace. Just one more step, and he could taste her lips. Chief Jin's wicked hand reached out, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, Cheng Xiao sidestepped his advanced. No, Chief Jin, I assure you, I will repay the treatment costs in time. Repay? Why should the hospital allow you to accrue debt? This is not a charity, Cheng Xiao. You have two choices. Either yield to me, or you and your mother will be ejected from the hospital this instant. Chief Jin's true nature was finally revealed. Are you not afraid of my reporting you? Report. By all means, go ahead and try. Let us see who they believe, me or you. My sweet little darling, do not hesitate. I will treat you well. Chief Jin could no longer contain himself, intent on forcing himself upon her. At that moment, Cheng Xiao found herself pressed against the office desk, with no escape. Instinctively, she grasped a pair of scissors that lay on the table. Closing her eyes, Cheng Xiao prepared to fight for her dignity with all her might. Just as the tension reached its peak, the office door, which Chief Jin had locked, was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. The loud noise startled Chief Jin, causing him to flinch. Chapter 27. Heart-wrenching. Who are you? What the hell? Chief Jin had yet to process the situation when a massive fist was thrust into his face. The scene before him was so evident that even a fool could comprehend it. With fury igniting within him, Lu Yiming had completely lost control. Although Lu Yiming had not engaged in deliberate training, his youth and vigor easily overwhelmed Chief Jin, a middle-aged and out-of-shape man who spent most of his time seated at a desk. Within moments, Chief Jin was left scrambling for cover, clutching his head. What do you think you're doing? Security, security. Though his shameful act had been exposed, survival took precedence. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao stood frozen in place, her mind racing to comprehend the whirlwind of events. Everything had occurred too abruptly. She had steeled herself for a fight to the end. To her astonishment, in her darkest hour, a light had emerged. It was he, the same person who had intervened at the bar, her classmate and the friend of her employer. Despite her gratitude towards Lu Yiming for his previous assistance, she had not sought to draw closer to him, fully aware that befriending someone of Qian Jia's stature was an unattainable dream for someone like her. If it were someone else, perhaps they would have succumbed to the situation. Yet, Cheng Xiao managed to maintain her composure. Perhaps the other party simply cannot stand to see women being bullied. Among these young gentlemen, there are indeed those with a strong sense of justice. One must not overthink. However, in this moment of despair, it was he who descended from the heavens to save her from danger. Was it truly mere coincidence? Cheng Xiao dared not dwell on it, nor did she wish to. Her life felt like an intricate web of chaos, leaving no time to ponder such matters. As for Lu Yiming, at the moment he ignited the sports car, he suddenly recalled that during this time in his previous life, Cheng Xiao seemed to have disappeared from school for a while. Although he had not paid much attention back then, after all, Cheng Xiao was one of the beauties of Magic City University. There were many rumors about her, which he had heard. A week later, Cheng Xiao reappeared at the academy, now markedly more taciturn. After they had become a couple, Lu Yiming had once inquired about this incident, yet each time he brought it up, Cheng Xiao's expression would grow uneasy. Regardless of how much he pressed her, she always responded with silence. Ultimately, it was Lu Yiming who had someone investigate the matter discreetly, finally uncovering the truth from that year. Cheng Xiao had narrowly escaped being violated by that scoundrel before her. In a moment of desperation, she had wounded him. The incident stirred quite a commotion. When the police arrived, that seemingly respectable scoundrel had the audacity to counter-accuse Cheng Xiao, claiming she had approached him to seduce him in order to settle her medical debts. Absurd. Such a blatant logical fallacy was easily debunked. Yet the police ultimately believed Section Chief Jin. Cheng Xiao was detained for 7 days. It was only through the intervention of the university, combined with Section Chief Jin's guilty conscience, that Cheng Xiao was eventually released on bail. Although no criminal charges were pressed, the university still issued Cheng Xiao a probationary warning. As for Cheng Xiao's mother, she was expelled from the hospital shortly thereafter. Upon learning the truth years later, Lu Yiming was furious. Although in his heart, Cheng Xiao was merely a substitute for Su Rongrong, she was still his woman at that time. Section Chief Jin had already been promoted to vice president, yet Lu Yiming sought to crush him, merely a larger ant in his eyes. Vice President Jin was deserving of his fate, with numerous offenses uncovered against him. Among them, he had persecuted many women in similar ways. Regrettably, apart from Cheng Xiao, few dared to step forward to testify. Perhaps this is also the tragedy of women. Having suffered misfortune, they often have to swallow their grievances for the sake of their future. Remembering these things, Lu Yiming abruptly pushed the door open and dashed out. At the moment he kicked open the door, he witnessed Section Chief Jin lunging at Cheng Xiao, who held a pair of scissors firmly in her hand. Lu Yiming's fists fell upon Section Chief Jin's face like raindrops, beating the man until he cried out for mercy. As for the security? Apologies. But Section Chief Jin chose this moment to act precisely because it was late and there were few witnesses to restrain him. Thus, before the security arrived, Lu Yiming had ample time to teach the scoundrel a proper lesson. Stop that, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. The rain of punches left Section Chief Jin with no power to retaliate. How had he provoked this calamity? He had observed Cheng Xiao for quite some time, and she had always been alone, without family or friends visiting her at the hospital. Clearly lacking any support point 10 minutes later, Lu Yiming was out of breath. While Section Chief Jin lay gasping for air, the commotion finally attracted the tardy security personnel. As they forcibly pulled Lu Yiming away, he couldn't help but deliver several kicks to Section Chief Jin's lower body. The screams echoed throughout the entire building. Let go! Lu Yiming shook off the security personnel who were restraining him. At that moment, he finally noticed Cheng Xiao leaning against the wall. She remained in the same position, the scissors still gripped tightly in her hand. Her palms stained with blood. It was evident how tightly she had held on. This must have been her last line of defense. It's me. We have met before. We are classmates. It's truly all right now. Lu Yiming hesitated to forcibly pry the scissors from her grip, fearing it might destabilize her emotions, and even more so, that Cheng Xiao might inadvertently harm herself. With gentle persuasion, Cheng Xiao's gaze finally sharpened at its you. Yes, it's me. Don't worry. It's all right now. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Seeing Cheng Xiao finally respond, Lu Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Listen to me. Let go of the scissors. Under Lu Yiming's soft insistence, Cheng Xiao finally released her grip. He seized the opportunity to take the scissors from her. Thankfully, he had arrived in time this life. Otherwise, after holding back for so long, Cheng Xiao burst into tears, as if releasing all the pressure and grievances she had endured. Her cries were heart-wrenching, revealing the depth of her suffering. Chapter 28. The world is frayed, yet someone must mend it. Call the police. The security personnel were equally at a loss in the face of such a scene. Section Chief Jin was battered and unrecognizable. Naturally, they did not dare to act on their own, immediately dialing the police. Upon hearing that the police were being called, Cheng Xiao instinctively clutched Lu Yiming's sleeve, her eyes filled with anxiety. Such a reaction only deepened Lu Yiming's unease. How helpless must Cheng Xiao have felt in her previous life? He truly felt like a beast, allowing her to suffer such injustice. He had thought he had found true love in her, only to realize that in his heart, she was merely a substitute for another. Surely, in her previous life, Cheng Xiao had become utterly disillusioned with him. It's all right. I'm here. Lu Yiming also took out his phone. This matter must not be allowed to pass. He directly called the dean, calmly recounting the situation. The dean on the other end of the line gasped in shock. What the hell? Has Section Chief Jin lost his mind? Why provoke this one? Lu Yiming's notorious reputation as a playboy in Magic City was well known. Who didn't know that the heir of the Lu family had a bad temper? The dean, who had already settled into bed, rushed to the hospital to handle the aftermath as quickly as possible. Lu Yiming's second call was to Li. Yes, Li, young Master Lu. Do you know that disturbing a lady's beauty sleep is quite an impolite act? Li frowned, genuinely reluctant to take the call. As Lu Yiming's reputation was less than savory. Although her opinion of him had improved somewhat due to the national debt incident, his character remained questionable. I need a lawyer. What? A lawyer? Right now? What do you think? Li looked bewildered. Was he expecting her to summon a lawyer as if she were Doraemon? Young Master Lu, if you need a lawyer, you should contact the legal department of the company. Or should I give you the number? Arrange for one to arrive at Huashan Hospital within half an hour. Li. I am your assistant, not your personal maid. Why do you summon me for everything? Besides, what mess have you gotten into this time? If I recall correctly, you are about to collaborate with me. Just half an hour. Dominating. Far too dominating. He gave her no chance to refuse, and Lu Yiming hung up the phone. What happens to you is none of my concern. Li complained to the phone a few times, yet ultimately dialed the number of the head of the legal department. After giving all the necessary instructions, she was wide awake. What have I gotten myself into? I owe you nothing. Half an hour later, Various parties gathered together. As for Section Chief Jean, he had already been sent to the emergency room. A testament to the severity of Lu Yiming's blows. The sequence of events was evident, and the lawyer present offered appropriate advice. Regardless of the circumstances, hitting someone is inherently wrong, and of course, any decent person would support Lu Yiming's use of violence against such a scoundrel. However, the force he had used was undeniably excessive. What? Fractured? Are you sure? Li Li's lips twitched. The last few kicks had been excessively brutal. As for what had been fractured, even a fool could understand. Assistantly, this might be a bit troublesome. The injuries have reached a level warranting sentencing. What nonsense, we called you to handle this. This is self-defense, do you understand? At the very least, it constitutes acting in the interest of justice. The lawyer. Assistantly, do you have any misunderstandings regarding self-defense and acting in the interest of justice? Regardless, lawyers earn their high salaries from the Lu family to deal with these unexpected incidents. Of course, their expertise lies in business disputes, not civil ones. However, as a lawyer, they can still intimidate, and no matter the cost, we must win. Initially, Li Li thought young Master Lu was merely throwing his weight around. But upon arriving at the scene, she realized he was standing for justice. This Section Chief Jean was nothing short of a scoundrel, using such tactics to coerce women. If it were her, his own manhood would not remain intact. Shall we settle this? After all, he cannot afford to have this exposed. Settle? If we settle, what use do you have? Young Master Lu's intention is abundantly clear. Regardless of the expense, he must receive his just deserts. If you cannot achieve this, you can explain to the Lu family yourself. Understood, we will do our utmost. This was a direct order. No matter how difficult, it must be accomplished. Given the severity of the injuries, the public security authorities would have to detain Lu Yiming. However, given the circumstances, and since the investigating officers were human too, they could not look favorably upon Section Chief Jin's actions. The matter did not require intervention from the Lu family. The investigating officers granted Lu Yiming bail without hesitation. He could leave the hospital with his head held high. As for Section Chief Jin, while this incident was an attempted assault on a woman, no one could say for certain whether he had a history of such behavior. An investigation was imperative. The dean assured Lu Yiming that he would pursue the matter to the end. Showing no leniency, it was evident to all that young Master Lu was still in a rage. No one dared to provoke him. I'm sorry. Cheng Xiao had not anticipated that she would cause Lu Yiming such significant trouble. Had he not arrived in time, she dared not imagine what her fate would have been. It's nothing. I owe you. What? It's nothing. Your clothes. Cheng Xiao, in her fright, had clutched at Lu Yiming's garment, and now she noticed that it had been stained with blood. It was only at this moment that she realized it. This must be quite expensive. It doesn't matter, Lu Yiming. How about I help you wash it? No need. Just take care of yourself. Cheng Xiao was at a loss for words. This immense favor was something she felt she could never repay. Li, please help her get back to school later. Me? Li pointed at herself, exasperated. Am I indebted to you? You're getting more and more demanding. However, after all Lu Yiming had done, wasn't it for her sake? The young girl was indeed beautiful. Even as a woman, Li couldn't help but feel touched, especially in her current vulnerable state. Are you really willing to give up such a good opportunity? Why are you being so good to me? Cheng Xiao could not resist asking this question before she left. She genuinely felt gratitude towards Lu Yiming. Yet to say she would offer herself in return was simply beyond her. I would act the same for anyone else. The world is inherently frayed, and someone must mend it. Chapter 29. There is a pain called fractured eggs. The world is inherently frayed, and someone must mend it. This may have been the most heartfelt reasoning Cheng Xiao had ever encountered. Yet, it brought her a sense of comfort. This phrase resonated deeply within her. Why? Why did her life have to be this way? So frayed and torn, Lu Yiming before her seemed to possess an enchanting power, one that could bring her peace of mind. Why are you still here? Just as Li was about to escort Cheng Xiao away, a voice sounded from behind. The cool tone immediately suggested a beauty. Upon hearing the voice, Cheng Xiao felt compelled to glimpse the speaker. Rongrong had just finished putting her grandfather to bed and was preparing to return to school. She hadn't expected to encounter Lu Yiming at the hospital entrance. Was he some sort of clingy pest? Intentionally waiting for her, however, upon seeing Cheng Xiao, Rongrong was taken aback. Cheng Xiao? Why is she here in the hospital? Being recognized as one of the beauties of Magic City University alongside Rongrong was quite a novelty for her. Having grown accustomed to being the center of attention, It was intriguing to suddenly find someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. For this reason, Su Rongrong had paid special attention to Cheng Xiao. Upon seeing her in person, Su Rongrong had to admit that Cheng Xiao exuded a pitiable charm. Unfortunately, Cheng Xiao rarely appeared at school. It was said that due to her family's circumstances, she bore a heavy burden. Yet at this moment, Cheng Xiao's reddened eyes seemed to imply Su Rongrong thought, indeed, he is an unrepentant scoundrel, having just fawned over me before turning around to bully another girl. As Su Rongrong scrutinized Cheng Xiao, she instinctively lowered her head, as if trying to avoid Su Rongrong's gaze. Why did this create an impression of a scene caught in the act? Cheng Xiao naturally knew who Su Rongrong was, the true darling of the heavens. Throughout their 4 years of university, she had always been compared to her. It was impossible not to recognize her. They had never spoken, nor had they been this close before. Su Rongrong was stunningly beautiful, radiating an undeniable aura. Wherever she appeared, she was the absolute focal point. I happened to be heading back to school. Shall we go together? Lu Yiming, seemingly unfazed, invited Su Rongrong to join them. Lu Yiming, your audacity knows no bounds. Su Rongrong nearly laughed in disbelief. Although she didn't know what had just transpired, she had already concluded that the playboy must have been bullying Cheng Xiao. This behavior fit perfectly with Lu Yiming's reputation. I smell jealousy. Lu Yiming chuckled, openly teasing Su Rongrong. Forget what I just said. You, Lu Yiming, are utterly shameless. Su Rongrong's expression turned cold. A scoundrel was a scoundrel. After all, what was that saying? A leopard can't change its spots. Wait, that analogy seems inappropriate. Su Rongrong. Cheng Xiao wanted to explain, to her. These two seemed like the perfect pair. She hoped there would be no misunderstanding due to her presence. Cheng, listen to my advice. Keep your distance from him and protect yourself. It's not like that. Are you heading back to school as well? Yes, just right, together. The abrupt turn of events left Lily feeling somewhat out of sync with the rhythm. She had originally anticipated a captivating spectacle, expecting a scene reminiscent of a battleground, only to find two beauties departing hand in hand. Xiao Luzong, are you not going to chase after and clarify things? Clarify what? Afraid of misunderstandings. It would be fine to feel jealous. Lu Yiming shrugged. Is Su Rongrong going to be jealous of me? I am quite self-aware. She left with Cheng Xiao simply to prevent Cheng Xiao from falling into the clutches of wolves. If Xiao Luzong has nothing else to do, I'll take my leave. With no show to watch, my presence here is superfluous. I'll be going to the company tomorrow. I in such a hurry? Lily was taken aback. She wasn't quite prepared yet. Although Luzong had already spoken with her, she would rather continue serving as Lu Aijuan's assistant than collaborate with Lu Yiming. How would you know if you don't give it a try? What if it doesn't suit me? Then you can return after a month. If you feel there's no future in following me, you can go back anytime. A gentleman's word is his bond. I am not a gentleman, Li. Well, it seems he doesn't play by the rules at all. The Lu Yiming before her was completely inscrutable. As for Su Rongrong and Cheng Xiao, under the streetlight, their shadows stretched long. Su Rongrong, there really is nothing between Lu and me. What's wrong with your hand, Su Rongrong? Could it be that Lu Yiming, that scoundrel, used force again? No, it was purely an accident. Let me give you a piece of advice. Beware of Lu Yiming, you might get hurt. With that said, if Cheng Xiao insisted on throwing herself into the fire, Su Rongrong wouldn't stop her. It's really not. It has nothing to do with me, Su Rongrong said coldly. After all, Cheng Xiao was unaware of the vile deeds committed by Lu Yiming. The moment she awoke, despair engulfed her. Fortunately, that scoundrel still possessed a shred of humanity. Otherwise, at that thought, a glint of coldness flickered in Su Rongrong's eyes. However, in Cheng Xiao's view, this was merely a lover's quarrel, just as depicted in dramas. Could she be testing her? Su Tongxue, rest assured, there is truly nothing between Lu Tongxue and me. I have never intended to ruin anyone's relationship. At the school gate, Cheng Xiao solemnly swore to Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong, what does it mean to ruin a relationship? Is Cheng Xiao referring to herself and Lu Yiming? Impossible. Just as Su Rongrong was about to explain, Cheng Xiao had already vanished into the night. For Cheng Xiao, perhaps Lu Yiming was indeed quite exceptional. Yes, although he had a notorious reputation as a playboy in school, had it not been for him today, she might have died. In her moment of despair, Lu Yiming descended like a beacon of light in the darkness. What girl doesn't harbor a crush? Regrettably, Cheng Xiao understood that she did not wish to burden anyone. At this juncture, emotions were a luxury for her. Maintain your distance, Cheng Xiao constantly reminded herself. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming had returned to the Lu family's villa. You rascal, you've gotten into trouble again. This time, even the legal department of the company had been stirred. Lu Ijuan received the news immediately. To his astonishment, the boy remained unfazed in his presence. I consider this an act of bravery. Pfft. Just being grateful if you don't cause trouble, and you speak of bravery? Clearly, Lu Ijuan had not grasped the full extent of the situation. When Lu Yiming clarified the sequence of events, Lu Ijuan, known for his disdain for wrongdoing, was evidently furious. How could such a thing happen? Absolutely lawless. Why didn't you beat him to a pulp? That scoundrel deserves to be punished, Lu Yiming. It seems that in a previous life, when I committed a grave error, my father was willing to forsake everything to protect me. Double standards indeed. My eggs are scrambled. Perhaps I want to be able to live a humane life in the latter half. Him. It truly was a brutal encounter. The pain of that thing could only be understood by men who have experienced it. Of course, this time, Lu Ijuan firmly stood by his son's side. Regardless of how tumultuous the situation became, the Lu group would endure it. Chapter 30. Unstable Hearts. In 1995, the infrastructure development in the Magic City had reached a frenzied pace. With construction speeds that were astounding, the Lu group had also set its sights on the fast lane of real estate, officially establishing a presence in the property market. Moreover, this time it was exceptionally high profile. To this end, Lu Ijuan formally established Lu Property Group AS for the headquarters of the Lu Group. It was situated in the recently developed Lujiazui, adjacent to the Oriental Pearl Tower. That time, the financial district of Lujiazui had yet to be officially initiated, and everything was still in the preparatory phase. The Lu Group had become one of the landmark establishments in Lujiazui. One must admit, the old man's foresight was indeed unrivaled. Early in the morning, a Ferrari pulled into the headquarters of the Lu Group. Sir, I'm sorry, but this parking space is reserved for the chairman. Just as Lu Yiming parked the car, a security guard promptly approached to advise him to leave. It was no joke. This spot was exclusively for the chairman. Even if it was empty, no one was allowed to park there. Who was this young man? So inconsiderate? And as for the Ferrari, the guard truly didn't recognize it. Besides, in just 10 minutes, the chairman would arrive, and if the parking space was lost, the guard's job would be at stake. One should not underestimate the positions within the Lu Group. Even a security guard's salary was about 50 higher than the city's average. In Lu Ijuan's words, Lu Group employees must demonstrate a sense of superiority. Only in this way could they work better for the Lu Group. Therefore, the salaries at the Lu Group were benchmarked against leading foreign enterprises. Even a security guard's position had many vying for it. Let him park elsewhere. No, sir. Arrogant, too arrogant. To have the audacity to usurp the boss's parking spot. This was the first time the guard had encountered such a person. Rest assured, your chairman will not make things difficult for you. Sorry, that's our policy. The security guard dared not take any chances. Moreover, the young man before him seemed too young and inexperienced. The guard prevented Lu Yiming from passing. Just then a BMW 320 drove up. In this era, the BBA was the pinnacle of luxury cars in the eyes of ordinary people. The owner of this BMW was none other than Li. What is going on? Assistantly, this gentleman insists on parking in the chairman's spot, and we are currently advising him to leave. Please rest assured, we will definitely. Let him park. The guard was taken aback. Let him park? Who did he think he was? The chairman's son? Well, the truth was revealed. At that moment, Lu Yiming did not rush to leave. Instead, he patiently waited for Li to park her car before approaching her. Let us go together. Show me the way. Xiao Luzong is joking. Your territory doesn't need me to guide you. This time, our identities are different. Watching Lu Yiming and assistantly chatting and laughing as they departed, the guard was left utterly bewildered. 10 minutes later, Lu Ijuan's tiger-headed Benz arrived, and the guard was filled with trepidation. To his surprise, the tiger-headed Benz silently parked in an adjacent space, without any commotion. The guard was perplexed and ultimately had to ask his supervisor to understand. Indeed, the owner of that Ferrari was the boss's son. Kid, keep your eyes open. We can't afford to mess with this young Master Lu. This was advice from a predecessor. After all, young Master Lu was notorious for being a playboy. Meanwhile, within the group, the atmosphere was tense. What did this mean? Quite simply, the suddenly established investment department left the senior management bewildered. The group had just entered the real estate market. Even for a private giant like the Lu Group, funding was somewhat tight. Establishing an investment department at this juncture? What does this imply? The funds were already strained. Where was the leeway for other investments? Many senior executives voiced their differing opinions. Yet Lu Zong persisted against the tide. as the Lu Group ultimately remained a one-man show. Soon, internal news circulated. This investment department was tailor-made for the young master. At that point, the Lu Group was in an uproar. Everyone knew the young master's reputation as a playboy. Handing the newly established investment department over to this scion was akin to gambling with the group's future. No one was optimistic about Lu Zong's decision. It now seemed that, regardless of Lu Zong's wisdom, he could not escape the traditions of a family business. This was meant to bolster the heir's credentials and bargaining chips. However, the current moment was an excellent opportunity for the Lu Group's rapid development. The market was advancing at breakneck speed. Any misstep in decision-making could lead to immeasurable losses for the Lu Group. Many senior executives sought out Lu Zong, yet Lu Yijuan appeared resolute. He even assigned his assistant, Li, to the investment department and ordered the recruitment of 2 elites from each department to bolster the investment team. With no way to dissuade him, everyone could only watch as events unfolded. However, for the employees of the group, this was not good news. The future of the investment department was uncertain. It might just become a plaything for the young master. Should it collapse, the young master would be indifferent, but for those below, it would mean either being left with the fallout or taking the blame. Anxiety permeated the atmosphere, with every department waiting for the final verdict. No one was willing to step forward voluntarily. Even with assistant Li stationed in the investment department, the young master's notorious reputation was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. No1 was willing to gamble with their own futures. Have the personnel been selected? A total of 20 individuals were chosen, but enthusiasm is lacking. This was indeed a problem. Even Li, at first, found it hard to accept, let alone others. Don't you have confidence in me? Perhaps there are other concerns. Li responded indirectly, but Lu Yiming understood it was worries about his future. After all, every time the young master visited the group, it ended in chaos. No one would believe that this prince was genuinely here to do serious work. Logically, the investment department is crucial for any enterprise. Being part of the investment department equates to entering the core of the company. Yet, at this moment, the Lu Group was a place everyone avoided. This was truly, notify everyone in the department. There will be a meeting in the conference room in half an hour. Understood, Li nodded, though she didn't understand why Lu Yiming wanted to convene a meeting on his first day in charge, especially a meeting for the entire department. Ordinarily, the investment department was in disarray, with not a single project in hand. After careful planning, the young master should focus on stabilizing morale rather than rushing to prove himself. Such an approach often resulted in counterproductive outcomes. Li initially considered advising him. In her view, individual discussions would be best to at least calm the troops. But Lu Yiming, as per his usual style, was determined to take a different approach to go ahead and make arrangements. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Lu Yiming didn't give Li a chance to express her opinions. Understood. Seeing that Lu Yiming had made a decision, Li ceased her attempts to persuade him. The first meeting of the Lu Group investment department was held under these unanticipated circumstances. However, those in attendance could never have imagined that one day in the future, today's meeting would be hailed as the legendary beginning, and they would all bear witness to history. Chapter 31. A new official takes office. The investment department is located on the 12th floor of the group. The core level of the building, it was evident that Lu Yijuan was wholeheartedly supporting his son. Since his son wanted to make a name for himself, Lu Yijuan naturally would back him up. This was certainly better than carrying the reputation of a playboy. Of course, Lu Yijuan wasn't entirely letting go. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Li to the investment department. Lu Yiming was well aware that, even as father and son, Lu Yijuan could not fully trust him. After all, the trope of a prodigal son returning is suitable only in stories. This was also why Lu Yiming sought out Li. It was a form of quid pro quo, ensuring his father's peace of mind. By 10 a.m., the conference room was filled to capacity. Everyone awaited the meeting, though their expressions varied, with many displaying a sense of apprehension. No one knew what the future of the investment department would hold, nor did they know if they had a tomorrow within the Lu Group. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Lu Yiming strode in, with Li following closely behind. As soon as the two appeared, everyone quickly rose to greet them. Enough with the formalities. The investment department will not concern itself with these in the future. Who would have thought that the young master would disregard conventional norms entirely? He waved his hand for everyone to sit down, taking a commanding seat himself. I assume you all know me by now. Even if you haven't seen me in person, you've surely heard of the rumors surrounding me. As for what those rumors entailed, Li couldn't help but twitch her lips. They certainly weren't favorable. Was he self-deprecating right from the start? She genuinely admired the young master's courage. I know you all have concerns at this moment, but from this point forward, I want you to set aside those worries. I demand your full commitment. I don't wish to engage in superfluous discussions. You will witness the future of the investment department. Without further ado, Liu Yiming plunged into the main topic. His decisive approach left many momentarily taken aback. Could this be the proverbial new official taking office with a burst of energy? Li, how much funding do we currently have? The chairman allocated a budget of 20 million. Upon hearing this figure, Liu Yiming couldn't help but frown. The investment department of the illustrious Liu Group had only 20 million in funds? Was this a joke? This was, after all, a leading private enterprise in the Magic City. It must be noted that the recent national debt incident had netted the Liu Group 2 small targets. Though Liu Yiming's benevolence significantly reduced profits, even so, compared to this 20 million, it was far too. Young master, the chairman is also under considerable pressure. Given that the investment department has just been established, many high-level executives still harbor concerns. That's merely short-sightedness, Li. Was it really appropriate to criticize the senior management right off the bat? Furthermore, many present in the conference room were trusted aides and spies from various departments. Liu Yiming's words would likely spread throughout the group within an hour. Young master. Enough of that. Li, I'm assigning you a task. I don't care how you do it, but I want you to contact the upper echelons of the telecommunications group as soon as possible. Telecommunications? Li looked astonished. The Liu Group had built its foundation on foreign trade, and its current ventures were in the stock market and real estate. The telecommunications industry, however, was an area the Liu Group had never ventured into. Taking such a leap now seemed overly ambitious. Young master, the telecommunications sector is entirely controlled by the state. Private entities cannot participate, and besides, although unsure of what young master Liu intended, Li believed this was utterly reckless. She had initially thought the young master held a trump card, but now it seemed completely unfeasible. You can make contact, but I must respectfully say, then do it. Also, arrange for 3 individuals to prepare for an overseas inspection in a week. An inspection? What out an overseas inspection? What for? Li was utterly bewildered. What scheme was young master Liu concocting? The Liu Group's capital was domestic. It had no overseas involvement. Even in foreign trade, it was conducted through the Foreign Trade Bureau, with no experience in that area. International trade? No, that doesn't relate to telecommunications either. The assembly in the conference room was left in utter confusion. Others, please gather relevant information on the current mobile phone industry in the market. The more detailed the better, and provide me with a report within 3 days. There is no time for anyone to respond, and the investment department has become a one-man show for Liu Yiming. At this moment, even Li was unable to remain calm. Just as she was about to speak, Liu Yiming, after finishing his instructions, directly announced the meeting's conclusion, leaving everyone staring at each other in bewilderment. Vice President Li, this. The crowd's gaze turned towards Li. Starting off with such chaotic orders? Not even knowing the project, isn't this absurd? Don't ask, young President Liu has already spoken. He assigns the tasks and only cares about the results. Liu Yiming left gracefully, while Li had to clean up the mess. Exhausted. 10 minutes later, in Liu Yiming's office. Young President Liu, what exactly do you intend to do? Li barged into Liu Yiming's office, questioning him with a stern tone in her eyes. Today was nothing short of chaos. What nonsense, calling for a meeting and suddenly assigning a series of vague tasks. It was 5 minutes earlier than I anticipated. Unlikely, Liu Yiming appeared remarkably composed at this moment, even taking the time to brew tea. What? I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Young President Liu, are you having a fit? Is it inappropriate to question your direct superior like this? The exchange was sharp, reminiscent of a collision between celestial bodies. Sigh. All right, I apologize for my poor attitude. However, may I ask? Young President Liu, could you clarify what exactly you wish to accomplish? Telecom, mobile phones, and overseas inspections. Li was eager to inquire if young President Liu was aware of our investment department's total funds. Could it be that young President Liu intends to venture into the mobile phone business? That is simply a daydream. Not to mention that the Liu Group lacks the capability in this realm. Furthermore, this field is not one that the Liu Group can easily penetrate. The mobile phone sector has already been dominated by foreign giants, and domestically, there is no entity capable of competing. While the government wishes to provide substantial support, without key technologies, it is impossible to take shape. In Li's view, the cost of developing a mobile phone is astronomical, Even state-owned enterprises would find it a daunting challenge. Agreed. Li. Do you know why I asked you to contact Telecom? In my opinion, both China Mobile and China Unicom far surpass the telecom you mentioned in this regard. Indeed. Young President Liu, could you not be forthright? Guessing back and forth is futile, isn't it? Since Liu Yiming is fully aware of everything, Li thought that the current telecom is merely an empty shell that has just been separated. IT possesses no advantages. If cooperation is to be sought, it should not be with telecom. How confident are you in collaborating with China Mobile and China Unicom? This. None at all. A single cake, and both China Mobile and China Unicom can consume it themselves. Why share it with others? In Li's view, only a fool would do such a thing. Chapter 32. Handheld Wireless Telephone System. Try this Hong Pao. It is a treasure from the mother tree. Liu Yiming pushed a freshly brewed cup of red tea towards Li. Young President Liu.as Liu's assistant. How could one not recognize Hong Pao? It is a cherished possession of the president. Yet, unexpectedly, on young President Liu's first day, he squandered the president's collection. It is known that even the most esteemed guests would not be offered such a treat. Yet, Liu Yiming seemed perfectly at ease in wasting it. If I drink this, does it mean I'm colluding with you? Don't look at me like that. Even the finest tea requires someone to savor it. Smell it. If left for a while, the tea leaves would truly go to waste. Utterly serious nonsense. One must admire Liu Yiming. I will not taste it. Take it. Accompany me in discussing the intricacies of life, and we shall consider ourselves kindred spirits. Li. Can it be any more absurd? Fine. I understand your concerns. By the way, how much is your monthly phone bill? Does the Liu Group reimburse mobile expenses? 300. The company does not currently reimburse, but it has already been put on the agenda by the president. It is worth noting that in 1995, what was the average salary nationwide? It hadn't yet surpassed 500. Li's phone expenses were nearly 300. While mobile phones have begun to gain traction, they remain quite a luxury for the vast majority of the populace, let alone the phones that easily cost nearly 10,000. You see, mobile expenses are not cheap, right? Young President Liu, what exactly are you trying to say? Indeed, mobile communication fees are considerable, and it is a two-way charge, costing 0.5 yuan per minute. Even for high-ranking executives like Li, brevity is preferred during phone calls. But what does this have to do with young President Liu? Can a debonair young master be concerned about phone bills? What if we could reduce the communication fees to those of landlines? That is impossible. For Li, that is simply a fanciful notion. Mobile operators are state monopolies, and in this regard, there is no possibility of a price reduction. Even if it is a future trend, speaking of it now is merely a fantasy. One must be vigilant, for comfort can lead to complacency. Young President Liu, I truly do not comprehend what you wish to achieve. What does that mean? Personal handy phone system, which translates to a personal mobile communication system. More simply put, it is a handheld wireless telephone system. Mobile phone. Such a professional term essentially means mobile phone, right? Li genuinely could not understand what Liu Yiming was playing at. No, a handheld wireless telephone system, by definition, is a wireless landline. Wireless landline? This Li was utterly dumbfounded. Is such a possibility even conceivable? Young President Liu, the handheld wireless telephone system you speak of does not seem to exist in the country. Naturally, Li. Li wanted to question Liu Yiming, asking if he was mocking her with all this talk. What is there to boast about with something that does not even exist domestically? To prove that young Master Liu is well-read? Look, are you anxious? Sipping tea is about cultivating a state of mind. Young President Liu, are you aiming for this handheld wireless telephone system? Li calmed down and immediately recognized the business opportunity within. Yes, your capacity for understanding is commendable. Impossible, young President Liu, I reiterate, the domestic mobile sector is in the hands of the state, and private entities cannot undertake this. This is a national policy. Not only the Liu Group, but even reaching out to higher authorities would bear no fruit. Since the advent of mobile phones in the domestic market, many have attempted to venture into this field. After all, such a large cake attracts anyone. Among them are numerous influential individuals, yet who has succeeded? Even agents are tightly held by the mobile giants. Seeking a slice from within is merely a fool's dream. Li once thought that young Master Liu had considerable capabilities, but now it appears to be nothing more than a pipe dream. Don't rush. Your temperament lacks steadiness. Young President Liu, I simply believe it is unnecessary to waste time on such an impossible endeavor. Have you forgotten the task I assigned you? Telecom? Yes, precisely telecom. Liu Yiming smiled slightly. Previously, there had been no opportunity, but now, there are indeed genuine prospects. Telecom has just been split from its former self, and the mobile business has been stripped away. At this moment, Telecom is eager to develop its mobile segment. Yet the issue is that it lacks its own license. Meanwhile, the higher-ups are demanding performance growth metrics. For Telecom's executives, this period is exasperating. As for Liu Yiming, this represents an excellent opportunity if he can seize it. With this thought, Liu Yiming's smile became increasingly pronounced. Young President Liu, after all, Telecom is a state-owned enterprise, and examples of collaboration with private enterprises are scarce. State-owned enterprises often perceive themselves as superior. Even for the Liu Group, a leader among private enterprises, they still remain unregarded. The most crucial point is that state-owned enterprises do not lack for funds. With a powerful backing, they naturally have no shortage of capital, an advantage that no private enterprise can rival. You wish to suggest they are aloof, aren't they? That is only because they lack compelling leverage to entice them. Young President Liu, on what grounds do you believe they would be interested in the handheld wireless telephone system? Because they have no better options. Liu Yiming's confidence left Li speechless. Of course, if Liu Yiming's judgment proves correct, this indeed represents a splendid entry point for the Liu Group. However, why does young President Liu believe he can obtain this technology? Young President Liu, from where does the technology originate? The telecommunications giant NTT. Unrealistic. If what young President Liu says is true, why would they possibly transfer the technology to us? The domestic market holds immense potential, and they cannot simply ignore that. If the handheld wireless telephone system is as advantageous as young President Liu claims, why hasn't NTT itself entered the domestic market? Why wait for the Liu Group to reap the benefits? Quite simply, they lack the funds. That reason is indeed irrefutable. NTT possesses the technology, yet their research direction has been fundamentally flawed from the start. In my view, the handheld wireless telephone system could serve as a transitional solution during a market gap. Yet the overall research direction has veered off course. I understand even less now. There is no need for you to grasp all of this. Simply remember that the handheld wireless telephone system is currently the most suitable for the domestic market. As for how to persuade NTT, that is my concern. You just need to secure the upper echelons of telecom. I can give it a try, but I cannot guarantee the results. Li had no absolute confidence. That is your responsibility. I only care about the outcome. You are an assistant, and is this your only capability? Very well, though it is a clear attempt to provoke, it is effective for Li. Being looked down upon by a debonair young master regarding her professionalism was unacceptable to her. You see, the tea has already gone cold. Liu Yiming's words were pointed. I will do it. You may proceed as you wish. Li downed the cup of Da Hong Pao before her. A pleasant cooperation. This was not merely a cup of tea. Securing Li's support held significant meaning. At this moment, the two were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. What was that saying? Together they face challenges. Together they, that is not right. Chapter 33. Contract of Surrender. Chang Xiao sat on the steps in front of the clinic, her face etched with worry. Although Section Chief Jean deserved his fate and was under investigation, Chang Xiao's difficulties remained unresolved. Upon arriving at the hospital early in the morning, Chang Xiao immediately went to visit her mother. The attending physician, having heard the news, sought her out as well. It was still the issue of unpaid bills. The hospital had agreed to extend the deadline by 1 day. But in such a short time, where was she to gather such a large sum of money? There was still some time before payday. Now, all her relatives were avoiding her. Understandably, her mother's illness was like a bottomless pit. Initially, there was no way to offer assistance, but her relatives were merely an ordinary family and truly unable to help. Chang Xiao saw no glimmer of hope. However, if treatment were to cease, the outcome would be singular. Her mother was her only family in this world. She could not bear to watch her mother die. Just then, the ground in front of her darkened, and Chang Xiao looked up in surprise. A familiar figure appeared before her. Is it him? Liu classmate? It was none other than Liu Yiming. Look, Liu Yiming's expression was impassive, yet he held several sheets of paper in his hand. What is this? Your contract of surrender, Liu classmate. Please do not joke around. Contract of surrender? Chang Xiao's heart felt as though it were pierced, a dull ache spreading through her. Could it be that he, like others, intended to extinguish the only light in her heart? I have looked into it. Your mother requires treatment, and if all goes well, the entire course will cost 200,000 yuan. You? How does Liu Yiming know such details? Has he investigated me? Chang Xiao instantly became wary. What does this man intend to do? I can resolve it. Resolve? With your relentless labor? Those odd jobs barely cover daily expenses. Your only house has already been sold, hasn't it? What do you mean by that? Cheng Xiao felt herself becoming agitated. Although Lu Yiming's words were factual, they pierced her heart like knives, leaving her gasping for breath. Why does this man feel the need to strip away her final vestige of strength? Here is a chance for a one-time solution. Lu Yiming extended the agreement before Cheng Xiao. Lu Yiming, I misjudged you. Cheng Xiao stood up, glaring at him. The agreement in Lu Yiming's hand was easily guessed as to its contents. Cheng Xiao knew that her beauty made her vulnerable to danger at any moment. Throughout her life, countless men had gazed at her with naked desire. Such looks terrified Cheng Xiao. She had never anticipated that Lu Yiming would be no different from those men. A despicable agreement. He intends to keep her as a mistress, doesn't he? The contents could very well be even more distasteful. Perhaps saving her today was simply a ploy to prevent her from falling into someone else's grasp. For these men, her chastity was what they truly valued. In a wonder, classmate Su Rongrong urged her to stay away from Lu Yiming. It seems her warnings were indeed true. I may be in need of money, but I will never sell myself to so. You will watch your mother die before your eyes? A threat, a blatant threat. Holding her only vulnerability, Tio Cheng Xiao, this was a ruthless response. Watch her mother perish. She could not do that. Yet, the mere thought of selling her body sent shivers down her spine. Not from fear, but from anger. Such a stubborn demeanor left Lu Yiming momentarily entranced. In his previous life, it was precisely this expression, hopelessness, yet filled with despair. Originally, Lu Yiming had no desire for further entanglements with Cheng Xiao. After all, for him, keeping his distance from Cheng Xiao might be the best outcome. However, Cheng Xiao's mother's illness had reached a critical juncture. Depending on medication and equipment might delay until a kidney source could be found. But if treatment were abandoned, no miracle would occur in his previous life. It was because of this that Cheng Xiao lost her only family. For a time, she lived like a walking corpse. All of this was information Lu Yiming had learned afterward. Now, the opportunity lay before him. Even for the sake of atonement, he could not remain indifferent. However, simply handing over money was not an option for Cheng Xiao. Lu Yiming understood this all too well. Cheng Xiao did not seek anyone's pity. Perhaps she had long seen through the warmth and coldness of the world. This might indeed be the best approach. You are shameless. You only have this one chance. Take your time to review the agreement before making a decision. Lu Yiming placed the agreement in Cheng Xiao's hand and turned to leave without looking back, leaving Cheng Xiao in a daze, clutching the crumpled agreement. For a full 10 minutes, Cheng Xiao remained motionless, lacking the courage to open the document in her hand. She was afraid of losing control. Silently, she returned to the corridor of the ward. What are you doing? Cheng Xiao was taken aback as she discovered that the hospital staff had moved her mother's ward into the corridor. I truly apologize, but we are powerless to change the situation. It is the directive from above. Dear girl, we understand your filial piety, but perhaps you should consider alternative solutions. The hospital can currently only provide basic life support. It is well known that the young lady before us is also a victim of unfortunate circumstances. However, there is little we can do. Our livelihoods depend on the hospital's wages. Such situations are not unheard of. The outstanding medical fees are simply too overwhelming. Mom. Cheng Xiao stood resolutely before her. Let us go home. We won't pursue treatment any further. You will be fine, Mom. Cheng Xiao's mother spoke with great difficulty. Her complexion ashen, seemed that each word drained her of immense energy. No more treatment. I truly do not wish to continue. I have burdened you for too long. How much distress have I caused my daughter for my sake? At an age when she should be cherished like a princess, she has instead been forced to confront the harshness of life too soon. I do not wish to be a burden any longer. Mom, please don't say that. We can absolutely get you treated. No, I am content as is. Once a harmonious family, it seemed as though fate had conspired against them. Her husband suffered an accident at work, shattering their once blissful home. After painstakingly raising their daughter, she was now diagnosed with a terminal illness. Their savings had been entirely consumed by medical expenses, and even their sole home had to be sold. Her daughter was exceptionally understanding, yet her maturity was heart-wrenching. She felt like a burden to her daughter. Perhaps closing her eyes sooner would be a form of liberation for her child. No, Mom, trust me. We will find a way to treat you, I promise. Cheng Xiao clutched the agreement tightly in her hand, ultimately making up her mind. Eventually, she would become someone else's plaything. What did it matter if she submitted to Lu Yiming? At least he had once offered her help. Cheng Xiao could only gamble on the hope that Lu Yiming still possessed some humanity, that he would uphold his promises after taking her. Gritting her teeth, she resolved herself completely. Mom, this will be resolved soon. Just trust me, wait here. I'll find a solution right away. Cheng Xiao handed her last 50 yuan to the caregiver, requesting that they take care of her mother while she rushed out of the hospital. Find Lu Yiming. I will agree to any conditions, as long as it could save her mother. She was willing to descend into hell. Chapter 34. Descending into hell. Young Master Lu? Someone is looking for you. Zhang Zun wore a lecherous grin as he approached Lu Yiming. Zhang Zun, Wang Kuan, Li Rui, and Fan Cheng were Lu Yiming's 4 loyal aides, inciting him to intoxicate Su Rongrong. They were also his university roommates. However, since the last incident, Lu Yiming seemed to have intentionally distanced himself from them, which had caused them to panic. They realized that they could only maintain their status by clinging to Lu Yiming. Should he abandon them, their good days would come to an end. Today, with Lu Yiming back in the dormitory, the 4 of them were eagerly vying for his attention, fawning over him. It had hardly been long since Lu Yiming's return, yet someone was already seeking him out. During their university days, many girls had courted Lu Yiming. Unfortunately, believing their looks could ensnare him, they had tried to make him fall at their feet. In their view, those girls were foolish. What kind of women hadn't Lu Yiming encountered? Just because they were somewhat attractive and received attention from boys at school didn't mean they knew their worth. However, this time was undeniably unexpected. Upon seeing Lu Yiming's return, they knew that the ordinary girls could hardly catch his eye and would be swiftly dismissed. Exactly, Zhang Zun chimed in, I'll go grab some skewers. Let us have a nice meal together. Seizing the rare opportunity to curry favor with Lu Yiming, they were determined not to miss out. This is different. You should meet her, young Master Lu. You might be surprised. Zhang Zun was clearly teasing, making the other 3 restless. This guy was full of schemes, always knowing how to please Lu Yiming. What trick had he concocted this time? Little did Zhang Zun know that he had already been blacklisted by Lu Yiming. The last incident had yet to be settled. With numerous matters to attend to, once Lu Yiming had the chance, he intended to uncover Zhang Zun's true intentions. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming remained impassive, lest he alarm the snake in the grass. After Lu Yiming left the dormitory, the others glared at Zhang Zun with indignation. What are you scheming, you fool? Can't you see that young Master Lu has been ignoring us lately? Exactly. He finally returns, and you decide to stir the pot. No, guys, this time it's different. What's different? You know young Master Lu despises those self-important girls. Hey, this time it's Cheng Xiaohua. Cheng Xiao. The other 3 were taken aback. How could it be Cheng Xiao? Cheng Xiao held considerable fame at Modu University. While she might not surpass Su Rongrong, she was still a cherished figure among many boys. However, they had never heard of any connection between Cheng Xiao and young Master Lu. Could it be that young Master Lu had shifted his affections? This was not entirely implausible. In terms of looks, Su Rongrong and Cheng Xiao were neck and neck. Perhaps young Master Lu found Su Rongrong too challenging and had turned his attention to Cheng Xiao instead. Not quite. This time, Cheng Xiao approached him herself. Perhaps young Master Lu is in a good mood, and our fortunes might change? Who says otherwise? I heard from my dad that although the investment department has just been established, the support is substantial. If we can get in, we'll be living the high life. That makes sense. Let us take advantage of young Master Lu's good mood. It turned out that these 4 were harboring such intentions. Entering the investment department? Wasn't that inviting chaos? Meanwhile, Lu Yiming encountered Cheng Xiao at the dormitory entrance. Her eyes were red, clutching the agreement with a slight tremor. Have you come to a decision? Can we change locations? Numerous boys were passing in and out, their gazes drawn to Cheng Xiao. The arrival of the campus bell was enough to cause a stir. Yet at that moment, Cheng Xiao only wished to change the venue. She had cast aside all dignity and simply pleaded for Lu Yiming to refrain from being overtly brazen. Very well, they walked in tandem, with Cheng Xiao closely following Lu Yiming at this hour. The academic building was deserted. They randomly chose a classroom, and Lu Yiming halted. Cheng Xiao, not paying attention, collided into his back, jolting her back to reality as she quickly stepped back. If you've made a decision, let us proceed swiftly. Right here? Cheng Xiao's voice quivered. She had initially expected Lu Yiming to be quite pleased and to take her somewhere luxurious. Who would have thought it would be a classroom? Was Lu Yiming such a pervert, finding pleasure in classrooms? Cheng Xiao had heard that some boys had psychological quirks, enjoying thrilling environments. Is this not acceptable? Lu Yiming was momentarily taken aback. It was merely signing an agreement. Where could they not do so? Lu Yiming, could you grant me a shred of dignity? What do you mean? If you're having second thoughts, then we can forget it. Observing Cheng Zhao's despairing gaze, Lu Yiming furrowed his brow. Had he been too insistent? Perhaps he should allow her to contemplate it further. There might be a more prudent approach. However, to Cheng Zhao, Lu Yiming's demeanor suggested he was unwilling to leave her even a modicum of respect. He not only sought to strip her of her dignity, but also to plunge her into the depths of despair. Seeing Lu Yiming about to leave and recalling her mother lying in the corridor, unable to receive treatment, Cheng Zhao bit her lip, the metallic taste of blood igniting her resolve that no, she could not hesitate any longer. For her mother's sake, she could agree to this. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Yiming turned, but the next scene completely shocked him. The once pristine shirt had been undone, buttons scattered across the floor. Cheng Zhao's trembling hands were poised to continue. Her porcelain skin was laid bare to the air. Trembling all over, Cheng Zhao did not pause for a moment, blood trickling from her lips, which he had bitten through. For a man, this was an overwhelming provocation. Stop, he bellowed, startling Cheng Zhao into a shiver. The next instant, a men's jacket was draped over her shoulders. The collar tightened. Lu Yiming's bewildered expression was mere inches away. What are you doing? Isn't this what you wanted? Lu Yiming, I have already agreed to you. What more do you want? Please, save my mother. She was utterly broken. Having reached the end of her tether, at that moment, Cheng Zhao could no longer maintain her composure. They had reached this point. What more could Lu Yiming demand? Did he wish to crush her final shred of dignity? Did he want her to admit that she had seduced him? Lu Yiming, yes, I am like this. For my mother, I am willing to do anything. You've won. Is that enough? Are you satisfied? Cheng Zhao closed her eyes in despair, awaiting the storm to break. Chapter 35. A different aura. Cheng Zhao repeatedly reminded herself to endure, to grit her teeth, to think of it as merely being bitten by a rabid dog. Yet, when the moment truly arrived, she realized that all her mental preparation had been in vain. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Even with Lu Yiming's coat draped over her shoulders, she felt an intense sense of humiliation, exposed before him. Why was he not making a move? Did he intend to toy with her even now? I beg you, take me. Her voice was nearly a plea. Yet when Cheng Zhao mustered the courage to open her eyes again, the classroom was empty. Had he left? Was he dissatisfied with her earlier display? Had her hysteria bored him? But what about her mother? Would she merely watch her lie in the hospital corridor, waiting to die? Cheng Zhao was utterly despondent, having squandered her last opportunity. She had no strength left to support her body and slowly sank to the ground, allowing her tears to flow. Have you finished crying? Time passed without her noticing until a familiar voice broke through. It was him, Lu Yiming. Had he returned? Was this a mockery of her? What do you want? Every word felt as though it drained her of all remaining strength. Water. Lu Yiming handed her a bottle, observing as Cheng Zhao gradually calmed down, finally allowing for meaningful communication. Cheng Zhao did not reach for it. Lu Yiming twisted off the cap. Drink some water. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. A threat. Under Lu Yiming's coercion, Cheng Zhao reluctantly accepted the bottle. The cool sensation seemed to restore some rationality within her. Have you not read the agreement I provided? Is there any need to read it? Once, twice, or perhaps a month? A year. Cheng Zhao was astonished. The Lu Yiming before her truly resembled a devil. Within a year, she would belong to him entirely. It was true. Aside from her beauty, what else could she offer Lu Yiming? Fine. Just a year. Wait. Did you misunderstand again? The despairing look upon her face was oddly. Lu Yiming, I have agreed to everything. Is that not enough? With a resounding slap, Cheng Zhao felt the sting on her forehead. Does that hurt? Yes. Good. Now I'll give you 10 minutes to thoroughly review this agreement. Lu Yiming wanted to know if his face truly appeared as villainous as she perceived. 10 minutes later, Cheng Zhao stared blankly at the crumpled agreement she had mishandled. An assistant? A year as an assistant? A position at Lu Corporation? Surely, this must be a dream. Was it truly just an assistant role? Of course, but you must be on call 24/7 to handle any emergencies. Is that all? Cheng Zhao. Who gave you the confidence that I would accept your unsolicited advances? A misunderstanding. Had she truly misjudged the situation? At that moment, Cheng Zhao was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. 200,000. That was an astonishing sum. Not only would it cover the hospital bills, but it would also secure her mother's future treatment. Cheng Xiao could hardly fathom that her year of servitude was worth so much. Why? Why what? Why? The repetition of the question caused Lu Yiming to frown. The world was inherently flawed, and someone had to patch it up. Lu Yiming, are you here to mend my life? Seeing that Lu Yiming remained silent, Cheng Xiao filled in the blanks for him. Yet she still signed her name on the agreement. I'll give you half an hour to change your clothes. We're going to the hospital. All right. At that moment, Cheng Xiao was utterly compliant. However, she felt exposed, only able to drape Lu Yiming's coat over herself to shield her modesty. They exited the academic building, and as they looked back, the classroom no longer appeared as the terrifying nightmare it had once been. Watching Lu Yiming's silhouette ahead, Cheng Xiao felt a tumult of emotions. However, this scene did not escape the notice of others. In the late hours, a male and female figure emerged from the academic building. What could they be up to? Moreover, she was wearing a boy's coat. This scenario was ripe for speculation. Notably, both Cheng Xiao and Lu Yiming were exceptionally well known at Modu University. News of the Cheng Xiaohua and Lu Wangkai affair would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Following their agreement, Lu Yiming granted Cheng Xiao half an hour to prepare. In the end, she only took 5 minutes. After washing her face and changing into a new coat, Lu Yiming had to admit that Cheng Xiao looked stunning even without makeup. A true natural beauty. Ready? Yes. Let us go. Lu Yiming started his Ferrari and sped towards the hospital. He settled the 18,000 yuan debt in one go, even providing an additional 30,000 as a deposit. Cheng Xiao's mother was quickly transferred back to a proper ward. I will expedite the search for a kidney donor. I will also pull some strings. Lu Yiming stood beside Cheng Xiao, and at that moment, a glimmer of hope reignited in her eyes. It turned out that having someone to rely on felt like this. You should resign from your job at the bar. I will inform Sister Qian. In the past, Cheng Xiao's health had never been optimal. Reflecting on it now, it was likely due to overexertion. I will speak to Sister Qian myself. You have a week to sort things out. Cheng Xiao's studies were not a concern. She was a true academic powerhouse in her previous life. Had she not been confined to domestic duties, she could have thrived independently. It was just a pity that Lu Yiming had failed to appreciate her. Cheng Xiao had given everything for Lu Yiming, only to end up as someone else's substitute. Thank you. You've thanked me countless times already. Lu Yiming waved his hand as he exited the hospital, leaving without taking anything with him. Perhaps he was afraid. Lu Yiming constantly reminded himself to maintain a safe distance, lest he repeat past mistakes. Yet he failed to notice the different glimmer in the eyes watching him from behind. Chapter 36. Gossip news. Breaking news. Lu Yiming was blissfully unaware that the girls' dormitory had erupted into a frenzy that very evening. Some had witnessed him and Cheng Xiao emerging from the teaching building late at night. Furthermore, Cheng Xiao was clad in Lu Yiming's coat. What had transpired between them? As adults, it was likely everyone had already formed their own assumptions. However, no one had anticipated that, on the brink of graduation, the illustrious Cheng, a campus belle, would. Rumors spread swiftly, giving rise to various versions of the story. There is a saying that jealousy and resentment only arise in the presence of a significant disparity. Take Su Rongrong, for instance. She was beautiful and hailing from a wealthy family. Although she never flaunted her status, none were blind to the fact that her lifestyle far surpassed that of an average student. Even her skincare products were regarded as exorbitantly priced in the eyes of her peers. The whispers of Su Rongrong being a pampered young lady had long circulated within the school. Yet, she had never deigned to respond. Thus, within the circle of girls, Su Rongrong remained an untouchable goddess, leaving others feeling inferior in her presence. However, such a scenario would not befall Cheng Xiao. Though Cheng Xiao shared the title of campus beauty, in comparison to Su Rongrong, she was merely a Cinderella, beautiful indeed, yet lacking the corresponding status and standing. Moreover, Cheng Xiao was somewhat of an outcast, preoccupied with her job. Gradually, numerous rumors about her began to circulate within the school. For Cheng Xiao, perhaps these mattered little. Yet now that she had become entangled with Lu Yiming, it had quickly morphed into a tale of vanity. Who would have thought that Cheng Xiao possessed such cunning? She appeared aloof, yet could not escape the allure of wealth. But why choose Lu Yiming, whose reputation was less than savory? As long as he is wealthy, who cares? If she were to marry into the Lu family, she would lead a life of luxury. Women, marrying is akin to a second birth. Many sarcastic comments circulated among the dormitories. Su Rongrong, what do you think Cheng Xiao is after? Can't she be a bit more reserved? Indeed, behaving so recklessly, even in the teaching building. Tsk Su Rongrong. Do you think Cheng Xiao is doing this on purpose? Clearly, you left with Lu Yiming, and she immediately pursued him. Don't you think she is trying to compete? Upon hearing this, one could indeed see the possibility. Perhaps Cheng, the campus beauty, was deliberately trying to outshine Su Rongrong. If you expend as much effort on your studies as you do on this, you wouldn't fail your exams. Well, Su Rongrong was not easily fooled. Yet, at that moment, her heart was not at ease. It was not about Lu Yiming being close to anyone. Rather, the key was that this scoundrel was once again causing trouble for the girls. This time, his target was none other than Cheng. Su Rongrong had witnessed Cheng Xiao's hard work firsthand. In their sophomore year, by chance, Su Rongrong discovered that Cheng Xiao was working at a 24-hour convenience store. With the demanding curriculum at Magic City University, was it due to issues at the hospital? Had she overlooked something? Was Lu Yiming threatening Cheng Xiao because of this? Su Rongrong had seen Cheng Xiao's efforts. How could someone like Lu Yiming stoop so low? Rongrong, it's almost time to lock the doors. Where are you going? Su Rongrong's actions puzzled her roommates. Yet, they received no response from her. Surely, she wasn't going to confront Lu Yiming for clarity? Impossible. Our Rongrong is far too proud for that. When have you seen her care for any boy? The circumstances have changed. Think about it. Under normal conditions, it would be one thing, but now, just after Rongrong has gotten involved with Lu Yiming, he has gone and pursued Cheng Xiao. What must Rongrong be thinking? This does seem plausible. Yes, Su Rongrong might not even have feelings for Lu Yiming, but she couldn't just let him and Cheng Xiao develop a relationship without a word. Otherwise, wouldn't it imply that Su Rongrong was inferior to Cheng Xiao? Two campus beauties vying for one man? Surely that would cause quite a stir in an instant. They all transformed into spectators, eagerly watching the drama unfold. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming was driving his Ferrari along Nanjing Road when his phone rang. At this hour, he could hardly think of anyone other than his rowdy friends who would be calling him. Lu Yiming casually answered the phone, only to hear Su Rongrong's voice. Rather unexpected. How does Su Rongrong even have my number? Well, Lu Yiming had underestimated the Su family's capabilities. Forget just a number. If the Su family wanted to investigate, they could easily uncover Lu Yiming's childhood bedwetting episodes. You're looking for me? To talk? Sure. The fact that Su Rongrong sought him out made Lu Yiming somewhat excited. They agreed to meet at the school gate. As the Ferrari came to a halt, Su Rongrong appeared hesitant but ultimately opened the car door. Where to? A public place. Lu Yiming. Is she worried I might do something inappropriate? The last time was merely a misunderstanding. Lu Yiming, I have my doubts about your character. Fine. Lu Yiming let out a wry smile as he started the car. Half an hour later, with the river breeze brushing against them, Su Rongrong remarked that she had indeed asked for a crowded place. Yet Lu Yiming had brought her to the Bund. What is the meaning of this? There are plenty of people here. Tourists filled the area, bustling about, creating quite the lively atmosphere. You and Su Rongrong cut straight to the point. Are you jealous? Lu Yiming, can you be serious for once? Whether you live or die is none of my concern, but you cannot tarnish Cheng Xiao's reputation. Su Rongrong and Cheng Xiao, while perhaps not very close, could be described as mutually appreciative. However, should Lu Yiming resort to underhanded tactics, Su Rongrong would not let it slide. Can't you think better of me? Lu Yiming chuckled bitterly. Lu Yiming, I'm being serious, I just want to help her. Nothing more? Last time was truly just a misunderstanding. My heart belongs only to. Shut up. The fierce demeanor masked his own unease. Su Rongrong couldn't fathom why she was meddling in others' affairs. Gradually calming down in the gentle breeze, she found her own actions rather absurd. Chapter 37. The Su family's direct line. Young Master Lu, we made contact with the senior executives at the telecom company, but progress is not going smoothly. They seem to lack genuine interest. The moment Li arrived at work, she updated Lu Yiming on the situation. However, the executive's ambiguous stance indicated a reluctance to collaborate with the Lu Group. Who is the person in charge? General Manager Gao, who specializes in domestic market development. Be more specific. Young Master Lu, here's General Manager Gao's resume. Li had prepared thoroughly, showcasing her competence. Lu Yiming took the document from Li. As he perused the resume, Lu Yiming discerned an issue. Firstly, General Manager Gao's credentials were impressive. At under 40 years of age, achieving the position of Deputy Director of the Telecom Market Department was indicative of his capability. However, the resume was almost too impeccable. The Vice President of a telecom group is no small fry. If placed in the political arena, each promotion for this General Manager Gao seemed to align perfectly with key moments. Such a meteoric rise is rare and cannot be achieved solely through one's own merits. Has a background check been conducted? Yes. Reliable. Thank you for the compliment. It must be acknowledged that their collaboration was seamless. Li anticipated Lu Yiming's needs perfectly. No wonder Lu Ijuan held Li in such high regard. Of course, in his past life, Lu Yiming and Li's partnership had also been exceptionally harmonious. Lu Yiming's resurgence was largely due to Li's assistance. The Su family? Lu Yiming was taken aback to discover that General Manager Gao was, coincidentally, the son-in-law of the Su family. This, with the Su family's backing, coupled with personal abilities, it was no wonder he could ascend so effortlessly. The Su family? Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that in Magic City, the Su family might not seem prominent, but in Su province, their standing is unimaginable. Lu Yiming had experienced the vast power of the Su family in his previous life. A true behemoth, their influence permeated numerous sectors, intricately woven into both business and politics. With many acting as official representatives, as for this General Manager Gao, he was clearly a direct descendant of the Su family, indicating substantial investment in his development. No wonder he bore such arrogance, completely disregarding the Lu family's overtures. Young Master Lu, if he is indeed a member of the Su family, we might be facing complications. At this point, Li had regained her composure from the shock. The Su family's power is undeniable, and according to Li's understanding, they harbored considerable ambitions to extend their reach into Magic City. This indeed poses some challenges. During the probing phase, did they mention specific collaborations? Having a trump card is crucial for Lu Yiming, as everyone desires a piece of this lucrative pie. Not yet. I fear they might already have their sights set elsewhere. This? Expedite our schedule. Understood. Originally, Lu Yiming had ample time, but with the Su family's involvement, unexpected developments could arise at any moment. He had to act swiftly. Young Master Lu, the business visa can be processed in 2 days. Inform everyone to be prepared. First, secure the agency rights. This way, the Lu Group can maintain its competitive edge. Meanwhile, a visitor arrived at the Lu Group. Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? The receptionist, encountering such a stunning woman for the first time, felt somewhat inadequate in terms of composure, appearing a bit shy. Upon entering the Lu Group, she was overwhelmed by the novelty of everything. Hello, I'm here to see Lu Yiming. Young Master Lu, do you have an appointment? Young Master Lu is not someone one can meet casually. Lu Yiming currently holds a significant position within the Lu Group. While the reasoning behind Lu Ijuan's South decision to place a fresh graduate in such a critical role was unclear, the internal voices were divided. After all, aside from being the heir to the Lu Group, Lu Yiming had not yet achieved any remarkable accomplishments. As for the woman before them, could she possibly be young Master Lu's romantic interest? Young Master Lu's reputation as a playboy was not only well known at Magic City University but also echoed within the Lu Group. Previously, numerous beautiful women in the Lu Group had been subjected to young Master Lu's flirtations. Naturally, Lu Yiming did not dare to go too far, given his father's authority. At most, he would exchange a few flirtatious remarks. As for women with ulterior motives seeking to leverage young Master Lu for rapid advancement, such occurrences were not unheard of. Fortunately, Li, as the chairman's assistant, had nipped such intentions in the bud. Li represented Lu Ijuan's authority, making it abundantly clear that nepotism had no place in the Lu Group. Recognizing this, the receptionists kept their distance from young Master Lu. With a beautiful woman approaching, the front desk was determined to uphold this barrier. Without an appointment, but I had an agreement with Lu Yiming. The receptionist appeared troubled. An agreement? What does that mean? Letting her through was problematic, yet denying her was equally challenging. Ultimately, the receptionist decided to call Li's office. Understood, please send her in. Li's expression remained impassive. Had young Master Lu returned to his old ways after being serious for just 2 days? Was someone actually seeking him out? The thought gave her a headache, wondering how she had ended up as a personal maid. Soon, Cheng Xiao was escorted to Li's office. ITSU? Li recognized Cheng Xiao, having dealt with her matters at the hospital previously. Li was well aware of Cheng Xiao's background, as Lu Ijuan had placed her beside Lu Yiming for that reason. However, she had not expected her to come looking for them. Miss Li, hello, I'm here too. Young Master Lu has been quite busy lately. If Miss Cheng has any needs, please feel free to let me know. Miss Li, you've misunderstood. I'm here for work. Work? Yes. Please wait a moment. Seeing that Cheng Xiao didn't appear to be lying, Li opened the door to Lu Yiming's office. He is already here? Lu Yiming was taken aback, having clearly given Lili a week's time. Why was she so eager? Ding. Completed the first phase of Cheng Xiao's series of tasks. Current evil value, 111-0300. Task reward distribution, proficiency in Japanese. Lu Yiming, can the system be a bit more reliable? Proficient in Japanese? The Lu group can't afford a translator? This task reward is utterly absurd. Young Master Lu? Seeing Lu Yiming in a daze, Lili assumed he had once again engaged in some mischief, leading someone to seek him out. Had he carelessly agreed to someone's request? Now he understood the trouble he was in? Well, this did fit young Master Lu's playboy image. It was a pity that she had initially thought young Master Lu was turning over a new leaf, but it seemed otherwise. Chapter 38. Recognition. This is your workstation. From now on, you will be young Master Lu's assistant. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Half an hour later, Lili had assigned Cheng Xiao to her designated workstation. She simply couldn't comprehend what young Master Lu was thinking. Hiring a freshly graduated university student into the Lu group wasn't unusual, given that Cheng Xiao was a graduate of a prestigious university. However, the assistant position was of great significance, requiring exceptional capability, not just good looks. Was young Master Lu trying to get close to her? That seemed unlikely. For a girl so inexperienced, such convoluted tactics were unnecessary. Unable to decipher his intentions, she chose not to dwell on it further. At least this arrangement would alleviate some of her workload. Lili was now the deputy head of the investment department, yet she found herself handling secretarial tasks for Lu Yiming. Finally securing an assistant would lighten her burden. Thank you, sisterly, don't be too quick to thank me. The Lu group has strict standards for its employees. Even if you were personally recruited by young Master Lu, you still need to meet the requirements. I will definitely work hard. With her concerns set aside, Cheng Xiao could immerse herself in her work. For her, this was a rare opportunity. However, establishing oneself in a large corporation was no easy feat. She was tasked with compiling the company's historical investment projects and organizing materials on personal handheld telephone systems. The work was demanding, and assigning Cheng Xiao such a heavy workload was not intended to be deliberately difficult for her. Lili was keen to see if Cheng Xiao was genuinely committed to her work. The Lu group could not afford to employ idlers, yet the treatment of employees varied greatly. Okay, sisterly. Cheng Xiao immediately entered a state of productivity, driven by an almost obsessive dedication. When Lu Yiming stepped out of his office at noon, Cheng Xiao was still working, clutching nothing more than a plain steamed bun. Holy Li, this behavior seemed somewhat contrived. Was she trying to attract young Master Lu's attention? Nowadays, girls truly went to great lengths. Initially, Lili thought young Master Lu would feel sympathy for her. Lu Yiming merely cast a fleeting glance before turning to leave. Such a scene left Lili somewhat perplexed. Apart from a brief trip to the restroom, Cheng Xiao had not vacated her workstation. Even Lili found it difficult to ascertain how long one could sustain such an intense workload. In the Lu group, Lili was indeed a quintessential workaholic. Yet, as she prepared to leave for the day, Cheng Xiao remained at her desk. With the young Master Lu having already departed, who was she attempting to impress with such diligence? Are you not leaving? Lili Jia. I have nearly finished organizing everything here. Li offered no accolades, merely responding in a subdued tone. It remained to be seen how long she could maintain this pace. However, Cheng Xiao's performance was entirely beyond Lili's expectations. The following morning, Cheng Xiao presented the meticulously arranged documents to Lili. All organized. Lili's expression finally revealed her astonishment. A single individual had managed to complete a week's worth of work in just 24 hours. As she perused the neatly formatted documents, the striking data was immediately apparent. For a leader, such a standardized format was nothing short of perfection. Have you encountered this before? The convenience store also requires organization and consolidation. If there are any formatting issues, I can amend them. No need. This is quite satisfactory. When did convenience stores become so competitive? One had to admit, the work was executed flawlessly. Did it offer a fresh perspective on the investment department? Lili's request for Cheng Xiao to organize the documents was not merely a test. It was an opportunity for Cheng Xiao to quickly integrate into the investment department. Although unspoken, it was a chance nonetheless. Previously, the group's investment strategies lacked systematic and rational guidelines. Some figures clearly reflected a lack of market research, appearing far too vague, as if conjured from the confines of an office. This not only consolidated the documents but also included her own insights. Most importantly, They were spot on. Li found herself curious about how she had achieved this in that moment. It became clear to her why young Master Lu had chosen to retain Cheng Xiao by his side. Such talent was indeed rare. Li Jia. Li Jia? Did I say something wrong just now? Li had remained silent, leading Cheng Xiao to believe she had inadvertently offended her. After all, navigating interpersonal relationships was not Cheng Xiao's forte. Perhaps she had unknowingly upset Li. It's nothing. I was just lost in thought. You're doing well. Li Jia. I have also gathered some information regarding personal handheld telephone systems. Li. A prodigy indeed. Completing the consolidation of the group's historical data within 24 hours had already far exceeded Li's expectations, and now she had even gathered information on personal handheld telephone systems. Go ahead. We can view personal handheld telephone systems as a complement and extension to fixed-line services. The technology employed transforms the last segment of the fixed line from a wired connection to a wireless communication method. You have dabbled in this area? Not really. My grasp of physics isn't particularly strong. Modesty, this is excessive humility. Standing before me is a veritable scholar. Li Jia. If necessary, I can return to school to consult with professors in this field. They might provide a more insightful perspective. Not yet. Did you pull an all-nighter? Your clothes remain unchanged. Though Cheng Xiao's natural beauty was astonishing, she ought to present herself with a semblance of preparation. Apologies. I only managed a few hours of sleep. Rest assured, Li Jia, it will not hinder today's work. Return home for now. Li waved her hand dismissively, pondering her own predicament. Cheng Xiao's displayed professionalism and work ethic eclipsed the entire investment department. Li organized the documents and knocked on the door of Lu Yiming's office. Is there already a result? You've known all along. It was obvious. Even a fool could see it. Was it? Speak seriously. A malleable talent. With my guidance, she could stand independently within a year. Li Jia. She is my assistant. Such talent is indeed rare. Lu Yiming. Cheng Xiao's recognition by Li was anticipated by Lu Yiming. However, he had not expected Li to covet his assistance so soon after assuming her position. Was this not excessive? No room for negotiation. By the way, include her in this business trip as well. Understood. Li agreed without hesitation. As for whether the investment department might gossip, that was not a concern for Li. As long as she could demonstrate her capabilities, Li was more than willing to utilize her talent. Chapter 39. Returning home to inherit family wealth is impossible. I do not wish to return. In her dormitory, Su Rongrong wore a serious expression. Wan, you've already graduated. We agreed that your mother would support you while you studied in Shanghai. But after graduation, you must accept the family's arrangements. Su Rongrong's mother implored her earnestly, yet Su Rongrong remained unmoved. Grandfather's health is poor. Do not use your grandfather as an excuse. If you do not return soon, be wary. Your father will come to Shanghai himself. Even if he comes, I will not leave. You? Very well, the daughter has been thoroughly spoiled. Although Su Rongrong appeared to be the epitome of a refined young lady to outsiders, in front of her parents, she remained that little princess who only knew how to act spoiled. With a resigned sigh, she ended the call, experiencing firsthand the essence of a daughter no longer under her mother's control. She refuses to return. Claims she wants to prove herself. That girl is becoming more unreasonable. Su Yunzhang shook his head, reminiscing about when she was young, always clinging to him, his little heartwarming companion. You did not spoil her? You? Enough. Think about how to explain this to your father. What is there to fear? The old man dotes on Rongrong the most. But the old man wishes to keep Rongrong by his side. You know that. Both grandfather and granddaughter share the same temper, quite stubborn. What does Rongrong truly mean? She claims she wants to find a job in Shanghai. In the family business, with so many companies, can't she choose any? The Su family is well established, with numerous companies, and given the favorable policies, their development has entered a fast track. If Su Rongrong possesses capability, she could easily select any company she desires. Furthermore, there is no bias against females in the Su family's lineage. If Su Rongrong has a preference, everything is negotiable. The only condition is that she should not remain in Shanghai. Do you think what I said will be effective? Do you think Rongrong would date someone behind our backs? She dares. Su Yunzhang was immediately agitated. His little princess dating? He was eager to see which man would have the audacity to approach her. Last time I visited the hospital to see Dad, he seemed to mention a boy, saying he was Rongrong's classmate. What about Dad? Old ailments, his heart is not well. He usually does not take care of himself. And who is this boy? Unclear. Rongrong merely claimed he was an ordinary friend. But think about it. If he were just an ordinary friend, why would she take him to the hospital? What status does Su Rongrong possess? As the daughter of the Su family, she is akin to the legitimate daughter of a prominent family. If she were to be deceived by an unknown man, how could the Su family let it go? What are you planning to do? Su Yunzhang could no longer sit still and stood up, heading for the door. What are you doing? I'm going to Shanghai to clear this up. Prepare the car. Su Mama. Even without concrete evidence, he was already this anxious. Truly a daughter slave. 5 hours later, Rolls-Royce drove onto the campus of Shanghai University. Such a luxury car. Not only had they not seen one, they had never even heard of one. Everywhere it passed, students gaped in disbelief. Who could have imagined that a figure of such stature was hidden among their classmates? The Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Shortly thereafter, the campus belle, Su Rongrong, appeared at the dormitory entrance, her expression one of reluctance. As expected, she was the one. Various rumors circulated about Su Rongrong on campus. Regardless of the number of versions, one fact was certain. Su Rongrong was indeed a wealthy heiress. Yet no one could have anticipated just how affluent her family truly was around her, the boys lamented, wishing they had pursued her earlier. If they had known, even if it meant losing face, they would have done everything to win her heart. Once they captured Su Rongrong, life would be a breeze. Forget about working hard for 10 years, they could retire right after graduation. Dad, what brings you here? To take our daughter home. Before Su Rongrong, Su Yunzhang had not an ounce of temper. I will not return. Be good. I have already consulted your advisor. You have completed your credits and can leave school at any time, and I made it very clear. I want to work in Shanghai. Rongrong, you are not staying for someone, are you? Su Rongrong. She wanted to ask her father why he would harbor such a misconception. Stay for a man? What nonsense, however. In Su Yunzhang's eyes, his daughter's silence indicated something concerning. He immediately erupted in fury. Which scoundrel? I will break his legs. His little princess, raised with such care. If a man were to take advantage of her, Su Yunzhang would surely be livid. He had previously risked everything to take down the Lu family to avenge Su Rongrong. I will not return. Moreover, do not think too much. I truly have no chaotic matters. I simply want to remain in Shanghai to prove myself. Nuan, you are already the best in your father's eyes. Su Rongrong. Here we go again, always sweet-talking her. Su Rongrong's requests were modest. She merely sought independence. Others would gladly accept familial assistance. However, for Su Rongrong, the family felt like shackles. Since she could comprehend, she had longed to break free from such constraints. Though it seemed overly dramatic, she had been striving towards this goal. Shall we get in the car? Ultimately, she could not resist her father. Deep down, Su Rongrong understood that with her father's arrival, staying at school was likely not an option. Even if she left, her legend would linger on campus. From that point on, every classmate's gaze would shift significantly. Though they had previously agreed that during her university years, her father would not interfere in her school affairs. Dad, trust me. I truly am not in a relationship. Su Rongrong expressed her frustrations, wondering how she could convince her father. Nuan, it's not that I do not trust you, but you took someone to your grandfather's place. Grandfather? Su Rongrong. Wait a minute, grandfather. Lu Yiming? Very well. She had found the root cause. It was Lu Yiming again. That guy was truly relentless. A QIU, Lu Yiming thought to himself. The weather remained unchanged. Why was he suddenly sneezing? Dad, there's nothing going on, and if I do start dating, I will definitely inform you at the earliest opportunity. Okay? Nuan, I am just worried you might be deceived. Su Rongrong. What does being deceived even mean? That scoundrel Lu Yiming was far worse. He had nearly taken advantage of her. However, Su Rongrong would never voice such thoughts. Once her father knew, it would not only spark a commercial war, but she would likely never escape her parents' watchful eyes for the rest of her life. For the life she longed for in the future, Su Rongrong resolved to endure. Chapter 40. Every sip and bite is preordained. While Su Rongrong endeavored to negotiate with her father, the Lu group had already established contact with NTT, a telecommunications giant in Japan. Upon learning of the Lu group's interest in discussing the handheld wireless telephone system project, NTT expressed their strong enthusiasm. The two parties quickly aligned and officially commenced the process. Bring the materials you gathered and come to my office. Cheng Xiao received a call from Lu Yiming and promptly rose, clutching her documents as she entered his office. This scene elicited envy from her colleagues. Young Master Lu's office was not a place one could enter casually. During the previous company meeting, a vice president had waited outside for quite some time. In terms of position, it was hard to say who held more weight between a company vice president and the investment department manager. One could only conclude that young Master Lu had the backing of Lu Yiming. At least within the group, no one dared to provoke this young heir lightly. Everyone began to realize that young Master Lu was not merely seeking to gild his resume, he was genuinely intent on making a mark. Lu Ijuan observed this transformation with satisfaction. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. His son's change delighted Lu Ijuan immensely. As for the sudden arrival of a beautiful assistant, Lu Ijuan chose to turn a blind eye. Lu zoned, "There's no need to be so formal. We are at the company. We must maintain a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. Are you implying that after work, it will be different?" Cheng Xiao. Was she being teased? Her cheeks flushed slightly. Seeing Cheng Xiao's expression, Lu Yiming wished he could slap himself. He had grown accustomed to speaking without a filter in Lu Yiming's mind. Cheng Xiao was the last person he should tease. After all, in the previous life, cough cough, that was not what he meant. I understand. Cheng Xiao, too, was well aware that while others might be oblivious, she understood clearly that the man before her could easily take advantage of her. Yet, Lu Yiming not only refrained from doing so but also provided her with such a significant platform, allowing her to work without concerns. Yesterday, when she visited her mother in the hospital, Cheng Xiao discovered that Lu Yiming had arranged for a caregiver to attend to her mother, one who would provide round-the-clock care. How much would that cost? Cheng Xiao could hardly fathom. In her eyes, Lu Yiming was a good person, wholly unlike the persona he projected at a dandy. That was the misunderstanding the world held regarding Lu Yiming. How much do you know about the personal handy phone system? Lu Zong. I specifically consulted Professor Li at school. He is quite optimistic about the development prospects of personal mobile communication systems in the domestic market. Share your thoughts. Me? Does my opinion even matter? Cheng Xiao had indeed gathered a wealth of information, combining it with Professor Li's predictions. She believed that once implemented domestically, the personal mobile communication system would yield unexpected rewards. Yes, share your thoughts, excluding any external factors. The personal mobile communication system has the potential to alter the future of domestic mobile systems. Is that your opinion? Lu Yiming furrowed his brow. Perhaps his expectations had been too high. Nonetheless, recognizing the value of the personal mobile communication system was impressive in itself. Cheng Xiao had only recently entered the field. He couldn't expect Lu Zong. There is one more thing. But, speak freely. Is there another perspective? I just want to caution you that while the personal mobile communication system may indeed generate profits in the short term, the project may not be suitable for long-term operation. Essentially, the path of the personal mobile communication system seems misguided and may not align with future trends. Cheng Xiao was aware that Lu Yiming was ardently promoting the personal mobile communication system. The investment department held high hopes for it. By stating her opinion now, she was undoubtedly dousing cold water on the project. I fear it may provoke Lu Yiming's displeasure. However, Cheng Xiao believes there are indeed flaws present. Are you suggesting that the direction of development is misguided? Yes, that is precisely my point, Mr. Lu. The personal mobile communication system comprises components such as the RT at the local end, the ATC for air traffic control, the RP for base station control, and mobile phones, PS. Yet, this direction lacks significant creativity for the future and is likely to be supplanted. While gathering information, Cheng Xiao has also conducted an analysis of the personal mobile communication system. It is only after considering Professor Li's insights that such a conclusion was reached. Mr. Lu, I mean no offense. I merely... Noticing Lu Yiming's silence, Cheng Xiao appeared somewhat flustered. He had aided her so much. Yet she felt as though she were dousing him with cold water, which felt rather ungrateful. Nevertheless, Cheng Xiao had not fully comprehended Lu Yiming's true thoughts. Lu Yiming pondered. How did I fail to recognize Cheng Xiao's remarkable business acumen in my past life? Previously, Li had praised Cheng Xiao in front of Lu Yiming, but it now seemed that her commendation fell short. In the previous life, Cheng Xiao's talents were truly overlooked. She had not been given a stage to showcase her abilities. Very well, prepare yourself. This time you shall accompany me. Where? The abrupt shift in topic left Cheng Xiao momentarily bewildered. Ntt. This. Abroad. Cheng Xiao was utterly unprepared for such a prospect. Just a week prior, she had been working in a convenience store and bar. And now she was suddenly to become a corporate professional and even travel abroad. This was rather overwhelming. You can rest assured regarding Auntie here that I know, and I have yet to express my gratitude. I merely wish to alleviate your concerns, enabling you to maximize your remaining productivity. Mr. Lu. Cheng Xiao was no fool. It was impossible to claim that she was not touched by all that Lu Yiming had done. Even in this era, graduates from prestigious universities held considerable market value, yet securing a position in a leading private enterprise like Lu's Group was no easy feat. Many of her classmates were sending out resumes, while she had already. All of this change had occurred only after meeting Lu Yiming. She felt extraordinarily fortunate that fate had led her to him during her most desperate times, much like a beacon of light in darkness. However, Cheng Xiao might never realize that in her previous life, it was Lu Yiming who extinguished her last flicker of hope. Every sip and peck is guided by destiny. By the way, I have another suggestion. Do not wear the same outfit every day. Okay, I understand that as soon as Lu Yiming uttered this statement, he regretted it in her previous life. Cheng Xiao had married him and could have lived a life of affluence, yet she remained frugal. Lu Yiming had found her wanting. But now, upon reflection, could this truly be Cheng Xiao's fault? With her mother gravely ill, it had nearly crushed her. How could she afford to focus on her appearance? Chapter 41. Rejection. Come with me. Young Master Lu? Lu Yiming offered no grounds for Cheng Xiao to decline. The Honglong Plaza on Nanjing Road, the only billion-yuan building in Shanghai during this era. What defines a billion-yuan building? Monthly revenues exceeding 100 million. Such a figure could leave countless individuals in awe. Before the construction of Honglong, the vast majority of people in the country had little understanding of brands like LV or Gucci. The Hermes store at the entrance stood as a paragon of luxury. For the ordinary populace, the prices were utterly unimaginable, a symbol of opulence that compelled some to take multiple buses just to experience it. This served as fodder for boasting, satiating their vanity. At this moment, Lu Yiming's Ferrari was parked in the VIP space of the underground garage. Cheng Xiao's eyes widened. It seemed as if all the luxury cars in Shanghai congregated in this parking facility. Tiger head Benz, top-tier BMW 760 Li, and the least of them was a Toyota Crown. Naturally, Lu Yiming's Ferrari stood out among them. Young Master Lu? Cheng Xiao had certainly heard of the illustrious Honglong. Since its opening, it had been incredibly popular. She had overheard her roommates discussing it in the dormitory, their tone filled with longing. Yet for Cheng Xiao, this was an unattainable dream. She had never imagined that one day she would set foot here. I do not favor the mundane. Huh? A bewildering statement, disliking the mundane? What could that possibly mean? Just because of this, no one should embarrass me this time. Young Master Lu, actually Cheng Xiao attempted to continue, but Lu Yiming did not afford her the opportunity. He opened the car door and stepped out, where a professional sales associate of the mall awaited with a standard charming smile. At Honglong, sales associates were not exclusive to luxury brands. For VIP clients, there would always be professional service available upon their arrival. Hello, Mr. Lu. It is an honor to serve you. Lu Yiming was a frequent patron here. And describing his spending habits as extravagant would not be an exaggeration. Today, he was here for a business trip. Lu Yiming, succinct with his words, gestured toward Cheng Xiao. The associate understood immediately. Her gaze shifted to Cheng Xiao. Filled with admiration, Cheng Xiao's natural beauty elicited envy. Of course, what the associate envied the most was that she stood beside the illustrious Lu Yiming. Madam, please follow me. The associate could recommend suitable brands based on the customer's preferences. With a bias toward a business style, naturally, the recommended brands belonged to the top-tiered, a tailored women's suit and a white blouse adorned with lace details. Madam, you may try this on. The associate led Cheng Xiao to the fitting room, and at that moment, she felt akin to a marionette. Accepting the garments from the associate, she entered the fitting room and finally regained her senses. Cheng Xiao thought, what has come over me? Why do I find such pleasure in this? No, this is not right. I do not belong here. At least she caught a glimpse of the shirt's price. Instinctively, she released her grip, causing the shirt to tumble to the ground. A seemingly inconspicuous shirt, yet it was priced at a staggering $39.99. Such an exorbitant cost sent Cheng Xiao into a panic. Not to mention the suit's price. It was likely to exceed 10,000. This far surpassed Cheng Xiao's financial capacity. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself. Cheng Xiao, is this truly what you desire? Reflecting inwardly, even the fitting room was carpeted in plush luxury. Everything exuded opulence. Yet, Mr. Lu, you are truly generous to your girlfriend. The associate seized the opportunity to approach Lu Yiming, showering him with compliments. She is not. Mr. Lu, I apologize. I did not mean to pry into your personal affairs. The associate's eyes lit up. If she was not the girlfriend, was there not a chance for her? The sales associates at Honglong were certainly top-tier beauties, yet compared to Cheng Xiao, the current associate seemed overly perfumed. Lu Yiming was well aware of her thoughts. Whether in his past life or the present, the enchanting women surrounding him had never ceased. He understood precisely what these women desired, in his previous life. Lu Yiming had reveled in such attention, the adoration of many, surrounded by beauty. Yet, what did it matter? In his final moments, had he not found himself alone on a cold hospital bed? With this second chance, Lu Yiming realized how absurd his previous pursuits had been, mere illusions. He discreetly distanced himself, subtly rejecting the associate's advances. The associate, perceptive, quickly understood how to proceed. She avoided any persistence. One complaint from a VIP client could jeopardize her glamorous position. It is worth noting that the salary of a VIP sales associate far surpassed that of many white-collar workers in this era. The investment in training and grooming alone was substantial. Just then, the fitting room door swung open unexpectedly. "Why haven't you tried it on? Don't like it?" Lu Yiming questioned Cheng Xiao, noticing that she had not changed. The garments bore no wrinkles. "I apologize." Cheng Xiao returned the clothing to the associate and left the store without looking back. Cheng Xiao Lu Yiming chased after her. Yet, regardless of how much he called, Cheng Xiao did not turn back but quickened her pace. "Stop!" Lu Yiming sprinted a couple of steps to catch up with her. "Cheng Xiao, I have already made it clear. I despise the mundane. Therefore, all expenses for this occasion will be covered by the company. As my assistant, you are required to cooperate with me in such settings. It is part of your duties." Lu Yiming understood that Cheng Xiao could not accept his good intentions, which is why he fabricated such a rationale. Yet for Cheng Xiao, how could she not see through it? "Young Master Lu, I apologize, but this place is simply not suitable for me. You?" Cheng Xiao's stance was unwavering. Indeed, this place was ill-suited for her. This plaza felt akin to a castle for princesses, excessively lavish. Regrettably, she was no princess, and this was not where she belonged. Cheng Xiao was even less inclined to accept such a feeling. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy. Yet once one grows accustomed to it, reverting to a previous lifestyle becomes genuinely challenging. Cheng Xiao would not attempt nor wish to try. She was a Cinderella. This was not her realm. "I am sorry, young Master Lu, but if this is the case, please find someone else." Cheng Xiao stood firm, her expression resolute. Lu Yiming appeared somewhat dazed. In his past life, Cheng Xiao had always acquiesced to his wishes, aligning everything with his preferences. However, upon reflection, the previous Cheng Xiao had been wholly focused on him. Therefore, she would unconditionally support all his decisions. Yet the current Cheng Xiao was independent, possessing her own thoughts, and it was Lu Yiming who, under the guise of considering her, had overlooked her feelings. Chapter 42. Invitation. "Young Master Lu, I apologize." She must be upset. Although they had already left Honglong, Lu Yiming's demeanor remained grim. Cheng Xiao recognized that Lu Yiming was acting in her best interest, yet he had already invested too much, and she felt unable to reciprocate. If she were to accept Lu Yiming's kindness again at this moment, she would struggle to reconcile it within herself. "Tomorrow, wear a different outfit. As an assistant, this is also your responsibility." "All right." Such a command surprisingly relieved Cheng Xiao. "Young Master Lu, may I be dropped off at the bus stop ahead?" Although she was seated in the only top-tier supercar in Shanghai, for Cheng Xiao, the confined space felt less liberating than a bus. Perhaps she simply did not possess such fortune. Lu Yiming complied and parked. After watching Cheng Xiao alight, he then drove away. The onlookers at the bus stop exhibited astonished expressions. A beautiful girl in a supercar would rather squeeze onto a bus. This was utterly inconceivable. Yet Lu Yiming perceived a sense of relief on Cheng Xiao's face, conveying to him that they were indeed from different worlds. Lu Yiming's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. "Hello? Who is this? Is this Lu Xiaozi?" A familiar voice belonged to Su Rongrong's grandfather. "Grandfather? Hey, do you have some time, young man?" Su Rongrong's grandfather was completely at ease. "I do. Tonight, I wish to treat my savior to dinner." "Dinner? Is there an appointment?" "Not quite. I will send you the address shortly. Do arrive early. I've been cooped up in the hospital for a while." "Understood." Su Rongrong's grandfather had evidently been itching to get out. Having spent his time in the hospital, he could only study chess alone, without a worthy opponent. Though Su Rongrong visited daily, her chess skills were lacking, rendering even guidance pointless. After enduring until his discharge, with both his daughter and son-in-law there to pick him up, the family was keen to gather, and of course, the grandfather would not forget his savior. He had also noticed that his granddaughter seemed to be wary of Lu Yiming. Whenever he mentioned her, she would swiftly change the subject. This time, he had secretly called Lu Yiming. After hanging up, Lu Yiming composed himself. His phone buzzed with a text. Surprisingly, Su Rongrong's grandfather was quite adept at keeping up with technology, even sending messages. Today would be a small gathering, primarily to celebrate his safe discharge from the hospital. Su Yunzhong had not invited any guests, apart from Gao Tan, who was Su's son-in-law and now a senior executive at the telecommunications group. He was in Shanghai to inspect a project, and thus received an invitation to brother-in-law, please persuade your niece. What is wrong with returning home? Why must she rush to prove herself? Second brother, I cannot persuade her. Gao Tan wore a troubled expression, jokingly noting that his niece was quite headstrong. She never listens to her father, so why would she listen to me? You guys in the system are so adept at reasoning and appealing to emotions. Brother, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? Still reasoning and appealing to emotions? This is not the real system. Regardless, you must help me persuade her. I will do my best. This task was certainly a thankless endeavor. No wonder he had invited him to dinner. Had he known, he would have declined the invitation. After all, Su Yunzhong was the head of the Su family, and meddling too much might not bode well. The Shijiao Hotel's reception hall was a venue in Shanghai specifically for hosting foreign dignitaries. In years past, whenever leaders from various countries visited Shanghai, they would invariably stay here. Ordinary individuals could hardly secure a reservation. It was semi-public. Naturally, for the Su family, this posed no challenge. Liu Yiming's Ferrari entered the Shijiao Hotel, where it too had to undergo inspection before being granted passage. In his previous life, even if Liu Yiming had been a notorious playboy, he had to behave decorously here. Heaven knows the trouble one could cause by inadvertently offending a leader. At that moment, Su Rongrong was accompanying her grandfather, unresponsive to her uncle's entreaties. She understood that her uncle, as a leader in telecommunications, was not an ordinary figure. With a mere twist of his tongue, he could turn black into white. Since she could not argue, she opted for silence, embodying the demeanor of a proper young lady. Regardless of the winds that blew from every direction, she remained steadfast. Gao Tan could only smile ruefully. Even if he possessed the greatest eloquence, it would be of no use against his niece's silence. Casting a glance at Su Yunzhong, he felt powerless. Nuan, your uncle just said a great deal. You should consider it as well. Your parents are aging. Su Yunzhong continued his final appeal. Nuan Su Rongrong. Winky face. She chose to ignore everything. Alas, the tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. The child wishes to care for the parent, but the parent is no longer waiting. Dad. Finally, she was willing to speak. Dad, this is moral coercion. I have done nothing wrong. Isn't it my duty as a parent to cherish my children? You, grandfather, why don't you manage your son-in-law? Well, Su Rongrong excelled in one thing: acting cute. Her grandfather was particularly susceptible to this. The grandfather, who had been smiling and observing from his seat, found himself drawn into the fray. Ahem, little Su, Dad. I am merely concerned about Nuan in the past. Whenever the father-in-law spoke, Su Yunzhong would comply, but this time was different. His daughter was his treasure. Even if the old man opened his mouth, he could not yield. Rongrong, your father has a point. The tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. The child wishes to care for the parent, but the parent is no longer waiting. Grandfather? Su Rongrong was taken aback. She had not anticipated her grandfather would. Unfortunately, Su Yunzhong had barely savored his moment of triumph before his father-in-law shifted the narrative. While this statement was not incorrect in comparison, he added, however, I am getting older. I do not have many years left. I also wish for Rongrong to bring joy to my knees. Su Yunzhong was left utterly dumbfounded, feeling as though he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. His father-in-law had been waiting for this very moment. To discuss age, who among the present company can be compared to the venerable elder? Grandfather, rest assured, Rongrong will certainly honor you with the utmost filial piety. Su Rongrong's face beamed with joy. Indeed, it was her grandfather's words that silenced her father. Well then, since the elder has spoken, Su Yunzhong's plans have been completely thwarted. Grandfather, let us dine. For the doctor has advised that it is best for you to eat smaller meals more frequently. Su Rongrong wore a proud expression, feeling secure with her grandfather as her support. No rush, I still have a guest. A guest? Both Su Yunzhong and Su Rongrong wore puzzled expressions. They had agreed it would be a family dinner. So why had the elder invited a guest? This seemed out of character for him. Chapter 43. A gift. Grandfather, you have invited a guest? Su Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Ever since grandmother passed away, grandfather had rarely engaged in social activities, although he had a fixed gathering with old colleagues. However, It was evident that today's gathering would not include his old colleagues. Who else could it be? Even Su Rongrong could not come up with an answer. Wait, could it be? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Su Rongrong. Grandfather, you wouldn't tee up before she could finish her thought. A knock echoed from the door. Mr. Su, your guest has arrived. Su Rongrong looked up and was utterly stunned. It was indeed him, Lu Yiming. You truly dare to come. Look, the guest I invited has arrived. The elder wore a smile, while Su Rongrong felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Why invite him? Grandfather, this is our family gathering. She showed no respect for Lu Yiming. After all, given the transgressions Lu Yiming had committed, it was a miracle that Su Rongrong could remain calm. I asked this the young man who took you to the hospital, Dad? Unlike Su Rongrong, Su Yunzhang was quite grateful towards Lu Yiming. He had inquired with the hospital afterward. Had it not been for this young man promptly bringing the elder to the hospital, the consequences could have been dire, and to think he is also Rongrong's classmate. What a coincidence, Su Rongrong. Coincidence, my foot. The esteemed goddess of Su University was nearly driven to exclaim in disbelief. What kind of spell had Lu Yiming cast on her grandfather? Thank you for your invitation. Elder to be by the way, this is a chessboard I recently acquired. Knowing your fondness for the game, I present it as an offering. Lu Yiming had evidently come prepared. After receiving the elder's call, he had not rushed to the restaurant, but instead made a detour home. Lu Yiming recalled that his father had a collection of chess sets, genuine antiques. Oh, now I must take a good look. For a chess enthusiast, a chess set is a prized possession. The elder also cherished a set, a fine piece, but it could not compare to what Lu Yiming had brought today as this red agate. The elder's discerning eye immediately recognized the extraordinary quality of the pieces. Indeed, they are from Yongchang. The so-called chess pieces refer to ghost stones, and Yongchang, now known as Baoshan, produces the finest stones, known as Yongzi, with a history of over 500 years. They have been esteemed as the finest ghost stones, with a texture as fine as jade and exceptional hardness, akin to natural jade. Their ancient and understated appearance, smooth to the touch, warm in winter and cool in summer, has earned them the universal recognition as the holy grail of chess pieces throughout history. Moreover, the chess set Lu Yiming presented was of the highest quality, boasting centuries of history. The value of this set is beyond estimation. How splendid, but what a pity. Why does the elder say this? Such a generous gift, I cannot accept, little Lu. Have you forgotten what I used to do? The elder had once been a prosecutor. He could not allow himself to appear corrupt in his old age. They say a hero deserves a fine sword. This chess set, in my hands, would be like a gem covered in dust. Do not try to deceive me. With your skill, you are far superior to me. You should keep this chess set. It is a rare treasure. The elder made it clear he would not accept it. How about this? I can leave it here, and when I come to play chess, we can use this set. It would be inconvenient for me to keep bringing it back and forth. This point one must admit, Lu Yiming understood the elder's sentiments. Since it could not be given away, it could be temporarily stored. After all, apart from the elder, he had no use for chess. Dad, since the young man has said so, you should accept it. If not, I will buy it for you. Seeing that the elder genuinely liked it, Su Yunzhang felt compelled to intervene. However, this young man was extraordinary. How many families could afford to gift such a valuable chess set? Young man, thank you for your courageous act. After Lu Yiming's arrival, Su Yunzhang's gaze lingered on him. He exuded an extraordinary demeanor, showing no signs of being overwhelmed by the opulence surrounding him. It appeared he hailed from a prominent family. However, Su Yunzhang was unaware of the past between Lu Yiming and his daughter. Had he known, rather than dining together, he likely would have rolled up his sleeves to confront him. Do you enjoy playing chess as well? Mr. Lu? Uncle Su, please call me Little Lu very well. During Su Yunzhang's scrutiny of Lu Yiming was also observing him. The leader of a century-old family certainly carried himself differently. Especially in those turbulent times, many families lost their legacies. Those that survived were far from ordinary. Although Lu Yiming did not hold a favorable view of noble families, as exemplified by the conflicts he faced with the 5 prominent families in the past, the current noble families were not to be underestimated either. In his previous life, Lu Yiming had engaged in fierce battles with these families, exhausting all means, yet the outcome had only been a stalemate, illustrating their depth and strength. The Su family, in particular, stood out among them. As for the individual before him, the current head of the family, his wit, cunning, vision, and capability were all top-notch. He had given Lu Yiming a painful lesson in the past. Of course, in his previous life, he had only himself to blame for his demise. It remained to be seen what sparks would fly upon their reunion in this life. For Su Yunzhang, however, these thoughts were far from his mind. He was primarily concerned with whether Lu Yiming's appearance here was mere coincidence or intentional. Moreover, he wondered whether there was any romantic involvement between him and his daughter. Su Yunzhang knew his daughter well. The moment Lu Yiming entered, Su Rongrong's expression had changed. It was clear that Su Rongrong was not an ordinary girl. Possessing a formidable temperament, it was curious how easily she could be flustered by him. Su Rongrong was Su Yunzhang's soft spot. Any slight against her would not be taken lightly. Little Lu, hearing my father-in-law speak, I find myself somewhat tempted. Since it is still early, how about a game? Su Yunzhang also had a passion for chess. However, unlike the elder, for him, Go was not merely a hobby but a means of self-cultivation and assessing his opponent. Certainly, among the younger generation, few had the privilege of playing against Su Yunzhang. Chapter 44. A test. The two set up their pieces, and indeed, the agate stones felt exquisite to the touch. This was a fair contest. Su Yunzhang did not underestimate Lu Yiming due to his youth. Perhaps this was the true mindset of a great leader, to respect every opponent. Su Yunzhang's strategy was unconventional from the outset, deviating from the elder's systematic approach. This added a degree of pressure on Lu Yiming. Meanwhile, the elder observed with a smile, having played chess with his son-in-law on numerous occasions, often ending in frustration. Now it was Lu Yiming's turn to experience that challenge. The game progressed with various strategies employed, and within half an hour, they had exchanged moves without yielding. One must admit, Su Yunzhang's play was intricate and elusive, often catching opponents off guard. Lu Yiming's careful preparations had repeatedly come to naught. At this juncture, it was typical for players to become anxious. Even when facing professional players, this was often the case. Yet, to Su Yunzhang's surprise, Lu Yiming remained increasingly composed. This young man was intriguing. While calmly responding, Lu Yiming laid out an even grander scheme. An hour passed swiftly. Their pace was brisk, never falling into lengthy contemplation. Unlike the elder, who tended to deliberate, perhaps this was tied to the nature of business, where one must forge ahead without hesitation. Now holding the black stones, Su Yunzhang found himself at a standstill, caught in his first prolonged contemplation since the game's commencement. The outcome of the board remained uncertain, yet Su Yunzhang realized that if he continued, he would face a dismal defeat. Few heroes truly emerge from the youth. Seeing his impending doom, Su Yunzhang opted to concede outright. Such opponents are often the most formidable. Not everyone can afford to lose gracefully. I concede. Young man, well played. Please take a seat. Able to take losses in stride, Su Yunzhang no longer dwelled on the game. This kind of nonchalance was something Lu Yiming wished to learn. Dad, you haven't lost yet. You, my dear, are too fixated on winning. It's not good. Su Yunzhang chuckled, patting his daughter's hand. It was evident that she was concerned about her father's pride. However, for Su Yunzhang, what scene had he not witnessed? Little Lu is also from Shanghai University? Yes, but I suppose I can be considered graduated now. Oh? Have you joined your family business? I had thought of starting my own venture, but it is wiser to start with a solid foundation. Haha, a young man who knows when to advance and retreat. Recently, someone from the Lu family reached out to me. Coincidentally, that would be me. Quite honest, I may as well address you as young Master Lu. With this change of address, it signified a shift to treating Lu Yiming as an equal. However, I have heard that the Lu family intends to enter the telecommunications sector. The market is vast. Many seek to claim a slice of it. That is a sound idea, but telecommunications in the domestic market is heavily regulated. Thus, we sought your cooperation. I had no interest before, but now I am quite intrigued. Gao Tan seemed to have altered his perspective. If it were someone else, one might think it a positive development. However, Lu Yiming was no novice. He understood the complexities of the business world. It was apparent that Gao Tan's seemingly friendly demeanor held some underlying tension. If you genuinely have interest, I can personally visit you another day to discuss. You wish to catch me off guard, young Master Lu? Gao Tan smiled slightly. This young man is quite the challenge. Originally, he had intended to gauge the depth of the Lu family. To be frank, Gao Tan was having a rather challenging time. Although he was young, he had already ascended to the position of Deputy General Manager in Telecommunications. The pressures accompanying that role were suffocating. His superiors continuously assessed the telecommunications metrics, and this was precisely Gao Tan's responsibility. As Lu Yiming had analyzed, telecommunications had implemented numerous strategies but yielded little success. Competing with Mobile and Unicom was an uphill battle for Gao Tan, putting him in a precarious position, desperate for a way out. Thus, when the Lu family suddenly approached, it might indeed be a golden opportunity for Gao Tan. However, he would neither easily concede nor compromise his capabilities. Relying on the Lu family to break through would be a challenge to his competence, which is why Gao Tan had declined the Lu family's goodwill, all while attempting to probe their true intentions. This led to their current exchange. All right then, I look forward to your visit, young Master Lu. Since nothing could be unearthed, Gao Tan opted not to dwell further. Enough of business. Today we celebrate the elder's discharge from the hospital, Xu Yunzhang. Observing the exchange, chuckled and intervened. Lu Yiming. Truly a cunning old fox. Their interplay was seamless. Lu Yiming could see that Gao Tan had acted on a whim. However, Xu Yunzhang, being the clever old fox he was, had turned the situation to his advantage. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong frowned discreetly. Although she did not harbor fondness for Lu Yiming, he was nonetheless a guest invited by her grandfather, and treating him poorly was inappropriate. Lu Yiming, I raise a glass to you in gratitude for saving my grandfather. We are even now. In that moment, Su Rongrong finally took the initiative to set aside her grievances. This also signified that she would no longer hold on to Lu Yiming's past indiscretions. This was the utmost concession Su Rongrong could make. That I mentioned before, I still owe you an explanation. I will certainly provide one. There's no need. The subtext was clear. They would each go their separate ways moving forward, no longer crossing paths. This might have been the greatest concession Su Rongrong could offer. What is this cryptic exchange between you two? Dad, it's a matter between the young people. Indeed, uncle, it's something between Su Rongrong and mate Xu Yunzhang. This was precisely what he had been worried about. His daughter had grown up with her own little secrets. Unlike before when she would share everything with him, it left him feeling a bit disheartened. As the meal progressed, it was quite a pleasant gathering. Lu Yiming conducted himself appropriately. After an hour, he proposed to take his leave. Having accepted the invitation and behaved well, it was now time to depart, as he was ultimately an outsider to the Su family. I shall see you off. To his surprise, Su Rongrong volunteered. This development made Su Yunzhang secretly anxious. Could it be that his daughter stayed in Shanghai because of Lu Yiming? Su Rongrong. This was not the case. She merely intended to remind Lu Yiming to avoid appearing before her in the future. Chapter 45. A great effort, brother-in-law. What do you think? After Lu Yiming departed, Su Yunzhang's expression turned serious. The Lu family has a successor. Gao Tan raised his glass. Just now, he had attempted several probes. Yet the other party had deftly avoided each one. He had to admit that Lu Yiming was indeed remarkable. Though young, he displayed a maturity beyond his years. By the way, the Lu family intends to enter the telecommunications sector. Correct. Such intentions may exist, but I have heard that the Lu family has been expanding rather rapidly lately, having recently announced their entry into the real estate market. This was also one of the reasons Gao Tan was skeptical of the Lu family. Though he acknowledged their revenue and net profit were consistently healthy and their foreign trade foundation was solid, attempting to diversify into multiple sectors seemed unrealistic. Both real estate and telecommunications are capital-intensive ventures, and given the Lu family's current financial capabilities, sustaining such endeavors would be challenging. So, you believe it to be a smokescreen? I initially thought so, but after meeting young Master Lu today, I find myself somewhat swayed. Unfathomable, indeed, it's difficult to predict. Unconventional tactics from such an opponent can be quite troublesome. Gao Tan realized he had no true understanding of Lu Yiming's intentions, and this was the most daunting aspect. Having dealt with many major players himself, and considering the Su family is a prominent lineage, Gao Tan's experience was considerable. Yet, this young man. Indeed, I too cannot decipher him. Second brother? This remark from Su Yunzhang left Gao Tan even more astonished. It is entirely reasonable that one may not discern the depth of another, yet it is perplexing that my second elder brother, the head of the Su family, who commands a vast commercial empire, would make such an assessment of a young man. What kind of individuals has he not encountered? He has even met with leaders. If such a judgment were to circulate, Lu Yiming would undoubtedly gain notoriety. Sigh, I do not wish to dwell on this. My current concern is for Nan, who seems to harbor a special sentiment for young Lu. Second brother, he is merely a young man, of course, it is easy for you to say. As she is not your daughter. Gao Chang, fine. I shall pretend I said nothing. As for Su Rongrong, she has already escorted Lu Yiming to the door. Lu Yiming, are you feigning ignorance on purpose? Su Rongrong's tone is far from pleasant. It is he who should be avoiding awkwardness. How can their meeting not be uncomfortable? After all, These two have witnessed everything they should and should not have. What does this mean? Lu Yiming decides to continue with his act of ignorance. You should not have come here. It was my grandfather who invited me. He is my grandfather. Indeed, he is your grandfather now. But who can predict the future? Unless I am blind, otherwise. Cursing oneself is ill-advised, Su Rongrong. It is infuriating. Forget it. I am already accustomed to Lu Yiming's shamelessness. Why would my uncle come to Modu? This is a matter concerning my family. I should take you back. In truth, Lu Yiming had already suspected Su Yunchang's presence in Modu. In his previous life, he had wronged Su Rongrong, leading to Su Yunchang's furious retaliation, which resulted in Su Rongrong being taken back to the Su family. This incident quickly became common knowledge. Su Rongrong lived her life. Yet in the business world, she exhibited remarkable talent, and of course, that is a story for another time. Lu Yiming is acutely aware that Su Rongrong has always yearned to prove herself. This desire will not wane. Therefore, he surmises that after graduating, Su Rongrong does not wish to return to the Su family, but rather aspires to carve out her own path in Modu. Naturally, Su Yunchang does not wish for his daughter to suffer, which is why he intends to bring her back. Little did he expect that Lu Yiming would deduce so much. It has nothing to do with you. Such words cannot be uttered so lightly. The pie of Modu is limited, and if the Su family insists on squeezing in, we might very well become rivals. Lu Yiming, are you afraid? Yes, indeed I am afraid. Afraid that I might falter and lose my resolve. Shameless. For some reason, Lu Yiming's gaze sends a wave of unease through Su Rongrong. A scoundrel indeed. He is a scoundrel, casually uttering sweet nothings. Save such words for Cheng Xiao. Could it be that you are jealous? You? Well, this shameless expression of yours makes Su Rongrong want to teach him a lesson. She suppresses her anger. There is no point in prolonging the conversation. Farewell, I shall not see you out. I have told you. I will give you an explanation. Leave. How dare you bring that up? I am actually being threatened here. Clearly, this rascal has shown me disrespect. Yet, fine, Lu Yiming, just you wait. There will come a time when you will weep. Su Rongrong silently resolves herself. This only strengthens her determination to remain in Modu, as she leaves without looking back. Lu Yiming reveals a smile. Indeed, he has managed to provoke her. This is for the best, as it further solidifies Su Rongrong's resolve to stay. At the very least, she would not return to Su province. Though not far, it would still mean less frequent encounters. Su Rongrong never imagined that Lu Yiming would go to such lengths to keep her. Starting his Ferrari, Lu Yiming drives away from the Shijiao Hotel. Meanwhile, at the Lu family residence. You rascal! Where's that scoundrel? Inside the Lu villa, Lu Ijuan slams the table, causing a tremendous noise. Beside him, Zhang Qian dares not utter a word. Calm down. Calm down? Nonsense. That was a chess set I purchased for a hefty sum. And I hadn't even touched it before this brat ruined it. Recently, the upper circles of Modu have been obsessed with Go. Although Lu Ijuan knows nothing about it, he cannot fall behind when everyone else is studying it. Otherwise, it would only cement the Lu family's reputation as nouveau riche. To practice, Lu Ijuan not only hired a teacher, but also spent extravagantly on a set of fine antique chess pieces. Such treasures are rare. Due to his busy schedule, he had placed the chess set in his study after purchasing it. However, tonight he felt inspired and wanted to set up a game, only to discover that the chess set had mysteriously vanished. Upon inquiry, he learned that it had been taken by his own son, this wasteful child. How could this not infuriate Lu Ijuan? They say it is difficult to buy something that one cherishes. He had thought that this scoundrel had turned over a new leaf. After performing admirably at the company recently, his mood had been uplifted, only to be shattered in an instant. This rascal has been a source of vexation since birth. This time, I shall break his legs. Just then, the roar of a Ferrari is heard. Lu Ijuan. This scoundrel dares to return. Where is the feather duster? Bring it to me. Chapter 46. Chaos and Turmoil. You little rascal, don't run, Yiming, hurry and escape. Just as Lu Yiming had parked his car, he saw his father and Aunt Zhang charging out in succession. One shouted for him to run while the other demanded he stop. Seeing the feather duster in his father's hand, running away would be the only sensible choice. In the courtyard of the Lu villa, a heart-stopping chase ensues. You little rascal, stop. Put the item down first. I want to hit you. Only a fool would believe that Lu Yiming reflects that he was naive as a child and has suffered many times from such losses. Amidst the chaos, it continues until Lu Ijuan, out of breath, finally halts. Where is my chess set? I gave it away. The response is delivered with such conviction that Lu Ijuan nearly reaches for the feather duster again. But alas, his age betrays him, and he lacks the strength he once had. Dad, don't be hasty. Have you even asked who I gave it to? Nonsense, need I ask? Besides being wasteful, what else can you do? Is it that little girl again? Lu Yiming, indeed. No one knows a son better than a father. Wait, this time I have a legitimate matter to discuss. The Su family, the father-in-law of the Su family head. Which Su family? It can only be the one from Su province. Upon hearing this, Lu Ijuan instantly calms down. When did my son become involved with the Su family? The Su family's power is not something the Lu family can contend with. This is something even Lu Ijuan must admit. Compared to a century-old family, the Lu family is just setting sail. The Su family, on the other hand, has long surpassed the curse of wealth dissipating after 3 generations. Speak. What exactly happened? Let me catch my breath first. Don't waste time. Just tell me I just returned, and you were chasing me around the yard to beat me. Now you want to even let me catch my breath? You deserve it. Haven't you done enough to irritate me in the past? Fine. With such a righteous tone, Lu Yiming cannot refute. Dad, it's just a chess set. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? A chess set. Do you have any idea how many connections I leveraged to obtain it? Originally, this chess set was supposed to go to the autumn auction this year. Why then? Its value would likely double. Lu Ijuan had to rely on numerous contacts to secure it ahead of time, accumulating debts of gratitude. And now, before I even got to touch it, this unfilial son gave it away. Who wouldn't he be furious? Dad, for this worthless chess set, is it really necessary to make such a scene? Hey, at this, new grievances and old grudges surface, and Lu Ijuan immediately reaches for the feather duster. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang reacts swiftly and snatches it away. Enough of the ruckus. We cannot let others see us make a fool of ourselves. Fine, since Aunt Zhang rarely speaks up, I shall give face to that. Otherwise, I will be sleeping in the guest room again. Get in here. Lu Ijuan points at Lu Yiming and angrily storms into the villa. Aunt Zhang, thank you. Hurry and apologize. You know your father's temper. He responds better to soft words than hard ones. Say a few good things, and this matter will pass. Aunt Zhang offers a reminder before following him inside. I will cook soup for you too. It must be said that Aunt Zhang plays a significant role in this household. It's a pity that in his previous life, Lu Yiming did not treat her well. Perhaps he has never been able to overcome that hurdle in this second life. Lu Yiming finally understands that he cannot place the blame entirely on his father for the divorce. Some matters are beyond a father's control. Fortunately, he still has time to make amends. The father and son walk into the study one after the other. Speak. What exactly happened? Lu Ijuan still wears a grim expression and my classmate, Su Rongrong, is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Hey, you little rascal, is this all for a woman? We are back to square one. No. While that is part of it, it is merely coincidental. Lu Yiming briefly explains the accident he encountered and Su Yunchang's arrival in Modu, of course omitting the more stimulating details of his interactions with Su Rongrong. If his father were to learn of such exciting aspects, he would surely not escape unscathed tonight. So you are indeed a benefactor to the Su family? As expected of a businessman, Lu Ijuan quickly grasped the crux of the matter. I suppose so. The handheld wireless telephone system you reported last time is also related to the Su family? The deputy director of telecommunications is precisely the son-in-law of the Su family. Is there a chance? Not necessarily. What do you mean? Now it is Lu Ijuan's turn to be perplexed. His son saved the father-in-law of the Su family head. In such circumstances, shouldn't cooperation be a natural progression? Could it be that the Su family has other intentions? Dad, such a century-old family has too many twists and turns internally. Internal conflicts? Perhaps. Today at the banquet, Su family's son-in-law did mention the possibility of cooperation, but I managed to deflect it. Why? It shouldn't be so smooth. I fear there may be deceit. Business is always like this. Only interests remain eternal. Lu Yiming, believing that by saving Su Rongrong's grandfather, he would earn the Su family's gratitude, and they would relinquish their interests, is not so naive. If it were that simple, the Su family would not have endured for so long. Being cautious is indeed wise. Lu Ijuan is very pleased with his son's prudence. By the way, I heard you are going for an inspection soon? It's been settled. I will depart in a couple of days. Do you have confidence? Dad, I know what you are concerned about. Hey, rascal, do tell. The change in his son exceeds Lu Ijuan's expectations. This air of confidence is something even he cannot muster. He had not anticipated that once Lu Yiming took things seriously, he would indeed earn his admiration. Dad, your concern is about the real estate business. The Lu Group has just boldly announced its entry, and it urgently needs funds for circulation. You are worried about a potential issue with the cash flow. Precisely. At present, the real estate project is indeed the best timing. However, the funds are limited. The bank has granted policies, but if they tighten up, we would be in a very passive position. Hence my support for you will not be overly generous. Lu Ijuan is never blindly arrogant. He always exercises caution, and of course, this is crucial for the development of the Lu Group. What I am giving you is a surprise. Don't worry. Lu Yiming is brimming with confidence. He has a clear financial plan, knowing the initial investment is not substantial. Otherwise, he would not be so fixated on this project. I want to interfere. Now, regarding the chess set, I spent 3 million. What do you have to say about that? Lu Yiming. No money, just a life, a typical case of a dead pig not fearing boiling water. Observing his son's shameless demeanor, Lu Ijuan completely loses his temper. Chapter 47. Whispers and Speculation. Good morning. Young Master Lu. Good morning. After parking his car, Lu Yiming yawns, looking rather unrefreshed. His handsome face bears the marks of fatigue. Young Master Lu must take care to rest. Do not overexert yourself. It is the same security guard as before, but now he is exceedingly courteous. Ever since he learned of Lu Yiming's identity, he has been nearly worshipful. It is not easy to earn a living. After all, you think young Master Lu is too burdened? After all, he has just graduated, and the responsibilities on his shoulders are quite heavy. Heavy, my foot. Do you think it's the same as your life? The joys of the wealthy are beyond your imagination. The team leader scoffs. Young Master Lu knows how to utilize his limited time wisely. You know what it means to hustle. What good is money if at 11 p.m. the television station broadcasts nothing but static? TV. Can you not aspire for something more? Do you know what a nightclub is? What is that? A man's paradise. Fine. Such a conversation would have gone unheard by Lu Yiming, who was oblivious to the talk of nightclubs and such. Last night, he had boasted, thinking his father would easily let him off given his temperament. He promptly retrieved the spare chess set from home, intending to give himself a good lesson, and Lu Ijuan's own words. With his chess skill, it would be a piece of cake to deal with this unlearned scoundrel. In the end, Lu Yiming taught his father what it means to be overconfident in just 20 minutes. In a surprising turn of events, Lu Ijuan remained unconvinced and insisted on dragging Lu Yiming into a game until the early hours. After losing more than 10 games, Lu Ijuan's face turned pale. Had it not been for Aunt Zhang's inability to contain herself, forcing Lu Ijuan to bed, he likely would have played through the night. This, however, left Lu Yiming exhausted. Initially, he had sought to deflate his father's arrogance, but even a man of steel cannot endure such a trial. By the end, Lu Yiming had already been lenient, yet his father still proved to be unyielding. Reflecting on this, Lu Yiming could not help but shake his head. With such skill, any chess set would be a waste. Just as he exited the elevator, Lu Yiming contemplated brewing himself a cup of coffee in the pantry. The Lu Group offers first-rate employee benefits. Each floor has its own employee lounge, complete with tea and coffee. In this day and age, such a cultural approach to management is rare among companies. It was still before work hours. Several colleagues gathered to chat, a welcome relaxation before the high-pressure work ahead. However, the topics of conversation were somewhat. Did you see today? What did you see? The temptation of professional attire. Who? Please don't exaggerate. It's not that tempting. You haven't seen it. I saw it too. Wow. I didn't expect such a figure combined with such beauty. Simply. Are you talking about Vice President Lee? You all have some nerve. No way. Vice President Lee is indeed attractive, but compared to her, she still falls a bit short. Who on earth are you talking about? Who else could it be but the new assistant recruited by young Master Lu? Cheng Xiao? Yes, that is her in a way. I know Cheng Xiao. She usually wears the same attire. True, she is pretty, but she is only comparable to Vice President Lee. You don't understand a thing. Today she wore professional attire, plus those eye-catching black stockings. Wow, simply. Just thinking about the stunning scene when I saw Cheng Xiao today. A male colleague instantaneously lost in reverie. In a single glance, he fell head over heels. Is it really that ridiculous? When you see her later, don't drool. Lu Yiming. Indeed, when men gather, the conversation invariably revolves around women. During our school days, things were like this. Now we have all become white-collar workers, the elites of society. Yet we still cannot escape this aspect. What do you think? Is Cheng Xiao's attire? Shh, keep your voice down. Regardless, I am prepared to make an attempt to pursue her. Are you out of your mind? She is assistant to the young Master Lu, personally recruited by him. After observing her over the past couple of days, I don't think so. Cheng Xiao seems like a rather innocent girl. Why not give it a try? Whoever succeeds will be treated to a month's worth of lunches. That sounds feasible, but betting on pursuing a woman is utterly foolish, ahem. Just as the conversation among the few grew increasingly absurd, a cough interrupted. It was young Master Lu. Hiss. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lu Yiming, the group instantly straightened up. Please continue. No, young Master Lu, we were mistaken. Who could have anticipated that we would run into you while indulging in idle chatter? Also, why are you personally here to serve coffee? The end-of-month assessment. Those who fail understood. Young Master Lu, we will get to work right away. The group exchanged glances and promptly exited the break room. Have you heard enough? Although the break room was empty, Lu Yiming seemed to be speaking to the air. I have no habit of eavesdropping. Vice President Li, it seems you've been here longer than I have. Young Master Lu, you jest at Li rolled her eyes, curious about how Lu Yiming had discovered her presence. The younger generation pushes the previous one forward. Does Sister Li feel the pressure? In the earlier comparison, Cheng Xiao clearly held the upper hand. Is young Master Lu attempting to sow discord among colleagues? Lu Yiming chuckled. Indeed, given Li Li's position, she would not vent her frustrations on Cheng Xiao. He was merely testing the waters. Watching Lu Yiming's departing figure, Li Li felt helpless. Who would have thought he could be so petty? He is quite protective, claiming he has no ulterior motives. Li poured herself a cup of hot milk. Nevertheless, today Cheng Xiao truly caught her eye. The professional outfit was simply flawless. With a delicate waist and alluring black stockings, her appeal was off the charts. No wonder the younger men couldn't resist. I just observed for a moment. Wherever Cheng Xiao went, there seemed to be many wandering eyes. Should I say something? No, the professional attire is perfectly acceptable. Initially, Li Li intended to remind Lu Yiming, considering Cheng Xiao is his assistant. But it seems the principal is not worried at all. Cheng Xiao, come to my office for a moment. Lu Yiming returned to the office with coffee. The first thing he did was summon Cheng Xiao. After Cheng Xiao left yesterday, Lu Yiming reflected deeply and realized he had indeed overlooked Cheng Xiao's feelings. For her, such consumption was beyond her understanding. Yet, as soon as Cheng Xiao stepped into the office, Lu Yiming's gaze was unwavering. Chapter 48. The allure of professional attire. It was no exaggeration. Cheng Xiao's ability to wear professional attire so stunningly was indeed captivating. Young Master Lu, Cheng Xiao felt somewhat awkward. After leaving last night, she made a trip to Chipu Road, a shirt for 40, a suit for 120. Honglong. A set of professional attire costing nearly 20,000 was obtained for just 160. Yes, the fabric was somewhat lacking. However, on Cheng Xiao, it was an entirely different concept. This 160 yuan outfit was something she pondered over for quite some time before deciding to be As for the black stockings. It was her first time wearing them. Cheng Xiao had done a lot of mental preparation, yet now, she felt a twinge of regret. Upon arriving at the company, numerous colleagues' gazes were fixed upon her. It was quite. Earlier, I had a brief discussion with Vice President Li. We will depart tomorrow to So soon. Cheng Xiao did not expect young Master Lu to be so eager. Being the subject of someone's interest is not advantageous. Although Lu Yiming had advanced the timeline significantly, once the butterfly flaps its wings, who knows what unexpected events may arise. Understood. I will prepare. As Lu Yiming's assistant, Cheng Xiao naturally needed to be well prepared. In a short span, she had mastered basic conversational skills, a top student, indeed, defying conventional reasoning. No need. Stay in the office today. I can remind you at any time. Cheng Xiao, stay in the office? That seems. All right, Lu Yiming admitted he simply did not want those ill-intentioned colleagues to gaze at Cheng Xiao too often. Despite telling himself to keep his distance from her, it appeared he had underestimated Cheng Xiao's allure. Ahem, from now on, be cautious at the company. Those guys are betting on pursuing you. Lu Yiming was not one to gossip, but this time, he made an unprecedented effort to remind Cheng Xiao. She instantly grasped the implication. Young Master Lu, I'm sorry. I want wear this again. It's all the black stockings' fault. Their impure thoughts have nothing to do with you. Lu Yiming did not lift his gaze, fearing he would lose control over his own eyes. Men, after all, always appreciate beautiful things. His demeanor did provide Cheng Xiao with a considerable sense of security. Indeed, he was different. That night in the classroom, she had already prepared to give herself completely. Cheng Xiao was well aware of her charm. Yet, Lu Yiming had managed to restrain himself. Although it was a misunderstanding, Lu Yiming's behavior undoubtedly surprised Cheng Xiao. The playboy, the prodigal son, people simply did not understand Lu Yiming. Throughout the day, Cheng Xiao remained in Lu Yiming's office. His actions sent a clear signal to the outside world. His assistant was not someone anyone could covet. Remarkably, he even accompanied Cheng Xiao to the staff canteen for lunch. This time, no male colleagues dared to linger their gazes on her. The dominant CEO persona was well-established. As for Cheng Xiao, she seemed to relish the feeling of being carefully protected. Yet, she constantly reminded herself that Lu Yiming was not someone she could aspire to. The gap between them was far too vast, and being able to interact like this was already a significant satisfaction for her. I will pick you up tomorrow. No need. I can take the bus. It takes an extra 2 hours, and the bus schedule is unpredictable. This is a crucial matter, and no mishaps are allowed. Alright then. Ultimately, Cheng Xiao conceded Lu Yiming was correct. For this upcoming trip, the investment department had been diligently preparing for a long time, but no single oversight could lead to unexpected outcomes. During this period, Cheng Xiao had moved out of the dormitory. She and her mother now rented a traditional shikumen house in Hong Kong, an old-style 2-story loft, merely 7 square meters in size. They say in Shanghai, every inch of land is precious. They say it is a city of gold. But what is the reality? Many local families have lived in such old-style homes for 3 generations, which is the truest depiction. The old houses in Hong Kong are not conveniently located. The only advantage is the affordable rent, making it the best choice for Cheng Xiao. Throughout most of the year, Cheng Xiao's mother spent her time in the hospital. For the two of them, 7 square meters was more than enough space. Early in the morning, when Lu Yiming's Ferrari drove into this old-style lane, it immediately attracted countless gazes. Normally, even 4 wheels are a rarity, let alone such a supercar. The children looked on with intense curiosity. Residents coming in and out couldn't help but steal a few glances. The value of a Ferrari could purchase half a shikumen. Cheng Xiao hurriedly exited her home and, under the envious gazes of the crowd, got into the car. It wouldn't be long before she became famous in the lane. However, for some envious older ladies, malicious rumors would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Although Cheng Xiao never cared about what others said about her. It was my oversight, young Master Lu. I doubt this isn't a formal occasion. Just call me by my name. We are still old classmates. Lu Yiming genuinely admired Cheng Xiao's strength. Thus, how deeply had he hurt her in the previous life for her to leave in despair? Clearly possessing the resilience of wild grass, unable to be crushed or extinguished, yet ultimately she chose to leave for another place, never to return. Young Master Lu? Sorry, Lu Yiming. Seeing that Lu Yiming had yet to start the car, Cheng Xiao couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. Remembering something, she fastened her seatbelt. Lu Yiming withdrew his thoughts. Have you had breakfast? I boiled an extra egg. Cheng Xiao hesitated for quite a while before finally taking out the egg she had prepared. In a moment, I won tea of hands. Lu Yiming had originally intended it as a joke. However, Cheng Xiao surprisingly held the peeled egg up to Lu Yiming's mouth. This scene was rather. It reminded him of their newlywed days in the previous life. When Cheng Xiao acted like this, he had thought that Lu Yiming was everything to her. But be careful, it's hot. Yet, Lu Yiming swallowed the egg whole. What does it mean to have mixed emotions? Why had his mindset changed? Ahem. What's wrong? It seems like you're choking. Lu Yiming. Cheng Xiao. At Hangzhou Airport, everyone had arrived. A Boeing 737 was already parked on the runway. What is this? A CD player. It will come in handy later. After passing security, Lu Yiming handed the CD player he had prepared to Cheng Xiao. To others, didn't this seem a bit too intimate? The story of a domineering CEO and his assistant. It seemed that real life often inspired such narratives. Young Master Lu truly was meticulous. Chapter 49. A romantic at heart. Young Master Lu, what is this? High altitudes can easily cause your pressure. Didn't you know? Of course, I know that. Lily rolled her eyes. The key is that your actions have been too obvious, haven't they? So other colleagues are merely tools in your eyes? Alright, no need for explanations, young Master Lu. We are not blind. Faced with Li Li's teasing, Lu Yiming found himself at a loss for words. He had intended to distance himself from Cheng Xiao but found himself caring for her inadvertently. Once on board, Lu Yiming and Li were, of course, seated in business class, while the others were relegated to the economy section. Let us discuss. Young Master Lu, this is excessive. You wouldn't want me to switch seats with your assistant? Would you? Li looked wary. That would require sacrificing myself. Cheng Xiao is afraid of heights. How do you know that? Lily looked skeptical. Even if Cheng Xiao was afraid of heights, it seemed no one had mentioned it. She was curious as to how Lu Yiming knew so much. I noticed she was taking deep breaths. You know, when a person is nervous, they often exhibit involuntary behaviors. So, in essence, you want me to switch seats? Of course not. Look, even if Lu Yiming is a scoundrel, he wouldn't stoop to that level. Sacrificing Lily was not something he would do. I'm just asking for your help. I'll go to the back. And you help take care of Cheng Xiao, but don't let it slip. Just say I need to discuss some details. Really? Lily felt a wave of emotions. For Cheng Xiao, he was actually willing to inconvenience himself? Lu Yiming was someone she was all too familiar with. He indulged in every pleasure a rich playboy could. This time, however, he was acting unusually, willing to endure hardship for someone else. Wasn't he that a bit exaggerated? Is that all right? One word. No problem, thanks. After receiving Li's affirmation, Lu Yiming stood up and headed towards the economy section. Humph, I never would have guessed he was such a romantic. It was as if Lily had come to a new understanding of Lu Yiming. To be honest, his recent behavior had truly redefined her perception of him. Meanwhile, in the economy section, Cheng Xiao appeared somewhat anxious. She gripped the armrest tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Assistant Cheng. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Even her voice trembled slightly. This business trip included only male colleagues aside from Li and Cheng Xiao. By nature, they tended to be somewhat careless. That moment, Lu Yiming approached them. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Seeing Lu Yiming, the group instinctively rose. However, Lu Yiming waved them down. Switch seats. What? This statement was directed at Li. I need to verify some data. You go to my seat, right next to Vice President Li, but that's against the rules. Cheng Xiao was about to refuse, but Lu Yiming wouldn't give her the chance. Hurry, we're about to take off. All right, I understand. Cheng Xiao stood up to make way, and Lu Yiming sat down without hesitation. What, do I need to ask the flight attendant to guide you? No need. Cheng Xiao hurriedly exited, but inside, she felt a bit resentful towards Lu Yiming. I'm already nervous, and now I have to change seats. This guy is really... Watching Cheng Xiao leave, Lu Yiming couldn't help but smile. Young Master Lu, what data do you need? Seizing the opportunity to display her competence in front of the leader, she quickly pulled out her laptop. However, I'm tired. I thought we were here to go over data. What is happening? Young Master Lu, Lu Yiming. Damn economy class. There's nowhere to put my long legs. Thankfully, the flight is only 3 hours. I can't endure. With his eyes closed, Lu Yiming disregarded the astonished looks of others. At this point, it was clear to everyone. Indeed, there was a story between young Master Lu and Assistant Cheng. Originally, several eager male colleagues immediately abandoned their intentions. After all, even if Assistant Cheng was exceptionally beautiful, they wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. What kind of fool would compete with young Master Lu for a woman? As for Cheng Xiao, she nervously stepped into business class. The difference was minimal. The only change was the spaciousness of the seats. She truly could not comprehend why the ticket price was more than double. Was it to showcase the distinctiveness of the wealthy? This aspect completely baffled her. Presently, young Master Lu, I know. There are still some data to verify. Please, take a seat. Li gestured toward Lu Yiming's seat. Observing Cheng Xiao's cautious demeanor elicited a sense of sympathy. Who would have thought that Lu Yiming had such a preference? Yet, Lily also admired Cheng Xiao. Although she had her shortcomings, Cheng Xiao was undoubtedly talented and hardworking. If nurtured well, she might truly be capable of handling things independently in the future. Nervous? Yes, a little. At this moment, the airplane had begun to taxi down the runway. Cheng Xiao was utterly tensed. It's fine. Airplanes are the safest mode of transport. No. I'm just you know why business class tickets are so expensive? For a better experience. That's one reason. But the most important aspect is that this section is the most stable part of the plane. The turbulence is much less. That's why Lu Yiming wanted to switch seats with Cheng Xiao. Due to time constraints, the economy class seats were all located at the back of the plane. If turbulence occurred, wouldn't Cheng Xiao be terrified? It's all right. Once we take off, drink a little. It will help ease your nerves. I used to be the same way. President Li is also afraid of heights. What is so strange about that? Everyone has something they fear. Li grasped Cheng Xiao's right hand. Teske. My palms are clammy with sweat. Who would have thought that young Master Lu possesses such keen observational skills? Cheng Xiao wanted to say something, but a sudden and intense sensation of being pushed back caused her to shut her eyes in fright. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the plane finally stabilized. 2 beers. Pleased? Lily requested the flight attendant for the beers. Let us give it a try. The effect is indeed quite remarkable. All right. To alleviate her nerves, Cheng Xiao did not hesitate to down her beer in one go. However, Yiming, how could I forget to give a little warning, given Cheng Xiao's tolerance for alcohol? Despite all my calculations, I never anticipated this outcome. Chapter 50. There's nothing that a cold shower can't solve. After the 737 touchdown on the runway, Lu Yiming finally opened his eyes. The two seated behind had truly endured a lot during the flight. Young Master Lu, sitting by the aisle, had kept his eyes closed the entire time, not even daring to excuse himself to the restroom. He had held it in for so long that his face had turned pale. The most tormenting moment was seeing the restroom out of order just as the plane landed. What on earth is this? Two agonized faces resembled that of abused souls. It's fine. Really, everything is just fine. They feigned smiles while inwardly lamenting. Initially, the presence of a beautiful companion was a cause for great joy. Yet now, young Master Lu had used some excuse to send Assistant Cheng away. He had endured a journey of quiet suffering, not daring to breathe too loudly, lest he disturb young Master Lu's rest. The distance from heaven to hell was merely the journey from business class to economy class. Young Master Lu, shall we wait for Vice President Li and Assistant Cheng? Business class passengers disembark first. I had forgotten about that. Looking at young Master Lu, who had chosen to bear this indignity for Assistant Cheng, it was evident that there was true affection at play. However, after disembarking, they could not locate Vice President Li and Assistant Cheng for quite some time. And the airport was not that large. Could they truly be lost? Just then, Lu Yiming's phone rang. What? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Lu Yiming's expression was rather, how should I put it? It was a mix of laughter and tears. Young Master Lu, what is going on? Just wait here. Lu Yiming walked off in another direction, turning around two corners before finally encountering a disheveled Lili. Her face was filled with resentment, which was quite amusing. Who would have thought that Cheng Xiao's alcohol tolerance was so low? Just one beer, and she was out cold. The worst part is, she could have at least kept quiet while sleeping. Drunk Cheng Xiao was nowhere near the ice queen we knew. Throughout the journey, all of Li's energy was spent soothing Cheng Xiao, who would alternate between tears and laughter. Thinking back to the shocked expressions of the elites in business class, Li felt utterly speechless. This was truly a black mark on her history. Why did you let her drink? Lu Yiming also wore a helpless expression. In his previous life, he had experienced firsthand how terrifying a drunken Cheng Xiao could be. After becoming involved with Lu Yiming, Cheng Xiao naturally had to accompany him to certain events. However, just a single cocktail had completely broken her defenses. That was undoubtedly a memory Lu Yiming preferred not to revisit. Ever since, he had never allowed Cheng Xiao to have a drop of alcohol. Yet, perhaps Lu Yiming was unaware that after parting ways with him, Cheng Xiao had developed a drinking habit. Alas, he would probably never know any of this. At this moment, Cheng Xiao, slumped on the ground, was still mumbling to herself, seemingly far from fully awake. You didn't mention that she couldn't handle her drink, Lili retorted, her intentions having been good. A slight inebriation could indeed help alleviate tension, but acting drunk was an entirely different matter. With the help of the flight attendants, she had finally managed to get Cheng Xiao off the plane. Why was she the one responsible for both young Master Lu and now Assistant Cheng? Cough, cough. Fine, perhaps I didn't communicate clearly. What else could Lu Yiming do? He picked up the slumped Cheng Xiao with ease. Why are you just standing there? Follow me. To his surprise, Lu Yiming was quite strong, far superior to those feeble men who could barely lift a finger. Carrying Cheng Xiao, with Vice President Li following behind, he appeared quite nonchalantly before the crowd. This, young Master Lu, shall we lend a hand? Don't overexert yourself. Get lost. Originally hoping to curry favor, they inadvertently stepped on a landmine. What a joke, asking for help. This was Cheng Xiao, who, in a sense, was young Master Lu's precious possession. Perhaps next time, think before you speak. What about the car? Young Master Lu, Assistant Cheng arranged it. Lu Yiming. Can't you all just figure it out? Of course, young Master Lu. Just a moment, we'll find it immediately. Another flurry of activity ensued, and they finally managed to board the car. Young Master Lu, according to the itinerary, we are to visit the NTT factory for inspection first. We're going to the hotel, but young Master Lu, it's already been arranged. Change the itinerary. It was becoming increasingly clear that our young Master Lu valued beautiful women over power. How about I go first? It wouldn't be right to keep them waiting. They value punctuality, and we can't let them feel slighted. After you settle Cheng Xiao, you can come over. In this situation, it was Li Li who stepped up. Thank you for your hard work. In truth, the factory visit was merely a formality. All the necessary parameters were already firmly established in Lu Yiming's mind. He was well prepared, merely going through the motions to avoid raising suspicions. Young Master Lu, we're already in the car. I know. How about you put Assistant Cheng down? There's no need to carry her like this in the car. Lu Yiming. NTT had prepared the finest hotel in the area. As for Lu Yiming, he placed Cheng Xiao in the executive suite that was originally meant for himself. Do you think young Master Lu will? A knowing glance passed between the men as they sent young Master Lu off. If he missed this opportunity, what would that make him? Just as the thought crossed their minds, a cold snicker interrupted. Oh right. I forgot Vice President Li was still in the car. The previously smug expressions of a few men turned sour in an instant. What are you thinking? Young Master Lu is not that kind of person. Exactly. What's wrong with your mind? Shut up and get to work. Li Li retorted with a cold laugh, as the others were lost in gossip. It was sweltering. Meanwhile, in the hotel suite, Cheng Xiao was continuously tugging at her coat. It's hot. Really hot. Not refreshing at all. As she shed layers, Lu Yiming could only use the blanket to shield her modesty. After a prolonged struggle, Cheng Xiao finally quieted down, allowing Lu Yiming to exhale a sigh of relief. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one go. After all, he was still a normal man. Moreover, in his previous life, every inch of Cheng Xiao's skin was familiar to him. This was a true test of Lu Yiming's patience. Loosening his tie, he swallowed hard. You're the one who's tempting me. Looking at the defenseless Cheng Xiao sprawled on the bed, Lu Yiming shed his outer coat and stepped into the bathroom. What could be more effective than a cold shower to cool down? There was no other choice. After all, this was a debt he owed from his past life. Chapter 51. Wrapped up like a zongzi, the passionate scenes from his previous life flashed through Lu Yiming's mind. Although Cheng Xiao had merely been a stand-in for Su Rongrong, those moments of passion had undeniably occurred. Lu Yiming was all too familiar with every inch of Cheng Xiao's body and the hidden nuances within. Who the hell said cold showers were effective? The cold water continued to shock Lu Yiming, but it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Just then, the bathroom door was abruptly pushed open. Lu Yiming, winky face. This was too shocking. He had never expected Cheng Xiao to have such a wild side when intoxicated. Clearly, he had not fully understood her in his previous life. Unfortunately, fantasies are abundant while reality is often stark. Ugh. Cheng Xiao didn't even glance in the direction of the bathroom. Ugh. Was one beer really enough to cause this? Lu Yiming wished to inquire how he was supposed to exit now. Given that the five-star hotel suite felt like a trap, Cheng Xiao, sprawled on the side, effectively blocked all escape routes. The only way for Lu Yiming to leave was to step over her. Most crucially, his robe was on the other side. This was unreasonable. 1 star out of 5. Cheng Xiao, he called softly. Seeing she did not respond, Lu Yiming cautiously took a step forward. That moment, his only thought was to leave quickly before Cheng Xiao woke up and he found himself in a predicament. However, he had not anticipated that as he stepped over her, she would already have opened her eyes, only to hastily shut them again. At this moment, Cheng Xiao felt her head throb painfully. A strong headache accompanied by confusion engulfed her. What should she do? Should she continue to feign unconsciousness or make a run for it? Would Lu Yiming succumb to his primal instincts? As Cheng Xiao's mind raced, Lu Yiming finally donned the bathrobe and turned to face her. Cheng Xiao's eyelashes fluttered, and her breath quickened up. No. He wouldn't take advantage of her, would he? How could she have drunk? What a predicament. Lost in her thoughts, Cheng Xiao heard Lu Yiming's complaints. The next moment, he scooped her up and carried her toward the bed. What does he intend to do? Cheng Xiao thought. Could it be? No, absolutely not. She could not allow herself to be swept away like this. Just as she was about to resist, she felt herself lifted off the ground, and before she could even cry out, she was unceremoniously dropped onto the soft bed. Ugh. Her stomach churned violently. Lu Yiming. Do you have any humanity left? Can't you see how distressed I am? Indeed, the gentle yet domineering CEO only existed in novels, in reality. Ha! Just as she attempted to roll over, Lu Yiming swiftly grabbed a nearby blanket and bound her up like a zongzi. Finally, peace descended. Cheng Xiao. Looking at his handiwork, Lu Yiming felt a sense of satisfaction. At least this way, there was no risk of exposing her. Poor Cheng Xiao, at this moment, lacked even the strength to struggle. only able to curse Lu Yiming's violent behavior in her heart. Little did she know how great the temptation of a drunken woman could be to a man. If only it were a different man. Even without the audacity, he would still have taken some liberties just to claim his due. Having dealt with Cheng Xiao, Lu Yiming shut the bedroom door and made his way to the living room. He poured himself another glass of whiskey before dialing Li Li's number. "Young Master Lu, how is the factory tour going?" Under their arrangements, they had toured the NTT factory. The NTT facility was located on the outskirts of town. Yet given the size of the city, it was not far at all. The factory starkly contrasted with those in the homeland. In Li Li's words, she had truly opened her eyes. Compared to the homeland, she had to admit that the factories there exhibited a significant technological and managerial gap. Here, every step was governed by meticulous management plans. The division of labor and assembly were all highly rationalized, optimizing personnel and costs to the utmost. Remember, what you see now is merely what they wish to show you. Indeed, they strive for perfection, but there have been many that have collapsed in the aftermath. What Lu Yiming was most eager to discover was the production capacity of the other party. "Young Master Lu, there's one more thing." Li hesitated, unsure whether to report this to Lu Yiming. "Speak freely. NTT seems rather indifferent to our visit. The only ones who received us were a deputy manager and a sales section chief. Even the deputy manager is merely a mid-level cadre within NTT's structure." This left Li feeling quite displeased. NTT was clearly looking down on Lu's corporation, a blatant display of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming merely snickered. NTT truly thinks highly of itself. "Return?" Li was momentarily taken aback. "What did that mean?" "Young Master Lu, there's a welcome dinner tonight with NTT. The itinerary has been sent to everyone. As the team leader, you cannot be unaware of this. We're not the ones in a hurry. Just find a reason to decline tonight's welcome dinner." Understood. Though uncertain of Lu Yiming's intentions, Li remained loyal in executing his command. After touring the factory, she communicated with the deputy manager, expressing her regret at being unable to attend the welcome dinner while maintaining a firm stance. The deputy manager of NTT had not anticipated that the other party would respond this way, leaving him momentarily stunned and his expression darkened. After sending everyone off in the car, he hurriedly dialed his phone, babbling incomprehensibly. Half an hour later, Li and the others returned to the hotel. After arranging accommodations for everyone, Li knocked on Lu Yiming's door. "I thought you might not be available right now." Seeing Lu Yiming open the door, Li appeared somewhat surprised. "What's wrong? Do you think I've become synonymous with a pervert in your eyes?" "More or less," Li shrugged. In her perception, Lu Yiming would never let such a golden opportunity slip by, though be honest. Handing over a drunken Cheng Xiao to Lu Yiming for care had been a source of strong internal conflict for her. After all, Cheng Xiao trusted her, and now she was drunk if anything went wrong. Li would also bear some responsibility. Yet in the end, Li chose to trust Lu Yiming once more. Now, it seemed her gamble had paid off. And where is she? Sleeping in the room. A drunken fool, Lu Yiming curled his lips and poured Li a glass of whiskey. "Would you like a drink? Are you trying to get me drunk?" "No thanks. Your tolerance is better than mine, and I don't want to end up in an awkward situation." "At least you have self-awareness." Li smiled as she accepted the glass, not quite understanding why she had started to trust Lu Yiming during this period. This change felt sudden, and even she couldn't pinpoint the reason behind it. Chapter 52. Sitting steadily on the fishing platform. "Young Master Lu, theoretically, we don't have much time left. The latest news from the homeland indicates that someone has already become aware of the handheld wireless telephone system. The butterfly effect." "What?" Cough, cough. "It's merely a metaphor." Lu Yiming understood that it was his own aggressiveness that had caused the information to leak. Although the vast majority of people had yet to recognize the business opportunity within, wealth was always held in the hands of a select few, wasn't it? If someone intervened, it could indeed lead to unexpected possibilities. "We are anxious, but NTT is even more so." Li had her doubts. Theoretically, NTT could wait for a better offer, as they held the patent for the handheld wireless telephone system. This was their trump card. Not possible? It was indeed hard to accept. Li did not hesitate to voice her skepticism. When it was time to question, she held nothing back. "Take a look at this." Lu Yiming seemed to have anticipated this, pulling a document from his briefcase. "What is this?" "You'll know once you read it." Li received the report with skepticism. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Yiming. "Don't doubt the report's authenticity. Where did this come from?" "This thing can be considered NTT's business secret." The data presented in this report is at the core of NTT's operations. As a non-listed company, there is no obligation to disclose this data. Do not gaze at me in such a manner, nor allow your thoughts to become overly convoluted. The notion of corporate espionage belongs solely within the realm of fiction. Yet, regarding this report, there exists a profession known as a business intermediary, which cost me a staggering 1 million. A painful expenditure indeed. His point, one can only say that young Master Lu truly possesses a grand vision. Li no longer harbored doubts, but instead continued to read patiently. Has NTT's financial situation deteriorated to this extent? There is a saying, after all, that appearances can be deceiving. Yes, NTT's factories certainly project an image of formidable strength. Alas, the financial state of NTT has plummeted to a dire situation. Young Master Lu, I fail to comprehend. If this is indeed the case, our proactive approach should present an unparalleled opportunity for NTT. Yet, they have merely dispatched a deputy director. Is it possible that there are dissenting voices within NTT? If there are no internal issues, then NTT remains unlisted and authority is solely wielded at the highest levels. But why would they act in such a manner? To secure greater benefits, in plain terms. They desire to negotiate fiercely, this time merely orchestrating a self-directed performance. Yiming let out a cold laugh and downed the whiskey in his glass. It must be said, the stronger the liquor, the clearer one's mind becomes. Are you suggesting we leave them in limbo? But what if it backfires? After all, the news domestically is far from optimistic. Should other competitors stir the pot, it could spell trouble for the Lu Group. The most pressing issue is the severe lack of funds within the investment department. Venturing into the real estate sector has diverted too many resources from the group. Even Lu Ijuan, in his desire to support his son, is likely to find himself overwhelmed. Moreover, those competing companies are all well-funded. Not necessarily. The efficiency of operations domestically is notoriously sluggish. In this regard, Lu Yiming is quite confident. There are only a handful of companies with the insight and capability to focus on the portable wireless telephone system. Indeed, they hold substantial funds. Regrettably, the internal conflicts within these conglomerates are far too intense. Even if a direction is proposed, reaching a consensus and moving from discussion to action would take at least 2 months. Yet, given NTT's abysmal financial state, if they can last a month, they would be extraordinarily fortunate. Although the owner of NTT is greedy, he lacks the courage required for risk-taking. This character trait is detrimental to Lu Yiming, as it presents the optimal opportunity. In a previous life, NTT was driven to desperation and, in a moment of survival, was forced to use the patents for the portable wireless telephone system as collateral, prolonging their existence for just 6 months. Ultimately, they were still seized by a competitor at a bargain. If this scenario unfolds, we could indeed leave them hanging. Not only leave them hanging, but starting tomorrow, you should reach out to several mobile phone manufacturers, beginning with Sharp. Understood. Li immediately grasped Lu Yiming's intentions. This is about exhausting the opposition, causing them to falter. Seeing that Li has comprehended his objective, Lu Yiming smirked coldly. Today's NTT bears little resemblance to the future giant it will become, a pivotal telecommunications behemoth. Now is the perfect moment for him to exert control. If he hesitates now, he may find himself regretting it in the future. As for NTT at this moment, slap! A resounding slap echoed as the chairman struck the deputy director across the face, leaving a vivid crimson imprint of 5 fingers. The blow delivered without mercy. I apologize. After receiving such a sharp reprimand, the deputy director offered no defense, instead becoming increasingly obsequious. Well, the peculiar culture of the Japanese allows one to stand and take a beating without complaint. Even leaning in closer, a mid-level employee, being slapped by the chairman might even offer a twisted sense of pride. Is this how you informed me? You assured me they would be eager to seek collaboration, yet their current demeanor is starkly contrary. I apologize, Chairman. It was my oversight. Oversight? Your oversight could ruin the entire company. I am sorry. However, I still hope the chairman can grant me a bit of time. I believe. Nonsense. Slap. Another loud slap. What nonsense is this? The company won't survive until the end of the month. Although the portable wireless telephone system represents a monumental shift in the mobile communication sector, the population base in Japan is relatively small. Even if it gains national recognition, promoting it remains a formidable challenge. The entire company has exerted considerable effort, yet satisfaction remains elusive. To this day, they are still in the red. If losses continue, the company will face utter ruin. The chairman fumed, lamenting how he had so easily trusted such fools. leading to a complete debacle. What about the representatives from the Lu group? Still at the hotel. Keep a close watch. Report any developments immediately. Understood. Indeed. It seems that Lu Yiming's analysis holds true. The chairman of NTT is both inexperienced and overly playful, an outsider leading the insiders. Such an outcome cannot possibly be deemed surprising. The pressure from the chairman has cascaded down to every executive within NTT. Before voicing any objections, one must first consider whether they can maintain their own position. Chapter 53. Cheng Xiao, the embarrassed one-eye will now draft the plan for tomorrow. Wait, there's something else young Master Lu needs? Li Li inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't they be focusing on tightening their strategy? After all, they must not allow NTT to sense any irregularities. Otherwise, the performance would be in vain. Little did she expect, Lu Yiming pointed to his room. What does that mean? Li Li thought. Hey, I consider you a partner, and you're always thinking about taking advantage of me. Young Master Lu, I must warn you. What are you thinking? Let us see how Cheng Xiao is doing it. Just wait. The flash of his presence vanished, as if lingering for another second would only reveal mockery on Lu Yiming's face. Mortified, be careful. If you break anything, you'll have to compensate. During her hasty movements, she accidentally bumped into the coffee table. Why can't the Japanese produce furniture at a proper height? Li Li gritted her teeth, mentally cursing Lu Yiming, to tease her so mercilessly, hoping for her to make a fool of herself. Upon opening the door, Li Li burst into laughter. Though she had initially felt displeased, witnessing Cheng Xiao bound like a dumpling, desperately wriggling to escape her cocoon of blankets, the scene was simply too amusing. Sisterly. Cheng Xiao turned around, alarmed, only to find, Cheng Xiao, I just wanted to ask how I should face others in the future? Don't move. Be careful not to injure yourself. Li Li hurriedly put on a serious expression and stepped forward to assist. In no time. She freed Cheng Xiao from her bindings. Did you suffer any harm? Don't mention it. You know what the most frightening thing is for someone experiencing a hangover? It isn't the blackout. It's the vivid recollection of everything that transpired while intoxicated, etched clearly in one's mind. Unfortunately, Cheng Xiao belongs to that category of individuals. Therefore, she remembers being carried back to the room by Lu Yiming, struggling to remove her outer garments, her modesty exposed, and barging into the bathroom while he was showering. No, that wasn't he barging in. She merely intended to vomit. Yet the problem is, she recalls every detail with clarity. She merely wishes to inquire how she should confront Lu Yiming. Cheng Xiao had not anticipated that her drunken self would behave so exaggeratedly. It seemed she didn't come to any harm. Although Cheng Xiao currently appears disheveled, she remains adequately covered, with no visible marks on her neck. However, her fair skin temptedly lead to sneak an extra glance. Well, as a woman, it's hard not to admire Cheng Xiao's beauty, a testament to the creator's favoritism. Who would have thought that Lu Yiming could maintain his composure in such a situation? Is this truly the prodigal son I know? Sisterly, I apologize for causing trouble for everyone. I'm not troubled, but young Master Lu, don't mention him. The mere thought of Lu Yiming brings an embarrassed expression to Cheng Xiao's face. Everything that transpired earlier plays in her mind like a film on repeat. She wishes she could forget, but it simply won't leave her thoughts. Do you have any spare clothes? Yes, there is a spare shirt. A shirt. While a shirt is suitable for business negotiations, this trip entails numerous other social engagements. Surely, she wouldn't wear business attire the entire time. After all, Cheng Xiao is Lu Yiming's assistant, and in a sense, she represents his image. Sigh, it seems this outerwear cannot be worn. Looking at Cheng Xiao's wrinkled little suit, it resembles seaweed. The fabric of cheap goods is indeed to blame. Who can be held accountable? Despite being a stunning beauty, one must still be properly packaged. I'm sorry, sisterly. Enough. I brought plenty. I'll send some over shortly. It's too much trouble. Remember, you are representing the Lu group now. If it were just you, you could wear whatever you please, but not now. Cheng Xiao fell silent, tacitly agreeing. Get up. How long do you intend to lie in young Master Lu's bed? No, that is not it. I just. Cheng Xiao hastily got out of bed, fearing her delay would lead to misunderstand Li. Regardless of her own excellence, she remains a novice in the workplace, and her mere jest has frightened Cheng Xiao. Go freshen up. All right. Cheng Xiao immediately entered the washroom, her flustered expression causing Li to smirk. Meanwhile, in the washroom, Cheng Xiao glimpsed her flushed face in the mirror. The rosy hue lingered, and her heart raced uncontrollably. What is happening to me? Nothing significant occurred. Yet, why do I feel so different? Right here, this is where Lu Yiming showered earlier. Although the crucial areas were obscured, the image of Lu Yiming's physique, his abs and contours, flashed through her mind. He appeared slim in clothes but muscular when undressed. Slap. Cheng Xiao slapped her own face. Cheng Xiao, what nonsense am I thinking? Cheng Xiao, are you all right? Li Li's voice called from outside the washroom. I'm fine. I'm just washing my face. She quickly turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face. The icy water finally helped her regain composure. If she could, Cheng Xiao would prefer to remain in the washroom indefinitely. The thought of facing Lu Yiming made her feel utterly despondent. Are you ready? We have a meeting shortly. All right, I'm ready. Li's urging forced Cheng Xiao to confront reality. Summoning her courage, she pushed open the washroom door. Why do you look like a drowned rat? Li shook her head. This pitiful appearance would make it impossible for her to leave Lu Yiming's room without facing scrutiny. Sister Li, Li stepped in and grabbed a towel, helping Cheng Xiao dry her damp hair. Once she was tidied up, even though she was reluctant, Cheng Xiao had no choice but to follow Li out. Cheng Xiao thought, this is it. I'm about to see young Master Lu. What should I say? For Cheng Xiao, this was undoubtedly a scene of social death. Huh? Lowering her head to follow Li, she found out where is he? There was no sign of Lu Yiming in the room. Has he left? On the coffee table, she spotted a note. Meeting in the hotel conference room in 1 hour? Lu Yiming. This Li pursed her lips. She was no newcomer, and even a fool could see that this was a gesture to spare Cheng Xiao from embarrassment. One must admit. Young Master Lu is indeed considerate. Could it be he is genuinely serious about this? Sister Li? With Lu Yiming absent, Cheng Xiao visibly relaxed. Don't dawdle. Go prepared. We have a meeting on the 3rd floor in 1 hour. Also, inform everyone. Chapter 54. A battle of wits. What did you say? The Lu Group is engaging with other companies? President, could this be a ploy to entice us? The Chinese love to play such games. Be quiet. President Yamamoto of NTT wore a grim expression. Regardless of whether it was a strategic maneuver, for NTT, opportunities are scarce. Witnessing the handheld wireless telephone system, which had been the center of their hopes, yielding insufficient returns. NTT has gambled everything on this endeavor, either financial ruin or soaring success. Currently, the Lu Group is their last lifeline. If they fail to seize this chance, it could spell disaster. Prepare yourselves. We are visiting the hotel. Do you not understand what I am saying? I dare not. 20 minutes later, a convoy of 3 Toyota Century vehicles departed from NTT headquarters. This time, nearly all of NTT's upper management was mobilized, led by President Yamamoto, heading toward the hotel. Meanwhile, at the hotel where the Lu Group was staying, young Master Lu, just as you predicted, NTT has contacted us. President Yamamoto is personally leading the team and will arrive in 20 minutes. An employee rushed over, brimming with excitement. Young Master Lu truly possesses uncanny foresight. Initially, everyone felt stifled, believing the Lu Group had not received the respect it deserved from NTT. However, with one of young Master Lu's strategic moves, the situation was immediately transformed. Recalling the meeting yesterday, when everyone questioned young Master Lu's decisions, it now seems the chasm between him and the rest is as vast as the Pacific Ocean. Understood. Inform Vice President Li that they can return shortly. Understood, young Master Lu. Should we wait at the hotel entrance? We are not the ones in a hurry. Also, notify the hotel that we require the largest conference room on the 3rd floor. I will attend to it now. With renewed confidence, Lu Yiming exuded the same assurance that the Lu Group possessed. The 3 Toyota Century vehicles pulled up at the hotel entrance. NTT, after all, is one of Japan's renowned conglomerates. President Yamamoto's presence naturally attracted considerable attention. However, at this moment, President Yamamoto had no time for pleasantries. President, we have already contacted the Lu Group, but they are exceedingly arrogant. The department head fumed. The president's personal visit had not even warranted the arrangement of reception staff. This was a blatant slap in the face. Silence, you fool. This is a direct counter to our arrogance from yesterday. President Yamamoto, maintaining a stern expression, disregarded the others and strode toward the hotel elevator. The group boarded the elevator in batches and arrived on the 3rd floor, where Lu Yiming awaited them at the elevator door. He had perfectly gauged the situation. Lu-san, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. President Yamamoto, greetings. Both men wore expressions of cordiality, concealing any prior discontent. The business pleasantries flowed effortlessly for Lu Yiming, while President Yamamoto was taken aback by his counterpart's adeptness. initially intending to impart a lesson to this younger generation. He found himself schooled instead, a testament to the saying that the waves of the Yangtze River push the ones ahead. By this time, Li and the others had returned to the hotel. Once seated in the conference room, President Yamamoto promptly addressed the matter at hand. I have heard that the Lu Group holds a considerable interest in our handheld wireless telephone system technology. At this point, the translator was about to speak when of course, otherwise, we wouldn't find ourselves here. I hadn't anticipated that Lu San would also possess such proficiency in Japanese. His standard Tokyo accent brought a significant surprise to President Yamamoto. Meanwhile, the translator stood by, bewildered. Does this mean I am now unemployed? It is noteworthy that this translator was procured at a considerable expense from the local area. Previously, they had been under the tutelage of Li, thus missing the initial pleasantries. Initially, translations were provided by NTT, but now, does Xiao Lu still possess knowledge of the Japanese language? Li's expression was one of bewilderment, yet it was not the moment to delve into inquiries. She could only discreetly consult Qing Xiao beside her. I am uncertain. Although the school offers Japanese courses, they are merely elective. Furthermore, Modu University does not teach the authentic Tokyo dialect. To be candid, Qing Xiao was equally astonished. Is this truly what they refer to as a scion of privilege? Has the world of the elite become so convoluted? Despite being renowned as the belle and academic prodigy of Modu University, in comparison to Lu Yiming, she realized her own insignificance. President Yamamoto, this approach seems more convenient. Indeed, I have a profound admiration for Huaxia culture. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I wish to introduce production lines and acquire the usage rights for patent technologies. Acquiring the usage rights for patent technologies is certainly feasible. However, regarding the introduction of production lines, I must candidly express my doubts about Huaxia's current capabilities. President Yamamoto, suggesting a lack of confidence in our domestic manufacturing industry? Lu San, you are surely aware that we uphold an unwavering commitment to excellence in every product. Your esteemed company, should you require our products, we can supply them in any quantity. I trust you are familiar with our production capabilities. For NTT, retaining control over production is paramount. That is the essence. As for the sale of patent technologies, it is determined by duration, which is not a point of contention. Everything must remain under one's own control. Only then can NTT effectively navigate its partnerships. A slight loss of face now is of little consequence. President Yamamoto is confident that he can reclaim both the principal and the profit later. However, it appears that President Yamamoto has misjudged Lu Yiming's resolve. To entrust the lifeblood of the Lu Group to another. Such losses are not unfamiliar from my previous life. As for the credibility of the small days, in Lu Yiming's perspective, it is akin to mere wind. The introduction of the product line is non-negotiable. The suppliers of components can be arranged competently by the Lu Group. This is simply not viable. President Yamamoto, please understand that this is also the collaborative bottom line for the Lu Group. Good fortune cannot be monopolized by NTT. Lu San, NTT has its own plans. Regrettably, other manufacturers have already acquiesced to our demands. This is unacceptable. President Yamamoto, one must not be so absolute. Your manufacturing industry is presently undergoing a painful transformation. Every enterprise encounters difficulties at some juncture, do they not? Ever since the Plaza Accord, the economic bubble in Japan has completely burst. Even large corporations like NTT are facing hardships, let alone others. In terms of leverage, Lu Yiming possesses greater control. This fact is not lost on President Yamamoto. However, for a formidable figure like Yamamoto, being manipulated is undoubtedly uncomfortable. Chapter 55. Full of confidence. President Yamamoto, we both understand that the handheld wireless telephone system is merely a conglomeration of services. For Lu Yiming, the focus is primarily on the handheld wireless telephone system's medium, akin to a mobile phone. Yet, it operates on a fixed-line network, essentially functioning as a portable landline. The significance of the handheld wireless telephone system lies in its unimaginable market potential within Huaxia. However, this is something President Yamamoto may not grasp. The handheld wireless telephone system has met with considerable resistance in Japan. The majority of users are attracted by the low communication costs, resulting in companies constituting a substantial portion of the clientele. Conversely, the promotion of the handheld wireless telephone system among individual customers has proven to be exceedingly arduous. NTT has transitioned from a state of confidence to one of confusion. Now that the Lu Group has extended an olive branch, it represents NTT's last lifeline. An annual patent usage fee of $2 million, without the need for you to venture into overseas markets. Naturally, Production lines may be leased for manufacturing, but it must occur domestically. Lu San, we need to deliberate. Of course, I shall remain in your country for a week, and during this time, we will engage with other companies, hoping for collaboration. Lu Yiming exhibited no hesitation, rising to see his guests out. Asserting his dominion, he shook hands with President Yamamoto and farewell. As for the other senior executives of NTT, they did not voice their opinions throughout the discussion. This alone suggests that NTT is entirely beholden to President Yamamoto's dictates. For Lu Yiming, this was undoubtedly fortuitous news. He could discern that President Yamamoto's composure had already been compromised. Xiao Lu, should we prepare alternative plans? Ensure everyone enjoys themselves and dines well these next few days. Rest assured, the daily allowances will be covered by the company. Long live Xiao Lu. To be guided by such a leader is indeed a stroke of luck. He excels in both work and leisure. As for reaching out to other major manufacturers, that seems impractical. The technology behind mobile phones is not something the Lu Group can currently afford to explore. If they were to dedicate themselves solely to mobile phone development, it might be feasible. However, the Lu Group is pursuing a multifaceted growth strategy, leaving insufficient capital to support such an endeavor. Research and development in technology is an unending abyss. Although Lu Yiming possesses foresight, he is not omnipotent. Ally Li, Cheng Xiao, please come with me. The rest are free to go. Lu Yiming retained Li Li and Cheng Xiao, while Li Li maintained a composed demeanor. Cheng Xiao, however, felt a lingering discomfort in Lu Yiming's presence, especially considering her inebriated indiscretions. Beneath Xiao Lu's tailored suit lies a physique boasting 8-pack abs and a chiseled physique. Cheng Xiao, ugh, Cheng Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? Cheng Xiao, Cheng Xiao. Amid her reverie, she was roused by Lu Yiming's bemused call. Focus, why apologies? Cheng Xiao, draft the contract? Now? Cheng Xiao was taken aback. Where did Xiao Lu derive such confidence? There was not even a hint of a negotiation. And yet he wanted to draft a contract. On what basis did he believe that NTT would acquiesce to the Lu Group's demands? Is it feasible? Certainly. Point one cannot deny that Lu Yiming's unshakable confidence is infectious. Li Li, you are to return to the country immediately. Select a site. The production line must be established in Modu to showcase your strengths. We require the government's sincerity. Why must it be in Modu? Unlike Cheng Xiao, Li Li was astute regarding this matter. Frankly, while she could secure the most favorable governmental policies, better offers could be found outside Modu. As for the broader implications, let us dispense with the lecture. I entrust this task to you. I understand. Though Li Li was unaware of Lu Yiming's intentions, it was evident that his decisions were astute. She was merely to execute without question. Perhaps unbeknownst to herself, she had already been swayed by Lu Yiming after such a brief acquaintance in the past. Such a scenario would have been utterly implausible. Lu Ijuan's intention was for Li Li to assist Lu Yiming, yet it had transpired that Li Li was entirely subservient to Lu Yiming, failing to fulfill her intended role. It remains to be seen how Lu Ijuan will react upon discovering this. For Li Li, as his special assistant, possesses remarkable capabilities. Meanwhile, in Modu, Wan, it is not impossible for you to remain in Modu, but you must agree to several of my conditions. Su Yinzhong had been lingering in Modu for a few days, and the reason was evident. He hoped to win back his beloved daughter. However, Su Rongrong appeared resolute in her unwillingness to return to Su province. Compared to her previous life, Su Rongrong's situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. At least she had not suffered at Lu Yiming's hands. Well, at least not in any substantial manner. As for other matters, I assure you I will settle them with Lu Yiming. As for her daughter's reluctance to return to Su province and her desire to make a name for herself in Modu, Su Yunzhong, though reluctant, could only respect his daughter's wishes. The most crucial point was that his father-in-law stood firmly on his daughter's side. Speaking of filial piety, the old man is still around. It is hardly his place to assert authority over this father. Reluctantly, Su Yunzhong took a step back. Very well, remaining in Modu is acceptable. If you wish to showcase your talents, that can be arranged. I desire for my daughter to carve out her own path. Nevertheless, ideals and reality often diverge greatly. The prodigies graduating from Modu University are indeed sought after by numerous large corporations. However, to assume one can become a key player immediately upon joining is patently unrealistic. Furthermore, Su Rongrong's interest lies in investment banking. The investment banking sector of 1995. Were Lu Yiming to learn of this, one could only say that Su Rongrong possesses commendable foresight. Though master the investment banking landscape for the next 30 years is indeed a sound choice. capable of crafting a series of investment legends. In the rapidly evolving landscape of Huaxia, countless opportunities abound, contingent upon one's ability to seize them. It is astonishing that Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong's perspectives align so closely. I will choose the company, Dad, that is non-negotiable. The world of investment banking is not straightforward. If his daughter wishes to remain in Modu, then his long-standing plans seem to have found a capable executor. As Su Yunzhang observed Su Rongrong's momentary distraction, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Do you not wish to return to headquarters? That is inconsequential. The Su family's investment banking division welcomes you. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Chapter 56. Gao Yuan Capital. Gao Yuan Capital? Su Rongrong gazed at her father quizzically. Gao Yuan Capital? As someone well-versed in the investment realm, Su Rongrong seemed unfamiliar with the name her father mentioned. A renowned investment bank within Huaxia, alongside the likes of Sequoia, Xinchuang Investment, and IDG Capital, which are also quite prominent. However, in this era, foreign entities still dominate the landscape, with familiar names such as Fidelity, Blackstone, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and KKR representing immeasurable wealth. They are the preferred choice for the affluent. As for Gao Yuan Capital, Su Rongrong expressed skepticism, questioning whether her father had been misled. You wish to lead an independent team? Of course. Leading an independent team has always been Su Rongrong's aspiration. Yet, for major investment banks, unless one is a seasoned veteran, such ambitions may remain unfulfilled. Who would entrust substantial funds to a newcomer? Even with immense potential, a single misstep could result in immeasurable losses. The so-called angel rounds have yet to be clearly defined in this era. Rather than toil within a large investment bank, it is more prudent to aim for growth and excellence. Either do not engage at all, or strive to excel. Ambition is the most critical component, and this serves as Su Yunzhang's first lesson to his daughter. Gao Yuan Capital may not be widely recognized, but it possesses substantial financial resources. Dad, the decision rests in your hands. After a moment of contemplation, Su Rongrong lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Indeed, Su Rongrong would never let Su Yunzhang down. Have you made your decision? Yes, this is the business card. Report to work tomorrow. Is it truly that simple? Isn't it a bit exaggerated? After all, it is an investment bank, and I do not even have to go through an interview. I shall not conceal it from you. Gao Yuan has extensive ties with the Su family. Even if Su Yunzhang did not disclose this, Su Rongrong could easily uncover it. Rather than obfuscate, it would be best to be candid from the outset. Dad, there was a stipulation that the Su family is not permitted to engage in Modu. What era are we in? Certain agreements should be rendered obsolete. Besides, others will not adhere to such rules. Su Yunzhang chuckled derisively. Numerous families engage in underhanded dealings. The following day, Su Rongrong became an independent analyst at Gao Yuan Investment, akin to a meteoric rise. In fact, should Su Rongrong desire, the title of partner would be within her grasp. Su Yunzhang departed Modu with peace of mind. As for whether his daughter could flourish, the stage had already been set. It was now up to Su Rongrong. Whether due to fate or coincidence, the first project Su Rongrong fixated upon was the handheld wireless telephone system. Well, the previous dinner merely provided her with insights into Lu Yiming's conversation with her uncle, igniting her curiosity. However, from mere snippets, Su Rongrong astutely identified a breakthrough opportunity. At times, vision dictates everything. Su Rongrong possessed a keen perspective, viewing issues from a distinct angle. Given that her uncle held a senior position in telecommunications, it was only natural that he would be concerned with similar matters, which undoubtedly held substantial profit potential. As for Lu Yiming, despite her disdain for his character, Su Rongrong admired his foresight. In no time, Su Rongrong had zeroed in on the handheld wireless telephone system, a prime opening in the domestic market. Perhaps she could leverage the handheld wireless telephone system to elevate Gao Yuan Investment's reputation. Su Rongrong was poised to make her mark, ready to showcase her talents. She understood that the internal sentiment at Gao Yuan Investment regarding her abrupt entry was not particularly favorable. A freshly graduated university student, aside from her background, remained an enigma. Establishing a foothold within Gao Yuan Investment would not be a simple task. Su Rongrong initially believed her proposal might face criticism. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the top executive at Gao Yuan Investment was quite optimistic about the project. Against opposition, the project was entrusted to her. Submitted in the morning, approved by the afternoon. The efficiency at Gao Yuan Capital was astonishing, and Su Rongrong had yet to fully assess her team members. The inaugural project was already entrusted to her, and Su Rongrong was determined to demonstrate what it truly meant to be proactive. Book tickets. Tomorrow, we fly to Japan. The element of surprise is KEYSU Rongrong was brimming with confidence. However, at that moment, the top executive at Gao Yuan Capital was in his office, dialing Su Yunzhang's number. Su Zong, as you predicted, Rongrong has her sights set on the handheld wireless telephone system on the line. The top executive expressed profound respect for Su Yunzhang's foresight. My daughter's vision mirrors my own. Su Yunzhang wore a smug expression. He had raised his daughter well, understanding her instincts. During the dinner, he had discerned this. The speaker may be oblivious, yet the listener is attuned. The ability to capture valuable information is an essential trait of a successful individual, and Su Rongrong evidently embodies this quality. However, Su Zong, to my knowledge, others are already eyeing the handheld wireless telephone system. The Lu Group. Are you aware, Su Zong? Naturally. Are you intending to snatch a piece from the Lu Group? No, it is too late. During the previous dinner, Su Yunzhang had already detected Lu Yiming's concealed intentions. As the heir of the Lu Group, he was a formidable character. Shall I halt the project? Defeating them is not an easy task, and for Su Rongrong, this may not bode well. After all, this is her first project at Gao Yuan Investment. A failure could severely dampen her morale. Moreover, the internal dynamics are already tumultuous. Just act oblivious to everything I understand. One must commend Su Zong for his ruthlessness towards his own daughter. Fully aware of the outcome, he still insists on only time will tell if failure serves as the best teacher, a catalyst for growth. Understanding Su Yunzhang's intentions, the top executive at Gao Yuan Investment fell silent. As for why he adhered so closely to Su Yunzhang's advice. Well, the financial backer behind Gao Yuan Investment was, in fact, the Su family, a clandestine piece positioned in Modu, stirring the winds, setting the stage early. The Su family has long been discreetly orchestrating certain arrangements, and certain agreements should have been dissolved by now. The magical city will undoubtedly become a battleground for military strategists. It is not just the Su family. Many prominent clans have already begun their own strategic maneuvers. Ultimately, who can conquer the heavens and seize their destiny will depend on their individual capabilities. As for Su Rongrong, she remains blissfully unaware of all these developments. With utmost urgency, she has prepared all the necessary materials for the handheld wireless telephone system. The question of who will emerge victorious remains ambiguous until the final moment. In Su Rongrong's words, the landscape must indeed be broadened. Chapter 57. Teacher Ida. Mr. Yamamoto, I did not expect to receive your invitation at such a late hour. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yiming unexpectedly received a call from the beautiful secretary of President Yamamoto. It seems the old fox can no longer sit idle. He has reached out a day earlier than Lu Yiming had anticipated. The internal troubles at NTT appear to be more severe than he had imagined. Welcome, Mr. Lu, President Yamamoto greeted with a beaming smile at a private club. One must admit that this place is exceedingly exclusive and boasts a splendid environment. Of course, Mr. Yamamoto added with a slight smile, this is one of the most favored establishments among the upper crust of society. Its limited membership means that wealth alone cannot grant entry. Despite NTT being on the brink of collapse, President Yamamoto remains content to indulge in pleasure, exhibiting a commendable mindset. Mr. Lu, allow me to introduce you to a few young ladies. With a clap of his hands, the sliding door opened to reveal a familiar face kneeling outside. Okubo Mitsuho, who would later become the renowned teacher Ida. Regrettably, her fate would be sealed in a decade's time. However, the focus here is on the expression that President Yamamoto wore, one that only men could comprehend. Mr. Lu, she is exceptional in her craft. She is one of my favorites. Lu Yiming thought to himself, goodness, while I understand that the tycoons of both Japan and Korea harbor such peculiar tastes, I did not expect President Yamamoto to be so audacious. Is he inviting me to partake in this? I graciously declined, Mr. Yamamoto. TSK, Mr. Lu, you are truly dull, President Yamamoto remarked, waving his hand in resignation upon seeing Lu Yiming's steadfast refusal. It is indeed somewhat challenging. The late-night invitation is certainly not about sharing women. Ultimately, it concerns contractual matters. President Yamamoto is keen on signing a contract, as NTT's financial situation has reached a precarious point. Relying on the handheld wireless telephone system for a turnaround seems like a fool's errand. If the Chinese market can be opened, it would be a transformative partnership for NTT. Yet, the proposal from the Lu Group is overly stringent. While NTT could potentially regain its footing, the benefits to be gained are rather meager. 2 months ago, faced with such conditions, President Yamamoto would have merely scoffed and declined without hesitation. But now, Mr. Liu, do try our sake. This is Junmai Daijinjo from the 14th generation of Senator Yamamoto gestured toward the sake before them. The 14th generation is a brand from Takagi Brewery, its name deriving from the 14th heir of the Takagi lineage. Its unique and unreplicable flavor has garnered the favor of many affluent individuals, including President Yamamoto himself. Indeed, it is a rarity that one can savor such a vintage in this era and the future. A bottle of this sake would be so precious that even top magnates would hesitate to uncork it, akin to the famed 1982 Lafite. Regardless, this bottle of Junmai Daijinjo from the 14th generation remains a pinnacle of Japanese spirits. Mr. Liu, please forgive my candor. Your previous demands are quite challenging for NTT to fulfill. The internal dissent is considerable. President Yamamoto, they have no choice, and I trust that if the decision comes from you, they cannot oppose it. That said, as the one in power, I must also consider NTT's position. President Yamamoto, there is no significant discrepancy. I have already taken a step back by proposing to lease your production line. This is, in fact, Liu Yiming's true intent. Although currently, the production line at NTT is undeniably crucial. He understands that in 10 years, no, in 5 years, this production line's technology will become outdated. The rapid evolution of communication technology can only be described as breathtaking. At present, NTT cherishes its production line, yet they are unaware that in 5 years, it will be rendered obsolete. Initially, Liu Yiming's boastful claim to buy out the production line was merely a bargaining tactic. To expend a fortune acquiring such a production line would be sheer folly. What Liu Yiming truly values are the component suppliers. They are the key. Thus, for him, leasing the production line is the most advantageous choice, and the challenge lies in securing the component suppliers. Fortunately, this is not the current focus and can be discussed later. Mr. Liu, this is why I invited you. Leasing is indeed within my considerations. However, we can only sign a contract for 2 years. For President Yamamoto, 2 years is the optimal duration for NTT. Impossible. I must speak frankly. The Liu Group is no fool, and Chinese enterprises are no fools either. Mr. Liu, please remain calm. Liu Yiming's agitation startled Yamamoto. That is because NTT considers me a fool, Liu Yiming sneered. They seem to have calculated their moves quite well, cloaked in the guise of win-win cooperation. They truly think they are dealing with a novice in business. Mr. Liu, you have misunderstood my intentions. As a partner, I am merely attempting to mitigate potential risks for your company. President Yamamoto, have you calculated the implications? Once the Liu Group promotes the handheld wireless telephone system, it will require at least a year of preparation. If the system becomes a bestseller, you may seize the opportunity to raise prices. While the Liu Group, this left President Yamamoto utterly speechless. The other party had already discerned their intentions. 10 years is impossible. 5 years is the bottom line for the Liu Group. To be honest, I am personally more focused on the mobile phone business rather than the handheld wireless telephone system. This is NTT's most significant vulnerability to IT. Has become evident that the future of the handheld wireless telephone system is not promising. A single erroneous decision could very well lead the company towards its demise. Yamamoto remained silent, downing his cup of sake in one gulp. Mr. Liu, you have convinced me. Liu Yiming thought to himself, goodness, even a fool can see the implications of being out at such an hour. Why pretend to be coy? However, since cooperation is possible, I do not wish to indulge in pretense. President Yamamoto, this is your wisest decision. Now, may we indulge in the company of beauty? Apologies, but I must urgently revise the contract and report back. I trust President Yamamoto can understand. What a pity. Ida's skills are truly exceptional. Liu Yiming sighed internally. Chapter 58. Signing the contract yesterday, I returned quite late. What can one do when one is unable to refuse cordiality? The fragrance is pleasant, yet somewhat too commonplace. Chanel No. 5, a successful advertising gimmick, has become the top choice for many women. However, in Li Li's view, it has become too ubiquitous, losing its individuality. Liu Yiming stretched lazily, thinking, is it truly resolved? This time, it was Li Li's turn to be astonished. If the contract is truly finalized, would that not be a disservice to young Director Liu? I told you, but you did not believe me. Liu Yiming yawned again, recalling how President Yamamoto, despite his age, exhibited remarkable stamina. Liu Yiming had stayed up until 2 in the morning, and the man was still embracing women. If he had not left promptly, he might have witnessed an indecent spectacle. Old men possess such lascivious hearts. In a previous life, Liu Yiming might have been tempted to indulge in similar debauchery. Alas, The sin value affixed to him served as a constant reminder to tread carefully. As for the conversation between the two, not a word escaped the attentive ears of Cheng Xiao. Of course, the focus was not on Chanel number 5, but rather on whether Lu Yiming had engaged in any indiscretions the previous night. Having never seen a pig run, they certainly had discussed such topics during their 4 years in university. When women become coy, men often find themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, the sisters in the dormitory had no reservations and had treated certain cultural phenomena as subjects of study. They concluded that, in the aftermath of the bubble economy's collapse, the new era was undoubtedly a paradise for the wealthy. Nights filled with revelry had pushed certain industries to their limits. Words spoken without intent could still lead to unintended conclusions. Even if one did not wish to hear such things, they were still passively absorbing a great deal. Could it be that Lu Yiming's true nature had been revealed? That seems unlikely. It should be a misunderstanding of the young director. In her eyes, Lu Yiming was certainly not. Otherwise, with so many opportunities, how could he possibly miss them? If Lu Yiming harbored even the slightest wicked intent, she would have long since become his plaything. Throughout her life, countless men had gazed at her with blatant possessiveness. The mere fact that Lu Yiming could maintain his integrity in her presence was something no other man could rival. Cheng Xiao could not fathom why such thoughts had crossed her mind, particularly after a night of intoxication. Such sentiments only grew stronger. Cheng Xiao? Huh. What? Have you revised the contract I asked you to prepare? Yes, I made modifications to some of the data per your suggestions. I'll show it to you shortly, there's time on the road. What's the matter? Why is your face so flushed? It was odd. Cheng Xiao's behavior had been rather peculiar in recent days. Logically, the incident involving her drunkenness should have passed, and she ought to have returned to normal. Yet, Cheng Xiao's demeanor was decidedly, "Nothing, young Director Lu, take your time eating. I will go prepare the contract, there's no hurry." Ah, before Lu Yiming could finish his sentence, Cheng Xiao had already vanished from sight. Her speed was truly astonishing. Heh. What are you laughing at? Faced with Li Li's knowing smile, Lu Yiming was left bewildered. Both of them were acting strangely. Young Director Lu, eat at your leisure. I have finished my meal. Indeed, I need to replenish myself, Lu Yiming thought. Nothing happened last night, Li smirked. Oh really? Then I must ask. Can you explain the lipstick mark near your groin? If I said it was a coincidence, would you believe me? Of course, setting that aside, Lu Yiming's capabilities were something Li found commendable. From the national debt incident onward, Lu Yiming had demonstrated such prowess that even Director Lu could not compare. What could possibly transform a debauched youth in such a short time? At 10 in the morning, everyone gathered at the hotel entrance. 2 business vehicles set off towards NTT's headquarters. On the way, Lu Yiming reviewed the specifics of the contract. There was no choice. Doing business abroad is not akin to domestic transactions. Any number of traps could potentially arise. For this reason, he had brought along the company's legal counsel. Not only must they be well-versed in domestic commercial law, but they also needed to have a firm grasp of Japanese regulations. The details appeared sound. They double-checked the legal clauses, wary of being ensnared by Japan's tricks. Lu Yiming was particularly cautious, as contractual disputes were not uncommon domestically. Especially in international business, many local companies had fallen victim in the past. Rest assured, young Director Lu, last night, we had the group's legal team work overtime to review everything multiple times. It's evident that NTT values this partnership highly. Good. Lu Yiming closed his eyes, conserving his energy. Meanwhile, a plane departing from the magical city was en route to Japan. Rongrong gazed out the window at the scenery, her heart racing with excitement. If she could successfully persuade NTT, it would reshape the landscape of the domestic communications sector. This investment could very well become the most significant topic in the industry. A single battle could lead to fame. Lu Yiming, I truly appreciate you. Without you, I would not have focused on the handheld wireless telephone system. For this reason, Rongrong had specifically consulted her uncle. The telecommunications sector currently lacks this technology. Once introduced domestically, it could swiftly capture the market, especially considering the tendency of the populace to seek the greatest value at the lowest cost. The conclusion was undoubtedly promising. Unfortunately, the plane had yet to land. The moment Lu Yiming shook hands with President Yamamoto would be immortalized in photographs in this age, where the internet is not yet fully developed. Had it been otherwise, Rongrong would have already known that her trip to Japan was in vain. The Lu Group and NTT signed a contract. For the next 5 years, the operational rights to NTT's handheld wireless telephone system in China would be fully entrusted to the Lu Group. which would also establish 3 production lines in China. At this moment, the Lu Group was destined to be thrust into the spotlight. After the inspection ceremony, President Yamamoto wished to invite Lu Yiming to a banquet. Regrettably, Lu Yiming was eager to return. He had exhausted the 2,000 quota within a fortnight, a spending ability that was truly astonishing. With everything in place, all that remained was to negotiate terms regarding the handheld wireless telephone system with the telecommunications company. Armed with leverage, Lu Yiming felt confident. The moment the plane landed, Su Rongrong and Lu Yiming were fated to encounter each other in a foreign land. Chapter 59. A chance encounter, is it him? Mr. Su, what are you doing? As soon as she disembarked from the plane, Su Rongrong's previously resolute expression transformed. Why is Lu Yiming here? An ominous premonition surged within her. Let everyone take a short break. If Lu Yiming is also here for the handheld wireless telephone system, his presence likely indicates that he has already succeeded. Should that be the case, it is worth noting that the inspiration for the handheld wireless telephone system originated from Su Rongrong herself. She had not anticipated that despite her swift actions, Lu Yiming would still outpace her. And Cheng Xiao. Among Lu Yiming's entourage, Su Rongrong also spotted Cheng Xiao. Could it be that the rumors circulating at school were true? What a remarkable Lu Yiming, Su Rongrong sneered at Mr. Su. Shall we contact NTT first? It is too late, Su Rongrong sighed inwardly. Even if they met, it would likely yield no favorable outcome. Given this, it would be better to approach matters directly. Lu Yiming. The scheduled flight was still an hour away from departure. To her surprise, she encountered Su Rongrong here. Out for a breath of fresh air? Shall we find a place to chat? Coffee? Certainly. Su Rongrong's sudden appearance left not only Lu Yiming but also Li Li and Cheng Xiao momentarily stunned. Who is she? Su Rongrong, a classmate. Watching Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong walk away, Li Li couldn't help but inquire of Cheng Xiao, do all the girls from your school possess such devastating beauty? When did Magic City University establish a performing arts department? Originally, Cheng Xiao alone had left Li Li in awe, and now another, Su Rongrong, had emerged. Even more astonishing was that Su Rongrong was not only exceptionally beautiful but also exuded an extraordinary aura. The mere presence of Su Rongrong signaled to everyone what a true refined lady should embody. Were this the ancient times, how many royal heirs and talented scholars would have been captivated by her? However, why is Su Rongrong appearing at the airport? And it is evident that she is here specifically for Lu Yiming. What is the nature of their relationship? Unclear. Cheng Xiao's life during university has revolved solely around work and study, paying little attention to the happenings around her. If it weren't for a chance encounter, it would have been improbable for her to meet Lu Yiming. As for Su Rongrong, there is little intersection between the two. However, if one were to assess their relationship, it seems that during that incident at the hospital, their rapport was far from cordial. Su Rongrong's demeanor towards Lu Yiming was frosty, particularly evident in the flicker of resentment in her gaze. Cheng Xiao was acutely aware of this at the time. Su Rongrong exhibited an air of aloofness, as if determined to sever all ties. Logically, even if they were to meet here, they should treat each other as strangers. Moreover, with graduation approaching, it would be better to remain unseen. Yet today, Su Rongrong's actions are indeed puzzling. American style or latte? American. My taste hasn't changed, Su Rongrong. Don't think you know me well. Understood. Women are inherently capricious. Lu Yiming. Are you looking for me for a reason? Can't we chat if it's just a coincidence? Fine, I possess self-awareness. Until that matter is clarified, you want to reach out to me. Even if it is clarified, I still want it. Su Rongrong is indeed so proud. Speak up. What is it exactly? The handheld wireless telephone system. Lu Yiming raised an eyebrow. The handheld wireless telephone system? What does that mean? Is Su Rongrong here for this? Su Rongrong was straightforward, not hiding her intentions. After all, there is no need for pretense with Lu Yiming. It would be a waste of time. At this moment, Lu Yiming's expression subtly shifted. The handheld wireless telephone system, if he guessed correctly, was something he had casually mentioned during a meal together. However, it had initially been Gao Tang who inquired about it. Unexpectedly, Su Rongrong had picked up on it. It seems that not only was she an attentive listener, but she also acted swiftly. Simultaneously, Lu Yiming felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Su Rongrong arrived a day late. Otherwise, given the financial prowess of the Su family, the outcome of this matter would have been far less certain. The crux of the issue remains that Lu Yiming does not possess sufficient leverage. How did you deduce that? You are not aware. Impressive. As expected of someone from the Su family, you excel in business acumen. To infer the handheld wireless telephone system from my mere words is quite remarkable. After all, even Gao Tang, as a telecom executive, initially struggled to grasp the nuances. Yet, Su Rongrong's astuteness is indeed noteworthy. To deem her a business prodigy would not be an exaggeration. More importantly, to act so swiftly within such a brief time frame is beyond Lu Yiming's expectations. You've outpaced me. How did you know? Your smug demeanor is rather irksome, Lu Yiming. Fine. Can I also critique myself? In 1 hour. No, in 50 minutes. I'll be heading back to my country. Lu Yiming glanced at his watch, indicating to Su Rongrong to save time. Su Rongrong took a deep breath. To be honest, she genuinely wished to avoid any entanglements with Lu Yiming. However, she truly believes in the potential of the handheld wireless telephone system, recognizing the significant prospects it holds domestically. Allowing personal grievances to hinder this opportunity, her rational mind admonished her against it. Have you secured the handheld wireless telephone system? Guessed. Lu Yiming, I am serious. Why not ask around and find out? All right then. It seems you have indeed secured it, so, can we collaborate? Collaborate? Lu Yiming halted his stirring of coffee, pausing momentarily. Who do you represent? The Su family. If I recall correctly, the Su family should not be involved in this matter. Setting aside the fact that the primary market for the handheld wireless telephone system is in the bustling metropolis, given Gao Tang's connections, the Su family would need to avoid any appearance of impropriety in business dealings. Lu Yiming does not believe that Su Rongrong is speaking on behalf of the Su family. If that were the case, the Su family's conduct would be quite unbecoming and, after breaching protocol, their future dealings would certainly be fraught with difficulty. Here is my business card. Without answering Lu Yiming's question, Su Rongrong produced a business card from her bag. Impressive, just a few days apart, and Rongrong has already become an elite in investment banking. Lu Yiming received the card, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Deceptive tactics, he is quite familiar with Gao Yuan Capital. In his previous life, they had clashed on numerous occasions, with victories and defeats on both sides. Yet, he had not anticipated that Su Rongrong would venture into investment banking in this life. Indeed, the flutter of a butterfly's wings can yield significant results. As for Gao Yuan Capital, it is merely a facet of the Su family. While others may be deceived, Lu Yiming is not. Chapter 60. Discordant voices. The rationale for collaboration is insufficient, Lu Yiming. You should know that the Lu Group alone cannot absorb such a substantial undertaking. Isn't the initiative in my hands? It's like Zhang Taigong fishing. Only those willing to take the bait will do so. Lu Yiming currently holds the trump card. Lu Yiming, consider that collaboration would be mutually beneficial. What can you contribute? What do you mean? Su Rongrong's pupils widened in astonishment. This rascal, could he be still harboring ulterior motives? Lu Yiming, fine. It seems I have been misunderstood again. Rongrong, since you have sought me out, it indicates you already comprehend the value involved. Never mind, when you come to a decision, feel free to contact me. Lu Yiming conveyed that continuing this discussion might lead to further misunderstandings. Observing Su Rongrong fuming in place, he hastily departed. Back already? The girl is quite impressive. That isn't something one can simply covet. What do you mean? A member of the Su family, no less a legitimate daughter. What's your take? Hiss. The weight of the title legitimate daughter of the Su family made Li gasp in astonishment. As for Qing Xiao, she appeared utterly bewildered. Well, the terror of the Su family is something most people fail to comprehend. Did you not reach an agreement? What can be discussed in half an hour? Even if there were to be a discussion, sufficient benefits must be at stake. Even if the other party is Su Rongrong, Lu Yiming would not act like a sycophant. After all, having been reborn once, Lu Yiming would not foolishly relinquish his interest in business. Su Rongrong is likely the same. As for her earlier remarks, Su Rongrong should have picked up on their implications. You still hold the upper hand. Li finally regained her composure, initially uncertain about the future of the handheld wireless telephone system domestically. However, now that the Su family is involved, there is nothing left to worry about. Su Zong. What shall we do now? Return. Return? This having just landed and now heading back. We'll devise another plan. Since Lu Yiming has already seized the initiative, Su Rongrong has no reason to linger. Time is of the essence, and she requires a better strategy. Lu Yiming, our story is far from over. Fortunately, the distance is not significant. The wasted ticket money is inconsequential for Su Rongrong. The only regret is that the project was snatched away. But that was to be expected, as it was initially Lu Yiming's idea. Ultimately, it boils down to her own lack of foresight. Meanwhile, within a high-level meeting at the Lu Group, some were already eager to confront Lu Yiming. General Lu, the group's focus has shifted towards real estate. This is the company's policy, correct? The procurement manager's expression was quite grim. An already established policy now faces unexpected turbulence, much to the displeasure of the others. Indeed, General Liu, the establishment of the investment department was previously discussed, yet look at how long it has been since its inception, 2 million. That is equivalent to nearly half of our profits for the past 6 months, and it has been spent just like that. Just received word that young Master Liu has signed a cooperation agreement with NTT. Company regulations dictate that contracts over 500,000 must undergo review. Yet young Master Liu blatantly disregards the company's rules. The sudden onslaught caught even General Liu off guard. He had only just received the news and was curious how these executives were aware of it. Liu Aijuan's expression darkened, not due to Liu Yiming, but because changes within the company had exceeded his expectations. It appears that the vigorous support for the investment department during this period has stirred discontent among the ranks. I am aware of this cooperation. Li has reported it specifically. The details will be disclosed to everyone once Liu Yiming returns. General Liu, considering this is a field we have never ventured into. If development is necessary, the company lacks the funds for investment. You are well aware that we have just acquired the 45th plot of land, which is the largest investment since the establishment of our group. All departments should cooperate fully. Calculations have already been made. Should the 45th plot be developed successfully, profits could exceed 3 billion, even if the initial investment is substantial. For the Liu Group, this would be a highly lucrative deal. Yet, young Master Liu, knowing that once the 45th plot is developed, the company's liquidity might deplete, still opts for such a grand expenditure. Naturally, the senior executives present felt displeased. Moreover, General Liu's ambiguous stance only added to their discontent. Are my words meaningless? Is this an attempt to usurp power? Liu Aijuan had seen his fair share of scenes. With a single phrase, he silenced the others. They dared not speak out. That's not what I meant. The senior executives hurriedly clarified, fearing a misunderstanding from General Liu. However, the reality was clear to Liu Aijuan. Most of the senior management had fought alongside him to establish their territory. The group's development to its current stature owes much to these executives. Yet, his overt elevation of his son had sparked dissatisfaction among some. He feared that if this continued, resentment would only deepen. At this point, the handheld wireless telephone system must either dazzle or otherwise. It seems that not only Liu Yiming but even Li would lend their support. One could say that the Liu Group had become a cauldron of intrigue due to this contract. This was perhaps something Liu Yiming had not anticipated, of course, even if he were aware of the outcome. What of it? As Liu Yiming would say, a new ruler brings new subjects. His father is merely benevolent. Were it not for his father, he would have long since taken decisive action. Between the old guard and the new, there is only one path to tread. Either the East Palace overcomes the West Palace, or he departs the Liu family in disgrace. Unfortunately, these individuals have chosen the wrong opponent. Li. Arrange a meeting with General Gao from the telecommunications department. All right, I will attempt to schedule for next Monday. Too long. Let us aim for tomorrow. Tomorrow? Li rolled her eyes delicately. Does she think this is her family business? Those bureaucrats are quite challenging to deal with. Just say you want to meet. Even General Liu likely does not possess such clout. Rest assured, they will definitely meet with me. Liu Yiming, however, remained confidently assured. Presumably, Gao Tang had already learned from Su Rongrong about his signing of the contract with NTT for the handheld wireless telephone system. Even if Liu Yiming did not seek out Gao Tang, the latter would inevitably come looking for him. The only question remains, how much of a craving will the Su family have for such a substantial opportunity? The anticipation is palpable. Stirring the waters, it is time for him to reveal his talents. Liu Yiming gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, a smile involuntarily curving his lips into a pleasing arc. Chapter 61. Su Rongrong's Call. Young Master Liu, I am currently welcoming my 5th wave of guests. This guest must be placed in quotation marks. Ever since returning from a brief trip, Li's office has seen a continuous stream of visitors. How can they be considered guests? Even troublesome guests are still guests. A valid point. The investment department has limited funds, yet it seems to be under siege. This is indicative of treating the investment department as a financial department. There is no choice. General Liu has decreed that the funds for the investment department must remain intact. As for the other departments, they will have to make do. Having grown accustomed to a life of extravagance, the various departments are naturally reluctant to endure hardship again. During this period, the finance director has been forced to retreat and hide. With the finance director unavailable, their focus has shifted to the investment department. The only place capable of extracting funds from the finance director, No one dares approach young Master Lu. This has put Li Li in a difficult position. The office door has scarcely been closed. One by one, they circle around, merely wasting time. This severely disrupts Li Li's work schedule. Pay them no mind. Whoever it is, just send them away. I lack your esteemed status. We are all colleagues, after all. During her time as an assistant, Li Li had maintained amicable relations with the heads of these departments. It would be impossible to sever ties outright. If it comes to that, I shall adopt the tactics of our finance director. If I cannot contend, I shall retreat. This is indeed a strategy to drive someone away. Perfect timing. You will lead the way to the telecommunications department. Originally, Lu Yiming had anticipated that Gao Tang would come seeking him. However, upon further reflection, he figured that even Gao Tang would not hold out for long. Time is of the essence, and the tasks at hand are pressing. Furthermore, numerous leaders above are watching. If he were to inadvertently leak information regarding the handheld wireless telephone system, it would place Gao Tang at a significant disadvantage. All right, just say the word. Li Li immediately agreed. She wished to escape the office for even a moment. Still not leaving. Once the formalities were concluded, Lu Yiming observed Li Li remaining motionless. Puzzled, do you believe that the moment I step out, they want to come flocking back in? Li Li sighed. These individuals are like stubborn gum on one's shoe. At that moment, Lu Yiming's phone rang. Finally, this was the call he had been awaiting. Go inform them that if all goes smoothly, funds will be forthcoming shortly. Huh? Where is the money coming from? The company's liquidity is already so limited. Li Li was well aware of this. Next month's payroll depends on incoming payments for urgent relief. It can only be said that the real estate project is consuming funds at an alarming rate, with unexpected expenses continually arising. Recently, the banks have inexplicably tightened their lending criteria. Had he known this would be the case, he should not have repaid the national debt loan at the time. Although it bore a 7% interest, having actual cash on hand provides a sense of security. Lu Yiming gestured to Li Li. Upon noticing a matter of importance, Li Li promptly got up and closed Lu Yiming's office door from the outside. Ahem. Lu Yiming cleared his throat before answering the call. Hello. It's me. The voice of Su Rongrong came through the line. This number belongs to Su Rongrong, one that Lu Yiming could recite by heart from his previous life. Regrettably, in his past life, he never had the opportunity to dial this number, ultimately becoming a lingering regret for Lu Yiming. Yet, unexpectedly, this time, it was Su Rongrong who took the initiative. Let us meet. Certainly. It's difficult to convey everything over the phone. Su Rongrong extended an invitation, to which Lu Yiming readily agreed. He had initially thought Lu Yiming would put on airs, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Lu Yiming's compliance. After all, it was Su Rongrong who sought him out. Her attitude could not be overly demanding. I'll visit you, no need. I'm rather curious about your office environment. Su Rongrong expressed her desire to visit the Lu group, only to discover that Lu Yiming was more interested in her workspace. That works. I'll send you the address shortly. After hanging up, Su Rongrong's expression was somewhat, how should one put it? It was clear that she had suffered a loss at Lu Yiming's hands. However, this matter could not be disclosed to anyone. Suffering in silence does not align with Su Rongrong's character. Now, she must collaborate with Lu Yiming, despite the discomfort it brings. In order to carve out a successful career, one must first achieve a resounding success. Su Rongrong and Su Yunchong had made an agreement that if she could not produce results, she would obediently return to Su province. She cannot rely on her family's influence. That is Su Rongrong's bottom line. After returning from her brief respite, Su Rongrong began conducting investigations with her team. In order to negotiate with Lu Yiming, she needed to ascertain his bottom line. However, Su Rongrong received unexpected news. The Lu Group was experiencing a shortage in its capital chain. With ventures across multiple industries, even the Lu Group was struggling to cope. Su Rongrong keenly seized this opportunity and dialed Lu Yiming's number. After hanging up, Su Rongrong pondered for a long while. Would this man, who spoke without restraint, make any unreasonable demands? At the airport, she nearly lost her temper. The problem was that Lu Yiming's words were simply too provocative. Always touching upon sensitive topics. As for Qing Xiao, Su Rongrong preferred not to dwell on her. Perhaps that scoundrel Lu Yiming had already taken advantage of her. Could he not exercise a bit more restraint? What could possibly be appealing about a playboy like Lu Yiming? Suzong. Suzong? Suzong. I called your name several times just now. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Suzong. We have already made contact with the senior executives of the telecommunications company. Why did Su Rongrong want to reach out to the telecom sector? Primarily, She sought to gauge the situation. One point Lu Yiming had misjudged was that Su Rongrong had not reached out to her uncle Gaotang alone. She did not wish to utilize her family's power, and thus, her uncle was also categorized under familial influence. Consequently, Gaotang had yet to receive any definitive news. Otherwise, he would have approached the Lu group for collaboration long ago. What did they say? They were tight-lipped, but it was evident they were in a rather foul mood. Foul mood? All right, I understand. By the way, prepare for a potential visit from an important client shortly. Understood. I'll make the arrangements now. A client deemed important by Su Rongrong would undoubtedly possess an exceptional status. The fact that Su Zong could lead a team independently right after graduation signified something profound. Her background was unfathomable. It was no wonder the company's higher-ups treated her with such courtesy. Kyo lament the unfairness of fate. Nonsense, she was no disgruntled youth. Investment banking operated on a principle where background outweighed all else. Therefore, Su Rongrong's team members would become increasingly reliant on her. Once they achieved results, each member of the team would certainly benefit. Chapter 62. Can we be a bit more serious during negotiations? Gaoyuan Capital is located in Puxi, in what will be the future Suhui Binjiang. Although the area is somewhat remote at present. In the year 1995, the saying better to have a bed in Puxi than a room in Pudong circulated in the city. 20 years later, how laughable that statement would become. Liu Yiming drove his Ferrari straight to the heart of the matter. The receptionist, captivated by the handsome and wealthy Lu Yiming, had her eyes turn into heart shapes. Upon learning that Lu Yiming was there to see Su Rongrong, she became even more attentive. This scene, witnessed by Su Rongrong, was somewhat yet another girl deceived by appearances. With a cold expression, Su Rongrong entered the reception room in her high heels. Her elegant demeanor caught Lu Yiming's attention. One could not deny that no matter what she wore, Su Rongrong carried it with ease. Have you finished gawking, Rongrong? I am at least your invited guest. Lu Yiming sat on the sofa, yet his smile seemed somewhat insincere. Coffee or tea? Coffee, please. Yours is the best brewed by me. Are you not worried I might poison it? Su Rongrong shot him a disdainful glance. The handheld wireless telephone system was too large a cake for the Lu group to handle alone. If others were to learn of the immense profits involved, the entire market would go wild. It could even be said that the handheld wireless telephone system could create countless wealth myths in a short time. At this moment, the Lu group held the key to that wealth. There were many with ulterior motives. Merely the Lu group would find it quite challenging to maintain control. This was something Rongrong need not concern herself with. The exclusive 5-year patent usage rights in Huaxia were written into the contract. As stated before, if Lu Yiming was unwilling, the handheld wireless telephone system would be worthless in his hands, and no one else could obtain it. Why bother? It's all for profit. You're not lacking in funds. Su Rongrong. Gaoyuan Capital has the strength to alleviate numerous troubles for the Lu group. I don't believe it. Lu Yiming. Gaoyuan Capital possesses an extensive network of connections. Unfortunately, it's not in Modu. You? Fine. Su Rongrong indeed understands the current situation of the Lu group, but conversely, Lu Yiming has thoroughly grasped the dynamics of Gaoyuan Capital. The intricate web of relationships ultimately leads back to the Su family. Does she truly think herself a fool? Of course, collaborating with the Su family would be a wise choice, given their stellar reputation. But still, I must ask, Su Rongrong, what makes you think you can sway me? The Lu group is facing issues with its capital chain. Is that all? Lu Yiming, your liquidity is depleted. To develop the handheld wireless telephone system in a short time. You must invest more funds. Relying on reputation alone will lead to significant delays, which contradicts your initial intentions. Your analysis is correct. However, I have 5 years. Even if I waste half a year, I will still profit immensely. Lu Yiming smiled slightly. Currently, Su Rongrong was still a bit too inexperienced. Su Rongrong had not anticipated that Lu Yiming would be so difficult to handle. What she believed to be her trump card was effortlessly dismissed by Lu Yiming's few words. An unprecedented sense of discouragement blossomed within Su Rongrong. Moreover, if I sign with any of the 3 major telecom operators, do you think the banks would still cut off funding? They would be eager for me to borrow money. The 3 major operators are not that easily fooled. Shall we place a bet? A bet. What? If I release news about the handheld wireless telephone system now, guess which operator will come knocking first? Su Rongrong was left speechless. Fine, she could not afford to take that gamble. Observing Lu Yiming's unwavering confidence, Su Rongrong found herself at a loss. So, you came here to mock me? Su Rongrong was infuriated. All her preparations seemed to turn into a joke in Lu Yiming's eyes. She felt inferior to a mere playboy. The pride that once enveloped Su Rongrong had vanished entirely. Don't cry. Who's crying? Lu Yiming. You haven't cried yet, but your eyes are red. All right, Su Rongrong truly is not one to be teased. Indeed, she had just graduated from university and was already achieving this level of success. It was a remarkable talent. Unfortunately, her first battle had encountered Lu Yiming. Failure was entirely within the realm of possibility. Let us discuss something practical. What are you willing to invest? Lu Yiming, you have delusions. No, you at Gaoyuan Capital don't expect to achieve something for nothing, do you? You. Gaoyuan Capital is not just me. That's the crux of it. Thus, when Lu Yiming spoke of investment, he referred to what Gaoyuan Capital could contribute. Not himself. At this moment, Su Rongrong finally regained her composure. As she looked up in surprise, she caught sight of Lu Yiming's smile. How cunning! Had he been playing her from the start? This shameless man. Although she loathed Lu Yiming, she felt a sense of relief. This irritating guy was not as he seemed. She had misunderstood him, no. It was clear that this scoundrel had deliberately misled her. Do you mean to say Gaoyuan Capital has no contingency plans at all? If that were the case, I would not consider cooperation. Lu Yiming shifted into a more comfortable position, beginning to lead the negotiations. One could only say that Su Rongrong had fallen into Lu Yiming's rhythm. The initiative in the negotiations was entirely in Lu Yiming's hands. Of course not. 30 million for a 51 stake. Gaoyuan Capital will manage the troubles and provide support from neighboring provinces. 51. Lu Yiming nearly burst into laughter. He had not expected Su Rongrong to have such lofty ambitions. Did she expect to pick peaches for free? Under these circumstances, she still managed to state her conditions with a sense of entitlement. How had he not noticed how brazen Su Rongrong was? Why are you staring at me? Once Su Rongrong spoke, she realized Lu Yiming was intently observing her, which made her quite uncomfortable. Look at how thick your skin is. Lu Yiming, if you were in my position, would you agree to such a demand? Absolutely. Indeed, your skin is exceptionally thick as you Rongrong. Let us be realistic. Forget about the 51 sky-high prices, and you expect me to pay? Su Rongrong, do you think I'm a local vendor? Lu Yiming recognized that Su Rongrong lacked experience in this regard. Lu Yiming, 30 million can solve your urgent needs. You've figured me out thoroughly. Just wanted to ask, can your mouth ever be quiet? Her mind wandered back to that day. You, Lu Yiming, had your hands all over me and... Chapter 63. Are you trying to trap me with your words? Where is Su Rongrong? President Wang. Su Zong is currently in a meeting. Quite the eager beaver. President Wang Lan, a senior investment manager at Gaoyuan Capital, had led a team independently for 6 years and won a gold award for the best domestic investment case last year. She was a prominent figure in the investment sector. Having spent ample time at Gaoyuan Capital, Wang Lan possessed extensive connections. Within the firm, she could be regarded as the second most influential person after the boss. To be frank, Wang Lan had achieved everything at Gaoyuan Capital. However, the sudden emergence of Su Rongrong made her sense a hint of crisis. Yes, a crisis. Logically speaking, Su Rongrong was merely a newcomer in the investment world, not a match for Wang Lan in any aspect. Yet, from the moment she laid eyes on Su Rongrong, Wang Lan felt a sense of wariness. In the investment field, everyone had their struggles. Despite Wang Lan's current success, she had endured her fair share of hardships when starting out. For a business deal, she could spend days and nights at a client's company. This was Wang Lan's tenacity. After moving to Gaoyuan Capital, she gained recognition and resources, thriving in her role. Just one step away from becoming a partner in the company, she yearned for the directorship position she had long coveted. Yet, amidst this backdrop, Su Rongrong appeared. Wang Lan did not deny that background was crucial in the capital market, particularly in the investment circle. But was it necessary to be so overt? What merit did Su Rongrong possess? She could lead a team independently despite having no successful investment cases to her name. How could Wang Lan not feel indignant? Having taken everything that rightfully belonged to her, Wang Lan found it impossible to swallow her frustration. The employees of Gaoyuan Capital recognized that President Wang had been in a foul mood lately. The slightest issue could trigger her wrath. As for the source of her ire, it was needless to say. It was Su Rongrong. Fearless and bold, within 3 days of her appointment, she had already led her team to Shiri. Initially, it was thought she would accomplish something remarkable, but instead, she returned in disgrace within a day, instantly becoming the company's laughingstock. Wang Lan seized this opportunity to speak ill of Su Rongrong to the boss, implying that while she had potential, she was sorely lacking in experience. If anyone else had made such a blunder, the boss might have remained indifferent but would at least show some acknowledgement. Yet this time, the boss had even joined in the laughter. What did that mean? Did it suggest leniency? Was the company's protocol to be disregarded? Wang Lan seethed with anger as she exited the boss's office, her frustration mounting. Since the boss chose to overlook it, she would take it upon herself to confront the perpetrator. However, she could not find Su Rongrong. After inquiring, she discovered that Su Rongrong was in a meeting. A cold smile crept across Wang Lan's face. A meeting? What kind of guest could she possibly have? Was this a self-staged performance? Without heeding the explanations from the staff, she headed straight to the meeting area, intent on barging in. Unexpectedly, she overheard a familiar voice. It was all too recognizable. Where had she heard it before? Wang Lan's outstretched hand halted midair. Through the door crack, she caught sight of Lu Yiming seated comfortably on the sofa. It was him? As a seasoned investor, Wang Lan had a comprehensive understanding of the business landscape in Modu. Naturally, she had kept a keen eye on the Lu Group, a leading private enterprise. During university, Lu Yiming had accompanied Lu Ijuan to several banquets, so Wang Lan recognized him immediately as the future captain of the Lu Group. Lu Yiming, the guest of Su Rongrong. Could it be that the support behind Su Rongrong was the Lu Group? If true, it would be understandable for the boss to offer her some leeway. Perhaps the company had already established some agreement with the Lu Group, and Su Rongrong was the key liaison dispatched by them. In that moment, Wang Lan's mind raced with various possibilities. Humph, what good fortune! Wang Lan scoffed silently. Given Lu Yiming's status, she knew better than to act rashly. However, curiosity compelled her to linger by the door. Lu Yiming, this is our bottom line, and based on my estimates, your agreement with NTT certainly does not exceed this price. You've made an easy 30 million. What more could you possibly want? Clap, clap, clapped. As soon as Su Rongrong finished speaking, Lu Yiming began applauding. Su Rongrong was left speechless. Since their meeting began, Lu Yiming had never played a straightforward hand. What trick was he up to this time? Indeed, you guessed correctly. Have you agreed? Agreed? If you were in my shoes, well, I'd best not ask. Your skin is too thick. Su Rongrong. Is this considered a personal attack? Indeed, I concede your point. Earning 30 million in a short period through investment and handing over the subsequent operations to Gaoyuan Capital, I could indeed profit effortlessly. Then what are you hesitating for? Rongrong, have you calculated how much profit this investment could yield? Of course. Then I would love to hear it. The technology won't be less than 10 million. Based on that, the profits will exceed 1 billion. TSK, don't play tricks. A 10 million base with a profit of 1 billion, not including dividends from the operators and product lines. Lu Yiming, some relationships need to be maintained. What I'm referring to is net profit. Su Rongrong immediately retorted, though her words felt somewhat insecure. Fine, she admitted that she had indeed withheld a fair amount. Originally thinking that Lu Yiming hadn't considered these factors, she was surprised to find he was already well aware. Every venture carries risks. Gaoyuan Capital not only mitigated those risks, but also compensated for the deficiencies in the Lu Group's capital chain. Ultimately, you all stand to gain. Su Rongrong continued to emphasize her perspective that, of course, from the current market standpoint, expectations could indeed be met. Su Rongrong remained confident. Then I suppose I should thank you? No need. Mutual benefits. Rongrong, initially, I had little confidence, but seeing your resolute demeanor now, it seems I made the right bet. Su Rongrong. So after all this time, you, Lu Yiming, have been leading the conversation? Lu Yiming. That's called strategy. Besides, when it comes to the future of the handheld wireless telephone system, no one understands it better than I do. The market's explosiveness far exceeds expectations. Even third and fourth tier agents are making a fortune. To let such substantial profits slip away would make me a laughingstock. Of course, Lu Yiming did not deny Su Rongrong's viewpoint. In no circumstances can one indulge in solitary enjoyment. Rather, it is of utmost importance to choose formidable partners from the outset. In Chapter 64, Seizing the Opportunity, Lu Yiming does not deny that the Su family is indeed his best choice. However, the crucial question remains. Just how great is the Su family's appetite? 20%? What? Su Rongrong could hardly believe her ears. 30 million. For 20%, play along with you? Lu Yiming, are you out of your mind? Su Rongrong's expression darkened completely. It is true that exorbitant demands often accompany negotiations, but to claim that 30 million constitutes 20%, do you take me for a fool? Your previous user base was 10 million. What if it were 100 million? Lu Yiming, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Su Rongrong found the situation laughable. 100 million? Are you, Lu Yiming, dreaming in broad daylight? The target of 10 million was merely a bold guess on Su Rongrong's part. Yet Lu Yiming had the audacity to propose a user base of 100 million. What is the total population of Huaxia? One must think long-term and not be confined to major cities. Lu Yiming, landlines have yet to be fully popularized, hence, you are emboldened. The handheld wireless telephone system will greatly increase the user ceiling. That is merely your hypothesis. How can one know without trying? At that moment, Su Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. How can one know without trying? Indeed, what if? Perhaps there is a genuine possibility. Su Rongrong suddenly felt as if she had been ensnared by Lu Yiming. Impossible. Even if you were to speak extravagantly, 30 million for 20% is simply unrealistic. An opportunity lies before you. Lu Yiming adjusted his posture, sensing that he had the upper hand over Su Rongrong. The two were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to break the silence. Few 40%, that is the bottom line. Ultimately, it was Su Rongrong who could no longer withstand the pressure and spoke first. 21%, Su Rongrong. You reduced it by 10%, and you only raised it by 1%? Lu Yiming, is there no decency in your conduct? Can you not be magnanimous? Are you not a man? Am I not a man? You would not know? One must remember, I nearly, Su Rongrong. Scoundrel, do you still have the audacity to bring it up? Her fury erupted completely. The good manners Su Rongrong had cultivated were utterly shattered in front of Lu Yiming. Let us speak calmly, no need for violence. Nonsense. Su Rongrong could no longer contain herself and lunged at Lu Yiming. To the observer outside, Wang Lan, this scene was simply too spectacular. Ahem, truly remarkable. However, Su Rongrong seemed to have misjudged the situation. Firstly, she was the woman at a disadvantage in terms of gender. After lunging at Lu Yiming, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Is she truly going to claw at Lu Yiming's face like a shrew? Though she had such thoughts, Su Rongrong found herself unable to act on them. Straddling Lu Yiming, she was left dumbfounded. The proximity was overwhelming, and they found themselves staring into each other's eyes. Crucially, in an instinctual effort to protect himself, Lu Yiming's hands moved forward to push Su Rongrong away. Coincidentally, this angle was. Feeling an intrusion at his chest, he glanced at Lu Yiming's mischievous hands. Time seemed to stand still. Ahem. If I were to say this is merely coincidence, would you believe me? I believe you are full of nonsense. Scoundrel, lecher, cad. Every available epithet was hurled at Lu Yiming. Let go. Were it not for the fear of misunderstanding from those outside, Su Rongrong would have already shouted out. Fine. With Lu Yiming no longer obstructing her, Su Rongrong fell into his embrace. I admit I am not bad, but there is no need for you to be so eager to embrace me. Su Rongrong blinked, contemplating the implications of Lu Yiming's words. Embrace you? Go to hell. Calm down. We agreed to negotiate. So how have we ended up wrestling like this? The key was that Lu Yiming's expression was thoroughly enjoying the moment. What a loss. Wang Lan outside was also speechless. Though she was displeased with Su Rongrong, being a woman herself, she viewed the situation from an observer's perspective and recognized that Su Rongrong had indeed suffered a great loss this time. Unaware of her own disadvantage. Young Master Lu is quite a master of manipulation. Meanwhile, Su Rongrong finally regained her composure. Let go. Coming to her senses, Su Rongrong discovered that her hands were captured by Lu Yiming. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. The current position was rather humiliating, with her entire being straddling Lu Yiming's waist. This posture was undeniably, if someone were to see, how could she face the world? Attempting to rise, she found herself unable to do so, as Lu Yiming refused to release her grip in this stalemate. Any force she exerted would inevitably lead to contact with Lu Yiming's abdomen. This Su Rongrong had never encountered a situation like this before. She felt completely stiff. Lu Yiming, what exactly do you intend to do? Elasticity to the max. Su Rongrong. Lu Yiming. Inadvertently, they both revealed their true feelings. Pervert. Honestly, you initiated this, you may let go. But you must descend obediently. Lu Yiming indicated that his patience had its limits. You, Su Rongrong, continuously challenge my boundaries. Do you truly not regard me as a man? Let go. Su Rongrong understood that continuing to entangle herself would only lead to her own detriment. Although she cursed Lu Yiming in her heart, the priority was to extricate herself. Lu Yiming complied and released her. Just as Su Rongrong attempted to rise, she clearly felt Lu Yiming, you dog. Lu Yiming. This is not over between you. Su Rongrong was no fool. She naturally understood what had transpired. Lu Yiming also felt quite awkward. Well, just now you questioned my manhood. I can now assure you that I am indeed a man, and quite vigorous at that. Startled, Su Rongrong immediately stood up, but miscalculating her force, she lost her balance once more. Lu Yiming was unprepared, and Su Rongrong's figure loomed larger in his eyes. The next moment, they kissed. Wang Lan outside was utterly dumbfounded. Impressive, the student surpassing the master. The ability to manipulate a man is something I doubt I could achieve. It seems I underestimated Su Rongrong. Indeed, they kissed. Lu Yiming felt as though he had realized a dream. Moreover, this time, it was Su Rongrong who took the initiative. Should he take the opportunity to extend his tongue? A French kiss? Perhaps not. The murderous intent in Su Rongrong's gaze was palpable. Lu Yiming instinctively raised his hands in surrender. Su Rongrong. This man before her wore an expression of innocence, as if everything were her doing. Where are you going? Su Rongrong struggled to rise, not uttering a single word, and directly headed for the door. Seize the opportunity, Lu Yiming. It seems that today's negotiations have come to an end. Chapter 65. The Debauchee from the Capital. When Su Rongrong returned to the reception room, she possessed an additional weapon. It appeared that she was not joking earlier. If Lu Yiming did not leave, the wrench would likely end up as a gift for his head. At this moment, Su Rongrong's eyes were reddened with fury. Was her first kiss truly lost in vain? Lu Yiming. Ahem, to be fair, when I was reborn. Your first kiss had seemingly already. Fine, it is best not to provoke her. Where is he? Lu Yiming, we are not finished. Su Rongrong gritted her teeth in hatred, turning back to calculate their fates, wondering if she and Lu Yiming were astrologically incompatible. Being together always resulted in chaos. As for Lu Yiming, he had already driven away in his Ferrari. However, the lingering fragrance on his lips left him somewhat nostalgic. Surely it could not be so. After all, she was the one who initiated it. As Lu Yiming spoke to himself, he pressed down on the accelerator. Meanwhile, the repairman at Gaoyuan Capital wore a perplexed expression. He had merely gone to the restroom, so how did the wrench disappear? In such a large company, someone actually stole a wrench? No, without tools, how could he proceed with repairs? Li, it's me. Young Master Lu, what can I do for you? How is the contact with the telecom side going? Still waiting, Li had come with the project, full of confidence, yet did not anticipate that she would come up empty-handed. She could not find Gao Zong at all. The secretary said that Gao Zong had an impromptu meeting in the afternoon, but if there was a conflict, would the secretary remain? This was already problematic and no need to wait. Not waiting? After all, I won't be seeing him today. Young Master Lu, what do you mean? Tactical disappearance, understood, Li comprehended immediately. So, it seems the Su family is not yet willing to give up. Lu Yiming chuckled as he hung up the phone. Well, quite clever. After all, they do not outright refuse, and disappearing for a while is certainly an option. Naturally, this approach places considerable pressure on Gao Zong as well. If Lu Yiming were truly pushed to his limits, abandoning cooperation with the telecom company would not be out of the question. Though both Mobile and Unicom have their respective mobile phone businesses, they would undoubtedly be very interested in the resources Lu Yiming possesses. The best partner is indeed telecom, but the other side must possess self-awareness as well. You have 3 days. After that, do not blame me for being ungracious, Lu Yiming sneered. He had initially intended to return to the company. After all, having met Su Rongrong today, he felt it necessary to prioritize the matter of uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes, for he was a man of his word. However, just then, Lu Yiming's phone rang. Sister Qian, you little rascal still remembers who I am. I thought my little brother had forgotten his sister after such a long absence. The languid tone could only belong to Sister Qian, who effortlessly blended allure with nonchalance. It must be said. Her voice was indeed distinctive, highly recognizable. How could that be? Recently, your little brother has been busy with his career. Yes, you are busy with your affairs, having snatched away the people I had my eye on. Liang Qian was referring to none other than Cheng Xiao, who was currently in the office gathering new materials. Fine, it is my fault. I will treat Sister Qian to a meal another day, as an apology. No day is better than today. Let us do it today, Lu Yiming. What do you mean? Why? Are you too busy? The tone carried a hint of disappointment. How could that be? If Sister Qian invites me, even if it means jumping into a pit, I would still attend. However, could Sister Qian provide a hint? What kind of gathering is it tonight? In his previous life, when he was down and out, Liang Qian had once extended a helping hand. Based on that alone, if Liang Qian truly needed assistance, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to help her. However, he also needed to prepare himself. Friends from the capital are quite bothersome. If my brother could help Sister Qian send them off, that would be splendid. Understood. Time and place. I will ensure to give my sister a grand reception. Very clear. Sister Qian hung up the phone with a smile. A crucial moment. She was quite reliable. It was worth it to dote on this brother. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming, driving his Ferrari, happened to pass by East Nanjing Road. A massive billboard displayed a diamond advertisement, unmistakably prominent. Diamonds are everlasting, a gem forever cherished. Hey! Upon seeing this advertisement, Lu Yiming suddenly recalled that today was indeed a special day. Subconsciously, he turned the Ferrari into the neighboring shopping mall. Half an hour later, Lu Yiming returned to his car, carrying 2 shopping bags. Sister Qian had already sent the address to Lu Yiming's phone. She Family Garden. Hey, it seems Sister Qian truly does not hold her friends from the capital in high regard. Lu Yiming knew Sister Qian well enough. It was not that She Family Garden lacked prestige. In the Magic City of 1995, the private rooms at She Family Garden were already top tier, far surpassing the bustling Huanghe Road. The private villas offered excellent privacy. However, for Sister Qian, the more unfamiliar the person, the more she would arrange a high-end dinner. If she were to treat Lu Yiming, roadside spicy hot pot would be her first choice. This indicated that Sister Qian genuinely regarded Lu Yiming as one of her own. Unconstrained and exceedingly casual. As for others, sorry, Sister Qian is not so easily approachable. In the past at the bar. How many young talents in the Magic City had wished to taste Sister Qian's fiery red lips? But what was the outcome? Haha, they likely left with psychological scars. At this moment, an Audi 100 official vehicle drove into the private villa of She Family Garden. Wow, this place is rather imposing. The 2 young men, aged around 25 or 26, shared a similar age. At this age, being able to drive an official vehicle, especially one with military plates, naturally indicated some connections. How grand can it be? No matter how grand, can it compare to Diaoyutai? It's different. We cannot frequent that place. What kind of place is Diaoyutai State Guest House? That is where foreign dignitaries are received. So of course, it's different. Their conversation, though seemingly mundane, revealed an undeniable air of superiority. They spoke as if Diaoyutai were their own home. Well, it's no wonder Sister Qian finds it irritating. After parking the Audi, the 2 young men finally alighted. Point 1 was amiable, especially since he was pursuing Liang Qian. He must not ruin the mood. Enough. Our girls from the capital are not lacking in anything. You are special. By the way, young Master Zhang, you were once a prominent figure in the capital. Now you have come to the Magic City, pursuing her. If Lu Yiming were to overhear this, he would likely laugh for half a day. As if these 2 gentlemen were here to perform a monologue. Chapter 66. The pretty boy arrives to disrupt the scene. Liang Qian, long time no see. With open arms, he sought an embrace. Unfortunately, Liang Qian, seated at the main position, showed no intention of rising, only offering a cold smile. Young Master Zhang felt awkward, forcing a smile as he awkwardly lowered his arms. Oh, Liang Qian, it has been 2 years. Hasn't he it? The one beside him was rather normal, smiling as he greeted her. I haven't seen you since you went to the army. Hey, we have all been busy with our own developments. Unlike you, who is now a big boss. Indeed, it is thanks to Liang Qian's discernment. When will you take us to your bar for a visit? It would be quite an eye-opener. There will be an opportunity. The blatant insincerity was palpable as Liang Qian spoke while glancing at her watch. Liang Qian. Little rascal, you promised to come to support me. What time is it now? Well, daring to leave your sister all alone here. You will have to pay for it later. The time is not early. Shall we begin? The 2 took their seats, and the cold dishes were already served. The bottle of flying Moutai was quite a gesture of sincerity. Let us wait a bit longer. There are still guests. Other guests? What do you mean? Can I bring friends? Of course not. That's not the intention, just a bit sudden. I thought it would be a small gathering. At young Master Zhang's explanation, he immediately clarified as for who the guests were. It was not the focus for young Master Zhang. The key was that he wanted to spend time alone with Liang Qian. Even the person beside him felt superfluous. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Lu Yiming walked in with a beaming smile. Apologies for being late. Upon seeing Lu Yiming, young Master Zhang involuntarily furrowed his brows. A man? What is his relationship with Liang Qian? Who in their circle does not know that young Master Zhang is interested in Liang Qian? Had it not been for Liang Qian's sudden departure abroad, perhaps he would have already confessed. Young Master Zhang had come today hoping for an opportunity, but instead, an uninvited guest had arrived. That is incorrect. I have inquired and found that Liang Qian is indeed currently single. Ah, you have finally arrived. Liang Qian, who had been seated motionless in the main position, immediately stood to greet. Not only that, but she also intertwined her arm with Lu Yiming's, seemingly unconcerned about her own stature. Leaning against him. This scene caused young Master Zhang's eyes to instantly redden with fury. What does this mean? Who is this man? How dare he steal the girl I have my eye on? Has he lost his mind? Furthermore, Zhang's friend wore a grim expression. Witnessing his brother being slapped in the face left him feeling embarrassed as well. Stinky brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Bing, and this is Hai Yang. Friends from the same circle, and my brother, Lu Yiming. Brother? Young Master Zhang's hopes were rekindled at this moment. If he were indeed her brother, it might not be too alarming, as it could merely be sibling intimacy. But wait, when did Liang Qian have a brother? Not a biological one. Zhang Gongzi. Hai Yang. Has she been teased? Qianjia. Really? You've made me your shield right off the bat? Lu Yiming smiled, leaning closer to Liang Qian and whispering in her ear, a little help in a moment of need. Besides, you promised me at the outset, he added. I didn't expect things to get so intense right away. Did you see that guy's eyes? He looked like he wanted to kill me. Don't worry, there's no significant background. They're merely local officials and pose no real threat. Thus, Liang Qian had laid her cards on the table, indicating that they were just the children of local officials, certainly nothing to be alarmed about. What are you two whispering about? As soon as Lu Yiming arrived, Liang Qian focused on chatting with this pretty boy, leaving young Master Zhang feeling neglected. No man could tolerate such a slight. Lu Yiming. Pretty boy? Is that a compliment? Liang Qian, this is rather unkind. My brother Zhang and I rarely get the chance to meet, and yet you choose to converse with your brother instead of entertaining your guests. Hai Yang was equally discontent. Regardless of their status in the capital, they felt belittled upon arriving in this bustling metropolis. Who could bear such treatment? Apologies, it's been a long time since I last saw Qianjia, so I chatted a bit longer. Just as Liang Qian was about to speak, Lu Yiming interjected directly. With that, he pulled his hand from Liang Qian's embrace. What do you mean, stinky brother? Are you not playing along? Just as Liang Qian sought to remedy the situation, Lu Yiming was even bolder, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Splendid, stinky brother. You've not wasted your efforts. You truly stepped up at a critical moment. Liang Qian's peripheral vision caught sight of young Master Zhang's face turning pale with anger. As for Hai Yang. He suddenly stood up, glaring at Lu Yiming. This pretty boy must be here to stir trouble. Oh, what's with standing up? We're all friends here. There's no need for such seriousness. Sit down, let's prepare to eat. Liang Qian adeptly feigned ignorance, leaving Hai Yang at a loss for words. Lu Yiming silently gave a thumbs up. Stinky brother, why have you come so late, making the guests wait so long? My apologies. I stopped to buy a gift on the way. For me? Of course, only Qianjia deserves it. As he spoke, Lu Yiming produced a long box from his pocket, its velvet covering indicating it was a high-end item. Such a box typically contained jewelry. Under Liang Qian's expectant gaze, Lu Yiming opened the box, revealing a diamond necklace. Wow. Even Hai Yang couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Not that he lacked experience, but the diamond was quite substantial. I initially wanted to purchase a larger one, but unfortunately, this is only 3 carats. Qianjia, please don't be disappointed. How could I? As long as it is given by my brother, I shall cherish it. The surprise was indeed delightful, it must be said. Stinky brother truly knows how to impress. The moment the diamond necklace emerged, it overshadowed Zhang Bing entirely. Despite both being the children of officials, one must consider the modest salaries of local bureaucrats. This necklace's value would not be less than 100,000. In this era, 100,000 was no small sum. Of course, Zhang Bing could afford it, but to directly buy a necklace as a gift was quite another matter. Zhang Bing had prepared a gift of his own, intended for the right moment, but Lu Yiming's show of wealth left him dumbfounded. It was simply impossible to compete with a necklace worth several thousand. At this point, young Master Zhang's expression was evidently one of humiliation, feeling like a clown. Thankfully, he had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been even greater. Shall I help my sister put it on? Of course. The two were utterly engrossed in their own world, exuding an air of intimacy. Ahem, remember to reimburse me. How about offering yourself in exchange? Forget it. Cash is more practical. This is rather dull. Such an interaction, in Zhang Bing's view, was merely playful banter. He felt like an unnecessary presence. Chapter 67. Acting like a scion? Just take it easy. Oh, my apologies, you two. I'm just accustomed to teasing Qian Jie. As Lu Yiming looked back, he found Zhang Bing's face darkened, resembling a gloomy figure from folklore. Returning to the audition for a role, he likely wouldn't even need makeup. Lu Yiming exhibited the demeanor of a spoiled rich kid without needing to perform. He merely hoped to temper his enthusiasm, and no need to be polite. Qian Jie rarely treats me to good food and wine. This time, it's thanks to both of you. He began to serve himself, dominating the table. You speak as if I have mistreated you in the past. Liang Qian, too, showcased her flair for theatrics. The glimmer of resentment in her eyes was almost palpable. Buddy, you've gone too far. What do you mean by that? Haiyang could no longer contain himself, banging his chopsticks on the table. Hey, Qian Jie, your friend has quite a temper. You should inquire about who I am. In the capital, I am a person of great significance, so when did it become your turn to act superior before me? It's known that the ruffians in the capital often resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Haiyang, what do you mean? Are you denying me respect? Liang Qian, I thought of you as a friend, yet you bring this fellow to provoke us. Upon facing Liang Qian, Haiyang's anger quickly subsided. It was evident he held her in high regard. What have I done to you? I have welcomed you both, treated you to fine food and drink, and introduced my friends. What wrong have I committed? My friend has not spoken rudely, so why is it your turn to bully him? No, Qian Jie, our bond is one of revolutionary friendship. Why do you favor this pretty boy? Pretty boy. Liang Qian was left both amused and exasperated. Haiyang clearly lacked awareness. Well, that is the second time I've been called a pretty boy. What can you do about it? I shall continue to call you that. Qian Jie, why not take me in as well? Experience the joys of being a pretty boy? Biffed. Liang Qian initially believed Lu Yiming would struggle to keep his composure, planning to intervene later to prevent matters from escalating. However, she underestimated Lu Yiming's audacity. Was he proposing to be supported? All right, how about 200,000 a month? Is that sufficient? A bit stingy, don't you think? Lu Yiming pouted. After all, he was a person who dealt in multimillion-dollar businesses. Considering 200,000 a month would be reasonable, but only if he were down on his luck. Although Lu Yiming's bravado was apparent, it was evident he had perceived Liang Qian's earnestness in her eyes. This realization startled him, but let us not take this too seriously. I'm merely helping out for free. Without even a fee, you're not satisfied? To everyone's surprise, Liang Qian was bolder, her right hand casually resting on Lu Yiming's thigh. In this position, she could easily shift to a more intimate stance. Pretty boy, don't get too cocky. If you have the ability, go out and practice. At this moment, Haiyang could no longer hold back, rising abruptly as if to confront Lu Yiming. Enough. What era are we in? We're civilized people. Sit down and put away your old tricks. You really think you're still a big shot? Lu Yiming's expression shifted, turning serious in an instant. This drastic change left Haiyang bewildered. Haiyang, that's enough. I considered it a joke earlier. Don't take it too far. Liang Qian, you know that Bingzi? Enough. Haiyang attempted to speak further, but Zhang Bing, who had remained silent until now, shouted angrily, directing his ire at Haiyang. I'm merely standing up for you, and my own matters were joking. Brother, don't take it to heart. We're just used to joking around with Liang Qian. Lu Yiming, hey, this Zhang Bing is quite a character. He knows when to bend and when to stand firm. All right, let us move past that and get reacquainted. Lu Yiming. Zhang Bing. As for Haiyang? He plopped down, sulking silently. Let us eat. After all the theatrics, Zhang Bing, despite his thick skin, felt too embarrassed to bring it up again. Liang Qian's clear affection for Lu Yiming was unmistakable. Once they began dining, the atmosphere became considerably more harmonious. Lu Yiming abstained from alcohol, as he had business to attend to shortly. Haiyang and Zhang Bing, however, drowned their sorrows in a bottle of flying Maotai, both downing it with gusto. So, what brought you two to seek me out this time? Zhang Bing was purely here to express his feelings. He would never believe he had sacrificed everything for Liang Qian. They had yet to reach that level. What else could it be? If things are tough in the capital, we thought we might seek our fortunes elsewhere. Seeing Zhang Bing hesitate to speak, Haiyang directly stated their intentions. Of course, to say they were struggling was somewhat modest. Being the children of officials, they could make a living anywhere. After graduating, Liang Qian went abroad for further studies, Zhang Bing joined the government, and Hai Yang went into the military. Initially, their families had paved the way for them in the military, and had they continued, they would eventually have held official positions. However, Hai Yang could no longer endure the pressure. Just before the ratings, he had a conflict with someone influential, and neither party emerged unscathed. Realizing his hopes of transferring to an official role were dashed, in frustration, he chose to resign. Upon returning to the capital, he sought out Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was also discontent in his bureaucratic role, working the typical 9 to 5, either drinking tea or reading the news. This was not the life he had envisioned. The two concluded that since neither was happy, they might as well venture into business. Taking advantage of the explosive economic growth, leveraging their family connections, they figured they could earn some money. Zhang Bing resigned, infuriating his father. After entering the business world, they quickly realized their initial expectations were overly simplistic. Business was not as easy as they had imagined. Although they had connections, they still incurred a significant amount of tuition fees at the outset. Fortunately, after gaining experience, they eventually began to see success. They initially thought wealth was just around the corner, only to suffer a major loss in construction-related business. The specifics of the situation are unnecessary to discuss. If not for their family's connections, they likely would have faced severe consequences. With the capital becoming untenable, they considered trying their luck elsewhere. Over the past 2 years, they had managed to save some money, totaling nearly 1 million. Knowing that Liang Qian was thriving in the metropolis, coupled with Zhang Bing's lingering affections for her, they bought 2 tickets and headed straight for the city, only to find themselves embroiled in this debacle. If I had known, I would have helped. After all, we are old classmates. Liang Qian was always willing to assist her friends whenever necessary. As for Lu Yiming, he remained indifferent, focusing on his own needs. Chapter 68, A Shift in Attitude. So, you're saying that together, your total assets amount to just 1 million. Yes, in this era, 1 million is not an insignificant sum. However, in this city, it hardly makes a significant impact. As for the notion of the metropolis being strewn with gold, that would only fool children. All of them were adults now, and it was time to be realistic. If you encounter difficulties, just pretend we never came. Hai Yang was reluctant to burden Liang Qian, still harboring feelings for her. That's not the point. Liang Qian indeed owned a bar and had made a considerable profit. However, when it came to investing, she lacked the right connections. The prospect of withdrawing 1 million to open another bar seemed unrealistic. Firstly, it was nearly impossible to find a suitable location for that amount. The costs of upscale renovations and liquor were significant, and for a new business, one should not expect to recoup their investment within the first 3 months. Continuous capital injection was necessary. As someone who had been through the process, Liang Qian understood the challenges of entrepreneurship. Moreover, she was not inherently suited for business. She had merely brought back a model from abroad. With a decent amount of spare cash at her disposal, she had managed to thrive. Stinky brother, stop thinking only about eating. Let us brainstorm some solutions together. Given that she had a ready-made resource at hand. Why should I interrupt your serious discussion? Thus, Lu Yiming was indeed getting into character, fully embracing the role of a pretty boy, ensuring he did not overstep his bounds. All right, you're playing the part? I see. Liang Qian, if it comes to that, then let it be. What solutions can this pretty boy offer? Hai Yang remained obstinate, unable to suppress his disdain for Lu Yiming. You heard that. Even if I wanted to help, they wouldn't accept it, so why bother? Hai Yang, shut your mouth. Liang Qian shot him a glare, leaving Hai Yang feeling utterly frustrated. To be honest, had they not been left with no other options, he would never have swallowed his pride to seek Liang Qian's assistance. Do you know who he is? Who else could it be? Do you know about the Lu Group? He is the young master of the esteemed Lu family. If you truly don't recognize the Lu Group, you might as well avoid doing business in the metropolis. You would lose face. Qian Jia, that's rather unfair. You're revealing my background. It turned out he had come to help, only to find himself exposed. All right, brother, just now they were in the wrong. Honestly, as long as it doesn't concern that matter, I cannot simply stand by and watch. You Yiming. You've taken on the role of the good guy. Fine. Who told you Qian Jia has done me a favor? Meanwhile, Hai Yang and Zhang Bing were mentally cursing themselves. The pretty boy they had dismissed turned out to be the young master of the Lu Group. They had indeed heard of the Lu Group, the largest private enterprise in the metropolis. Even in the capital, it held considerable renown, with whispers of powerful figures backing it. As for who that powerful figure was, opinions varied, but it was clear they were not on the same level. Hai Yang and Zhang Bing exchanged glances, recognizing the embarrassment of their situation. However, the opportunity lay before them. If they failed to seize it, regret would be their only companion. Hai Yang wanted to slap himself for being so impulsive earlier, having boasted about handling things alone. Given the strength of Lu Yiming in the metropolis, he hardly needed to regard Hai Yang. Now, he had blown his own trumpet beyond measure. Young Master Lu at that moment, Hai Yang gritted his teeth, determined to salvage his dignity, and stood up abruptly, startling Liang Qian. No, I cannot accept the title of young master. Honestly, being called a pretty boy is just fine. This retort left Hai Yang speechless. Lu Yiming, although somewhat petty, believed in settling scores, never letting grievances linger. That's enough. Let us just call it a day. Liang Qian tugged at Lu Yiming's sleeve. After all, he was her friend, and they had communicated openly. All right, whatever you say, Qian Jia. However, in this metropolis, we don't engage in the young master charade. Just call me by my name. If you wish to show respect, calling me Little Lu is acceptable. Considering Liang Qian's presence, Lu Yiming reluctantly agreed. Fine, Little Lu, we truly did not recognize your status earlier. Please don't hold it against us. Indeed, we were taken by surprise. Liang Qian introduced us to a true master, and we failed to see through it. My brother and I are to blame. Observing that Hai Yang had risen, Zhang Bing also felt compelled to stand, promptly lifting his glass. Each held a cup containing a modest 2 liang of liquor. This toast serves as our apology to the esteemed Mr. Lu. With that, the two of them downed their drinks in one go. To be fair, the gentlemen of the 49 city are quite generous. All right, let us sit down. Since she is Qian Jia's friend, she is also a friend of mine. Lu Yiming at this moment, Lu Yiming adopted a more serious demeanor, shedding the earlier frivolity. Finally, he returned to a semblance of normalcy. Lu Yiming remarked, it was indeed quite exhausting to perform just now. Liang Qian interjected, oh, come on, how come you seem to enjoy yourself? 1 million, right? Neither too much nor too little. Don't even think about grand business ventures. That's not something you two can partake in. Let us set a modest goal first. Aim to earn 100 million within 5 years. Pfft. Liang Qian nearly spat out the mouthful of water she had just sipped. How pretentious, setting a small goal of earning 100 million in 5 years. This is the most pretentious thing Liang Qian has ever heard in her life. Can't you go a day without boasting, Lu Yiming? Earn 100 million in 5 years? What kind of business will you start, bringing Qian Jia along? Don't believe it? Well, Hai Yang and Zhang Bing exchanged glances. Not even daring to dream of 10 million, and suddenly it's 100 million. So, are we to assume that all our efforts in the 49 city were in vain? In the eyes of Mr. Lu, it seems that our endeavors are mere trifles, just a way to scrape together some pocket change. Truly, the heights from which one views the world are different. Come on, we believe in you. We sincerely hope that you, Mr. Lu, will lead us to riches. All right, since we are friends, let us not stand on ceremony. For now, let us stay in the magical city. Everyone save my number. I'll be in touch. Taking charge, Lu Yiming exuded confidence. After bidding farewell to the two men, Lu Yiming resumed his playful demeanor. Qian Jia, were you satisfied with your performance today? It was decent, worthy of praise. How about a kiss as a reward? Don't. That would just be taking advantage of me. Oh, so you're the kind to take things lightly? Qian Jia is so fortunate to have laid eyes on you. It's hard to tell if this is a jest. But Lu Yiming seems to be serious. Forget it. I'm not worthy of such favor. How about we settle the necklace cost instead? Get lost. How could you even think of reimbursing a gift? Lu Yiming sighed. It seems I've lost both dear and valuable things. Fine. I'll take the loss willingly. Enough talk. I have matters to attend to. With a wave of his hand, he left without taking a single cloud with him. What a rascal! Little did Lu Yiming know. After he departed, Liang Qian caressed the necklace resting against her chest, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. Chapter 69. Home. In the nephrology ward of Huashan Hospital, Shanghai. Your daughter is truly filial. She visits you every day, unlike our boy, who hasn't shown his face since being hospitalized. Watching Cheng Xiao bustling about, even the other patients couldn't help but feel envious. These tasks could easily be handled by a nurse, especially since they already paid for the service, yet she insists on doing everything herself. She's just too thoughtful. Wang Feng lay on the hospital bed, her gaze never leaving the industrious Cheng Xiao. Her daughter's thoughtfulness tugged at her heartstrings. Since falling ill, all the burdens of the family had fallen upon her daughter's frail shoulders. Wang Fong often wondered how her daughter had endured all these years. Wang Fong spent half the year in the hospital to sustain her life. Each hospitalization cost was a significant amount for both mother and daughter. Many times, Wang Fong contemplated giving up, but it was always her daughter who encouraged her. Yet, every time she caught sight of the fatigue that occasionally flickered across Cheng Xiao's face, Wang Fong's heart would be left unsettled for a long time. Come sit for a while. There's nothing much to do now. Just wait a moment. I'll wash the dishes after this. Cheng Xiao smiled at her mother. The nurses had already done an excellent job, but no matter how well they performed, they couldn't compare to a daughter's care. Finally, having completed all her tasks, Cheng Xiao settled down beside her mother's bed. Are you tired from work? Not at all, Mom. Rest assured that a good job is hard to come by. I heard the competition is fierce these days, but you must take care of your health. Don't worry. I'm well aware. Whenever work was mentioned, Cheng Xiao's thoughts instinctively drifted to Lu Yiming. If it weren't for him, her life would be shrouded in darkness. He had brought light to her during her most desperate times. Truth be told, this job was not easily obtained. By the way, Mom, I got my salary yesterday. Although it was only for half a month, receiving over 2,000 was quite a considerable sum. After deducting rent and living expenses, she managed to save 1,500. Cheng Xiao was determined to repay Lu Yiming for the medical expenses he had covered. Regardless of what others thought of her stubbornness, the debt she owed him was too great for her to ever hold her head high before him. In fact, she felt unworthy of even daring to harbor feelings for him. The mother and daughter chatted for quite some time, as if there was an endless stream of words to share. During the conversation, Wang Fong subtly inquired about Lu Yiming. She felt uneasy. After all, her daughter was exceptionally beautiful. Wang Fong worried that her daughter might ultimately succumb to it. Wasn't that Wang Fong was overthinking. It was simply the harsh reality of society. People are often more forgiving of vice than of poverty. Wang Fong felt guilty for burdening her daughter in this way. Ultimately, after Cheng Xiao reassured and comforted her multiple times, Wang Fong's worries began to dissipate. One could only say that this time, they had truly encountered a kind-hearted person. Lu Yiming, so I've received another good person card? You should head home. You have work tomorrow. Mom, I want to spend more time with you. No need. I'm doing fine. You don't need to worry about me. For your sake, I will cooperate with the treatment. If one could see hope. Who wouldn't want to cling to this world? Seeing her mother's resolute attitude, Cheng Xiao had no choice but to rise to bid farewell. However, just as she stepped out of the ward, a shadow startled her. Shoo! What are you doing here, little Lu? Why are you at the hospital? I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Why didn't you come in? Cheng Xiao had no idea how long he had been waiting outside. I was afraid your mother might overthink things. Indeed, she had just managed to calm her mother's emotions, assuring her that there was nothing between herself and Lu Yiming. If Lu Yiming suddenly appeared, she wouldn't know how to explain herself. Little Lu, it's not work hours. Lu Yiming, do you need something from me? Follow me. Lu Yiming didn't address her question but turned to walk outside the hospital, exuding an air of mystery. Cheng Xiao instinctively followed in his footsteps, leaving the hospital together. This moment clearly illustrated that Cheng Xiao trusted Lu Yiming from the bottom of her heart. Yes, after enduring so many unexpected events, Cheng Xiao had complete faith in him. In her mind, Lu Yiming was unlike any other man. He harbored no desire to conquer or possess her. He was a man she could rely on. Although their time together had been brief, this trust was unprecedented. A month ago, Cheng Xiao would have never imagined that one day she would walk alone with a man at night. Get in the car. Huh, I'm taking you somewhere. Starting the engine, he drove away in a Ferrari. Lu Yiming, it's getting late. I know. I have work tomorrow. Being late doesn't count as absenteeism. That's different. I don't want special treatment. You must be tired. What? We'll be there soon. After about 10 minutes, the Ferrari came to a stop at the entrance of a residential complex. What is this? Your new home? Little Lu, please don't joke like that. Call me by my name. I'm sorry, but I need to go home. This is home. He was domineering, leaving no room for her to contemplate. Get out of the car. Reluctantly, she stepped out. It was a brand new complex, likely completed not long ago. Though be honest, this type of complex was far from what Cheng Xiao should be considering. Even the attic she rented in the alley was a result of frugality. Cheng Xiao had fantasized about earning back what she had lost through her hard work, to one day create a home for herself and her mother, but that was certainly not now. Just go take a look. It won't hurt. Stop hesitating. Lu Yiming pulled her along. The building was a small high-rise. There was an elevator, a tidy lobby, and hallways that stood in stark contrast to the chaotic old alleys. There were 12 floors in total, with 2 elevators serving 4 households each, providing a sense of privacy. Lu Yiming pressed the button for the 6th floor. This is it.at the door of 603. Lu Yiming produced a key. Come in. Observing Cheng Xiao hesitating at the entrance, Lu Yiming felt a bit helpless. What is wrong? Afraid of what I might do? Of course not. Then why are you lingering? It's late. Don't disturb the neighbors. Ultimately, Cheng Xiao took that step. The layout was 2 bedrooms and a living room, not very spacious, only about 70 square meters. Yet, compared to the few square meters of her attic, it felt like a world apart. The place was exquisitely decorated, complete with all the necessary appliances. Cheng Xiao stood there, stunned. It was exactly like the home she had always dreamed of, warmly decorated in soft hues, radiating coziness. Chapter 70. Birthday. 2 bedrooms and a living room, providing ample personal space. All the appliances were ready for immediate move. In. Lu Yiming forcibly guided Cheng Xiao on a tour. Indeed, this environment was incomparable to the attic she currently rented. Compared to the spacious and bright bathroom here, taking a shower in the alley was a hassle. However, for Cheng Xiao, this place felt foreign to her. I want to go back. Aren't you satisfied? I'm very satisfied, but I can't accept it. Cheng Xiao had her own pride. She couldn't keep accepting Lu Yiming's kindness over and over. Go her. It felt like charity. If she became accustomed to it, she would never be able to hold her head up again. Wait, do you think you've misunderstood something? Little Lu, I know you're not that kind of person. It's just that it's my own issue. Lu Yiming was not a bad person. On the contrary, he was one of the few people Cheng Xiao could trust at this moment. But precisely because of this, she found it impossible to accept his kindness. Perhaps this apartment meant little to Lu Yiming, but for Cheng Xiao, it was a heavy burden, one that could suffocate her. Hey, I've never met someone like you. You don't want the company perks? Huh. Cheng Xiao looked up in surprise. Company perks? Of course, the company provides housing benefits for single employees. Although I did use a bit of my influence, this was supposed to be a single apartment. However, considering you'll need to care for your mother, I applied for this 2-bedroom apartment. It must be said that Lu Yiming could lie without batting an eye. The Lu Corporation was indeed a leading private enterprise, with excellent benefits, but to say they could solve the housing problem for all employees. Even if Lu Yiming sold the company, it would be impossible to accommodate everyone. However, he was willing to go to great lengths to ensure Cheng Xiao felt at ease, even if it required a bit of manipulation. Cheng Xiao, I truly want to help you, but it must be within reason. You know that Lu Corporation employees receive housing subsidies, and most local employees don't need housing. Your situation is special, so the subsidy is cancelled. Really? Would I lie to you? Just don't spread it around. After all, I've upgraded the arrangement. If it gets out, it wouldn't be fair to the other employees. Little Lu, honestly, a 1-bedroom would be fine. My mom and I are used to it. Don't. This is a rare opportunity. Besides, 1-bedroom apartments are more sought after and easier to tidy up. Cheng Xiao was momentarily at a loss. All right, tomorrow we'll sign a leasing agreement with the company. If you leave your job, you'll have to vacate the apartment. Then, what are you still hesitating for? A better living environment will aid in your mother's recovery. Fine, I'll sign. After all that discussion, moving out for her mother's sake was the most practical solution. As for the agreement, the company seal of Lu Corporation was not a challenge for Lu Yiming. A document that couldn't be more fake. Lu Yiming could have it sorted in no time. Thank you, Lu Yiming. If it weren't for you, I no need for thanks. I'm just doing what any decent person would do. Seeing Cheng Xiao accept his goodwill, Lu Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, shouldn't we celebrate? Huh? For moving into the new home, as he spoke, Lu Yiming retrieved a cake he had prepared earlier from the kitchen. What is this? Today's your birthday. You didn't forget, did you? Birthday? Cheng Xiao realized it was indeed her birthday. She had completely forgotten. How many years had it been since she last celebrated her birthday? Ever since her father's accident, she hadn't celebrated a single one. She remembered many years ago, on her birthday, her father would personally cook a feast and wait with a cake for her to return from school. It felt as if Lu Yiming's presence now mirrored that moment. Why are you crying? I'm sorry, I don't cry. I have no ulterior motives. The thing is, it was written in your employment documents, and I just remembered. Thankfully, I was still able to get a cake. Truth, Lu Yiming had already ordered the cake in the afternoon. He had even been late for dinner because of it, enduring Liang Qian's teasing for quite a while. Lu Yiming, why are you treating me so well? What's wrong with that? No, it's not that. I fear I won't be able to control myself. Tears blurred her vision. Don't treat yourself so well. Please don't that I might lose control. In truth, she quite liked him, though not in a romantic sense. More like a brother's affection for a sister. A brother. Huh. Perhaps that's indeed the best way to describe it. Yet, for some reason, Chang Xiao felt a sudden emptiness within her heart. How about blowing out the candles first? I actually find this quite exhausting. Yes, I would like to escape as well, but seeing Chang Xiao's current state, if I don't reach out, am I even a man? In my previous life, I had wounded her deeply. After all those years of marriage, I always treated Chang Xiao as a substitute. I had never celebrated her birthday. The only time I acknowledged it was when I confessed everything to her. That night, she broke down and cried. Let us not dwell on that, all right? Today is your birthday. Let us be happy. All right. Let us blow out the candles. Okay. Through tears and laughter, this moment brought Chang Xiao happiness. After so many years, someone was finally there to celebrate her birthday with her. Although the man before her felt so distant, the idea of having a brother seemed quite nice. As for the birthday gift, please don't misunderstand. I know you don't accept extravagant gifts. This bracelet was bought from an ordinary accessory store, and it's not worth much. It was, in fact, from the same brand as the necklace he had given Liang Qian. Don't make it more convincing? Lu Yiming had deliberately purchased a plastic box from a small accessory shop. One must admit, Lu Yiming had gone to great lengths for this night. Thank you. Indeed, Chang Xiao accepted it. The shimmering bracelet was worth far more than a 3-carat diamond necklace. But the parties involved were oblivious to this fact. The candle has been extinguished, the cake has been devoured, and midnight has long since arrived. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere has grown somewhat ambiguous. Chang Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yiming, then lowered her head. The woman is not infatuated. However, everything has unfolded rather abruptly. Previously, Chang Xiao's willingness to make sacrifices was solely driven by her desire for her mother to survive. Yet, in this very moment, she is entirely willing. The allure of Lu Yiming is truly difficult to resist. Chang Xiao concedes that she has succumbed. Well, it's quite late. I shall take my leave. They have already claimed to be like siblings, and she certainly does not consider herself his intimate confidant. It seems she must allow Chang Xiao some time. Are you leaving? No, that's not what I meant. It's just by the way. I will assist you with your move tomorrow. No need. I really don't have much to bring. Very well, then I shall grant you a day off to get everything sorted. The upcoming period will be quite busy. All right. As she watched Lu Yiming's retreating figure, Chang Xiao felt a tumult of emotions within her, instinctively covering the bracelet she had just donned on her right wrist. Chapter 71. How did I fall under your spell? You seem to have it easy. Lily felt as if she had been perpetually busy lately, hardly having a moment's respite. Late into the night, she had conference calls to discuss subsequent procedures. The most pressing issue at hand was a lack of funds. Yes, a dire shortage of funds. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. All the capital has been entirely squandered by Lu Yiming. The feeling of being hounded for debts is truly unpleasant. Yet, young Master Lu remains unfazed, as if nothing troubles him. Initially, upon arriving at the office, seeing Lu Yiming engrossed in work at his computer provided Li with some relief. However, as she approached, she discovered that he was playing Minesweeper. She wanted to ask, how can you be so unfazed? There's a meeting coming up, and I must inform you that I do not intend to attend. Lily was evidently furious. She was seething with anger while he was nonchalantly engrossed in a computer game. Calm down. That I cannot calm down. It's just a meeting. Let anyone else go. I will firmly state that we have no money and are in dire straits. Such shamelessness indeed. Yes, young Master Lu is unafraid. If the sky were to fall, Lu would hold it up for him, but we are different. Feeling no familial ties, Lu Yiming might very well turn against us. Don't worry, be confident. Remove might from your vocabulary. Based on my understanding of my father, he will definitely sacrifice subordinates, but you will not be implicated. Lu Yiming. Lily was utterly exasperated. You already know the outcome. Aren't you afraid that morale will dissipate, making it difficult to lead the team? Don't shout. My hearing is perfectly fine. How was I so bewitched to board your pirate ship? Originally, she had been performing her duties splendidly, yet she foolishly believed Lu Yiming's sweet talk. There was no use in being anxious. It would only be a couple more days. Lily truly found it hard to believe in Lu Yiming now. Just a couple more days? She was aware that during this time, Gao had been practically missing in action. She had exhausted every means to discover where he had hidden himself. Today, you need to do nothing but send our people to visit the headquarters of Mobile and Unicom. Just a visit? Of course, indulging in a cup of coffee is permissible. It's on the company's tab.li. Can you at least provide a definitive answer? Rest assured, the Su family cannot hold out much longer unless they plan to withdraw from telecommunications. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly seek to preserve Gao's position. Lu Yiming is not foolish, and neither is the Su family. They are merely competing with mindset. Lu Yiming can remain composed, while Gao may not be able to. Should this matter come to light, Gao would crumble. All right, I will trust you once more to be by the way. Where is Cheng Xiao? I will bring her along shortly. That may not be possible. She is moving. Moving? At such a time? The situation is dire. Do you not agree? I consented to it. Lu Yiming. You truly are. Li pointed at him, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Enough. Stop grinding your teeth. Just a spoiled rich kid. It's not the first time I've said it. Lu Yiming shrugged, indifferent. However, he evidently misjudged Cheng Xiao in the previous life. Cheng Xiao was like a delicate porcelain doll, hidden away by Lu Yiming. She merely accompanied him to significant events. Yet, this was not the life Cheng Xiao desired. What she truly wished for was to showcase her inherent worth in her past life. Due to Lu Yiming, her talents remained unrecognized in this life. Since Lu Yiming has granted her an opportunity, how could Cheng Xiao possibly become ensnared in the comfort he has constructed? If you treat me as a national treasure, I shall repay you 100-fold. With her soft exterior and resolute inner strength, Cheng Xiao vowed to achieve great things. Thus, the moment Li stepped out of Lu Yiming's office, she encountered Cheng Xiao rushing in with a stack of materials in hand. Didn't young Master Lu grant you a holiday? Director Li, here are the materials I've prepared. This one is for Mobile, and this one for Unicom. Given the current situation, collaborating with Unicom seems more promising. Upon seeing Li, Cheng Xiao promptly handed over the meticulously organized documents. You still haven't answered my question, Director Li. The colleagues in our department are all busy, and I doubt very well. Come to my office. Li was quite pleased with Cheng Xiao's response. To be honest, in previous internal meetings, while the potential for collaboration with Unicom and Mobile had been mentioned, everyone was acutely aware that the ideal partner remained Telecom. The other two operators were merely glossed over. However, Li had not anticipated that Cheng Xiao had truly taken note of this, not only listening but also diligently researching the data from the two companies and compiling a proposal. Have you been burning the midnight oil again? Observing the evident dark circles under Cheng Xiao's eyes. The beautiful bags beneath her eyes were nearly concealed by the shadows. Director Li, call me sister. In Cheng Xiao, Li saw her own reflection. Why does Li command respect within the Lu group? Even the vice presidents treat her with utmost courtesy. This is not merely the aura of an assistant, but a testament to Li's capabilities and resourcefulness, the result of countless sleepless nights. At this moment, she recognized in Cheng Xiao a reflection of her own determination, but this young woman surpassed her in brilliance. Flipping through the materials Cheng Xiao had prepared, Li realized their significance. Sister Li, one crucial reason for choosing Unicom is that its data does not appear as impressive as Mobile's. Currently, among the three major operators, Mobile boasts the most attractive data, with a steadily growing client base. Thus, I believe that even if we manage to collaborate with Mobile, we will not receive the treatment we deserve. Data does not lie. It reveals the most authentic reality. To acquire these insights, Li had even consulted a professor from her alma mater, who happened to be Cheng Xiao's former elective course instructor. Naturally, the professor generously imparted knowledge to her beloved student. Understood. Prepare yourself. Shortly, we will visit Unicom. After organizing her materials, Li was also preparing a backup plan for Lu Yiming. Although Lu Yiming remained confident, Sister Li, I have one more question. I am not sure. Ask away. Sister Li, has our company's compensation always been this good? What? Providing single apartments for employees. What are you thinking? The company is currently in an expansion phase. Single apartments are out of the question. Li's instinctive response left Cheng Xiao momentarily stunned. So, Lu Yiming had been deceiving her last night? Trying every possible means to bypass her fragile pride? What's wrong? Nothing. I was just asking casually. All right, please brew yourself a cup of coffee. We will depart in half an hour. There was no time for reflection. The only task at hand was to race against time. Chapter 72. The Social Butterfly. Shortly after Li departed with Cheng Xiao, Lu Yiming received a call from Gao Yuan Capital. However, the caller was not Su Rongrong but Gao Lan. This individual was someone Lu Yiming had no recollection of. having never encountered her in the previous life. Gaoyuan Capital, after all, ranks among the top 5 investment banks in the metropolis, established quite some time ago. Yet none of the executives seemed to ring a bell. However, the other party was adamant about discussing the handheld wireless telephone system, leaving Lu Yiming somewhat perplexed about her true intentions. Ultimately, they arranged to meet at the CAF in the Peace Hotel. Meeting at a hotel? After hanging up, Lu Yiming displayed a contemplative expression. Inviting clients to a hotel, particularly a female one, inevitably sparked some speculation. He wondered if this was Su Rongrong's idea at IT seemed unlikely. Based on his understanding of her, she would never employ such tactics. Intriguing that IT appeared to be a unilateral decision. Yet Lu Yiming was curious to see how this would unfold. At 2 p.m., Lu Yiming set off with his car keys in hand. The Peace Hotel has long been regarded as the pinnacle of luxury in the metropolis. Even as time passes, it remains a steadfast presence. President Lu. Just as he entered, a sophisticated woman in a tailored suit appeared before him, clearly well prepared. President Lu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lan, the VIP client manager at Gaoyuan Capital. She handed him a black, gold-embossed business card, which had been delicately perfumed with Chanel No. 5. That her taste was commendable, and it was evident that Wang Lan had gone to great lengths in her appearance. With an open collar revealing her graceful collarbone, she subtly leaned closer to Lu Yiming, allowing a glimpse of what lay beneath. The fluidity of her movements showcased the unique charm of a mature woman, a most skillful approach. It was apparent that she often leveraged her advantages. Of course, Lu Yiming held no disdain for such tactics. The workplace is not particularly fair to women. Those who cannot adapt remain stagnant, while those who can might achieve success. While Lu Yiming was unsure of Wang Lan's boundaries, her initial allure was evident, suggesting she had studied men quite thoroughly. Cloaked in ambiguity, she exuded an inviting demeanor, weaving a web of seduction that would ensnare the average man. Manager Wang, it's a pleasure. President Lu is too modest. I am merely an employee. Wang Lan replied with a smile, though a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. He had not taken the bait. Her usual tactics, effective against men, had failed to ensnare this young Master Lu, who, by all accounts, was merely an inexperienced newcomer at his age. Men are often filled with fantasies about women. With her charm and today's meticulous preparations, Wang Lan had expected winning over Lu Yiming to be a breeze. Yet, to her dismay, he remained steadfast. Wang Lan had witnessed firsthand Lu Yiming's flirtations with Su Rongrong during their previous negotiations at Gaoyuan Capital. He had been quite the lecher, nearly provoking Su Rongrong's ire. Yes, Wang Lan may not possess Su Rongrong's stunning beauty, but she certainly had her own advantages. After all, how many men were enthralled by her well-developed physique? Wang Lan could hardly believe that Lu Yiming would remain indifferent to her advances. President Lu, I sincerely apologize for taking up your valuable time, but I have long admired you. While handing over her business card, Wang Lan playfully brushed her finger against Lu Yiming's palm, a blatant hint. Did he not understand her intentions? Manager Wang, I did not get to meet you during my last visit. I was leading a project and regrettably missed our meeting. I have regretted it ever since, which is why I mustered the courage to invite you out today. As she spoke, Wang Lan casually tossed her hair, allowing the fragrance to waft into the air. Chanel No. 5 is famously known as the man killer. Now that I am here, let us not beat around the bush, President Lu. You are quite eager. Please, this way I have prepared a little something for you. I hope you will indulge me. Wang Lan's every gesture exuded femininity, elevating her hints to an art form. The afternoon tea at the Peace Hotel features exquisite pastries from various countries, with the British set being particularly esteemed. President Lu, their Earl Grey tea is exceptional. Wasn't sure what you preferred, so I took the liberty of deciding. Wang Lan consistently placed Lu Yiming at the forefront of her considerations, skillfully appealing to his ego. This would undoubtedly elicit a positive response from him. After pouring him a cup of tea, she gracefully settled onto the sofa opposite him, crossing her legs. Though her professional skirt did not lend itself to such a posture, Wang Lan deliberately chose to do so, her black stockings enveloping her fair, elongated legs, enticing him to explore further. From their initial meeting until now, Wang Lan's every move had been meticulously calculated. If Lu Yiming were truly inexperienced, he would likely struggle to articulate his thoughts at this moment. Unfortunately for her, Wang Lan had misjudged this situation. In his previous life, Lu Yiming stood atop the pyramid, having encountered countless scenarios. He was no stranger to more captivating socialites. Lu Yiming understood her intentions clearly. If he were to become involved, it would be akin to wet hands grasping flour, impossible to shake off. Moreover, in order to entice Lu Yiming, Wang Lan simply did not possess the necessary qualifications. Manager Wang, I have no interest in items previously used by others. The moment those words escaped his lips, Wang Lan's previously poised smile faltered. What does that mean? Are you implying that I am second-hand? Wang Lan. Did I scoff at that notion? If it weren't for the palpable sense of crisis I feel at the company, would I bother employing such tactics on a mere fledgling like you? What is President Lu implying? I do not quite understand. Stay composed. I must endure this for the sake of the contract. Wang Lan was no fool. She was well aware of the promising prospects of the handheld wireless telephone system. This significant contract was the true reason for her interest that, of course, if it could simultaneously undermine Su Rongrong, Wang Lan would be even more delighted. Chapter 73. The harsh reality. Indeed, Wang Lan was not foolish. Otherwise, she would not recognize the lucrative returns offered by the handheld wireless telephone system. However, it was evident that she had chosen the wrong methods, or rather, the wrong opponent. Achieving the position of project manager at Gaoyuan Capital at such a young age demonstrated Wang Lan's ambition and capabilities. Unfortunately, her jealousy led her to harbor animosity towards Su Rongrong, who had been parachuted into the company. The most fatal error was her desire to compete with Su Rongrong. Who is Su Rongrong? The legitimate daughter of the Su family. What does that imply? The financial backers of Gaoyuan Capital are the Su family, who have positioned Su Rongrong as a key player in the metropolis. Without fully understanding Su Rongrong's background, Wang Lan rashly made her move, resulting in a painfully obvious outcome. Not only was it impossible for Wang Lan to secure the handheld wireless telephone system contract from Lu Yiming, but even if she managed to obtain it, it would not serve as capital for her promotion. Instead, it would hasten her departure from the company. Yet, Wang Lan had her own compelling reasons to fight for this contract. Simply put, with the departure of the investment department director, the vacant position was one Wang Lan coveted. Before Su Rongrong's sudden arrival, Wang Lan had faced no competition at Gaoyuan Capital, whether in terms of resources or personal achievements. Her ascension to the director's role would have been a natural progression. However, Su Rongrong's unexpected entrance created unprecedented pressure for Wang Lan. The candidate who was supposed to be decided last week has been repeatedly postponed. Rumors abound within the company, with everyone whispering that the position of the director is tailored exclusively for Su Rongrong. Initially, Wang Lan found this hard to believe. Even if there were powerful backers, what of it? Competence should be the foremost criterion. However, after gauging the sentiments of some senior executives, Wang Lan's confidence began to waver. Those who once supported her now exhibited a vague ambivalence, no longer offering their steadfast backing. Even if she were to ascend to the position, they would still be beneficiaries. Yet, they dared not express their stance lightly. All of this, she believed, was orchestrated by Su Rongrong. Why should that be? Wang Lan felt indignant, convinced that she was the best candidate. Was it possible that hard work could not rival connections? Thus, Wang Lan set her sights on the handheld wireless telephone system. She understood that after Su Rongrong's arrival, this was the only project available. If she could wrest it from Su Rongrong's grasp, it would not only serve as a severe warning to Su Rongrong but also demonstrate to all senior executives that Gaoyuan Capital could not do without her. What others could not manage, Wang Lan was determined to accomplish. She was prepared to pay any price necessary, driven by her ambition. Mr. Lu, you jest. I come here with sincerity. Therefore, even in the face of Lu Yiming's mockery, Wang Lan's resolve remained unshaken. Oh? Then let me offer you a chance. Lu Yiming was taken aback that Wang Lan could still maintain her smile under such circumstances, albeit a rather stiff one. Intriguing. The woman before him was indeed interesting. In Wang Lan's gaze, Lu Yiming detected ambition, an insatiable ambition. Mr. Lu, 40 million. I can add another 10 million investment for a 45 stake. This would represent a true win-win for us. Wang Lan's proposal was considerably more pragmatic than Su Rongrong's, yet regrettably, it still failed to meet Lu Yiming's standards. Both Su Rongrong and Wang Lan had high hopes for the handheld wireless telephone system, but sadly, their ambitions lacked the requisite boldness, and their market positioning remained inaccurate. The handheld wireless telephone system was not merely a contender in this era. It was a transformative product for the domestic communications landscape. This insight, apart from Lu Yiming, was likely beyond anyone else's grasp. Not enough that Mr. Lu, the handheld wireless telephone system is still under your purview. And you have also secured additional funding in such a short span. You've garnered such substantial returns. I believe both your father and the senior executives at the Lu Corporation would be quite pleased with this outcome, would they not? Such an achievement was indeed rare. And Wang Lan struggled to comprehend what Lu Yiming was still holding out for it. I understand what you mean, but regrettably, you and I share one commonality. What? Ambition, Mr. Wang. I see ambition in you, and likewise, I possess ambition that far exceeds yours. Lu Yiming's words left Wang Lan breathless, filled with a sense of invasion. At that moment, she felt a sense of encroachment emanating from Lu Yiming. Not the kind typically associated with male dominance over females, but rather an overarching aggression towards all ventures. 30 for 30 million. Impossible, Mr. Lu. This cannot be. Not just me, but even the board would never agree. Wang Lan was acutely aware of the board's bottom line, which even Su Rongrong could not alter. Her confidence in luring Lu Yiming was predicated on her ability to provide an additional 10 million in funding. This was her network. Yet, it appeared she had miscalculated. Lu Yiming did not require excessive capital to enter, but rather a stake in the venture. That was not within Wang Lan's purview to decide. It seems you cannot meet my demands, Lu Yiming shrugged. Indeed, Wang Lan possessed ambition, but regrettably, her aspirations did not align with her current capabilities. Mr. Lu, please reconsider. 10 million holds no allure for me, and you seem to have overlooked the most crucial point. What? Wang Lan had believed she had orchestrated everything perfectly, thus approaching Lu Yiming with confidence. Yet now, she realized she had been overly optimistic. She could not fathom where she had gone wrong. Even if you acquiesced to my demands, I still could not collaborate with you. What do you mean? Are you toying with me, Mr. Lu? Or have you already decided on Su Rongrong? You guessed correctly. I fail to understand, Mr. Lu. What merits does Su Rongrong possess? Is it solely because she is beautiful? Or is she your ideal woman? At that moment, Wang Lan was clearly flustered. All her composure had evaporated. Her agitation left her bewildered as she pondered where she had faltered. Business is business. I can distinguish between the two. Then why? The resources Su Rongrong possesses are beyond your reach. You lack the capability to negotiate with the three major operators, yet Su Rongrong can. While collaboration may be impossible, I can offer you a word of advice. Sometimes, one's background dictates everything, a barrier that no amount of effort can surmount. While this may be harsh, it is the reality. Chapter 74. After Lu Yiming departed, Wang Lan sat alone on the sofa, grappling with the profound impact of his words. Indeed, she had exerted effort, yet it still paled in comparison to the advantage of background. This truth, while brutal, was nonetheless undeniable. Yet Wang Lan remained unconvinced, reflecting on her past. Had she not simply sought to ascend through hard work? Was that a fault? She had done nothing wrong. The fault did not lie with her. Since Lu Yiming was unyielding, she resolved to approach the Lu Corporation herself, refusing to believe that it would be a monolithic entity. Wang Lan was confident that her terms were among the most enticing currently available. Wang Lan's journey transitioned from confusion to determination. Yes, she acknowledged her ambition, but it was rooted in her competence. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming had already set out in his Ferrari, bypassing the company to head directly to Gaoyuan Capital. Mr. Su, the director of the Lu Corporation, is here to see you. Su Rongrong, who had been reviewing documents, perked up at the mention of Lu Yiming's name. Where's the wrench? What happened to the wrench from last time, Mr. Su? What is wrong with Mr. Su? Usually composed, but upon hearing the director's name, she appears to have transformed entirely. Her clenched teeth betrayed her feelings. Could it be that there was a story between these two? Understood. Let him in. Though she wished she could dismember Lu Yiming, her remaining rationality compelled her to make the right choice. Earlier that morning, Su Rongrong had received a call from her father. Although he had not stated it outright, she discerned his meaning. Her uncle was on the verge of collapse. While she had been sidelining the Lu Corporation, that was ultimately unsustainable. If the higher-ups at Telecom learned of this, even with the support of the Su family, her uncle's position would be precarious. Moreover, Lu Yiming's threats were not without merit. The other two operators were equally ravenous. If this opportunity were lost, rapid development would be impossible. For Telecom. Taking a deep breath, Su Rongrong endeavored to recalibrate her mindset. It's fine. It's fine. Just think of this as a bite from that dog. Remain calm, Mr. Su. It's good to see you again. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a beaming Lu Yiming. His infuriating grin made her want to scream. Sit. Her expression remained impassive as she spoke. Mr. Lu, I will fetch coffee. When Lu Yiming had last visited, Su Rongrong had specifically instructed her assistant to serve only the finest hand-brewed coffee to guests. No need. What? I mean, Mr. Lu doesn't require coffee. Just a glass of water will suffice. Had her assistant not intervened, Su Rongrong would have preferred to serve Lu Yiming nothing at all. That, of course, if it were tap water, she would have no objections. Ideally, she would wish for it to be laced with poison, so she could avoid seeing him altogether. Mr. Su's hospitality leaves much to be desired, Mr. Lu. You jest I can distinguish between friends and foes. Su Rongrong forced out a smile, though it was somewhat strained. Despite her ethereal beauty, Mr. Su, are you not curious why I am here? Did Lu Yiming have a sudden epiphany? That would be ideal. They could sign directly and avoid complications. Mr. Su, I am in no rush. Your corporation is hardly a monolithic entity. Indeed, a little caution is understandable, but the Lu Corporation is not publicly listed. Ultimately, who holds the final say should be clear to you. What do you mean? Are you here to toy with me? Su Rongrong realized that despite her best efforts, she struggled to maintain her composure in Lu Yiming's presence. Of course not. I am not that bored. Lu Yiming shrugged and accepted the glass of water offered by Su Rongrong's assistant. He contemplated, but ultimately set it on the table. Although he was indeed parched, who could say if Su Rongrong might hint to her assistant to add something extra? After the assistant left, the atmosphere in the office felt decidedly peculiar. Lingering even a moment longer was uncomfortable. Speak. What is it? I am quite busy. Naturally, Mr. Su must be busy, for you need to persuade the board to support your proposal. Su Rongrong thought, that dog. He had once again guessed her intentions. Yes, after receiving the call that morning, she had conducted an intense internal debate and ultimately decided to compromise. She indeed believed in the handheld wireless telephone system. Furthermore, Lu Yiming was correct. The system could indeed perform miracles. However, her conviction was meaningless unless she could align the entire board with her perspective. Persuading the board became a conundrum. Within Gaoyuan capital, only the president knew Su Rongrong's true identity. The others merely recognized her as a recent arrival with a formidable background. As a result, they maintained a safe distance from her. Everyone was scrutinizing and assessing, and until they unraveled the intricacies, no one dared make a decision. This left Su Rongrong in a precarious position. As for why this situation arose, one could argue that Su Yunzhang had orchestrated it, intending to dissuade his beloved daughter from pursuing her ambitions. Regrettably, he underestimated both her determination and her capabilities. What? Did I guess correctly? Lu Yiming, do not revel in your triumph. This time you may have been swift, but the road ahead is still long. Enough with the grandiose proclamations. Your time is running short. What do you mean? Su Rongrong sensed Lu Yiming's veiled insinuation. Did you not say that the Lu Corporation is not a monolithic entity? I can return that phrase to you, verbatim. With that, Lu Yiming produced his phone. What is this? Wang Lan's voice. Although the conversation was not entirely clear, Su Rongrong immediately recognized the identity of the speaker. She came to see you. Su Rongrong's expression soured. Truly unscrupulous. Why do you not inquire whether I agreed? Is it amusing? If you had consented, you would not be here. Besides, you are not a fool. Given the choice between adding 10 million and a smooth journey, you would naturally choose me. Astute. I would certainly choose you. However, at that moment, Lu Yiming's gaze was so fervent that Su Rongrong felt compelled to avert her eyes. What do you mean? Are you playing word games with me? That dog. He spares no opportunity. Chapter 75. Is this dog truly placing a curse upon me? Mr. Su, your decision? To be honest, Lu Yiming was indeed as Su Rongrong had surmised, caught between a rock and a hard place. Why had he patiently awaited this moment, time and again? It was all for Su Rongrong. This led to confusion from Li, who could not comprehend why he would not opt for better choices. Love the enterprise but not the beauty. You should be aware that your demands will be difficult for the board to accept. You should also understand that this is a significant test for you. Su Rongrong inhaled deeply. Give me 10 minutes. Most gladly. Seeing Su Rongrong finally resolve herself, Lu Yiming settled comfortably against the sofa. Wait. Is there something else? Su Rongrong picked up the organized documents in front of her. Prepared to leave, but Lu Yiming called out to her. Fetch me a cup of coffee, would you? Understood. That dog. He truly knows how to ingratiate himself. After instructing her assistant, Su Rongrong made her way to the president's office. As she walked, countless eyes followed her. It seemed Lu Yiming was correct. This was indeed a significant test for her. Mr. Zhang, welcome. Upon seeing Su Rongrong enter his office, Mr. Zhang appeared to smile slightly, as though he had been anticipating her arrival. I take it you've wagered with your father. Who won? From the looks of it, I have. Mr. Zhang was in high spirits, relishing the rare victory over the Su family. However, the head of the Su family was merely concerned and flustered, having overthought the possibilities. Sometimes, the answers are straightforward, requiring no convolutions. I hope you will review this data. No need. 30 million for 30 is a fair deal, Mr. Zhang. You are aware? Indeed, I am fully aware. When? I had already suspected when you first led the team to Shaorizi. As expected, the insights of these magnates were indeed, Mr. Zhang. There is another complication. Wang Lan. She is merely being clever. Wang Lan has enjoyed smooth sailing for too long. A stumble this time would do her good. As soon as Wang Lan was mentioned, Mr. Zhang's expression darkened. He understood Wang Lan's desire to prove herself, but it was utterly unacceptable for her to undermine the company's interests. Wang Lan had talent, and Mr. Zhang would be delighted if she could persuade Lu Yiming, but how could she justify the additional 10 million? The distribution of established interests meant relinquishing Gaoyuan Capital's vested interests, something Mr. Zhang could not condone. Understood, Su Rongrong nodded, handing over the documents she held. Mr. Zhang perused them and promptly signed his name. Xiao Su, you resemble your father greatly. No, you are even more exceptional than he was at your age. Thank you. Su Rongrong merely smiled at Mr. Zhang's compliment, acknowledging that their starting points differed and the future still held much ahead. Her steps back to the office were noticeably lighter as the burden on her heart finally began to lift. As Mr. Zhang watched Su Rongrong leave his office, his expression darkened, and he dialed Wang Lan's number, AT that moment. Wang Lan had just approached the vice president of the Lu Corporation, who seemed quite captivated by the prospect of collaboration. Just as she was about to persuade him, she received a call from Mr. Zhang and her expression shifted dramatically. Apologizing to the vice president, she hurried back to the company, her demeanor increasingly grim. She had invested everything, yet what was the outcome? Damn it. Why should this be? Meanwhile, in Su Rongrong's office, she had initially intended to share the good news with that dog immediately, only to find him asleep on her sofa. Her assistant could only chuckle in disbelief at the sight. Mr. Su, I was just about to come in and deliver the coffee, but Mr.Lu has already. Please, go ahead. By the way, draft a contract based on this and collaborate with the colleagues from the legal department. Understood. Su Rongrong, for reasons unknown, found herself inexplicably softening her demeanor despite her evident displeasure towards Lu Yiming. In that moment, she instinctively treaded lightly. It was apparent that Lu Yiming was genuinely exhausted. Indeed, Lily had only observed Lu Yiming engrossed in a game of Minesweeper that morning. However, Lily overlooked the fact that, despite usually being the first to arrive at the office, Lu Yiming had beaten her there. In reality, Lu Yiming had stayed up the entire night. Although he wished to collaborate with Su Rongrong, the unpredictable nature of business necessitated that he keep a safety net for himself. Thus, he had prepared meticulously throughout the night. No one, least of all Lu Yiming, could afford to take work lightly. His request for coffee was not merely an attempt to curry favor but a genuine need for the stimulating effects of caffeine. Unfortunately, before the coffee could arrive, Lu Yiming succumbed to a deep slumber. If there were to be blame, it would be attributed to the exceptionally comfortable sofa in Su Rongrong's office. TSK, it certainly owed him. Drafting the contract would require at least an hour. Perhaps it was her own soft-heartedness. But Su Rongrong chose not to wake Lu Yiming. Instead, she removed her shawl. An elegant woman always keeps a shawl at hand, and Su Rongrong was no exception. Su Rongrong. Wait, what am I doing? It was only after she draped the shawl over Lu Yiming that she snapped back to reality. Surely, she must have been feverish, unwell to worry about whether this insufferable man might catch a chill. This insufferable man had constantly teased her. What she ought to do was lower the office air conditioning to the coldest setting to freeze him out. Remove the shawl? However, if she were to wake him, she would find herself at a loss for words. Never mind, he was a business partner after all. Even if she wished to freeze him out, it would have to wait until after the contract was signed. Su Rongrong was continuously concocting justifications for herself. Thus, she sat in her office chair, staring blankly at Lu Yiming's sleeping face. To her surprise, he looked rather appealing in slumber. It was hard to find a man more. Wait, she must be ill. Her mind was wandering. Su Rongrong shook her head, forcing herself to concentrate on the documents before her. Yet, she found herself glancing up inadvertently. Was this a form of enchantment? Lu Yiming, lost in dreams, could hardly fathom the allure of his sleeping visage. Had he known, perhaps he would have considered setting up a bed in Su Rongrong's office. An hour later. Mr. Su, the contract has been drafted. Perhaps overly excited, the assistant forgot about the guest in Mr. Su's office. Chapter 76. Su Rongrong's Little Pride. Be gentle. Apologies, Mr. Su. I'm awake. Lu Yiming opened his eyes, slightly dazed. He found himself unexpectedly asleep in Su Rongrong's office, yet he had slept soundly. Since his rebirth, it was the first time he had rested so peacefully. Attempting to rise, he noticed something draped over him. What is this? A lady's shawl. Well then, Mr. Lu, now that you're awake, you may take your shawl back. Also, take care next time not to let strangers sleep in my office. Su Rongrong appeared slightly flustered. She could not allow Lu Yiming to misconstrue anything. Assistant, shawl? What shawl? Ah? Oh, right. I will be careful. Upon seeing Mr. Su's expression, the assistant immediately understood everything. Hastening to tuck the shawl into her arms, Mr. Su, here is the contract. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Very well, Su Rongrong responded with forced calm. Surely, this insufferable man would not see through her ruse. Lu Yiming. Ha! The scent on this shawl is unmistakably the same as that of Su Rongrong. Did he really think he could remain oblivious after all these years of being a spoiled rich kid? The ability to discern a woman's fragrance was something he had long mastered. However, he chose to preserve Su Rongrong's dignity, lest she find herself embarrassed. Lu Yiming refrained from addressing the matter directly and even smiled at Su Rongrong's assistant in gratitude. Yet, this scene did not escape Su Rongrong's notice. Su Rongrong. Insufferable man, he has begun to play coy again. I shouldn't feel sorry for him. Mr. Lu was quite impertinent, showing no fear of my potential retaliation. You wouldn't dare, haha. After all, we are about to become business partners. Lu was exceedingly confident. I despise this man's self-assured demeanor, as if he holds all the cards. The contract has already been prepared. What is there to feign? Then please, Mr. Lu, take a look. Su Rongrong ground her teeth in frustration. Why was this insufferable man so detestable once he woke? Lu Yiming took the contract and examined it thoroughly. Such standard contracts were typically crafted to mitigate legal risks by the legal department. As long as the figures were accurate, it would suffice, Mr. Su. You have put in considerable effort. The key elements remained unchanged, indicating Su Rongrong's genuine sincerity. Lu Yiming directly seated himself across from Su Rongrong at her desk. What do you intend to do? Su Rongrong immediately braced herself. Ever since the last incident, her guard against Lu Yiming had reached its zenith. Naturally, to sign, Lu Yiming seized the pen from Su Rongrong's hand and inscribed his name on the contract. Aren't you going to take another look? Gao Yuan Capital is a substantial company. They would never resort to petty tactics. Where is the official seal? I carry it with me. Hemph. How could the illustrious Lu Group be reduced to the status of a fly-by-night operation? Su Rongrong. This man clearly had her in his sights, even bringing the official seal along. Yet, Su Rongrong could not afford to lose face. She had to retaliate with her wit, refraining from letting this insufferable man have it too easy. After all, they were to be partners. Signing, sealing, all completed in one go. Su Rongrong quickly submitted the contract for review. 10 minutes later, 3 copies of the contract were signed. Mr. Su, here's to a fruitful collaboration. A handshake is unnecessary. I fear the risk of infection. Lu Yiming. His blatant disdain was palpable. However, after Lu Yiming departed, the assistant hurriedly returned with Su Rongrong's shawl. Mr. Su, shall I help you wash it? Just put it down. The air conditioning in the office is a bit chilly. Assistant. Is the office air conditioning cold? I didn't notice. This prideful demeanor is rather. Meanwhile, Wang Lan had also returned to the company, heading straight for the president's office. Wang Lan was seething with resentment. She had clearly managed to sway the vice president of the Lu Group. With the right support, she had every chance of securing the project. Yet, at the critical moment, it was halted, simply because the other party was Su Rongrong, thus necessitating this form of protection. This was utterly absurd. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang has a conference call. The president's assistant attempted to intervene, but Wang Lan's fierce glare sent the assistant retreating. Assistant, woo-wooed. Mr. Wang is quite intimidating. Her commanding presence indicated she was here to demand accountability. Wang Lan stormed into Mr. Zhang's office. Mr. Zhang, I expect a satisfactory explanation. What explanation do you require? The contract has already been signed. Mr. Zhang, I could have secured a larger stake for the company with the handheld wireless telephone system contract. At this moment, Wang Lan remained steadfastly confident in her eyes. All her actions were for the company. This time, it was the company that had betrayed her. We can discuss this once you've calmed down. Mr. Zhang's expression darkened further. It seemed Su Rongrong's sudden arrival had placed immense pressure on Wang Lan, causing her to lose her composure. What is this place? The president's office. To make such a scene here and not even close the door. Drawing the attention of onlookers outside, Mr. Zhang, I am perfectly calm. I had a clear opportunity to secure 40% of the shares. I do not understand why Su Rongrong was the chosen one. Are you trying to instruct me on how to conduct business? I demand fairness. Wang Lan, are you still a child? After all these years of navigating this industry, when have you ever witnessed true fairness? Furthermore, this is a company project. Do you think that merely because you can pull in 10 million in investments through your connections, it is something remarkable? 10 million for 10% ownership, a guaranteed profit. To undermine Su Rongrong, have you even considered the company's interests? If everyone acted like you, would we still uphold the company's rules? Mr. Zhang, these are all lessons you taught me. Times have changed, Mr. Zhang. Is it simply because she is Su Rongrong? Fine, I quit. Wang Lan slammed the contract she had prepared onto Mr. Zhang's desk. This grievance was simply intolerable. Everyone outside was taken aback. Quit just like that. A job with $1 million salary, and she walks away without a second thought? By the time Su Rongrong received the news and rushed to Mr. Zhang's office, Wang Lan had already departed, leaving Mr. Zhang to simmer in frustration. I will go and persuade her. The one who tied the knot must untie it. This matter stemmed from her, and only Su Rongrong could untangle the convoluted web-no need. She is merely confused for the moment. I know Wang Lan. Once she comes to terms with it, all will be well. Mr. Zhang waved his hand. Although he had indeed been angered by Wang Lan today, he understood that she was a valuable asset to Gao Yuan Capital. The principle of balancing scales was not lost on him. Chapter 77. Digging the foundation. Mr. Zhang understood Wang Lan. Everything would be fine once she had time to reflect. However, he could not have anticipated that the furious Wang Lan would encounter him in the parking lot. What is with this furious demeanor? Wang Lan. It's him. Mr. Lu truly is a master strategist. Wang Lan's cold smirk indicated that even the dimmest of minds could grasp the situation. She had just approached Lu Yiming, and now he had signed a contract with Su Rongrong without a moment's hesitation, directly selling her out. How dare he appear before her with such audacity? Was he mocking her? Wang Lan was ready to scratch that handsome face off in frustration. This man was infuriating. On the contrary, he merely wished to invite Wang Lan for a drink. What do you mean by that? This little rascal, what trick is he trying to play? She had already resigned herself to being a stepping stone for Lu Yiming. Now, was he here to gloat? Mr. Lu, I believe we have nothing to discuss. Are you afraid? Haha. Wang Lan rolled her eyes and yanked open the car door. Afraid? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. As expected, the art of provocation proved effective. Lu Yiming started his Ferrari and drove out of Gao Yuan Capital. Half an hour later. Peace Hotel. Upon seeing this familiar place, Wang Lan seethed with anger. How dare you, Lu Yiming, bring me to a hotel? It was evident that all men had such ulterior motives. After having rejected her advances that afternoon, how could he expose his true nature so soon? What do you want, Lu Yiming? If he dared to tease her even once, she would not hesitate to turn him into a punching bag. Did he truly consider her an innocent girl? Dinner at the Peace Hotel's Western restaurant is quite nice. Mr. Wang, do not judge my intentions so harshly. I hope so. Wang Lan stepped out of the car, although her expression was somewhat. The welcoming staff at the entrance were taken aback. Was this young lady being held against her will? Should they call the police? The Peace Hotel's Western restaurant was a favored social venue for the elite of the city. Lu Yiming requested a private room, which was quite a gesture. Chateaubriand, medium rare. It turns out Mr. Wang knows how to indulge. Just this Chateaubriand alone costs over 1,000 ISM. Aren't Lu feeling the pinch? After signing such a substantial contract today, it would only be right for Mr. Lu to treat us. However, if Lu is truly hesitant, I am happy to cover the bill. At this moment, Wang Lan resembled a thorny rose, entirely different from their earlier meeting. Women are indeed born actresses. Now, it seemed that Wang Lan's true nature was being revealed. Mr. Wang is jesting. Would you care for a drink? I would like a glass of 1982 Lafite, if Lu is willing to provide. Naturally, I would be delighted. Though in China, finding a bottle of 1982 Lafite is nearly impossible. Joking about wanting a glass of 1982 Lafite was akin to flaunting one's superiority. In truth, there were only a limited number of bottles of 1982 Lafite, and they were consumed daily. As for those found in China, they were mostly counterfeit. Liu Yiming was not the type to drink fake wine merely for the sake of status and taste. The Chateaubriand would pair better with a bottle of Latour S1, the understated king, worthy of comparison to Lafite. Understanding Latour S1 signified true taste. Very well, this little trick has indeed been played on Liu Yiming. Fine wine and exquisite cuisine temporarily soothed Wang Lan's inner turmoil. Mr. Liu, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Are you pretending to be a gentleman before me? Wang Lan felt no sense of defeat. In the afternoon, Mr. Liu had indirectly mocked her as being second-hand merchandise. Oh, what if she was second-hand? She was 30, and it was perfectly normal to have a man in her life. Wang Lan was the type of woman who enjoyed life. Why must a woman be an accessory to a man? In this era, independent women could thrive as well. She wanted to experience a passionate romance. If it ended, she would simply wave goodbye. Liu Yiming, with such conservative thoughts, was clearly out of touch. I would like to invite you to join Liu Group. At that moment, Wang Lan felt utterly flustered. Liu Yiming's words had shattered her composure. What nonsense is this? Join Liu Group? Is this a ploy against me? Wang Lan had envisioned countless scenarios, but never this one. Although Latour S1 was less expensive than Lafite, it was still a rare and exquisite wine, not to be wasted. Liu Yiming certainly had a knack for surprising people, yet Wang Lan's expression was one of disbelief. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Wang has likely fallen out with Gaoyuan Capital. Correct? Are you plotting against me? What are you saying, Mr. Wang? That is quite an emotional outburst. How unexpected it is that Liu Yiming's words could be so pleasant to hear. How did you know I would have a falling out with Mr. Zhang? Because you are ambitious. I have said before, you and I are both driven individuals. Those of our ilk will never willingly settle for being subservient. Oh, you believe I cannot compete with Su Rongrong? If I were you, I would not bring up such a ludicrous question. Liu Yiming had not anticipated that a woman's jealousy could be so formidable. Was she truly fixating on this point? Mr. Liu, does your invitation mean you are clearing a path for Su Rongrong, removing obstacles from her path? Should Wang Lan remain at Gaoyuan Capital, she would undoubtedly become a hindrance to Su Rongrong. Furthermore, the relationship between Liu Yiming and Su Rongrong was already complex. Wang Lan was no fool. The last time at the office, there was clearly a story between the two. Naturally, Wang Lan would assume that Liu Yiming's actions were for Su Rongrong's benefit. This Su Rongrong was indeed fortunate, surrounded by so many men. Why should that be? Merely because she is young and beautiful? Wang Lan was simply unwilling to accept it. Mr. Wang, do you lack confidence in yourself? Or have you already resigned yourself to the idea that you cannot measure up to Su Rongrong? Nonsense. Liu Yiming's sharp tongue managed to provoke Wang Lan into a flurry of eloquence. A feat worthy of pride. I am providing you with a platform to showcase your talents. I could remain at Gaoyuan Capital just as well. Should you stay, your defeat is inevitable. Why should I be unable to surpass Su Rongrong? Merely because she is Su Rongrong, the very essence of Gaoyuan investment is rooted in her family. Hist, this is impossible. As an elite in the investment world, Wang Lan could not possibly be unaware of the Su family. However, when did Gaoyuan Capital become an entity of the Su family? Such news had never reached her ears. Wang Lan's reaction was utterly genuine. It seems the Su family has concealed their influence remarkably well, even from high-ranking individuals like Wang Lan, who remain oblivious to their strategic maneuvers. Chapter 78. Surrounded by wolves, this wine, though exquisite, is not meant to be consumed in such a manner. Observing Wang Lan downing the red wine in her glass, Liu Yiming could not help but frown. Had he perhaps overstepped with his provocations? So that was it. Wang Lan wore a resigned smile. Indeed, she had speculated about Su Rongrong's background and had even associated her with the Liu Group. Yet, she never fathomed that Su Rongrong was the young lady of the Su family in Su province. This loss was truly unjust. Liu Yiming spoke nothing but the truth. Remaining at Gaoyuan Capital would lead to her demise. Regardless of whether she could contend with Su Rongrong, her future had already been sealed. Moreover, her abilities might not even match those of Su Rongrong. Wang Lan, not just you, even I might not stand a chance. Presently, Su Rongrong does seem rather inexperienced. However, in his previous life, Liu Yiming had witnessed Su Rongrong's cunning and tactics. Once she matures, not only will the unestablished Wang Lan struggle, but even Liu Yiming may find her formidable. He never anticipated that the President Liu would hold her in such high regard. To be pragmatic, what do you think? Are you interested in my proposal, President Liu? President Liu, the investment department of the Lu Group is your autocratic domain. My joining would hardly benefit you. Just as Lu Yiming had previously stated, Wang Lan was brimming with ambition. Therefore, her potential entry into the Lu investment department might not necessarily be advantageous for Lu Yiming. If their opinions diverged, Wang Lan would not wish to repeat past mistakes. Perhaps this is the lament of a worker. Even if one becomes the emperor of labor, what of it? Wang Lan was acutely aware that Lu Yiming would not relinquish his power. This much could be deduced from her earlier interactions with the vice president of the Lu Group. In the Lu Group, Lu Yiming grants no favors to anyone. Coupled with his father's support, it is entirely a one-man show. Who speaks of the investment department? What do you mean? The supervisor of the logistics department. President Lu, are you jesting? Me, a distinguished investment elite of Magic City, relegated to the logistics department? Absurd. This position, compared to Gaoyuan Capital, is laughable. Even if I were to switch to any other investment bank, I would secure a far more respectable position that showcases my talents. I would be insane to retire at the Lu Group. In Wang Lan's eyes, the logistics department was merely a place for retirement. What, do you look down on it? Thank you for your invitation, President Lu, but I fear it is not suitable for me. Wang Lan, being decisive, rejected the notion outright. Although upon learning of Su Rongrong's identity, she would no longer remain at Gaoyuan Capital, that did not signify the end of her competitive spirit in her early 30s. The horizon of her future was still vast. It seems you are quite confident in yourself. Naturally, the role of logistics department supervisor is indeed a considerable challenge. Lu Yiming's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Wang Lan's reaction. President Lu, why bother? Business is not about benevolence. There may yet be opportunities for collaboration in the future. I am offering you the best opportunity. Wang Lan. How had she not realized that Lu Yiming possessed such a tenacious side? President Lu, the position you propose would belittle my capabilities. It is not that Wang Lan overestimates herself. Achieving her current status at her age is no small feat. Few in the investment circles of Magic City can claim the same. Moreover, last year, she had received the prestigious Golden Award in the investment sector. This not only acknowledged her abilities but also served as her stepping stone. In the realm of investment banking, this honor holds significant weight. Wang Lan was confident that should she decide to leave Gaoyuan Capital, her reputation would attract interest from various firms. With her qualifications and capabilities, she could negotiate terms with top-tier investment banks. Any position would surely surpass that of logistics department supervisor. The wine must not go to waste. Wang Lan had made her intentions abundantly clear, yet Lu Yiming, undeterred, poured her another glass. President Lu, I fear that your words today may fall on deaf ears. How can one know without trying? President Lu is indeed persistent. Fortune ebbs and flows. Who could have anticipated that she now held the reins? She recalled how earlier in the day, President Lu had scoffed at her, likening her to second-hand goods. Little did he know, she held a grudge. Wang Lan, no longer anxious, raised her glass to Lu Yiming with a smile. Lu Yiming. Indeed challenging, yet the more so, the better. What he lacked was capable individuals. Currently, in the company, there were few he could truly trust. Among the capable, there were only Li Li and Cheng Xiao. Yet, Li Li remained somewhat wary of him, while Cheng Xiao, though loyal, still required growth. Keeping her by his side as an assistant would be the optimal choice. Thus, Lu Yiming sought an aide who could command respect. He had been contemplating this for some time, not expecting Wang Lan to approach him at this juncture. Following their earlier exchange, he had discerned that Wang Lan was precisely the person he needed. Not only was she exceptionally talented, but she also possessed ambition. As long as she remained ambitious, Lu Yiming could propel her forward. Whether or not she would ultimately spiral out of control was a concern he chose not to dwell upon. He could accommodate Wang Lan's every desire in terms of managing subordinates. The reborn Lu Yiming had studied the craft for an entire lifetime. Furthermore, Wang Lan had privately engaged with the upper echelons of the Lu Group, likely gaining insights into his current situation. To overlook such talent would surely lead to regret. I presume you are now somewhat acquainted with my circumstances. President Wang. Lu Yiming raised his glass, affirming, a true man can bend and stretch. What do you mean, President Lu? Surrounded by wolves. You jest, President Lu. You are to be the future master of the Lu Group. That is contingent upon reaching that position. Are you not concerned about your father's potential distress upon hearing such words? On the contrary, I must demonstrate sufficient strength. Otherwise, I might truly find myself restless in the grave. Lu Yiming. Perhaps something feels amiss. His father was still in the prime of his life. Was this statement somewhat unfilial? Having experienced his previous life, Lu Yiming possessed a keen sense of crisis. Although the Lu group currently stood strong, no one could predict the adversaries that awaited in the future. Therefore, the Lu group could only have one voice, that of Lu Yiming himself. Chapter 79. A man must protect himself. Surely President Wang does not genuinely believe she could remain in investment banking for life. Investment banking demands both vitality and health. In other words, while Wang Lan could currently thrive in the industry thanks to her charm and tactics, aging is an inevitability. When the day comes that youth fades and allure diminishes, where would Wang Lan find herself? Would she merely watch as newcomers flaunt their prowess before her? That is a notion she could hardly bear. President Lu, you truly... Wang Lan felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her glass of red wine at Lu Yiming. This little rascal never uttered a single compliment. Yes, he was correct. His observations reflected the harsh realities of the investment banking world. Yet Wang Lan did not rely solely on her looks today. She had simply been ensnared by her own desperation to achieve her goals, leading her to imply her intentions to Lu Yiming earlier in the day. In retrospect, she regretted her actions. Let us not dwell on that. Before you lies an opportunity. Compared to Gaoyuan Capital, the Lu Group offers a broader scope. Once a successful transformation is achieved, President Wang's stage will be even grander, will it not? Why should I trust you? Because I need you. I require your support. President Lu, could you refrain from breathing so heavily while speaking? Wang Lan shot Lu Yiming a playful glare. Yet, his words had planted a seed in her heart, a broader stage. Indeed, the Lu Group possessed such potential. If Lu Yiming's vision came to fruition, this future would undoubtedly entice Wang Lan. However, achieving such a goal would not be a simple feat. Lu Yiming's implication was clear. Surrounded by wolves, he would have to contend with those who had once fought alongside his father to build their empire, the loyal retainers of the Lu Group. It was akin to the transition of dynasties. To preserve their current power, these old-timers would not easily relinquish their hold. What if they were to lose? I have not considered that. President Lu, your confidence is remarkable. Should defeat befall you, I would accompany you in starting anew. President Lu, should I commend you for being confident or for being arrogant? Perhaps it is my charismatic appeal. I believe once we collaborate, you will discover more of my merits. Lu Yiming exuded unwavering confidence. Although his current position within the Lu Group appeared precarious, if he could not navigate such minor trials, he would not deserve to inherit the Lu legacy. Very well, I shall accompany you in this venture for 1 year. If after that period my expectations are unmet, I shall depart at any moment. Agreed. Lu Yiming raised his glass once more. He had not misjudged Wang Lan. Deep within, she was inherently audacious, and he had merely ignited that spark of madness within her. Ultimately, a bottle of Chateau Latour Master S1 found its way into Wang Lan's stomach. President Lu, cannot hold your liquor? I merely need to maintain a clear mind at all times. That not an excuse. For one as seasoned as Wang Lan, a bottle of red wine was merely a drop in the bucket. Of course, she had her share of regretful moments. She recalled when she first joined Gaoyuan Capital, it had been a fledgling entity in the investment world. To secure a contract, she had once indulged in a drinking spree that extended into the early hours. At that time, she had already exhibited her wild side. In her pursuit of the contract, she had gotten herself utterly inebriated. Upon awakening, she found herself in a hotel bed, alongside the opposing company's CEO. Her mind had been a blank slate. Yet, she did not weep or rage. Instead, she quietly donned her crumpled attire. Wang Lan constantly reminded herself that she had made a fundamental error, naively believing society to be straightforward. It was a harsh lesson learned. Upon not returning home that night, her boyfriend had sensed something amiss, and they ultimately parted ways over the incident. However, Wang Lan returned to the company unfazed. Thanks to that contract, she quickly gained prominence and caught President Zhang's attention, leading to an influx of opportunities. For Wang Lan, drinking was a means to enhance her tolerance. She believed that by overpowering her opponents with drink, she could better safeguard herself. Nevertheless, all her efforts ultimately succumbed to the weight of her background. Had it not been for Lu Yiming's revelations, she might still be foolishly battling on, eventually leaving the stage amid the ridicule of others. For this, Wang Lan was grateful to Lu Yiming. At the very least, he had helped her see the truth. However, overcoming this psychological barrier was not as simple as mere words suggested. Today, Wang Lan found herself yearning for a drunken escapade. It had been ages since she last experienced the effects of intoxication. One last indulgence. Consider it a tribute to her years of hard work. President Lu, This wine lacks vigor. Feel free. Then I shall not hold back. To indulge in excess requires no justification. Yet, it would not be Chateau Latour Master S1. Given Wang Lan's tolerance, she would need to drink until Lu Yiming faced bankruptcy, an hour. 2 hours. The waitstaff in the Western restaurant were utterly bewildered. How many times had they fetched wine? Gazing at the line of empty bottles at her feet, they wondered if she was the legendary wine goddess. It was indeed peculiar how she seemed to grow increasingly sober despite the copious amounts she consumed. Wang Lan appeared to mock herself. Though she was downing one glass after another, she simply could not achieve drunkenness. Drunk is not the issue. It is your problem. If it were someone else, I would have been intoxicated long ago. Wang Lan's playful sulk implied that the fault lay with the individual before her. How vexing. She had simply wished for a good drunken spell. No, I shall not drink anymore. Wang Lan staggered to her feet, but after just a few steps, she swayed to the side. Had Lu Yiming not swiftly caught her, she would have surely embarrassed herself. Indeed, she was intoxicated. Lu Yiming shook his head in resignation. Thankfully, he had foreseen this. Choosing to remain at the hotel had proven to be a wise decision. Hey buddy, do you think that woman was playing a game? Who knows? Perhaps the wealthy lady has taken a liking to the pretty boy. It could all be a ploy. Wow, the world is vast and full of wonders. Today has truly opened my eyes. Lu Yiming assisted Wang Lan in leaving. A few waitstaff huddled together, gossiping softly. They were all perceptive. The man had not pressured her to drink. It had been she who kept pouring for herself. Was this an excuse for reckless behavior after drinking? Modern women could be quite intimidating. Men must always protect themselves, especially when faced with captivating patrons like the one earlier, whose looks rivaled that of the hottest young talents. It seemed she would not escape the night unscathed. Chapter 80. New opportunities and challenges in a suite at the Peace Hotel. Wang Lan clutched her throbbing head. She had been awakened entirely by the pain. Who claimed that good wine would spare one from headaches? If she could, she would love to deliver a resounding slap to those who propagated such nonsense. Where was she? The hotel? In a suite. The scene mirrored one she wished to forget. Blast it. Why had she so easily trusted a man again? Turning her stiff neck, if Lu Yiming truly lay beside her, she would spare no effort to teach that little rascal a lesson. No one. The other side of the bed lay empty. Wang Lan. Winky face. Wait, could it be that this little rascal had taken advantage of her and fled? Such behavior was utterly despicable. Throwing off the covers, she discovered that her dress from the previous night was indeed missing. Instead, she donned a hotel nightgown. You scoundrel. Just as she was about to voice her grievances, a voice emerged from the darkness, startling Wang Lan. President Wang, you nearly scared me to death. What are you doing here? Why, this room is one I paid for, Lu Yiming replied with an air of exasperation. What happened to my clothes? You threw up, Lu Yiming stated flatly, recounting a fact devoid of any emotion. Last night's Wang Lan had indeed been quite the spectacle. Wasn't she the one who claimed to be impervious to intoxication? How had she ended up in such a state? You helped me change? How novel. The hotel has staff. Rest assured, they were female. Lu Yiming, do you find me repugnant? At least you possess some self-awareness. Get lost with that. Wang Lan seized a pillow and hurled it towards the source of the sound. A true gentleman uses words, not fists. If you have the audacity to come over, let us see if I resort to words. Her teeth clenched in frustration. She detected an unmistakable disdain in Lu Yiming's tone. I possess both grace and beauty. Renowned as the queen of the investment realm in the Magic City. How dare you look down upon me? Lu Yiming thought to himself. Indeed, women are utterly incomprehensible. Moments ago, she was in a state of panic, and now that she learned there was nothing amiss, she began to act up again. He merely wished to inquire whether he should proceed or not. In the next moment, Lu Yiming drew open the curtains, and sunlight streamed in. Wang Lan instinctively shut her eyes. The blinding sunlight made her wonder what time it was. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll be waiting for you in the living room. By the way, the contract has been drafted and is ready for your signature. What contract? Wang Lan asked, somewhat bewildered. Of course, the employment contract we discussed last night. Is that so? I don't recall. It seemed she had only wished to indulge in inebriation the previous evening. Wang Lan, you'd better remember, or I won't hesitate to assist you in recollection. Lu Yiming's sinister smile sent chills down Wang Lan's spine. Her hair stood on end. She felt as though she had boarded a pirate ship. 10 minutes later, freshly groomed. Wang Lan appeared in the living room clad in the hotel's nightgown. One could not deny that her figure, having been well developed, was incomparable to that of Cheng Xiao or Su Rongrong. Even Lu Yiming couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Why aren't you dressed? Are you blind? Not dressed? Is my nightgown an example of the emperor's new clothes? What I mean is, could you refrain from being so revealing? Wang Lan, do you truly not regard me as a man? Nonsense. I too wish to change. Where are my clothes? Lu Yiming sighed, realizing he had forgotten. Last night's outfit had been sent for dry cleaning and had yet to return. That is due to your own circumstances. Clearly, after last night, their relationship had become significantly more harmonious. Let us take a look at the contract. Lu Yiming wasted no time. He had procured this contract from the HR department early in the morning. Logically, the logistics supervisor would be considered a mid-level executive in the company, typically requiring a meeting for discussion. However, Lu Yiming was notoriously autocratic, leaving no opportunity for the HR manager, who could not afford to offend the future heir, and thus complied by preparing the contract. 200,000 annual salary. Wang Lan glanced at her salary with evident disdain. Upon closer examination, it's actually 16 months' worth, totaling 250,000. Lu Yiming, do you value me at merely 250,000? Wang Lan fumed. After all, she was among the first batch of million-yuan salary employees in the Magic City. You're only willing to offer me a quarter of my worth? You're nothing but a charlatan. The remainder, I shall personally supplement. Lu Yiming was aware that this was indeed a bit excessive. However, the salary for the logistics supervisor at the Lu Corporation was typically structured this way. He couldn't alter the entire company's salary structure for Wang Lan alone, lest he invite greater trouble. The company's old-timers were eager to find any fault with him. That's more like it, but we must formalize this with a written agreement. Do you not trust me? Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Reluctantly, Lu Yiming prepared a written agreement, and only then did Wang Lan readily sign her name on the contract. Manager Lu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Guidance is a stretch. I'll give you 2 days to complete the onboarding procedures and report to your position. I have tasks for you. Wang Lan felt somewhat apprehensive, so soon into the role. Is there no time for adjustment? She had only just begun to accept her new identity. Dream on. This money won't come without effort. The capitalist's true colors. Once you adapt, it will be fine. Now that the contract bore her signature, Lu Yiming was untroubled by the prospect of Wang Lan reneging. I have a meeting with Gao Tang today. You shall come to my office the day after tomorrow. With that, Lu Yiming prepared to leave. Gao Tang of the telecom group? Are you still not clear? I understand now. No wonder you wish to collaborate with Su Rongrong. They are family, after all. Excellent. Wang Lan had accepted reality. In terms of connections, she was far inferior to Su Rongrong. This much became exceedingly clear after Lu Yiming unveiled Su Rongrong's background. You need not concern yourself with this matter. After all, your current responsibilities have changed. Lu Yiming's aim was to ensure Wang Lan swiftly adapted to her new role, given the mounting internal pressures within the company. He also needed to prepare for the future. Additionally, he owed Su Rongrong an answer regarding the last incident involving Zhang Zun. This matter also required resolution to avoid lingering misunderstandings. Lu, the skin peeler. Watching Lu Yiming depart, Wang Lan couldn't help but mutter. Yet, internally, she felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been a long time since she felt such exhilaration. A challenge, an opportunity. This was precisely what Wang Lan cherished most. Chapter 81. A grand vision. When Su Rongrong reached out, Lu Yiming effortlessly met Gao Tang at the telecom group's headquarters in the Magic City. Young Master Lu, I've been exceedingly busy lately. I had planned to meet with you these past few days. I truly did not expect you to choose to collaborate with Rongrong. It seems we are fated. Gao Tang wore a sincere smile. As for what Gao Tang was truly busy with, only he knew. You're being overly modest. Good things often require patience. Not revealing the truth while maintaining mutual respect was a fundamental rule in the business world. As a seasoned veteran, Lu Yiming naturally maintained his composure. His heart steady. In truth, during their meeting, Lili had feared that Lu Yiming's youthful exuberance might lead to a confrontation, necessitating her intervention. Yet now, witnessing the two shamelessly exchanging pleasantries, she found it more audacious than herself. Conversely, Su Rongrong did not possess such audacity. As someone privy to the truth, a hint of awkwardness often crossed her face. If it weren't for her uncle's assistance, she wouldn't have had to hide away these past few days. Thankfully, she had finally secured 30% of the shares, allowing her to breathe easy. Once seated in the conference room, Lily handed out the prepared summaries to everyone present. Young Master Lu, Rongrong has been praising the future of the handheld wireless telephone system. I've been quite curious about what high-tech advancements warrant such dedication from you. Gao Tang, of course, was well aware of the handheld wireless telephone system, yet the telecom group was not solely under his purview. It required the approval of higher-ups. Convincing those executives was Lu Yiming's responsibility. Rather than a negotiation, this meeting resembled a preliminary examination. Gao Tang may have misunderstood. The handheld wireless telephone system is not a cutting-edge technology. Huh. Upon hearing this, not only did Gao Tang's expression shift, but Su Rongrong also showed a slight change in demeanor. Who speak such blunt truths? Such remarks would only provoke doubt among the telecom executives. It was well known that the telecom group lagged behind the other two operators in development. A misstep in this layout could spell disaster for the company's future. Young Master Lu, do you understand what you're saying? Gao Tang frowned, a hint of displeasure evident on his face. Indeed, you are still quite young. The executives at Telecom, including Gao Tang himself, were not eager to hear such things. Please remain calm, Gao Tang. I am merely presenting the future before you. As for your choices, you will have ample time for consideration and inquiries once I conclude. Lu Yiming maintained a poised demeanor before Gao Tang, a presence not typically embodied by someone in their 20s. Gao Tang found himself intrigued. In the telecom environment, those in their 40s or 50s trembled in his presence, let alone dared to raise their voices. Yet here was Lu Yiming, discussing the future of the Lu Corporation with him so confidently. Very well, young Master Lu. I am eager to hear your analysis. The handheld wireless telephone system replaces the last segment of a fixed line with a wireless connection, comprising components such as the RT in the central office, the ATC for air traffic control, the RP as the base station controller, and the mobile phone PS. This means it can perform all functions available on a fixed-line network. That's rather vague. Young Master Lu, what specific features does it include? Call forwarding, three-way calling, and voicemail.is that all? Naturally not. The handheld wireless telephone system also possesses several mobile phone functionalities, such as roaming, wireless internet access, location-based alerts, and ISDN capabilities. With all due respect, if these are the features, I find it hard to discern its competitive edge. Gao Tang, the greatest advantage of the handheld wireless telephone system lies in its combination of the low cost of fixed-line telephony with the multi-functionality of mobile phones. Of course, this is predicated on the telecom group obtaining network access qualifications, which I believe should not pose a challenge for your company, Lu Yiming asserted confidently. The fusion of low-cost fixed-line features and the multi-functionality of mobile telephony is the fundamental reason for the rapid growth and popularity of the handheld wireless telephone system. No one could dispute this. Although the system's path may diverge, it remains the most suitable offering for the nascent mobile communication landscape in the country. Lu Yiming gestured towards Li, who quickly distributed summaries of the core technologies underlying the handheld wireless telephone system to all attendees. Feel free to review the materials. The handheld wireless telephone system utilizes microcell and dynamic channel allocation technologies, which have never been seen in the country before, significantly enhancing frequency utilization and system capacity. In essence, the system employs a time division duplex (TDD) mode for communication between the mobile phone and the base station, utilizing a time division multiple access (TDMA) structure for wireless channels, with voice encoding using a 32-bit SAD-PCM format, and the wireless interface employing Data V5 interface technology. This configuration strengthens the system's resistance to interference, improves voice communication quality, and enhances system confidentiality. Most importantly, it is affordable. Once the telecom group launches the handheld wireless telephone system, it will completely revolutionize the existing mobile communication infrastructure, ushering in a brand new transformation. And this price point is one that neither mobile nor Unicom can compete with. The telecom group would only need to alter its existing base stations, which is a negligible investment for such a significant return. No wonder Lu Yiming exuded such confidence. At that moment, even Gao Tang felt a stir of excitement within him. He even secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, Lu Yiming had chosen to wait. It was apparent what the handheld wireless telephone system meant for the telecom group. If he were to miss this opportunity due to his own shortcomings, it could jeopardize his career. Very well, young Master Lu. The only remaining issue is how to gain network access. Gao Tang, that is the question you must ponder. If we handle everything, wouldn't your company merely be riding on our coattails? Ha, young Master Lu, that analogy is quite amusing. Gao Tang chuckled, somewhat exasperated. finally revealing his grievances. However, after witnessing the future of the handheld wireless telephone system, he found himself compelled to endure. The potential that young Master Lu held was indeed boundless. Chapter 82. The Layout. Young Master Lu, are you truly so trusting of telecom? After departing from the telecom headquarters, Lili could no longer contain her curiosity. From the outset, neither telecom nor Gaotang had left a favorable impression on her. Had it not been for Lu Yiming's urgent intervention that morning, Lili might have already been in the offices of the other two operators with Cheng Xiao. I understand what you wish to convey. Lu Yiming shrugged, dismissing the notion of prioritizing personal relationships over business. In Lili's mind, he was likely enamored, hence willing to wait for Su Rongrong to sign the contract. I do not share that opinion. But you do? Fine. I do. Lu Yiming. How refreshingly candid. Although the three major operators appeared similar on the surface, at this stage, the government's support for telecom was unmatched. Young Master Lu, I must remind you that such statements require substantiation. It's simple. The handheld wireless telephone system requires a 1900 MHz to 1920 MHz frequency access system, which the other two operators will likely struggle to secure. Why can telecom manage it? Because Gaotang has connections. Not revealing too much, Lu Yiming had to concede that the influence of the Su family was indeed formidable. Just remember this. We are merely here to make quick profits. Lu Yiming stretched, having minimized the costs associated with the handheld wireless telephone system to the lowest possible. The substantial profit margins would suffice for the Lu Corporation to navigate its rapid growth phase. This was Lu Yiming's true aspiration. As for the trend he was leading, he regretted to inform that no one would be able to follow suit within the next 5 years. After that period, Lu Yiming would directly open the technology and usage rights of the handheld wireless telephone system to the domestic market. As for himself, he would gradually withdraw from this domain. Everything was meticulously orchestrated from the beginning, with each piece falling into place to lay the groundwork for the future. By the way, make arrangements. There will be newcomers reporting in the next few days. Naturally, Lu Yiming referred to Wang Lan. What position? Supervisor of the group's logistics department. Young Master Lu? Li, no fool, had witnessed many such scenes as the president's assistant. This is madness. Young Master Lu has yet to firmly establish himself in the group and is already considering. What would President Lu say if he found out? Are you afraid? You are playing with fire. Rather than saying that, one might argue that some individuals have already fallen behind the times. They can barely operate basic computer software, living off the legacy of others. President Lu would not permit you to act against them. Compared to Lu Yiming, Lili had a deeper understanding of President Lu. Those individuals had been with him since the inception of the company. President Lu was also known for his nostalgia. During Lili's tenure, there had been numerous opportunities for President Lu to act against these elders, yet he always hesitated at critical moments. Otherwise, the old guard would not occupy so many senior positions within the company. It was apparent that President Lu had indulged them. Even Lu Yiming, when faced with these old-timers, would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Lili did not endorse Lu Yiming's approach towards the elders. Such actions would severely tarnish his reputation. Once action is taken, regardless of victory or defeat, for Lu Yiming, it becomes a situation of double loss. Suppressing esteemed veterans is never a trivial matter in any company. Young Master Lu, the best course of action would be to persuade President Lu. Only he possesses the stature to silence all dissenting voices. Throughout history, has it not always been this way? Do you think my father can bear to be ruthless? The outcome is glaringly obvious. If it were possible, I would not need to intervene. Lu Yiming is acutely aware of the pros and cons. Of course, if these old fellows understood their place, he would not mind retaining them. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that they have already turned against him. This is what Lu Yiming finds most intolerable. Not only do they create obstacles within the company, but they also take the opportunity to incite rebellion against him. The situation with Su Rongrong increasingly raises suspicions in Lu Yiming's mind. In his previous life, he acquiesced to their demands, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Lu Group. But what about those higher-ups? One by one, they betrayed the company's interests, profiting handsomely while the Lu Group floundered. In the end, his father succumbed to exhaustion and despair. Lu Yiming was powerless to prevent their plundering of the group. Since they have already taken action against him, it stands to reason that it will not be a singular event. Rather than living in constant vigilance against thieves, it is wiser to resolve the issue once and for all. Young Master Lu, you must think carefully. It is not yet time to sever ties. Sooner or later, since my father cannot bring himself to act, I shall take on that burden as his son. Pursuing victory is where Lu Yiming excels. Meanwhile, at Gaoyuan capital, a rejuvenated Wang Lan reappears. Compared to the previous day's disarray, today's Wang Lan presents a completely different demeanor. While President Wang's ability to self-regulate is remarkable, after yesterday's chaos, today he appears as if nothing has transpired. It is no wonder he has reached his current position. Perhaps President Wang feels quite helpless himself. He was meant to be the one in charge. Hush, are you really saying you want to quit? The senior executives at Gaoyuan capital collectively fall silent, clearly sensing something amiss. As grassroots employees of the company, they must never voice their opinions casually. To do so would be to invite ruin. If they lack even this basic awareness, they should not be in the investment circle. I knew you would quickly adjust your mindset. Rest assured, there will be ample opportunities for you. The moment Zhang Zong laid eyes on Wang Lan, a victorious smile graced his face. Wang Lan is a clever individual, and intelligent people naturally make the right choices. Gaoyuan capital and Wang Lan share a mutually beneficial relationship. Wang Lan would never choose to leave during such a critical time for Gaoyuan capital. This is Zhang Zong's confidence. However, this time, Zhang Zong has clearly miscalculated. Apologies, Zhang Zong, but I am here to submit my resignation. What does that mean? Isn't it obvious? I'm done. Wang Lan felt a sense of liberation she had never experienced before. You, Zhang Zong, only know how to paint grand visions. Well, I hereby officially inform you that I am quitting. Chapter 83. The fallen ruler of the 49 city. The guest house, a product of this era, is abundant even in the bustling metropolis and the Luan district, formerly the French concession. Tranquil roads lined with sycamore trees exude elegance, a legacy in itself. Inside a guest house in Luan district, we have been waiting for a week. Do you think that guy is playing us? I doubt it. Liang Qian's reputation must be upheld. That said, Zhang Bing appears rather unconfident. Although he has over 1 million on him, he and Hai Yang cannot afford to be reckless. The metropolis seems to possess its own currency standards. 100,000 seems substantial, but if they loosen their grip, it can vanish in an instant. They cannot afford to stay in luxury hotels. The guest house, though lacking in quality, offers a budget-friendly price of 50 yuan per night. If it comes to it, we can always head north. I have 2 comrades in the northeast doing quite well. Enough. You know what they do, and you're not ignorant of the risks if things go awry. How will we explain it to our families? The 2 old men have lived their lives with integrity. We cannot let ourselves be the ones to ruin them. I never said we should stay long. Bingzi, that line of work makes money quickly. We can do a few jobs and get out. To be honest, Hai Yang is genuinely tempted. The last time he visited, his 2 comrades were dressed in luxurious fur coats, spending extravagantly. With their gold chains and pagers, they seemed to lack only cigars. Back in the army, they used to follow behind him. Who would have thought that 10 years could change fortunes? Luckily, these 2 comrades reminisce and have offered to bring him into their line of work. Hai Yang is truly interested. However, at that time, business was still decent in the 49 city, and there had been no investment failures. Men always care about their pride, naturally reluctant to admit their struggles. Thus, Hai Yang politely declined. Seeing no way forward, he has resolved to take the plunge. Hai Yang, do you really think it's that easy to do business with the Russians? Not to mention, many big shots went bankrupt due to exchange rate fluctuations. Accumulating massive debts, we should lay low for now. I'm not out of options. Hai Yang sighed. Yes, the unexpected downfall of the Russians led to a collapse in exchange rates. Those who made a fortune running solo found their rubles worthless. These fellows are truly pitiful. And do you think the Russians are good people? If we step into their territory, can we avoid being bullied? What is there to fear? Let us just go. We fought before. The Russians are a fighting nation, but Hai Yang is not afraid. Enough. You're not a young man anymore. We must act our age and wait a bit longer. Zhang Bing opened a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Hai Yang. The 2 of them smoked together, their surroundings littered with cigarette butts. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The 2 exchanged glances. They had no friends in the metropolis, so who could it be at this hour? Probably those troublesome women again. Hai Yang frowned. Even in his lowest point, he would not seek solace with such women. What else with the knocking? I warned you. We don't need service. Frustrated, Zhang Bing flung open the door, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only for the words to freeze in his throat, his face turning crimson. Cough. I this Bingzi. Who is it? Hai Yang instinctively glanced towards the door and immediately stood up, though his expression grew somewhat awkward. What brings you here? What? You 2 are really down on your luck? The visitor was none other than Liang Qian. Yet for Zhang Bing and Hai Yang, their most destitute selves were now laid bare before their former goddess, leaving them feeling quite uncomfortable. "How did you find us?" Although they had kept in touch via phone, Zhang Bing and Hai Yang had never disclosed their location in the metropolis, too embarrassed to admit it. "In the metropolis, is there anyone I cannot find?" Liang Qian frowned slightly. She had been trying to contact them all morning, but their phones were off. Unable to wait any longer, she enlisted the help of a friend at the police station to track them down, which proved to be an effortless task. However, Liang Qian truly did not expect her two childhood friends to be living in such dire straits. "You still have over 1 million, right? When did you become such a miser?" "Well, when out and about, one must save where possible and spend where necessary. Indeed, besides, the environment here is decent. We're two big men, so we don't mind these things." Zhang Bing and Hai Yang each offered an excuse. Liang Qian surveyed the room, deeming it decent. "This room is in the basement, damp and poorly ventilated, with an indescribable odor pervading the guest house. The spider webs in the corner are quite eye-catching." Liang Qian knows her childhood friends well. They have always cared about appearances, often putting on a facade. Now, willingly residing in this basement, they must truly be at their wits' end. It is also her fault for initially dismissing Hai Ying's situation. It's a shame to see the once prominent young masters of the 4-9 city reduced to this. "Liang Qian, how about we go out for a stroll? There's a nice CF around the corner. Bingzi and I were just there yesterday, and the coffee was authentic." "All right, pack your things and come with me." "Where to?" "It's quite nice here." "Fine, if you want to save face in front of me, then don't come looking for me again." "No. Why are you getting angry all of a sudden?" Hai Yang quickly stopped Liang Qian, who was pretending to leave. "Are we not childhood friends?" Liang Qian crossed her arms, casting a cold smile at the two, and of course. "You are indeed my Qian Jia." Pleased with the response, Liang Qian nodded. "Then listen to me. Hurry and pack your things. I can't stay here any longer." Sometimes, such disdain is not hurtful but rather allows Hai Yang and Zhang Bing to breathe a sigh of relief. Liang Qian is still the same Liang Qian as before. She has not changed due to their misfortune. The way they interacted before remains unchanged, and this feeling is truly comforting. As for her disdain for the environment, of course, Zhang Bing and Hai Yang also share that sentiment. During their prosperous days, they never experienced such hardships. Not to mention Liang Qian, who was spoiled as a princess since childhood. Hai Yang and Zhang Bing quickly gathered their belongings. However, upon checking out, they discovered their room had been overcharged in front of Liang Qian. The two had no choice but to be magnanimous, declaring, "It's just 50 yuan. We'll let it go." Chapter 84. "Look at me, sweating profusely. You two have some nerve, leaving a perfectly good Audi 100 parked here. Don't you feel embarrassed?" At the entrance of the guest house, the Audi 100 belonging to the two stood out glaringly. Hey, in business, it's all about face. They were now completely exposed before Liang Qian. At this point, Hai Yang and Zhang Bing no longer pretended. Yes, the once prominent young masters of the 4-9 city had fallen from grace. This Audi 100 was procured through connections in the military. It is well maintained but has clocked over 300,000 kilometers. Originally, it was meant to be sent to the logistics department for thorough servicing. The two had spent a bit of money, benefiting each other, but primarily they valued the military license plate. This vehicle has not passed inspection and is still registered under the General Staff's Logistics Department. All right, follow me. Liang Qian was driving a 1992 Toyota Crown Century. The two cars traveled one behind the other, heading directly to the Sheraton in Jing'an. The stark contrast to the previous guest house was striking. This seems a bit extravagant. Staying here for a night would cost at least several hundred. They understood the principle of you get what you pay for. During their prosperous days, they frequented such high-end establishments. But now, having fallen on hard times, a true man can bend and stretch. Enough. I want to take your money. Liang Qian, Zhang Bing opened his mouth to speak, but the words stuck in his throat, unsure how to proceed. At this moment, Zhang Bing's emotions were likely the most complex. Liang Qian had always been his goddess, and now, standing before her, what? Was everything he just said in vain? Qianjia, Bingzi didn't mean it that way. It's just that we really need to save money right now. Why family holds shares? So I can get you an internal rate of 100 per night. How does that sound? Sure, that works perfectly. 100 per night. Even a decent guest house wouldn't charge that little. Liang Qian secured a room for the two, handing them the room key cards. What? Do you need me to personally escort you upstairs? No, we can manage ourselves. Hurry up and be formal. I'll be waiting for you in the lobby. There's something else? How surprising. Of course, I've come to find you. My brother has some news and wants to meet this afternoon, or I wouldn't be searching everywhere for you. My bad. I drank too much last night and forgot to charge my phone. Last night, the two had drowned their sorrows with peanuts and ergot, ending up intoxicated without realizing it. Hurry up. All right. News from Lu Yiming is undoubtedly welcome for the two. Although it's just a standard room, it represents a significant improvement for Haiying and Zhangbing. Brother, this favor will be hard to repay. Haiying gazed at the luxurious decor, sighing. Though he didn't voice it, he was well aware. While Yang Qian's family holds shares in the hotel, the claim of 100 yuan per room as an internal rate is sheer nonsense. The more upscale the hotel, the stricter the rules. Hotel management is not something that can be casually altered. It's likely that Liang Qian had secretly pulled some strings to secure a favorable arrangement for them. As for Zhangbing, he remained silent after entering. Haiying patted his brother on the shoulder, knowing he was struggling inside, but there was little he could say at this moment. All right, let us get ready quickly. We don't want Qian Jie to wait too long. Having come straight from the army, Haiying took a refreshing shower, also shaving his beard clean. Half an hour later, the two reappeared before Liang Qian, looking revitalized. Not bad. Now you both look the part. Liang Qian nodded in satisfaction. At least they no longer appeared so disheveled. Initially, the brothers had intended to drive their Audi 100, but Liang Qian insisted they take her car instead. Saving on fuel costs was beneficial, especially since the Audi S engine was not performing well and guzzled gas. It's still a military vehicle. Come on, doing business in the metropolis is not about this. That military plate of yours, aside from free parking, doesn't offer much else. It's strange, though. The business community in the metropolis generally avoids too much association with the military. It's just the way things are. Liang Qian drove directly to Nanjing Road, which was close to the pedestrian street, separated by just a wall. The area was bustling with tourists. Liang Qian had her reasons for bringing them here. Where is everyone? I've arrived. Liang Qian pulled out her phone and unceremoniously dialed Lu Yiming's number. Quickly. In this era, conversations on mobile phones are audible to everyone nearby. Hurry up, the sun is blazing. Liang Qian urged. 10 minutes later, a sweating Lu Yiming appeared before Liang Qian. You little rascal, was that intentional? Liang Qian hid in the shade, immediately expressing her displeasure upon seeing Lu Yiming. Look at you. To her surprise, Lu Yiming leaned his face closer to Liang Qian. What do you want? Liang Qian instinctively recoiled. This little rascal, how dare he surprise attack? Truth be told, Liang Qian was quite pleased with Lu Yiming's sudden closeness, but with so many people around, she felt the need to maintain some decorum. Moreover, she had not intended for Lu Yiming to put on a performance today. She had already clarified things with Zhangbing. Their relationship was purely one of revolutionary friendship. Unfortunately, her backward lean was too exaggerated, and she lost her balance, falling backward. Luckily, Lu Yiming reacted swiftly, catching Liang Qian before tragedy struck. What on earth are you doing? This action made Liang Qian feel a bit shy. Had she just been teased by Lu Yiming? This little rascal was deliberately embarrassing her. What nonsense. I just wanted you to see my forehead. Lu Yiming looked utterly helpless. Did you see that? I'm sweating profusely. I parked the car properly but rushed over directly. And yet, you still have the audacity to blame me, Liang Qian remarked with an exasperated expression. Besides, we agreed to meet at 2 p.m., and it's only 1:50 now. Lu Yiming displayed his watch, confirming that there were indeed 10 minutes remaining until their scheduled meeting. Liang Qian let out a deliberate scoff and pushed Lu Yiming aside. All right, now that everyone is here, let us get down to business. Her actions were a subtle attempt to save face, as the earlier scene had been somewhat awkward. Zhangbing could only sigh deeply upon witnessing it. It was obvious to even the simplest of minds that Liang Qian harbored feelings for the young CEO. However, it seemed that the young CEO was oblivious to her intentions. Did he really think Liang Qian regarded him merely as a dear elder sister? The goddess had her affections, while the king remained indifferent. It would be disingenuous to claim there was no jealousy, but alas, such fortune was beyond his grasp. Chapter 85. A tremendous business opportunity. Lu Yiming instructed Liang Qian to take his companions to Nanjing Road, keeping the purpose of their visit shrouded in mystery. Both the two men and Liang Qian were filled with curiosity. So, how do you find Nanjing Road? It was bustling with people, quite lively indeed. Unable to decipher Lu Yiming's intentions, Liang Qian could only speak candidly. As long as it's lively, that's good enough. This place? The two exchanged glances, noting that aside from the shops, there was little else. Wait, retail recruitment? Could it be? Young CEO, you're not suggesting that we venture into the retail business, are you? Haiyang and Zhangbing were no fools. They had often engaged in opportunistic schemes. Yet, their excessive cleverness, filled with thoughts of shortcuts to wealth, had led them to their current predicament. I've calculated that the foot traffic here is quite substantial. Well, young CEO, although the location of the shop is promising, I fear that without substantial goods, it may not be feasible opening a shop. This was a thought that had never crossed their minds. Moreover, was it not a tad late to dive into retail at this juncture? Of course, it's something unprecedented. Can't you speak properly? Stop being so cryptic. Liang Qian frowned in dissatisfaction. Her annoying younger brother was playing mind games with her. No, I'm not. Lu Yiming mysteriously pulled out a compact object from his pocket, a phone. The trio's attention was instantly captured by the phone before them, the new model. I've never seen one before. In this era, affluent individuals had long abandoned bulky mobile phones, as several major brands had released more convenient models. The Nokia 1011 that Lu Yiming used was the world's first GSM phone, marking the end of the era of analog devices. Yet, even the Nokia 1011, when viewed through the lens of 20 years hence, appeared as cumbersome as a brick. In stark contrast, the lightweight phone in Lu Yiming's hand was remarkably sleek. Liang Qian instinctively took the phone from Lu Yiming. To her surprise, it was indeed light and aesthetically pleasing. What do you think? It's quite attractive. I'm tempted to get one for myself. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. For a fashionable woman like Liang Qian, carrying around a brick of a phone was undeniably inconvenient, yet living without a phone was simply not an option. Young CEO, do you have the exclusive rights to it? Haiyang's mind raced, immediately considering a possibility. If there were exclusive rights, it could indeed be a lucrative business. If it were exclusive, the profits could be substantial. Yet, even so, it might only yield a brief period of prosperity. Zhangbing appeared more pragmatic. Having already suffered considerable losses in recent years, he was naturally more cautious. Indeed, if the market were to suddenly release a compact and exquisite phone, it would certainly attract attention. However, the competition in the mobile phone industry is already fierce. To capture the Huaxia market, manufacturers will employ any means necessary. A newly launched phone will be imitated and surpassed by competitors within 2 months. While a quick profit can be made in that time, what comes next? Is it worth securing a shop just for one phone model? Bear in mind, this is Nanjing Road, just a wall away from the pedestrian street, with a 40-square-meter store commanding a monthly rent of 100,000. Additionally, rent is collected quarterly, along with renovation costs. A single investment of around 500,000 would consume half of their total assets. Most importantly, for the vast majority of the populace, phones remain a luxury item. How many people can afford one that costs nearly 10,000? Certainly, some manufacturers have begun to recognize this, launching more reasonably priced models. However, due to technological limitations, the majority still find them out of reach. While it remains uncertain how much Lu Yiming's phone costs, it is unlikely to be cheap. How many units could they realistically sell? More critically, the profits would need to be shared with the manufacturer. With these thoughts, Zhangbing felt pessimistic about the future of this phone. Even Haiyang and Zhangbing were still clinging to their analog devices. It was likely that most people shared a similar mindset. Lu Yiming, while this phone is indeed impressive, simply having such a product might not be enough. Liang Qian also came to a realization. Furthermore, the Lu Corporation was not in the mobile communications sector. Originally, she had hoped the two men would assist Lu Yiming in engineering projects, which aligned with their expertise. The Lu Corporation had indeed officially ventured into real estate. Their wealth of experience could greatly benefit Lu Yiming. However, she never anticipated that Lu Yiming would. What if there are multiple styles and lower prices? Lower prices? By how much? 380 at factory price. But impossible, my goodness. Upon hearing that price, Haiyang and Zhangbing were utterly dumbfounded, while Liang Qian wore an expression of disbelief. 380. Are you certain it's in RMB? Lu Yiming shrugged with a hint of amusement. All right, it is indeed quite astonishing. However, I have calculated that this price reflects the current import cost from Japan. Once the production line begins operating, there will be significant room for price reduction. Wait, young CEO, are you sure this isn't a toy? Zhangbing stared at the phone in Lu Yiming's hand as though it were a treasure trove. Presently, it was indeed incapable of making calls. Zhangbing, Haiyang, and Liang Qian exchanged incredulous glances. Is this a joke? I have already signed a contract with the telecommunications company, and it will soon be networked. Of course, This device isn't a traditional mobile phone. It's more accurately described as a handheld wireless telephone system. Younger CEO, regardless of what it's called, as long as it can make calls. Its value is immeasurable. Not to mention, the design of this handheld wireless telephone system aligns beautifully with feminine aesthetics. Most importantly, it's a status symbol. In this day and age, how many fashionable men and women yearn for their own mobile phone? Yet, the exorbitant prices deter many. However, if the price could be controlled within the 1,000 yuan range, even a fool could see the potential of the handheld wireless telephone system. Each has its merits, but one thing is certain. This business venture is profitable. Then what are we waiting for? Young CEO, rest assured, I will speak with the landlord right away. Zhang Bing and Haiyang wore expressions of excitement. Thank you. Liang Qian was equally pleased, not expecting her annoying younger brother to be so invested in her affairs. This was indeed a moment to bring her some pride. Chapter 86. A new challenge. The rhythmic sound of high heels striking the ground echoed through the corridor. The members of the investment department of the Lu Corporation were fixated on the newcomer. Alluring, exceedingly alluring. The eyes of these men were practically bulging out of their sockets. Wang Lan, swaying her hips, showcased the sensuality of femininity to the fullest. While she may not surpass Cheng Xiao, the department's most beautiful member, in terms of sheer beauty, she epitomized feminine grace. It was evident that the cultivated young woman was the object of countless men's fantasies, a fact even Li Li could not contest. The investment department was rapidly transforming into a catwalk. Who would have thought that being part of the investment team came with such perks? TSK. These men were utterly shameless, their eyes nearly popping out. In the staff lounge, several female employees gathered, clearly displeased with the behavior of their male colleagues today. It's as if they've never seen a woman before. They were all too eager to fawn over the new arrival, having previously been so attentive to Cheng Xiao. Shoo, keep it down. Cheng Xiao is young Lu's person. Gossip was rampant. The members of the investment department were acutely aware that young Lu treated Cheng Xiao differently, which deterred many male colleagues from approaching her. Meanwhile, the newcomer had already stirred quite the commotion. Just look at her waist. She should be careful not to strain it. Why not just say she is flirtatious? Isn't that the truth? Every smile and glance is clearly aimed at seducing men. She must think the investment department is her hunting ground. After all, the department is filled with elite, high-quality men. Everyone knows the saying about proximity to water. Besides, the company has no strict rules against office romances. Who wouldn't he want a reliable partner for life? Cough, cough. Just as the conversation was heating up, Li Li's entrance abruptly halted it. Manager Li, you're here for coffee too? Is there nothing else to do? Li Li had little patience for gossip, having been a victim of it herself in the past. When she first joined the company, rumors circulated that she was merely the mistress of the CEO. Such slander had persisted for the initial few months until Li Li turned the tide through her competence and decisiveness, securing her position within the company. Rumors? It seems the workload is too light. You all have time to chat. As for the newcomer, Wang Lan, Lu Yiming had already discussed her with Li Li, and her abilities had garnered Li Li's approval. Wang Lan was a notable figure in the investment sector of the city. Despite her less-than-stellar reputation, with whispers of her unscrupulous methods circulating. However, Li Li was unconcerned with the means. As long as tasks were accomplished, that was all that mattered. Moreover, Lu Yiming had placed Wang Lan in a logistical supervisor role, which put her directly in the spotlight. Whether as the head of logistics or a deputy, Li Li was determined to remain vigilant. It remained to be seen whether Wang Lan could deliver results. But it was clear that the logistics department was tightly knit. How Wang Lan would navigate this situation was uncertain. If gossip and rumors continued to emanate from the investment department, it would undermine Lu Yiming's plans, which was not what he desired. Li Li's objective was to nip such talk in the bud. Meanwhile, in Lu Yiming's office, this is quite timely. Of course, I am very dedicated to my work. Wang Lan casually sat across from the desk, feeling quite pleased with herself, especially after delivering a sharp rebuke to Zhang Zong yesterday, which had undoubtedly been a highlight of her career. Zhang Zong had never anticipated that Wang Lan would actually resign. Losing her was akin to losing a crucial ally for Gaoyuan Capital. Wang Lan's capabilities were well recognized, and any investment firm would treat such a talent with utmost care. Yet, Gaoyuan Capital had severed its own arm, a decision that would surely elicit ridicule from the industry. Recognizing Wang Lan's resolve, Zhang Zong had even threatened her. If she truly left Gaoyuan Capital, she would be bound by her contract not to engage in investment-related work for 2 years. Violating this clause would mean facing retribution from Gaoyuan Capital S Investment Department. 2 years was ample time for many developments to unfold, allowing the industry to forget this once renowned star. This scenario represented a lose-lose situation for both parties. Zhang Zong had even offered Wang Lan a raise in an attempt to retain her, but she remained steadfast in her decision. Ever since she discovered Su Rongrong's true identity, Wang Lan understood clearly that the opportunities she sought were not forthcoming from Gaoyuan Capital. This incident served as a prime example. Even if she conceded this time, should conflict arise again with Su Rongrong this year, the company would not side with her, nor would she gain access to valuable resources. Rather than endure this, she preferred to exit gracefully, preserving dignity for both parties. Wang Lan was driven by ambition, not a raise. Apologies, but for someone earning $1 million annually, making money was no longer her ultimate goal. Challenges, the future, accomplishments, these were what Wang Lan sought to pursue. This time, Lu Yiming offered her an opportunity to prove her worth, to step outside her comfort zone and embrace new challenges. The Lu Corporation represented the perfect challenge for Wang Lan. Have you reported for duty yet? Clearly, I'm not exactly welcome. Upon reporting, Wang Lan felt an overwhelming sense of wariness. It was evident that the others had gleaned some insider information. Clearly, moving forward would not be a straightforward endeavor. If it were easy, I wouldn't have recruited you. I appreciate your candidness. Don't get too cocky. Should you falter, I want to offer you another chance. Ruthless. Then prove your capabilities. Give me a month. Very well. Lu Yiming admired Wang Lan's assertiveness. A month's time was, to be honest, quite challenging for Wang Lan. For Lu Yiming, if a breakthrough could be achieved in that time frame, it would be a highly advantageous venture. Just watch. No matter where I go, I'll shine. We shall see. On her first day at work, the new logistics supervisor of the Lu Corporation boldly declared her allegiance to all. Chapter 87. Come home for soup. You little rascal, do you know you still have a home? The frustration in the voice on the phone was palpable. It was evident that Lu Ijuan was quite displeased at that moment. Cough, cough. I've indeed been quite busy lately. Your Aunt Zhang says you should come home for soup. Lu Ijuan took on the demeanor of a strict father. Beside him, Zhang Qian wore a bemused expression, as it was clear that she missed her son, yet had pushed herself forward instead. Such was Lu Ijuan's character. Nevertheless, Lu Yiming had indeed been away from home for quite some time. Zhang Qian had little involvement in business matters, focusing instead on her role as a supportive wife. This was precisely why, over the years, Lu Ijuan had favored Zhang Qian. She understood the nuances of relationships and the importance of discretion. His judgment had proven correct. Zhang Qian was indeed the ideal matriarch for the Lu family. Had it been someone else, family dynamics might have become tumultuous, given the Lu family's visible wealth. Who wouldn't he want to secure better prospects for their children? Yet, Zhang Qian was not that type of person. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ijuan huffed in annoyance. Yiming has matured significantly. Look, he hasn't caused any trouble at home, and I've heard he is performing well at work. High expectations but low abilities. If I hadn't been shielding him, he wouldn't be enjoying such comfort. Lu Ijuan remained disgruntled, as complaints had been pouring into his office these past few days. To Lu Ijuan, his son was simply too impatient. He was well aware of Lu Yiming's clandestine activities. Why choose that path? Why send someone to the logistics department? Even a fool can discern the intentions of Lu Yiming. Despite his own precarious position, he audaciously seeks to meddle in the affairs of other departments, displaying a complete lack of prudence. Perhaps, in his father's eyes, a child will always remain such. You may hold your head high, but I find Yiming to be quite admirable. You have often lamented how he brings trouble upon you, yet now he is able to focus on his career. If you, as a father, do not offer your support, who else will? While Zhang Qian may not grasp the overarching principles, she is not foolish. She understands that family should support one another. This is a fundamental principle. What you do not know is that this insufferable brat has become quite bold. At this meeting, he had the audacity to send a mere junior staff member from the investment department in his stead. The meeting was specially convened, with the upper echelons of the group in attendance, all because President Lu was personally overseeing it. Lu Ijuan had summoned all the senior executives to provide his son with an opportunity to protect him in front of the entire assembly and to let everyone know that his recent actions were fully supported by him. Yet, Lu Yiming, instead, sent a low-ranking employee to represent him, arriving without any prior briefing. The awkwardness of the situation was palpable, with the junior employee nearly reduced to tears. Even if one wished to make amends, it was simply impossible. What should have been a high-level meeting turned into a farce, Even with the desire to support, there was no opportunity. The crux of the matter was that everything Lu Yiming was doing was shrouded in secrecy. Aside from the investment department, no one else was privy to the information. Even I was left in the dark. All the originally appointed elites had been purged from the investment department. Lu Ijuan understood this well. These individuals were merely the trusted aides of the various higher dash-ups. As long as Lu Yiming was aware of this, it was sufficient that at worst, he could simply exclude them from critical matters. Yet, Lu Yiming was determined to distance himself from them, expelling them from the investment department without a second thought. This action alienated him from every department and offended all senior executives. Just this alone had Lu Ijuan fuming for several days. Now, even a simple desire to see this insufferable brat required a prior appointment. Do not get too smug. Smug? I am nearly driven to madness. Enough, my dear spouse. I know you all too well. I can imagine you are quite pleased with yourself, thinking that regardless of the trouble Yiming stirs, you will always be there to cushion his fall. T must be said. Zhang Qian understands Lu Ijuan better than anyone, though she frequently criticizes her son in front of him. The pride in her eyes is unmistakable. Indeed, Lu Yiming is prone to causing trouble, but these are precisely the experiences Lu Ijuan desires him to encounter. Ultimately, the Lu group will inevitably fall into Lu Yiming's hands. If he cannot even handle these old-timers, how could Lu Ijuan ever feel secure in relinquishing control? While Lu Ijuan is deeply sentimental, this comes with the caveat that the Lu group belongs to the Lu family. This is a non-negotiable principle. While Lu Ijuan may turn a blind eye to internal conflicts, crossing this line will invoke his ruthless side. The reason he has summoned his son back likely pertains to some important matters that need addressing. Very well, I shall go prepare some soup, lest Yiming return to find none waiting for him. Cough cough, the humidity has been rather high lately. Understood, rest assured. Zhang Qian can see that Lu Ijuan is fundamentally concerned for his son. After all, in the previous life, when Lu Yiming caused such a significant debacle, Lu Ijuan willingly sacrificed the Lu group, which he had labored over a lifetime, to protect Lu Yiming. This alone reveals much. Meanwhile, at the Lu group. Very well, let us proceed as previously planned. Li, you are responsible for closely monitoring the telecommunications side. We must expedite the process. As soon as we receive approval, we shall prepare our promotional campaign. Understood. Li nodded. To be honest, Lu Yiming has organized this aspect exceptionally well. Even I have nothing further to add. Chang Xiao, coordinate with the company's PR department. I need the handheld wireless telephone system to be promoted in every conceivable manner, ensuring every household is aware of it. All right, but what about the budget? Do not concern yourself with budgetary issues. Understood. I will discuss several alternative proposals. Also, the PR department is not on our side. Do not let them mislead you. Very well. To be honest, Lu Yiming is feeling quite fatigued. After all, significant issues still linger within the company. The internal strife may obstruct Lu Yiming's established goals, and he will not allow that to happen. It just so happens that his father wishes to speak with him. Even if his father remains silent, Lu Yiming contemplates whether he should have a serious conversation with him. Very well, should anything arise. No matter the time, call me. My phone is on 24/7. We have reached a pivotal moment. This is Lu Yiming's first major undertaking in the investment department. It must make a significant impact. After issuing his instructions, Lu Yiming finally felt at ease leaving the company. The entire investment department, however, remained brightly lit, ushering in yet another sleepless night. Chapter 88. Chasing Stars. What is wrong with the logistics department? Upon encountering Lu Yiming, the first words spoken were laden with reproach. It is no wonder that in their previous life, the father and son had a rather unpleasant relationship. Despite harboring mutual affection and a willingness to sacrifice everything for one another, they were reluctant to express it openly. The logistics department is facing issues. If there are problems, you could simply inform me directly. My son is truly remarkable. It has barely been a while, and he is already reaching into other departments. Do you have the resolve to take action? Lu Ijuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, these are longtime colleagues. Even if problems were discovered, could he bring himself to take action against them? Unless he forces Lu Yiming into a corner, Lu Ijuan would likely choose to remain a passive observer. You will not find support from me. Quite well, Lu Ijuan. What sort of response is this? Dad, honestly, just refrain from causing any trouble. This answer is rather disheartening. Just as Lu Ijuan was about to slam the table, Zhang Qian entered with a steaming bowl. What is going on? Why the commotion? In critical moments, someone must extinguish the flames. Aunt Zhang, there was no argument, merely a discussion. Yiming, your father is also under considerable pressure. His phone has not stopped ringing for days. Enough, there is no need to discuss this with him. Lu Aijuan waved his hand, interrupting Zhang Qian's topic. Come over for some soup, then join me for a game. Not that, Dad. With your skill level, Lu Yiming initially intended to mock, but, upon seeing his father's expression, chose to swallow his words. An hour later, after losing 6 consecutive rounds, Lu Aijuan's face had turned ashen. 10 minutes per round. This is go. Can he not preserve some semblance of dignity? Dad, I am off to bed. I have much to attend to these days. How is your work progressing? Do not worry. I will definitely surprise you. Lu Yiming was brimming with confidence. Only after Lu Yiming exited the study did Lu Aijuan toss the pieces into the box. This insufferable brat. A look of satisfaction adorned Lu Aijuan's face. Indeed, he has grown. He now possesses the demeanor of a general and dares to speak back to me. To put it bluntly, Lu Aijuan has awaited this day for quite some time. Regardless of how outstanding Lu Yiming may be externally, if he forever remains submissive before me, he will never accomplish great things. As for Lu Yiming taking action against his old friends, if he possesses sufficient confidence, Lu Aijuan would never obstruct him. Be content with what you have. Go. What do you know? This insufferable brat does not realize he should yield to me a little. Losing 6 consecutive rounds in an hour indeed left Lu Aijuan feeling somewhat ashamed. Thus, he retrieved the Go manual to continue his study. As for the progress of the handheld wireless telephone system, ever since they reached a cooperation agreement with the telecommunications company, the project's advancement has been encouraging. Within a week, the telecommunications firm had obtained the 1900 MHz to 1920 MHz frequency band for wireless access. With this network access permit secured, the final hurdle for the handheld wireless telephone system had been cleared. At the telecommunications company in Magic City, Lu Yiming represented the Lu Group, Gao Cheng represented the telecommunications company, and Su Rongrong represented Gao Yuan Capital. The 3 parties convened once more. Hello. There is some static. Despite sitting face to face, Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong continued to communicate using the handheld wireless telephone system. Currently, it is impossible to completely eliminate static, but the quality will significantly improve depending on the base station used. At present, technology cannot overcome this limitation. However, in terms of stability, the handheld wireless telephone system holds a clear advantage. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, our engineers have conducted several rounds of testing on the handheld wireless telephone system, yielding remarkable results. However, there is indeed room for improvement concerning signal quality. The primary drawback of the handheld wireless telephone system is its signal issues. Although the telecommunications company has begun modifying existing base stations, it remains impossible to completely avoid the decline in call quality due to signal interference. What if we increase the signal output? This could lead to adverse effects, and if we proceed down this path, the other 2 service providers may retaliate against us. Securing the 1900 MHz to 1920 MHz frequency band took considerable effort. To be frank, the Su family leveraged all their connections to obtain this network access permit. This is not a decision that rests with a single individual. The standing committee meeting, the leaders supported by the Su family undoubtedly did their homework to successfully navigate this risky endeavor. The communication issues in Magic City can be managed. However, some regions and other provinces are still under construction, which may impede the pace of promotion. Although the telecommunications company has reached a consensus to vigorously develop the handheld wireless telephone system, hoping to achieve a remarkable turnaround, the fundamental infrastructure remains weak, making it challenging to effect change. That will suffice. Let us first promote it in major cities. Lu Yiming pondered that if they waited until everything was perfectly prepared, it would likely be too late. At this juncture, it is essential to capture customers quickly. So be it. We will draft a portion of the promotional plan, as well as conduct roadshows. Meanwhile, we will amplify our marketing efforts for the handheld wireless telephone system. However, the name is rather unappealing. Young Master Lu, do you have a better suggestion? How about Little Ling Tong? Very well. Authenticity is indeed classic. The name Little Ling Tong resonates deeply with the public. Little Ling Tong? That is quite a good name. It reminds me of an early science fiction novel. The inspiration for the name was derived from there. Simplicity and comprehensibility are more aligned with the domestic market. Lu Yiming and Su Rongrong found themselves in remarkable agreement on this point. As for promotion, the 3 parties would collectively exert their efforts, especially the telecommunications stores, which would promptly launch their campaigns. However, for Lu Yiming, this still seemed insufficient. Relying solely on offline advertisements and word of mouth, it would be challenging for little Ling Tong to achieve explosive growth. What Lu Yiming needed to consider was how to embed little Ling Tong within the public consciousness in the shortest possible time. As for supply concerns, there was no need to worry. The Lu Group had already signed a supply agreement, with payments settled every 3 months. This was a mutually satisfactory arrangement. The newly produced little Ling Tong was continuously being imported into the country, while domestic production lines were also being established at a rapid pace. After the three parties reached a consensus, each would focus on their respective sectors. As for Lu Yiming, his gaze turned toward. Are you interested? Interested in what? Chasing stars, Su Rongrong. She had thought Lu Yiming was about to share some secret with her. A star? Sorry, Su Rongrong expressed her inability to grasp this point. It seemed that Lu Yiming had designs on some starlet. Chapter 89. Aboard the pirate ship. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean? In 30 minutes, Su Rongrong found herself utterly bewildered by Lu Yiming's antics. By the time she regained her composure, she was already at the airport. Lu Yiming had brazenly dragged Su Rongrong to the airport. This was truly stepping aboard a pirate ship. Su Rongrong wanted to inquire about Lu Yiming's intentions. A direct flight to Hong Kong. What a joke. In this era, traveling to Hong Kong is no simple feat. Fortunately, these two are not ordinary individuals. Yet, up to this moment, Su Rongrong remained clueless as to what kind of madness Lu Yiming was up to. The plane tickets had already been purchased. I refused to go. To fly to Hong Kong alone with you, Lu Yiming, would be akin to walking into a den of wolves. In the end, there would be nothing left but bones. All for work. Lu Yiming, do not use that to deceive me. Su Rongrong was not about to fall for Lu Yiming's excuses. For work? What a farce. Hey. Clearly, her standing in Su Rongrong's eyes was open to debate. You wish for little Ling Tong to achieve instant fame, do you not? What do you mean? Of course, I mean to promote it. Lu Yiming, do you think I am a simpleton? If you want to advertise, why not approach a newspaper or a television station? Why drag me all the way to Hong Kong? Su Rongrong harbored serious doubts about whether Lu Yiming was treating her like a fool. Who is currently the hottest star? What do you mean? The celebrities, of course. The most popular ones are all from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Su Rongrong. Well, it must be admitted that this era is indeed dominated by stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan. However, the question remains, even if we need to shoot an advertisement, must we travel all the way to Hong Kong? Unexpected gains may arise. Why me? I fear I may not be able to control myself. Consider it, I am young, wealthy, and charming. What if I catch the eye of some starlet? Should I succumb or resist? Lu Yiming, shameless. I have encountered many shameless men, but someone like Lu Yiming has truly opened my eyes. We have known each other for some time. Help me fend off those romantic advances. What woman would be so blind as to? Just as Su Rongrong was about to retort, Lu Yiming received a note. What? The flight attendant who had just passed by handed Lu Yiming a note. Such a scene could actually unfold. And right before her eyes, Lu Yiming, did you orchestrate this all along? Su Rongrong's expression was one of suspicion. It seemed too coincidental. Just as she questioned, a flight attendant appeared with a note. Cough, cough. I have been with you the entire time. I suggest that girl gets her vision checked, Su Rongrong ruthlessly commented. Su Rongrong thought, why should she be angry? To be honest, this scoundrel is indeed quite handsome, but he is so heartless. One can only blame those girls for their poor judgment, each one of them deceived by Lu Yiming's appearance. I previously mentioned that I was indeed blinded by my own foolishness, but there was definitely something amiss. Lu Yiming, do you believe I would strike you? Do you know what it means to let bygones be bygones? Are you forcing me to take action? Were it not for Lu Yiming seizing the initiative with little Ling Tong, Su Rongrong would wish to avoid any connection with him for a lifetime. Moreover, that scene at the company remains an immense humiliation for Su Rongrong. The mere thought of her close proximity to Lu Yiming sends shivers down her spine. Go provoke Su Rongrong to this extent? Only Lu Yiming could accomplish such a feat. I must ask, why are you so amiable to everyone else, yet you transform into a different person when it comes to me? Silence. Su Rongrong's fierce demeanor appeared rather endearing to Lu Yiming. Unfortunately, the initial encounter was rather challenging. Otherwise, simply having the opportunity to converse now is already a significant improvement. At this moment, Su Rongrong did not turn away directly. When one is out and about, one must indulge in the pleasures available. Naturally, Lu Yiming had booked a business class ticket. It was only at this moment, as she boarded the plane, that Su Rongrong began to feel regret. She had been too preoccupied with anger. How could she have been so oblivious until now? Furthermore, she hadn't even prepared a suitcase. Champagne? Huh? It was evident that he harbored ulterior motives, employing the typical tricks of a rich playboy to create a romantic atmosphere and lower her guard. A warning was in order. Do not provoke me. What nonsense. I am, after all, a client. The service philosophy of your Gao Yuan capital is inadequate, and I intend to file a complaint. At this moment, Su Rongrong was akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, ready to leap up and confront Lu Yiming. It was better not to mention the company, but as soon as it was brought up, she thought of Wang Lan. Although Wang Lan had indeed attempted to poach her contract, this was also an internal conflict within Gao Yuan capital. What did Lu Yiming mean by getting involved? It was one thing to meddle, but to steal Wang Lan away was another matter entirely. This had caused Zhang Zong to be troubled these past few days, as Wang Lan was crucial to Gao Yuan capital. With many clients in her hands, Zhang Zong had aged visibly from worry during this time. Of course, this situation could not be blamed on Su Rongrong, yet it was intricately connected to her. Originally, she had no intention of bringing it up, but how could Lu Yiming still have the audacity to call himself the client? Miss, the plane is about to take off. Please take your seat promptly. Su Rongrong's unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of the flight attendant. Ahem, my girlfriend is just like this. Who is your girlfriend? That's not the point. The plane is about to take off. Clarify your words. Su Rongrong gritted her teeth in frustration. Why was it that whenever she was with Lu Yiming, thoughts of violence would arise? Madam? Huh. All the passengers in business class were watching, and Su Rongrong could only suppress her anger and sit down with a cold expression. As for Lu Yiming, he repeatedly apologized, but to Su Rongrong's ears, it sounded like he was merely taking advantage of her verbally, calling her girlfriend so casually. Until the plane took off, Su Rongrong maintained her icy demeanor and did not utter a single word. Lu Yiming, realizing he had angered her, finally quieted down. He thought to himself that if he provoked Su Rongrong any further, they might truly reach a point of no return. Meanwhile, at Hong Kong wireless television, an email arrived, sent by a representative of the Lu Group from the Magic City, seeking to discuss advertising. This was indeed a first. Although 1997 was approaching, the higher-ups at Wireless were keen to foster connections with the mainland. Yet there remained significant disparities between the two. This led to infrequent interactions between Wireless and mainland enterprises. In the minds of some of Wireless's executives, the mainland was still perceived as a backward and impoverished region. An invitation from the mainland? It hardly seemed to warrant serious consideration. Wireless casually sent a staff member to meet them at the airport, and they hadn't even prepared a vehicle for transportation. Chapter 90. According to the script, there should only be one room left. Welcome, Mr. Lu. The minuscule lettering made Lu Yiming feel quite embarrassed. Beside him, Su Rongrong nearly laughed out loud, as if it had provided her with a sense of vindication. So this was how Hong Kong welcomed its guests. It appeared that despite his instructions to Cheng Xiao to make it clear that he was the financial backer, they had come to greet him in such a lackluster manner. I am Lu Yiming. Mr. Lu, how do you do? Do you speak Mandarin? Stewed chicken? Lu Yiming was left speechless. The feeling of being disregarded was palpable. Wireless hadn't even sent a car, let alone arranged for a hotel. Following some effortful communication, the staff had initially planned to accommodate the two at the Regal Hotel. The name sounded promising, but upon arrival, it was even worse than a guest house back home. Mr. Lu, Miss Su. The staff member looked apologetic, but there was nothing they could do, as the higher-ups had not allocated any reimbursement funds. According to the most basic reception standards, the budget was exceedingly limited. That's fine. I will change locations. Su Rongrong would never compromise on her comfort, especially given that those coming and going appeared either emaciated or grossly overweight. Neither looked trustworthy. Moreover, in today's Hong Kong, the triads were rampant, and capital was flourishing unchecked. For the governor, after 1997, it would be a matter of not caring about anything. Aside from plundering residual value, what business was it of his if Hong Kong was riddled with issues? With the capital reshuffle and the dominance of certain forces, the present-day Hong Kong was not particularly safe. Who knew what might happen if they stayed in such a place? Mr. Lu, Miss Su, if you wish to change locations, you will have to bear the corresponding cost yourselves. It was better to inform them in advance. Originally, the staff thought the two were simply dissatisfied with the poor conditions and wanted a cleaner hotel. However, the two opted for the Peninsula Hotel. To be honest, the staff member had never set foot in such a place in his life. The Peninsula Hotel is the oldest hotel in Hong Kong and one of the most luxurious and renowned hotels. It is famously known for its spectacular view of Victoria Harbour. Naturally, the guests who stay here are either wealthy or of high status. Looking around, the majority were foreigners. What are you laughing at? Noticing the smile at the corner of Lu Yiming's mouth, Su Rongrong felt puzzled. In such circumstances, according to the script, there should only be one room left. Su Rongrong shot Lu Yiming a disdainful glance. According to the script, do you really think of yourself as the main character? Moreover, the Peninsula Hotel was famous for having an abundance of rooms. Unless I apologize, but we currently have only one deluxe room available due to a high-level reception task. Su Rongrong. Lu Yiming. When had he ever been so fortunate? What about a suite? Su Rongrong remained undeterred. There are no suites left. What about the presidential suite? Su Rongrong's teeth were clenched in frustration. We do have that, but the price. The presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel costs $28,888 per night. A staggering sum in today's era. I'll pay with my card. The only black gold card in the country, while not as unrestricted as the Centurion Black Card, still held a limit of 10 million, placing it at the top tier. The daughter of the Su family, having a black gold card was hardly a big deal for Su Rongrong. Yet, she was usually very low-key. Having spent all 4 years of university living in a dorm, it was evident that Su Rongrong was not the type who craved luxury. However, this time, to draw a line with Lu Yiming, the presidential suite was worth Lu Yiming. Winky face, isn't this a bit extravagant? The key point was that he didn't even possess a black gold card. While the heir of the Lu group was certainly qualified, Lu Ijuan would never endorse him. Adhering to the principle of raising his son in poverty, Lu Yiming's spending had always been strictly controlled. The front desk staff respectfully accepted the black gold card. Miss, you are indeed a true heiress. While it was true that guests at the Peninsula Hotel were predominantly wealthy, those who could afford to stay in the presidential suite were few and far between. Miss, how many days would you like to book? Su Rongrong could not answer this question and turned to Lu Yiming for guidance. If all goes well, about a week. That was nearly 200. 000, yet Su Rongrong did not blink an eye. Miss Su, your friend's luxurious standard room will be complimentary. No need. He is not my friend, and he doesn't need money. Come on, when you're out, you should save where you can and spend where you must. Lu Yiming thought to himself that did he really need to maintain his pride in front of Su Rongrong? Not at all. Saving money was a good thing. After all, a luxurious standard room still cost 1,000 a night, so why waste money? Su Rongrong. As expected, Lu Yiming is the epitome of shamelessness. Meanwhile, the wireless staff were utterly dumbfounded. This was the true definition of a big shot. So this was how the wealthy spent their money. It should be noted that in this era, a leading star on wireless could earn over 10,000 for a single episode of a drama, and that was for the top-tier actors. Ordinary seasoned actors earned only a few hundred to 1,000 at most, while the golden supporting roles were even less. Working a day on set for 100 yuan plus 2 meals was considered enviable treatment among extras. However, compared to the two before him, compared to the fairy-like Miss Su, it was a stark contrast. This Miss Su, with her beauty, was more stunning than any leading lady. Who would have thought she was also such a wealthy big shot? Wait a minute, I must notify the boss immediately. The higher-ups had completely misjudged the situation. Meanwhile, a professional concierge at the Peninsula Hotel was already waiting behind Su Rongrong. Esteemed guest, your exclusive VIP elevator is ready. The hotel has additionally provided complimentary exclusive spa services for tonight. May I inquire about your dinner preferences? We will do our utmost to accommodate you. This was the treatment reserved for VIPs. As for Lu Yiming, he was left in the cold, unacknowledged. It seemed he was not the main character after all. Holding the complimentary room card, he wore a bemused expression. Inform your boss that we are here to discuss a collaboration. We shall be at the hotel and will not wait past our time. Understood, Mr. Lu, rest assured. I will convey your message. This staff member had clearly found his footing. Hadn't he claimed he couldn't speak Mandarin? Now he was speaking it quite well. Chapter 91. Product placement. Are you certain it is the Peninsula Hotel? And the presidential suite? The big boss of wireless, Zhuang Sheng, was utterly astonished. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The staff member was thrilled. Who wouldn't be excited? He had never imagined that one day he would speak directly with the big boss. The news was reported up the chain, eventually catching the big boss's attention. Meeting the big boss filled him with immense excitement. Nonsense. How are you all handling matters down there? Such an important guest arrives. And you don't even know how to receive them properly? What are they like? Very young, handsome, and beautiful. They did not fit the traditional image of mainland entrepreneurs in his mind. In the current era, People from Hong Kong traditionally envisioned mainland businessmen as wearing white shirts and slacks, sporting flashy belts, carrying beepers, and wielding large mobile phones. Admittedly, this attire was rather outdated, yet such images were deeply ingrained. Boss, they mentioned they would be waiting at the hotel for a day and would not wait beyond that. When the staff member conveyed this message, he did so cautiously, fearing the big boss would be furious. After all, in Hong Kong, the big boss was one of the few true power players. No one dared to speak so brazenly. Understood. Yet what was the outcome? Instead of fury, the big boss remained silent for a long while, merely responding with a got it, thus ending the conversation. You may leave now. After addressing all matters, he dismissed the staff to allow them to rest. A few high-ranking officials at Wireless huddled together. That young man was so rude. Indeed, this is not the mainland. How dare he come here and act so arrogantly, saying we must give them a day? Boss, why don't we just ignore them? Let them find whoever they want. Calm down, everyone. Perhaps they truly have some influence. What does a young person know about the world? How much influence could they possibly have? With 1997 approaching, could you all use your brains? Two distinctly opposing viewpoints emerged, one still perched high above, while the other prepared for the future. Ultimately, however, the final decision rested in the hands of the big boss. Go. Meet with the two youngsters, Guang is right. With 1997 approaching, we must show some sincerity if we are to navigate this safely. During this time, the boss's artists had all released statements expressing their sentiments. There is only one China. Returning to the embrace of China is the deepest desire of every Hong Kong resident, whether genuine or not. The trend is inevitable. All discordant voices are merely futile attempts to stop the tide. As for the two youngsters before him, what grounds did they have to act so boldly? At this point in his career, he knew that one must consider all angles. The next morning, a Rolls-Royce drove into the Peninsula Hotel. Mr. Liu, Miss Su, our boss would like to invite you both to enjoy dim sum. What an honor. Thank you. Liu Yiming and Su Rongrong exchanged glances. Indeed, to earn the respect of others, one must possess the requisite confidence. They valued not their status, but their willingness to spend lavishly. A week in a presidential suite, and they would meet the big boss of Wireless. This was a deal worth making. Remember to submit the expenses. Isn't that excessive? You're the one enjoying it, I just wanted to ask when these two became so harmonious. Nevertheless, Liu Yiming admired Su Rongrong's methods, as her grasp of human nature was quite precise. Today was a stark contrast to yesterday. They even had their own vehicle brought out. This Rolls-Royce with the 666 license plate was well known in Hong Kong. It could go anywhere in the city, including the governor's residence, without hindrance. The headquarters of Wireless Television was located in Tsim Sha Tsui. Along the way, surrounding vehicles made way, a sign of respect for the big shot. Mr. Liu, Miss Su, welcome to Hong Kong. I apologize for the inadequate reception yesterday. I hope you can forgive us. You jest, Mr. Zhuang, we were the ones who were abrupt. Haha, guests are always welcome. Come, let us experience the dim sum culture of Hong Kong. Hong Kong-style dim sum and Cantonese dim sum share a lineage, but in Hong Kong, they are further categorized into 7 levels: small, medium, large, special, top, super, and exquisite. Shrimp dumplings, steamed siumai, egg tarts, and char siu buns are known as the 4 kings of Hong Kong dim sum. This century-old establishment was also the favorite tea house of Big Boss Shuang Sheng. Unless exceptional circumstances arose, he would invariably be there from 9 to 11 a.m. for his dim sum. Inviting Liu Yiming and Su Rongrong today was a strong indication of sincerity. What would you like to eat? We'll go with the flow. Then I'll take charge. Liu Yiming and Su Rongrong were not in a rush, engaging in casual conversation with Shuang Sheng out of course. During this time, Shuang Sheng was also gauging the two youngsters before him in Hong Kong. Shuang Sheng wielded considerable influence, and discerning a person's background was not a difficult task. However, once it came to the mainland, Shuang Sheng's influence could not penetrate, leaving him blind to the situation. In this era, the connections between the two sides were quite limited. Nevertheless, from the demeanor of the two, Shuang Sheng could tell they were from well-bred families. Without proper upbringing, such traits could not be manifested. Did you come to Hong Kong this time for advertising? Wireless is the largest radio station in Hong Kong, and we value your stars. Liu Yiming had already set his sights on a target, and the timing was impeccable. May I ask which of my artists you are interested in? Rest assured, the price will be fair. Zhang XX. Him? Shuang Sheng looked puzzled. He had originally thought they were referring to a household name worthy of their long journeyed. At the very least, he expected someone of considerable stature. The The film and television industry in Hong Kong was thriving, yet true big names were either the Four Kings or Zhou Hicheng, while the recently mentioned Zheng XX was merely an up-and-coming star. Was it a bit exaggerated to make such a fuss over him? The endorsement fee of $5 million, spanning 6 years, with one advertisement per year and the additional requirement of product placement within films and television dramas, was presented by Lu Yiming with remarkable candor. To be frank, this endorsement price is not exorbitant. $5 million over 6 years fails to attract even megastars, and even prominent figures might be reluctant. However, for someone like Zheng XX, who is just beginning to make a name for himself, this is indeed a generous offer. This is certainly negotiable, but Lu's mention of product placement piqued curiosity. In this era, television dramas are permitted to incorporate advertising slots, a strategy employed by major networks to generate revenue. Thus, the concept of product placement, as understood in later years, was not particularly valued at this time. Even Zhuang Sheng, upon hearing this novel term, wore a perplexed expression. Once Lu Yiming elucidated the concept of product placement, Zhuang Sheng could only express his admiration, pondering why he had not thought of such an ingenious idea before. As for Su Rongrong, she cast a surprised glance at Lu Yiming, unable to deny the sharpness of his intellect, capable of devising such a strategy. Embedding advertisements for Xilingtong within films or dramas would undoubtedly enhance brand recall, while simultaneously saving on advertising costs. Naturally, one must have a discerning eye. Only popular dramas or blockbuster films can yield optimal results. Regarding Zheng XX, Su Rongrong admitted her unfamiliarity, perhaps due to her own limited interest in the entertainment industry. Yet, observing Lu Yiming's confident demeanor suggested he was well-prepared. In this current age, a promotional budget of $5 million is no trifling sum. The reasonableness of the price leaves me with little justification for refusal. Zhuangsheng wiped his mouth and smiled broadly. Business is a minor concern. Zhuangsheng's primary objective is to establish a closer connection with the mainland. This moment might present a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Previously, he had attempted to engage with the mainland, but those ventures had all ended in failure. He had spent considerable sums, yet the returns were unsatisfactory. Encountering these two could potentially serve as a valuable breakthrough. Thank you, Mr. Zhuang. You both should not be in a hurry to return. During this time, I shall host you. Although Hong Kong is not vast, its scenery is quite delightful. Today, Hong Kong holds a significant position, far surpassing Shanghai in finance and other sectors. As for the contract, it can be left to my subordinates to handle. Zhuang Sheng had not paid much attention to Zheng XX. He only knew that the latter had recently filmed a movie, yet to be released, seemingly titled Gu Huazai. However, this genre of film has been frequently produced in Hong Kong, with few achieving true success, let alone becoming blockbusters. One wonders where this young man derives his confidence. Liu Sheng. Are there any promising investment projects in the mainland recently? Zhuang Sheng had posed a question to the right person. For Miss Su is an esteemed leader in the investment banking sector. Then I must seek Miss Su's guidance. To be candid, when Zhuang Sheng first laid eyes on Su Rongrong, he was struck by her beauty. Although he managed many female artists, none possessed the ethereal charm that she did. Should she choose to act, Zhuang Sheng was confident he could elevate her to stardom. While Hong Kong is home to many beauties, those with Su Rongrong's enchanting aura are a rare find. Regrettably, Su Rongrong's status precludes her from seeking the limelight. As for the sordid underbelly of the industry, it is inconceivable that such practices would ever touch her. Zhuang Sheng is no fool. Su Rongrong was taken aback when Lu Yiming recommended her to Zhuang Sheng. Among the prominent figures in Hong Kong, Zhuang Sheng may not be the most outstanding in terms of strength, but his social standing is elevated, having control over the media narrative. If a collaboration were to materialize, it could indeed be a beneficial choice. However, one must wonder when Lu Yiming had become so benevolent. Before fully understanding Zhuang Sheng's background, Su Rongrong was reluctant to make any promises. Rest assured about the contract, it will be finalized before the afternoon. As for the advertisement, I can introduce you to a chubby fellow who possesses considerable talent. Lu Yiming seemed to have already deduced who the chubby fellow mentioned by Zhuang Sheng was. Indeed, he is a commendable choice, known as the king of bad movies in later years, though he has also been responsible for several classic films. Given his expertise in product placement, it should pose no challenge for him. Liu Yiming harbored a genuine interest in cinema, yet the industry's rules are quite stringent, and the timing is not ideal. Without solid connections, it is prudent to tread lightly. After Zhuang Sheng departed, Su Rongrong's gaze finally fell upon Lu Yiming. Do not look at me like that. I might misinterpret your intentions. Tell me, what scheme are you concocting? Su Rongrong's expression was one of cold amusement. increasingly convinced that Lu Yiming was leading her into a trap. Please do not harbor such thoughts about me. My intentions are solely for your benefit. I do not believe you. Is my credibility so lacking in your eyes? Lu Yiming, do you have no shame? Credibility? What credibility do you possess? Furthermore, there is no place for you in my heart. Su Rongrong wore an expression of disdain. This scoundrel seizes any opportunity to manipulate others. How can that be considered goodwill? When it came to negotiating contracts, this fellow was utterly unyielding. That is simply making the most of resources. Collaborating with Zhuangsheng cannot be deemed a pitfall, yet one must remain cautious. After all, Zhuangsheng's rise was not without its murky undertones. In Hong Kong, maintaining a foothold in the film industry necessitates a certain cunning, as many organizations are keenly interested in the profits to be gained. Zhuangsheng's emergence as a prominent figure inherently involves such complexities. I knew you had ulterior motives, Su Rongrong remarked, her expression one of vindication. Of course, this is not absolute. Zhuangsheng is no fool, and the tactics of yesteryears cannot simply be transplanted to the mainland, where there is a zero-tolerance policy regarding such matters. After the return of Hong Kong, Zhuangsheng's conduct has been commendable, marking him as one of the successful business figures who have transformed. He has leveraged his status to advocate for the nation, establishing himself as a representative of the red capitalists. Collaborating with Zhuangsheng does not equate to a loss. Otherwise, Lu Yiming would not have ventured to involve Su Rongrong. After all, for Lu Yiming, Su Rongrong is his true love. Oh, not regard me with such eyes. Lu Yiming's gaze burned with intensity, leaving Su Rongrong feeling overwhelmed. This scoundrel, when earnest, truly possesses a certain charm. His acting skills are exceptional. It seems he has often played tricks on young women. She steadfastly resolved not to be deceived by Lu Yiming. It's so difficult to be sincere. Enough. By the way, you just mentioned Zheng XX is quite famous? Not particularly. He is somewhat better than the average. Lu Yiming, you have spent 5 million. This money did not simply fall from the sky. Ultimately, the Lu Corporation and Gaoyuan Capital are now closely intertwined. Their fortunes rise and fall together, which explains why Su Rongrong, despite her reluctance to associate with Lu Yiming, still braved the risks to accompany him to Hong Kong. Su Rongrong must ensure that every investment is judiciously allocated. Do not be so agitated. Just because he is not famous now does not mean he will not shine brightly in the future. But what we lack most right now is time. Do not doubt my vision. Very well, I shall wait and see. Su Rongrong thought to herself, this scoundrel certainly possesses self-confidence. Yet, Lu Yiming's recent behaviors have reshaped her understanding of the frivolous young elite.